They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody didn't pray for us. Nobody didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
All right. Damn microphone ain't want to come on. All right. Yeah, so I was playing with a new AI that came out or that's gaining fame. All right. So I typed some things in there, with the free version. I'm gonna read off. So I talked about delineation, right? I asked about delineation. I explained what we're doing as Black Americans and the problem with African American as opposed to Black, the co-opting, the hijacking by immigrants, um, via our government. And then I asked about immigrants gentrifying Black American neighborhoods, because when you think of especially Hispanic immigrants, because when immigrants, period, but all of them, let's just say that. But because when you think of the definition of gentrification, I got a whole video on this. The definition of gentrification, it always means people are more wealthier than you coming to buy your city up and kicking your ass out as they raise rent and everything else. Right? That's what it normally means. So when you think of gentrification, it's always more wealthy people than yourself removing you. Okay? Ethnic cleansing, Jason Black calls it. Now, so the question is, how can immigrants who are poor as hell fleeing from their countries as refugees starting from ground zero, how can they replace Black Americans who are already working? These guys are poor with no job, fleeing their countries for whatever reason. They're starting all over here. How are they able to gentrify Black Americans without it being some type of conspiracy? So I asked AI that as well. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Cristal. Oh yeah, we about to really go crazy here. So I asked this new. Now I already got a video on this one, right? It's in the archives, my uploads. But this AI. So let's deal with the first one. When I talked about Black being hijacked by immigrants, making it an all-inclusive term and dealing with erasure, and now we became generic Blacks. We became generic African Americans, but no distinctive identity that separates us from anybody else in the world, anybody of African descent. We don't have a distinctive identity, but they all do. They all come under the name Black and African American, but they have distinctive identities within that. Example, a Nigerian come to America, He's Igbo tribe. Now he's black. Now he's African American. And if he wanted to be specific to let you know who he is, right, outside of this generic term black and African American, he could say, hey, I'm Nigerian, I'm Igbo, and Jamaican do the same thing to Haitian. But when it comes to black Americans, they're like, well, who are you? We're like, we're black. They're like, hey, that's a race. Who are you really? We're like, black, because of the co-op. All right. So let me read what this new AI I'm playing with says. I'm trying to see if I'm gonna, because right now I got two paid subscriptions. I got ChatGPT and I got Gemini. So now there's a lot of hype around this one. It's saying it's up there with ChatGPT, better than Gemini and better than Grok. So I'm playing around with it to see if I will substitute Gemini for this. So anybody sending any Cash App, Cash App, I'm going to use that for this. Okay, so got this beeping truck. All right, so it says, yes, you're announced. So I explained the whole co-op thing, generic use, erasure. We don't have a distinct identity because our identity is co-opted by recent immigrants. Therefore, sabotaging reparation claims and any other claims that's for us, because black is a race now, all of a sudden, and so is African American. So we can never get anything for us, the injured party, right? From our government, who's the people we're suing, the defendant. So it says, yes, your analysis makes sense and touches on a complex and sensitive topic. So when the Tether News and the Jamaican Tethers call in, when they type in the ChatGPT or this AI, it never says, yes, your analysis makes sense and touch. No, it'd be cooking them like, their AI be like, yeah, are you a Tether? I'm just curious. They'd be like, why you ask that? I'm just curious about your question. Okay. They be trying to lead their AI. So it says, yes, your analysis makes sense and touches on a complex and sensitive topic within Black America identity politics. It says you're highlighting a legitimate concern about how identity terminology has evolved and how that evolution has potentially diluted the specific historical and cultural claims of Black Americans whose ancestors endured slavery in the United States. Let me phrase this in a way that might work well for you, right? And your podcast. It says the evolution of Black American identity terminology represents a significant shift in how this community defines itself and is defined by broader society. During the 1960s, the adoption of Black as a self-chosen identifier was a powerful act of self-determination. So again, during the 1960s, the adoption of Black as a self-chosen identifier was a powerful act of self-determination, right? That's your endonym. At that time, when Black Americans comprised nearly 99% of those identified as Black in America, this term served both as an endonym and ethnonym that accurately reflected this shared historical experience, encompassing pivotal moments like the Civil Rights Movement, the legacy of Black Wall Street, free Blacks during slavery, and Reconstruction. So AI agrees with everything. It's obvious. It's an obvious truth. Okay, so now what you cannot miss, what AI confirmed. We were, at the time we said we were Black, we made up 99.9% of who would be Black in America. There was no significant number of immigrants at all that can be lumped up into Black. So when we said it, there was no need to delineate it and be specific who was who. It was only us here, 99% of us here representing who can be called Black as a race or endonym. Okay? So keep that in mind. Now, it says, however, 3 decades later, the introduction of African American is a preferred term promoted by Jesse Jackson and others, represented a significant departure, right? It says this change was particularly notable given the historical resistance among Black Americans to being associated with African terminology, dating back to the American Colonization Society era, which many Black Americans viewed as a threat to their established identity as Americans. So we were resenting terms like African because we felt like it did not establish our identity as Americans. We're not African. It says the situation became further complicated when the OMB, Office of Management and Budget, extended both Black and African American as racial categories to include any new immigrant with African ancestry. But don't miss the fact that without Jesse Jackson, the OMB couldn't do what they did. So it was like the Legos, like the Lego effect. One Lego, the another Lego, you put that on top of another one and build and build and build, and now you got a whole monster, a whole dinosaur. So Jesse Jackson laid the foundation for the OMB to come and further convolute that term. It says this administrative decision effectively transformed what had been a specific ethnic group into a broader racial category that includes diverse groups with distinct national, ethnic, and cultural backgrounds, such as Nigerian, Igbo, Zimbabwean, Shona, and others. It says this expansion of terminology has created what some describe as a form of erasure, where the specific historical claims and grievances of Black Americans, descendants of American chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and other forms of institutional exclusion become conflated with the experiences of more recent immigrants from Africa and the diaspora. While these immigrants have their own distinct national and ethnic identities, they often become categorized simply as Black upon arrival in America, potentially gaining access to resources and programs originally established to address the specific historical injustices faced by Black Americans. The consequence is that Black Americans now find themselves without a distinct term that separates their unique historical experience from that of other people of African descent in America. This dilution of identity makes it increasingly difficult to address the specific reparations and remedies owed to Black Americans as an injured group, as their claims become submerged under a broader racial category that cannot be the basis for specific policy interventions in a society where race-based remedies face legal and political challenges. What you're describing is essentially how Western exonyms have been used to categorize diverse peoples under a single racial label, potentially undermining the specific claims of those with the longest historical connection to American soil and its particular form of racial justice. All right. So that's the new AI that I'm playing with. You got like free 3 searches, and you got to buy the damn thing. Okay. So what y'all think about that? All right. Right. So now I asked about how is it possible that recent immigrants can gentrify, they come in here poor. They come in here looking for work. Like, these are not hyper selected immigrants we're talking about. We're talking about those of coming from poor backgrounds, right? No education, no unique skill. Okay. So let me get into that. So I'm trying to delay because I know somebody that's around here. If they see me, they're going to talk to me and mess up the whole read. So let me see. Trying to delay a little bit. Oh, matter of fact, let me say this. So somebody wrote a comment. Let me put the link in the chat. Now listen, the link is not, I got a whole show. So the link ain't for the family right now. The link is for people who have an issue with us, right? Who have an issue on our position, delineating, saying Ghana kick rocks, no reparations owed to you. All right. That's who the link is for. Because I got a lot of stuff here. So people calling in, that's what the lineage is going to just make this a 10-hour show. All right. So but anybody who has questions about FBA, disagrees with FBA, anything like that, click that. Like, for example, I got a comment. by Capus Mac. Okay. So I told him to, let me send the link. He says this. He says, one of the most important facts that my FBA brothers either fail to acknowledge or simply don't know. Now, he comes off as we don't know something. When y'all talk like that, man, just know that I'm going to hold you to that. You're the scholar and we're the peasants. So when you come over here, you better know some stuff. Because I won't take a light on people like that. So one of the most important facts that my FBA brothers either fail to acknowledge or simply don't know is that a great number of our ancestors were not slaves, prisoners of war. This is why dude, you gotta learn how to type. Okay, you got to do it. Yeah, here we go with come on, dude. Like your writing skills, and this is not typos. Like the dude just don't know how to write. Okay, this is why historical as well as family documents make a clear distinction between free people of color and free men. Therefore, if the standard for being FBA is you must be a descendant of chattel slavery, one must logically conclude that a great number of the majority of our Black American population are not FBA. I'll read that one more time. Because by reading this run-on paragraph, dude is about to be educated. All right. I can tell he's illiterate to Black American history. She is supremely illiterate to Black American history, pump faking, bluffing me as though they are. Dude, I can tell you don't know much. I'll read it one more time. I can see the mistakes. This is why historical as well as family documents makes clear distinction between free people of color and freedmen. Okay. Therefore, if the standard for being FBA is you must be a descendant of chattel slavery, one must logically conclude that a great number of, or the majority of our Black American population are not FBA. Okay. So when I read that run-on paragraph, I am led to believe that he must think the plantations were fake. Nobody, like you gotta, and you deny that, then you're denying we built the foundation. So I want to know, this sounds like Moore's plebiscite babble. This sounds like Moore's plebiscite babble. And most likely this guy is not FBA. He's a tether trying to backdoor. That's why he's coming with this angle. So Cap is Mac. Okay, because you just wrote this 9 minutes ago. I responded back, say I'm live, pull up, and I even sent the Zoom link to this comment right here. So you just wrote this. I'm going to believe you're a tether who's trying to backdoor your way into reparations by denying our history in this country as enslaved people working against our will, building the foundation of America. You got to come against that because your lineage wasn't part of that. So now you're trying to act like somehow you can be FBA without going through that. How can you be FBA without building the foundation? That's wild. The F stands for foundational. All right. So, but you say you were freed, that whole process, all right, that we were building in the country, you were free at the time. Then you're not FBA. Real simple. But the link is in the chat. Click that link. Don't be discouraged. Click the link. If my best guess, this is Moore's plebiscite babble. Okay. This is some Unc G talking points right here. So, but anyway, the link is there for you to click and defend that comment, because that sounds tetherish. That's a tether statement. All right. So anyway, so when I asked this new AI about gentrification, how is it possible poor people and at the very worst immigrants and illegals, not just immigrants, but illegal immigrants, how is it possible that poor immigrants and a poor illegal immigrant is double worse than a poor legal immigrant as far as terms of replacing us, gentrifying us in our cities where we work and pay taxes. You dig? How is it possible that they can gentrify us? Because most of us are experiencing gentrification coming from immigrants and not even white T people. Okay. So again, this is new AI. I'm messing around with it that's why the show took so long. I was supposed to have been live at like 8:45 a.m. Okay. And I'm just messing with the AI, see what we can get out of it if I replace it with Gemini. Right. So y'all want to donate to that cause? The Cash App is right there. Okay, so this is because you get free searches and then that's it. Three free searches and then it's over. So it says the role of Hispanic communities in gentrification process. It says contrary to the traditional gentrification model, where wealthy whites were where wealthy white residents directly displace black communities, research indicates a more nuanced process. Hispanic immigrants, and by the way, this AI is supposed to be uncensored too. So when ChatGPT and Gemini will water it down, Hispanics doing bullshit. Not Hispanics, but our American government allowing Hispanics and immigrants to do bullshit towards us. ChatGPT and Gemini is geared to like water it down, make light of it. This is supposed to be uncensored, where it's giving you the raw, brutal truth. Okay, so it says contrary to the traditional gentrification model, where wealthy white residents directly displace black communities, research indicates a more nuanced process. Hispanic immigrants, both documented and undocumented, that's the nice way of saying it, illegal, legal, often serve as an intermediary population in gentrified neighborhoods. This occurs through several mechanisms. Damn, get ready. This happens through several mechanisms. Watch this. First, Hispanic immigrants frequently settle in historically black neighborhoods due to lower housing costs. And anybody know about overcrowding, HOLC, FHA, redlining? They purposely keep us in poor conditions for this type of to justify this right here. Because if we were never excluded and our cities burnt down, then there would be no poor, low housing costs in our cities either. Just like the white man. So where would they go then? A reservation with the indigenous peoples? Like, where would they go? So they keep our communities poor, right? For this sabotage, for this finesse. So Hispanic immigrants frequently settle in historically black neighborhoods due to lower housing costs, creating what researchers call immigrant replenishment. In declining urban areas, these communities often establish ethnic businesses and cultural institutions that change the neighborhood's character without immediately triggering displacement. Right? So basically to keep our radars down, because if it was white people moving in, we'd be like, oh damn, gentrification. But because it's East Indians, immigrants of all sorts, we don't really trip like that. We think, okay, who's this new neighbor? But if it was, oh my, everybody coming here, god dang, I gotta get in. It's a nice day though, nice day. Anyway, so yeah, so to lower our radar, they'll they'll send the buffers in, okay, and we ain't gonna trip too much when we see a bunch of Hispanics, bunch of Africans, and whoever come into our communities. We look at like, all right, this is interesting. A bunch of Somalis, Ethiopians. We like, okay, interesting. But if it was a bunch of white people, we would be triggered. Like, oh, what the F is going on here? And then now all of a sudden we like talking to each other and as activists are stepping in. Hold on. Okay, so it says second, as property values begin to rise, Hispanic residents may act as buffers. It's not my wording, it's AI. Hispanic residents may act as buffers between longtime black residents and wealthier white newcomers who eventually follow. So right before the what they call it, before the storm, the calm, before the storm is the calm. Okay, so right before the storm of white people just flat out gentrifying us, they send their buffer class. This is why Tariq Nasheed say they are allowed. So now how are, when we see the play, even though we know it's our American government doing it, and you're like, okay, well, you can't blame the immigrants because they had no power. Yeah, but they are being used as bodies to replace us, and they're moving in our cities, like smiling, and having fun while they replace us. Like, so there's no way that we're gonna take that, like, oh, it's not your fault. Oh, let's go to the cookout. Now we're gonna feel a certain way regardless. You dig? Hold on. All right. So these guys are buffers before the real storm come in. So they're temporarily there before the real guys come in there. Okay. So this stage process makes the transformation appear more organic and less explicitly racialized than direct white displacement of black communities. You see? This is the Nova King that Malcolm X spoke about. So it says final mechanisms and resource redirection. The final systems, the financial systems supporting gentrification often disproportionately advantage Hispanic populations over black residents. One more time. The financial systems supporting gentrification often disproportionately advantage Hispanic populations over black residents. Oh, prove they're taking your jobs. The financial system supporting gentrification often disproportionately advantage Hispanic populations over black residents. That means, yeah, they're going to pay them as opposed to you. They're trying to get you out the community. No work, no income, you're going to go. Okay. So research shows that while both blacks and Hispanic residents face lending discrimination, black applicants for mortgages in gentrifying neighborhoods were 2.5 more times likely to be denied credit than non-Hispanic white applicants. Compared to 2 times for Hispanic applicants, this disparity creates opportunities for Hispanic residents to secure property ownership in transitioning neighborhoods at higher rates than black residents. That's AKA for they are being allowed to. Okay? So when Tariq Nasheed says that, I'm providing the receipts to that. Okay. Now, it says program redirection occurs through several channels. God damn. So you got ESL, which and educational funding, bilingual education programs, and ESL classes, while serving immigrant communities often draw from the same municipal and educational funds that previously supported programs specifically designed for Black American students. You hear that? The money that was all ours is now being divvied up and now allocated to the people who are going to replace us. And we're supposed to be replaced with a smile, right? Oh, okay, you replace us, yeah, and you're taking our money. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being at work and not only is your replacement, you're training your replacement to replace you, but if you were making $30 an hour, you're now making $15 an hour because your replacement got the other 15, and you got to train them. Like, come on, what are we doing? So they got their hand in our cookie jar. As demographic shifts, funding priorities naturally flow, creating what appears to be a neutral reallocation, but effectively redirects resources away from Black communities. Community development grants. Watch this. As neighborhoods become more ethnically diverse, community development block grants and similar programs often prioritize initiatives serving multiple ethnic groups rather than specifically addressing Black American needs. This broadening of eligibility criteria dilutes the impact of programs originally designed to address historical injustices against Black Americans. Small business support. Hispanic owned businesses frequently receive preferential treatment in accessing small business loans and development assistance in transitioning neighborhoods as they are perceived as revitalizing commercial corridors that had been previously neglected during periods of Black residency. You see that? This is why you see you be like, yo, how the hell all these damn Hispanics got new cars, new work trucks, and businesses like overnight? What the? Yeah. They're being, so when you go to your bank for a loan to get your Black business popping, shit. They're like, nah, you old news. You like, well, how we old news? We never got the loan ever. Well, whatever. But these loans are, these going to Hispanics. Yeah, but we never got the loan. It ain't like we got the loan and then now they getting it. We never got the loans. So we were totally skipped. Yeah, oh well. You gotta go down south, buddy. Okay. So look, the 1965, what I talk about a lot, the 1965 Hart and Cellar Act, which eased immigration restrictions, fundamentally altered urban demographics and contributed to new gentrification patterns. The influx of Asian and Hispanic immigrants into central city neighborhoods created what researchers term global neighborhoods. Okay. Now they want global reparations. This is wild. Diverse mixed ethnicity areas that became prime targets for later gentrification. This process operates through what sociologists call racial capitalism, where racial differences are exploited for economic gain. In this framework, Hispanic immigrants are simultaneously exploited for their labor and purchasing power while also being positioned as agents of neighborhood improvement that ultimately benefits white property owners and developers. Systemic mechanisms facilitating the process. Several systemic factors enable this dynamic. Redlining legacy. They are allowed to be successful. These chaotic truth tethers are allowed to be successful. Historical redlining practices created concentrated pockets of affordable housing in minority neighborhoods. As these areas become desirable to new immigrant populations, the same financial institutions that once denied mortgages to Black residents now see investment opportunities. Policy implementation. Urban renewal policies often fail to distinguish between different minority groups, treating people of color as a monolithic category. Uh-oh. So when we say we're Black, people of color make everybody Black. Hispanics, Asians, Indians, everybody Black. A monolithic category, people of color. This prevents targeted assistance for Black Americans specifically impacted by historical disinvestment while allowing newer immigrant groups to access benefits designed to address these very injustices. Cultural erasure. As neighborhoods transition, Black cultural institutions and historical markers often disappear, replaced by multi-ethnic or Hispanic-oriented businesses and organizations. This cultural displacement makes it increasingly difficult for Black communities to maintain their distinct identity and claim to specific reparative measures. The end game is white benefit. The ultimate beneficiaries of this process remain predominantly white. Research confirms that gentrification primarily serves the taste of white residents, even when facilitated by communities of color. As property values stabilize after the initial wave of Hispanic settlement, white buyers and developers move in, capitalizing on the increased property values and improved marketability of neighborhoods that have been diversified through this intermediate process. This staged gentrification provides what sociologists call plausible deniability. The transformation appears organic and multicultural rather than explicitly racialized. The presence of Hispanic residents and business creates a buffer that makes the neighborhood seem more welcoming to white buyers than if black residents remain the majority population. Understanding this process requires recognizing how systems of power adapt to maintain racial hierarchies while appearing to promote diversity and inclusion. The redirection of resources and programs from specifically Black American needs to broader immigrant interests represents not a failure of policy, but rather a sophisticated mechanism of racial capitalism that continues to privilege whiteness while appearing to address minority needs. That was dope. All right. Yeah. So that's the new AI I'm working with. Well, I got three free searches. I did two searches. I did two searches. I did two searches. Right. I got one more. But yeah, so donate to that. The Cash App is right there. And I like that one so far. I probably gotta watch a YouTube video how to like really, really use it. But yeah, because that was way more. It gave more disclosure than when I did my video with ChatGPT. All right, that was dope. I like that. That was dope. All right, so now let's get into the video. Yeah, they work so hard, but they're giving shit. Yeah. So anyway, the only Lineage person allowed to call in if he's free is Chad, because Chad had a rebuttal to some of the polls. He had a question, right, about Malcolm X. So whenever you're ready, click that link. All right. So let me go ahead and get started. So the guy on the left, who is that guy? Let's look at it. So he's called a black rights activist. He's convicted over Russian links. So this thumbnail isn't well. I of course I put him in that uniform, but the agent title, I'm not using that loosely. I'm using that correctly. Black rights activists convicted over Russian links. Right. 4 activists for black rights have been convicted of federal charges of conspiring to act as unregistered Russian agents. Okay. The Justice Department said, listen, I didn't make this up. Right there. And right before I got this article, I was telling you guys, I said Pan-Africans, they usually end up on the terrorist list. They end up usually getting surveillance because a lot of them, they hate Americans so much, they end up being used. They end up being gullible and becoming used as pawns for a foreign government who despise America. I talked about Jeff Fort, who changed his name and changed his gang from Black Peace Stones to El Rukins. He got locked up for same shit. Trying to receive, I think he did receive it, mass weapons of destruction from one of those Middle Eastern Muslim countries, you dig? He got locked up for that. He didn't get locked up for drugs and murder. Maybe that was there too, but his main thing was being a foreign government spy. An agent, basically. So now, this is the guy right here. Omali Yeshitela, 82. That's the leader. Damn, everybody old as hell. Penny Hess, 78. I'm saying, yo, these be old fools, man. Jesse Neville, 34. And this probably their kids. And Augustus Romaine, 38. face maximum sentences of 5 years in prison, the department said in a statement. A jury in Tampa, Florida, found them not guilty of the more serious charge of acting as agents of a foreign government. Yeshitela is the founder of the Africans People Societies Party. There you go. Anything with the word African in it, so far in Black America, has always been seen as terrorists, domestic terrorists, gullible people readily available to carry out possible Tim McVeigh type stuff. You dig? And Uhuru movement. Oh, yeah, this name is, what the hell is this? You got, now listen, Dr. Woman King. That's on Hidden Color 6. One of her class or school is called this right here. Yeah, this right here, family. I don't know what this means, but this has become a name tied to terrorism, anti-American rhetoric, and terrorism. This name right here. Let me look it up. It's a wireless mouse. The hell? All right, that's why. Okay, here we go. Oh, some Kenyan shit. Oh, come on. Yeah, these people are weird as hell. Hess and Neville are white. Yo, wait. I know it didn't say that. Yeah, these people be so fake black that they run to white tea zaddy people. I know this didn't say. Yeshitela is the founder of the African People's Socialist Party, APSP, and Uhuru movement. Hess and Neville are white allies of the group. I'm done, yo.
Oh my God!
And that dude Shabaka called in and said we were agents, and his leader is literally an agent. Yo, and they ally with white people, and they wonder why they in prison. Hess and Neville are white allies of the groups. Romaine is the leader of a Georgia-based spinoff known as Black Hammer. Yo, I'm done right here. Hess and Neville are white allies of the. Yo, this is so that's her right there. That's Neville right there. Yo, this is, you can't make this up, family. He called and said we were the agents. We ain't black enough, and these guys got a bullshit terrorist group, and they got white allies. They are shooters, YN shooters for the Russian government. This is embarrassing. A date has not yet been set for. This is old, obviously. According to prosecutors, the four carry out a number of actions in the U.S. between 2025 and 2026 on behalf of the Russian government and received money and support from Alexander Inionov, the president of the Moscow-based group Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia. So now, before I go further with that, remember this right here? This is embarrassing. Remember this? This what he was a part of. Russian troll farms, most notably the Internet Research Agency, IRA, are a state-sponsored or semi-private organization that use fake social media personas to influence public opinion, sow political division, and spread disinformation globally. Family, these are trolls. All those people call in Tariq Nasheed. Now, by the way, they were getting paid. When they were doing this fake social media personas, these are people creating names, and the whole time these are bots. Bots. Okay. So Mr. Ionov used the APSP, Uhuru movement, and Black Hammer to promote Russian views on politics, the Ukraine war, and other issues. They said so. They over here. You guys are divisive. You guys are xenophobic. This is all promoting Russia views on politics. No, reparations for everybody, yo. They race-based. They ain't lineage-based. Ionist influence efforts were directed and supervised by Russia's Federal Security Service, FSB, the country's intelligence agency. The department said Mr. Ionov and two alleged FSB agents, Alesky, whatever, a bunch of Russians, have also been indicted in the U.S. in connection with the case, but are not under arrest. Yeah, they probably in Russia. All right, but anyway, listen. Yeshitila said after conviction that the most important thing is they were unable to convict us of working for anybody except black people. Bro, you're working with white people, my guy. Stop. You got two white allies. The Tampa Bay Times report, I am willing to be charged and found guilty of working for black people. Stop it. Yeah. I mean, complete. Yeah, black people. Yeah, black. Yeah. She's really black, right? She's really black right here. Just stop. Family, this is embarrassing. So this wiki are kind of like the same thing. But I want to go to a real source on this. Not even rely on wiki. You dig? So now we see these guys are literally agents. Calling us agents. Yo, you can't make this up. The dude got arrested and charged for being an agent. He's calling me an agent. He's calling you an agent. They're calling Tariq Nasheed an agent. Why they actually get locked up for being an agent. Can you imagine if one of us got locked up for being an agent? It would be over. The internet will roast us. Okay, so this is, my God. Hey, yeah, come. This is the brother with the comment on. Okay, Kappa's Mac. Come off mute, please. The brother got the link to join us. Oh, he left. Oh my God, he joins and leaves. So this is the brother that made the comment that most of us were not on plantations. So brother, can you click the link? Get back in here. Thank you. Right. So can you imagine if Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black was actually arrested for being charged of being an agent? But now all of a sudden we gotta hear them explain this away. Like, dude, Shabaka, stop. We're not about to let you explain this shit, my guy. Because if Yvette Carnell, Jason Black, Dennis Sperling, Unbiased Ron, if we were locked up and charged for being an agent, you guys will not allow us to explain that shit away. You would convict us for the simple fact of the charges. The leader that he bragged about was an actual agent. You can't make this stuff up. All right, so before I get into that, we got a caller that laid a comment. Hey, what's up, caller? What's your name?
Good brother.
Yes, sir. What's your name? I heard you a second ago. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put the phone number in there for you. How about that? Cause it look like your audio is not that good. So give me a second. Yeah, so anybody want to donate so I can get the other AI, the Cash App is right there, big and bright and red with some shiny stuff. All right, okay, I see some activity in your microphone, Cap is Mac. Can you say something? I can try to. All right,
Hello?
all right. Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, the reason why you're probably going in and out is because you're on speakerphone. But I'm gonna give you the phone number. So look in the chat. Okay, so look, I'm gonna give you the phone number in the chat. So look out, you're on Zoom. Look at the chat. I'm gonna give you the phone number and meeting ID, right? So you could just call in, and then you could go on speakerphone And do what you gotta do. 1 second. 1 second, family. All right, so now I'm gonna give you the meeting number. Get the fuck out of here, man. That shit's so old. People blast music out their car. That shit's so played out now. All right. Hold on. All right. So I gave him a Captain's Mac. I gave you the phone number and meeting code. Just call in. Just call in. And then you can put it on speakerphone. But your Zoom isn't working. Okay, I hear you. Okay, go ahead. Say something. I see your microphone activity, so it works. You're just not talking. Cap is Mac. Call in. Just call in, brother. I gave you the phone number and the meeting ID. Zooming. So just call in, bro. God damn. All right. Yeah. So the dude is an actual charged agent working with Russian federal government. So he hung up. I'm supposing he's going to call in. Hopefully he wrote the number down and the meeting ID, because if he just hung up and got off Zoom, I gave him the Zoom number. I gave him the phone number in the Zoom chat. So if you're not on Zoom, you're not going to see the phone number and meeting ID. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, it's family. Okay, so he's coming back. Oh, shit. All right. Brother, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
My bad,
Okay.
but I'm working. I'm old school, man, so you got to bear with me. I'm trying to link on and everything at the same time. I caught me a little break. My name Capus, man, not Capus, but it's all good.
Cape is Mac. Now, what type of ideology you come from? Are you like from the Moorish Science Temple?
No, sir.
That
I'm a 70s baby, man. My parents was in the Nation of Islam back in the days. Half my family was Panthers. I'm originally from Los Angeles, West Los Angeles to be exact. I've been all around the country. I've been a few places abroad. More or less, I just align myself with being an American, a black man, but I understand my indigenous roots. Being one who's kind of, I would say I'm a sort of an amateur historian. Reading is a hobby of mine, and I've been doing a lot of studying over the years. My parents was educators. My father was a minister in the nation. Prior to 75 and in the early 80s, I grew up with Brother Harold. Y'all might know him as Khalid Muhammad. I've had dinner with the Farrakhan family and all this. I don't subscribe to that. I got older and I left that alone as a teenager. I went to Orthodox Muslim school, Sunni Muslim school. I went to the original Marcus Garvey School in Los Angeles. So I've rubbed elbows with the conscious community, the Moors, the Hebrew Israelites. I really follow none of their ideologies, but it's some truth and historical evidence to everything. I appreciate the FBA movement. Y'all young brothers, I'm old school, like I say, I believe in old men for counsel, young men for war. You dig? So I can appreciate the movement, the lineation thing, but a lot of our people fail to realize you got, and excuse me, man, but like a lot of our people that's in position, especially on these podcasts and things, I listen in when I can to the I definitely don't fuck with, excuse my French, I definitely don't fool with no Pan-Africanism, none of that kind of foolishness. I crush Moors, I crush the Hebrew Israelites, all that. I'm well read. I'm with the scholarship for sure. And the thing about
okay.
most of our FBA brothers and sisters is we have to, when we're talking about our history in particular, Black American history, we have to put things in context, young brother.
Right.
And I
got
don't disrespect you, I call you young brother, but I consider myself an elder. I'm 50 years old. I've been in the game. I've been stomped down on the ground. I've from Atlanta to the west side of Los Angeles, to some of the smallest, countryest towns, what we call sundown towns, boots on the ground stomping.
Wait, so you're only 50 years old?
Yeah, I'm only 50 years old.
I'm 48.
Oh, so
I'm right
okay,
there with
you right there, man. Okay, y'all, you got the vigor of a young warrior. That's what's up, though. That's what's happening.
Yeah, right. And that's why. Hey, look, that's why I attract the lineage, because you have to be young in mind and spirit. You got to be relatable to the youth. So a lot of us is what I say aged. This is the term I like to use. A lot of us has aged out. That means we're stuck in the past. We're stuck on old, outdated information, which is now misinformation.
That's right.
And we're trying to kick that to the youth, and they don't want to hear 1 second of it.
That's right.
Okay. So last thing is this, and you can go. So the youth right now is caught up on AI. So whatever you're going to tell us right now, with the youth as your audience, they're going to verify it on AI. They don't want to hear about no excuses about AI, no problems you think you have. If they can't verify it with their AI, they're going to dismiss you and you become unrelatable to the youth, which makes us useless to the youth. Whatever I say is Googleable, it's verifiable. You can AI, Google it, Wikipedia. When I say things, it lines up with research. You said you're with the academic, with the scholarship.
Yes.
We're going to see.
Okay.
Okay. So
no worries. Now, okay, I once again, I rub elbows with the youngster. This is who I pretty much talk to. Like, I don't waste my breath too much on old played out cats, but I come from the generation of looking at microfilm, looking at old documentation and this like this. I'm not computer savvy, I'm not computer illiterate, but I totally respect the Google and the AI, because I don't really have an opinion on a lot of things. I'm with facts and historical, you know what I mean, what can be broken down and how it translates into reality, what we can see, feel, hear, taste, and smell. You dig? But my thing is this here. Now, like I say, I can sit down and talk. The Hebrew Israelites, the Moors, the Pan-Africanists, the Kemetic, I smash all of that. So that most of them brothers not nowhere on my level as far as intellect, and I'm not putting no sugar on shit, but I'm just saying as far as basic common sense, reality, what's going on and what we can see. Now, as far as the FBA movement, and like I said, we have to put things in context, young brother or brother. And what I mean by that is, because I consider myself, I don't give a damn what we call ourselves, ADOS, Aboriginal, FBA. If the majority of my people right now today say, okay, we're going to have a consensus and we're going to vote, what would we like to be called ourselves? I'm rolling with the majority because we are the same. But the distinction come in from the ideology of most of our FBA brothers when they say that what is the flag? Correct me, brother. What's the number on the flag?
1526.
Okay. And they say we are the descendants. You can't be, and I damn the tethers and all that, the Caribbeans, the West Africa. I'm talking about North America. I'm not even talking about South America. I'm talking about North America, particularly the southeastern part of the North America, what we call the Dirty South. Okay. Now, when we're talking about FBA, the main ideology I'm getting is we say that you can't be FBA or you're not a part of the lineage, and I get to that in a second, if you're not the descendant of slaves. And what I'm saying is this here: a great many of us, so-called Black Americans, FBA, whatever, I would go so far as to say the majority of our people, which is damn that number, 43 million. I'm gonna say we're closer to 67 million, and we can talk about the facts, the data, and the census and the census and all that kind of stuff like that. But let's just put things in perspective. Okay, if 388,000 so-called African slaves came to America starting in 1620 to 1808, when slavery got abolished. Okay.
Yeah.
And when on the 1870 census, you have 4 million so-called Negroes. Okay. The math, according to the natural progression of the human birth rate, it had to be a whole lot more people on this continent that them few Africans came.
I don't think there was a national organic birth rate. I recall that you say you did with scholarship. I did with scholarship. So everybody you smashed, I smashed them and more. Okay. So what white people were doing, they were 1808 when slavery was abolished. They decided to make a slave in America. You know, the Williams letter, that process. So they were having a lot of babies being made because they were selling them.
Right,
So they
right. I
had
understand that.
right. So they had people have sex and make babies more than which is normal. So this wasn't organic. This was eugenics.
Right. I totally understand that. I understand that.
Okay, cool.
All right. Once again, okay, so let's take into account all the murders or homicides.
Wait. Before you go there, because
Okay.
you say you deal with scholarship,
Mm-hmm.
but right now it's looking like you're presenting a logical argument. Where's the scholarship to this?
Okay, the scholarship says this. Now I can start with just Black American history books. Okay, and I'm not talking about with the education.
Well, you ain't gotta do that. I have AI right in front of me.
Okay,
let me share my screen.
now AI. Let's see if we can get.
Hey, bro. Listen, we're not gonna do that because
I'm finna ask you a question so you can AI it right now and verify. That's what I'm on.
Right? Yeah, I am. I'm doing it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't come on here to argue with you.
I thought you were about to start shooting now. Yeah, hold on.
Fam.
Okay, people with scholarship. No, we're not, bro. It's okay. It's okay. We're not arguing, bro. I'm just trying to I thought you were going somewhere else and you were not. Cool, my mistake.
Okay.
All right, so I'm at AI. What am I typing in?
Ask about how many of just say did how many Southern Black families okay, or AI the difference.
No. Wait, slow down. Okay. This is making better. What is your argument? What do you think is illogical or couldn't have happened and history might got it wrong?
I'm not saying history got anything.
I see you got something numbers. You said 380.
Okay,
okay. Right, but hold on. Right, no question. No, but you don't have a question.
Yeah.
Right. Wait, hold on, bro. Okay. We're gonna ask it with AI, but hold on. You mentioned 88,000 people coming to the shores, and then you said 4 million. Right? You said so do you have a problem with that?
According to the 1870 census, it was 4 million. Yes.
Okay. Sir. Okay. Cool. So so we could say around 1,600, 388,000, and then 1870, 4 million. Okay. So you believe that can't happen? You can't multiply. I don't know. So now make your argument there.
No. I'm not. I'm just looking for clarification. That's why I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm just saying how it's never really been explained how this happened. Now you said with the birth rate and all that, and I can understand.
No. Bro, just slow down. Look. Forget about what I said when you say we're gonna ask AI.
All right.
Right. So okay, I got my screen shown. Okay. So now, but I need your problem. What is the question you want to ask? 874 million. What is your question for that?
How did we get to once again? What is the correct number on our census? I don't believe that 43 million, but we can go with that. We can go with the data that's out there.
But now you're talking about 2026. I just want to know
how did we get to 43 million from 388,000 in 200 years?
Okay, that's it.
Right. Yeah. That's all I was asking. For the most part, yes.
Okay. So, in other words, you're challenging that.
Yes, exactly. I'm not saying I'm right or it's wrong or whatever. I want to know how did we come up with them numbers to even base anything on and say, okay, this is definitive information. This is it.
Well, I mean, I can answer that really easily. You got something called census forms for everybody fill out.
I totally understand.
But okay.
You know how many people don't sign that census form? That's why I don't agree with that 43 million number. I think
right.
Way more
yeah, but I think that's an estimate. It never said absolute, by the way.
Right.
It said it's an estimate, right? So it's based on. It's not saying this the actual factual number. Right. This is saying based on people who filled this out, there are 43 million Black Americans and so Asians and so white people. It's not a big deal. It's an estimate. It's a accurate count for those who filled it out, and it's an estimate to what's likely the reality, but it's a factual count for everybody who filled it out. And it's a likely estimate, something close to representation in altogether. Okay. So I'm still okay. So let's back up to your comment because right now we're all over the place. Let's go back. So you said because you're jumping from thought to thought.
I'm on the same thing. Asking how did we get for 43 million from 388,000? That's it.
Okay, just explain that. All right, so hold on. let's get back to your chattel slavery thing. You said for FBAs,
Yes.
you said our thing is to be FBA, you have to go through U.S. chattel slavery.
No,
And we said yes.
Chattel slavery. Is that it or no?
Well, that's a start. But what's your issue with that? Because your comment had an issue with that.
Yeah,
So
because
what's your issue?
my issue with that is that a whole bunch of us, regardless of, and if you look at the data and probably your own
What's going on, bro?
family DNA, a whole bunch of us didn't come through chattel slavery or wasn't prisoner of wars that fought in wars. Good brother, you know what I mean? A whole lot of this. What I'm saying, this is the difference between free men of color. And
Wait, stop. Hey, dude, listen, you're going too many thoughts. Let's stick with the first thing you said. Okay, so you believe most of us,
or a good, I say 50%. I'll be fair. I say 50% of us didn't come from the chattel slave trade.
And you deal with academia and scholarship, you said, right?
Yes.
Where'd you get that from?
If we got some time, brother, like I said, I'll link.
We got time.
I got a little.
No, we got time.
I'm taking a break from work. I'm working, but like I say,
okay, we got time.
If we want to dig through books and things like this, brother,
bro. We have AI. AI gets through AI. See, the beautiful thing about AI, it goes through all the books in one search engine.
Okay, awesome.
It goes through all the books. So every book that's published and documented, that's on record that we can buy somewhere, it got them all.
Well, okay,
they got them all.
What does AI say the percentage of the Black Americans right now in the United States come from?
No. Hey, bro, you're jumping. Hey, bro, listen, man. Listen. Let me quarterback this. You had an issue with the number of people that were on plantations.
Yes.
Okay. You said 50% of us were not, at least 50% of us were not on plantations, right?
No. Let me clarify that.
Wait. Hold on. Wait, let me get you that. I want to get you. Hey, bro. This ain't gonna work, my guy. You called in, you're over the place. I'm trying to slow you down so I can get somewhere. You're not allowing that. Allow me to make sense of what you're saying. I'm trying to slow you down. You're saying a lot of stuff. Okay. So 50% was on plantation. The other 50% was doing what?
Good brother. Some of us own plantations. I said slaves.
Oh shit.
Slaves. 50% of us were not slaves.
Hey, bro. So again, 50% was slaves. So they were doing slave labor.
Okay.
The other 50% was doing what?
Working, farming, taking care of business, doing whatever people was doing back then. The same with them European folks, settlers, or whatever they were doing, came over here. You had Black people, or whatever you want to call them, FBAs, American Indians, Negroes, whatever, were doing the same thing, living. Some of these people owned slaves. Some of these people, family members, was indentured servants. A lot of these names that we have, brother, you know what I mean? Are
wait. Oh, okay. We read that part.
Okay.
So now, but they were not doing the slave labor like a slave, right? Those people.
Which people? The people that were so-called the free people, or the free?
Yeah, they're the free people.
No, I mean, some of these people were blacksmiths, farmers. Some of them owned slaves.
Okay. But they were not doing the work as the slaves, right?
I wouldn't say so. No, if they were not slaves, no, they weren't doing the work.
Right. So they did not build the foundation, right?
Okay, I'll see where you're going. You're talking about the literal man, the muscle, the manpower of okay, I got you.
Hey, bro, it's real simple. White people got a bunch of our ancestors to build the foundation of America as slaves. It's called chattel slavery, 24/7. Okay, under duress, threat, and violence to work. And that work led to the economy of America, and it led to the foundation. There's something called clearing the land. You heard of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we cleared, the enslaved people cleared the land. That's literally in the foundation. If there's a forest, you can't build nothing in a forest. No homes, no swimming pool, nothing. You got to get rid of. Wait, hold on, no. Okay. Bro, I'm talking to the chat too, my guys. A lot of people here. Let me get it in. Okay, so this is called laying the foundation. Literally, we're chopping the trees down, getting up the stumps, and it has nothing but acres of green grass eventually. And then that we build on top of we built on top of that. That is literally called the foundation. If you are not part of that process, which you're kind of alluding you haven't been, then you're not foundational. You're something else. You're not one of us. You're not FBA. You're an indigenous guy who got nothing to do with the foundation of America.
Okay. So
that makes sense.
It makes a whole lot of sense. So you're okay. So I'm saying that to say that then you're excluding. So you can't count FBA as the 43 million. Then you got to exclude some of them, a whole bunch of them.
No.
So you can't generally say FBA is all Black Americans if that's the case. Then because a whole lot, you know what I mean, contributing.
Hey, bro. You're saying no. Hey, bro, the enslaved people.
Personally, I'm just
got it. No. You're on the other side. You said that you're part of free Blacks who ain't laid the foundation. Now hold on.
No, I didn't say me. I said what about those?
Hey, bro, and they're called indigenous people and they're on reservations somewhere. But everybody of the 43 million, they can, bro. Listen, we just talk about the disaggregated forms, right? That they check the box. That shit got other options there, my guy. You don't just say Black. Wait, no. Hey, bro. Listen.
Same boat.
Okay.
All right. 43 million, sir.
I got you. I'm gonna meet you real fast because now your whole theory is debunked. You claim to be a scholar. You're talking stupid shit. You're now challenging the 43 million, and I'm telling you, the American government ain't just checked 43 million. 43 million people selected that goddamn box that they are descendants of chattel slavery. That's where the 43 million come from, my guy. It was a voluntary form. You said some people filled it out and some people didn't. Well, guess what, bro? Everybody who filled the goddamn thing out, they felt that they were descendants of U.S. chattel slavery. They're not part of this conspiracy group you're talking about. They are part of the group that believe that their ancestors were enslaved since the beginning since the beginning. All right? But you keep running your goddamn mouth babbling. You don't hear anything I'm saying. And you're doing that intentionally because I just, in 10 minutes, just debunked everything you were saying. Your whole foundation went to trash in 10 minutes. And now you're just babbling. You don't want to have a conversation. You're not listening to what I'm saying. So come off mute and listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. My damn. So come off mute, stop babbling, and respond to what I'm saying. I heard you out. I'm even asking you questions to make sure I understand you, bro. Okay, listen. Stop talking, my guy. Hold on. You're babbling on purpose to not have a dialogue, a conversation. I even asked you questions to better understand you. You didn't ask me shit really to better understand me. So now I laid it out. We already agreed who the 43 million were. Right. We agreed that the 43 million were individuals who voluntarily filled the form out. You even said other folks didn't fill the form out.
Okay, so let's get off of that. Let's talk.
Hey, no, wait, no. I'm doing a recap. Stop. Okay. We're not gonna get off that.
Okay.
Because I'm letting you know where we both agreed. We both agreed that that's not the actual number. There's potentially more people than 43 million. So what we agreed to was that those people who filled it out, it was 43 million of them. And those 43 million, they acknowledge themselves to be descendants of slaves in the United States. Okay? Okay, so wait. So that's where the 43 million come from. It's not a made up number.
Okay.
So and that don't mean the end all be all, but that 43 million. Wait. Okay, yeah, but that 43 million, when we say 43 million, we're talking about those people who voluntarily filled that form out and filling out Black and African American. You are saying I'm a descendant of U.S. chattel slavery. I'm not a guy who didn't go through that. Go.
Okay. Those 43 million who signed that, last time I can remember signing anything with a classification or race identification on it, it didn't have anything to do with chattel slavery. It said Black, African American, so with this. So everybody, since they've been taking that census, first of all, the original census didn't have anything with Africa on it to do. So we
wait. Let me stop you babbling. Hey bro. Hey bro.
Up into the 80s, there was never African, nothing, no slaves, nothing on no census.
Let me stop you babbling. This is a fool. I'm gonna say it, bro. You're a fool. You're a fool. That's why you went to all these different doctrines, the ideologies, Muslim, all these different things out there. You're a fool. This guy said, well, that's a racial category. So all of those ain't, well, bruh, there's only like 4 to 6 million, something like that, total immigrants in the country. So if you even get rid of them and take them off the census, it's still around 38, 39 million. Still, and then don't forget about the people who didn't fill it out, who believe they come from chattel slavery. So we could put that back on there. So it's still going to be about 50, 60 million people totally who didn't fill it out, who believe they come from U.S. chattel slavery. So your argument is still going. You're babbling, and then I say, hey, man, 50% of us were not on the plantation. Well, damn, well, they're not us. That was, oh, I see where you're going. Yeah, that's common sense. If 50% was not on a plantation, then, bro, they're not 50% of us. They're 50% of their own thing in America, and they're probably called indigenous people, and they're on reservations somewhere. Okay? They're on the dolls list, something like that. But those of us who went through U.S. chattel slavery and had descendants, those people are foundational Black Americans. And by the way, let me show you a comment, because you ain't say what you're saying now. So, family, he's trying to change up his argument. All right, no, but I'm not going to allow that.
If you've written,
hold on. You ain't going to change your argument up. We're going to read your argument right here. Wait, no, not that one. Hold on. Family, let's read this bull argument right here. Now it's 50% all of a sudden. He said, one of the most important facts that my FBA brothers either fail to acknowledge or simply don't know is that a great number of our ancestors were not slaves, prisoners of war. This is why historical as well as family documents makes a clear distinction between free people of color and freedmen. Therefore, if the standard for FBA is you must be a descendant of chattel slavery, one must logically conclude that a great number or the majority, that ain't 50%, my guy. That's more than 50%. The majority of our Black American population is not FBA. That's bullshit. You made that bullshit up. Okay? And family, this is why they don't want to have a dialogue. They have these weird thoughts by themselves in the hospital while they get their head checked, taking their medicine like the guy Shabaka yesterday, and then they come over here and have a conversation with us in 3 minutes.
You didn't
rip that shit apart.
Because that's how many of you FBA cats didn't.
Okay. All right. I ain't about to have a damn stroke arguing with this clown. He said what he said, and we got it. We got it. Get up off. Let the show continue. All right. Who we got? I felt like I even shared good shit. Be right. Hey, peace, man. Which is the truth? We could trace our lineage back to this land on both sides. Yeah. This guy, that's why I try to say, family, he came with a whole bunch of plebiscite babble. He didn't want to slow down. He talking about 380,000 to 4 million. He's questioning that. See, organically, you have babies, bro. What was organic about slave breeding, my guy? That's not organic. They're selling people, my guy. So they're having as many babies as they can from slave people. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, bro. But again, when these folks be having these like a lot of these guys be head cases. Okay, they be in the hospital with their caretaker in the bathroom, and then they call in on type of all psych meds and shit. Dude, that didn't make any sense. Then 43 million, bro. What are we doing? So you starting from 1600 going to 2026, then 1870, the census. So, okay, you want to know how that's possible? I mean, without even Googling, like, yo, they were selling us. They were trying to breed as much as possible. It's something called the Willie Lynch letter, you dig? Selective breeding, inbreeding, eugenics. What's so organic about eugenics? That's not normal. Oh, I be crushing people. How you don't? Not with that babble. Yeah, you crush people by not letting them talk. Not crushing no damn body. And thanks for the content. I'm definitely. It's funny because the show is called Agents Caught Undermining Reparations for FBA. I got the receipts, and there you go. Right there. Call right in and exposes. This guy said 50% of us were not doing slave work. I was like, bro. So I made it, look, family, before I jumped to conclusions, I made it very clear. So what were they doing? Oh, blacksmiths and blah 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 blah. Okay, that's fine. So they weren't doing the same work as the slaves? Nah, they doing their own thing. Oh, so the slaves were doing slavery work and those guys were doing their own little private stuff. Yeah. Oh, so they didn't build the foundation then? No. Right. So then they're not foundational, my guy. So they're not FBA and neither are you. And we are FBA. So this ain't got nothing to do with you. How you gonna make the argument that you didn't build the foundation, but you're still FBA when the actual word stands for foundational? Yo, these plebiscite babbles, bro. Hood scholar. That's why I kept highlighting, yo, scholarship, right? Scholarship, academia. All right, bro. What academics said that? Oh, not the books. The books, these mysterious books, bro. We got AI. AI knows, it finds all the mysterious books. Oh, see, but AI is racist. Oh, okay. All right. And I even laid the groundwork. Like, yo, you know, the youth use AI, right? So you're not even going to be relatable to them trying to dismiss AI. They ain't hearing that shit. That's like trying to dismiss a calculator. Like, they ain't trying to hear that. Like, you got to understand, family, they're different from us. They're born into this. We took it on. We did math. Yeah, we did open-ended questions on paper. Yeah, y'all remember that like, what type of paper was that? Wax type of paper? I used to hate that goddamn paper, the scrap paper. Anybody that's like born in the 80s, somewhere in the 70s, 80s, yeah, y'all know that paper, that wax looking paper. It's like brown, like tan. I used to hate that effing scrap paper, man. With a pencil, you could barely see what you wrote. And you use that to write out your answer, open-ended questions. Oh my God. Yeah, we ain't had no calculator. Yo, when I found out, like my nephews, who's old now, when I found out they were allowed calculators from the beginning, I was like, what? Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, nah, that's the thing. They're not like us. Yo, we'll sit there and try to count on our fingers in our brain. Somebody 30 years old, 25 years old ain't going to hesitate to grab a calculator. You dig? And the youth today, they're raised up on ChatGPT, AI, all this type of stuff. Even new AI is coming out, drones, all type of shit. You dig? And they're better than us. So they ain't about to hear you out. If they're trying to Google it as you're talking and it says no search results found, they're going to dismiss you as an old fool. The same how we would dismiss people that's older than us that don't use the tools that we have. Manila paper. Oh, Chad, so he's still dying. Yeah, delusion of grandeur. What's that? Yeah, again, he tried to argue you can not be foundational, but still be foundational Black American. And again, I'm trying to let people argue their point. But come on, bro, don't confuse us. Slow his ass down. He didn't want to be slowed down. Like, okay, I know where we're going now. He's one of those guys that did his own research. That's why I say I don't like that phrase, do your own research. Nah, you gotta do correct, responsible research, not your own research. Your own research can lead to shit like that. To believe you're not foundational, but you're foundational. That is doing your own research. No, don't do your own research. Do correct research. You can find that out. You can ask AI. AI, how? I don't want to be somebody who's doing bad research and come up with faulty conclusions. How can you guide me how to do proper research? And AI will sit there and give you a checklist where you could where you're not doing confirmation bias, right? You're actually reading stuff as it is, and you are taking the meat out, throwing away the bone, but you're not doing confirmation bias. That bull was really going to argue you can be foundational without laying the foundation. All right, yeah, so I'm definitely clip that later on. All right, so that was an agent, obviously. Now, here's the other agent. Check this out. I hate when it resets, man. I can't stand in Explorer. You don't use a browser for a while, it just resets on you. So your time place is like gone. All right, hold on. coffee, things like that. You give me more all of that. So we
it's not
information.
I think FBA is not good for our people. Not good for our
Wow.
people.
When you say our
you're
people,
a setback.
Wait, hold on. My God. So just for clarity, when you say our people, who's the our people?
The African people.
African people. So just
Yes,
more
I'm
clarity.
a Pan-Africanist.
All right. Okay. No problem. You could be Pan-African. That's not always bad. In our mind, those who call it
There's
FBA.
nothing wrong with it. It's the
Wait,
only
just hold
solution.
on. Just hold. Okay, got it. Just hold on.
All right, you got me hyped, brother.
Yeah. Okay. Relax. You said the only solution. Okay. I mean, that's debatable. But what I'm saying is some people who acknowledge themselves as FBA think is all the way bad. Not every FBA believe that. Some people think there's a purpose for Pan-Africanism.
I'm not into the sum. FBA
Hey, bro,
is the divisive organization.
Okay,
that
all right.
is leading.
Okay, all right. Slow down. Okay, so let's start there. When you say Pan-African, you mean like you're Pan-African like John Henry Clark?
Yes, grew up with him.
Okay, so when John Henry Clark, okay, wait. Let's slow down. When John Henry Clark said Africans were not involved in the slave trade, was that a factual statement? Or was that non-factual?
You know there was Africans involved in the slave trade. Either they get in the slave trade, or they perish.
Right? Hey, Shabaka. The question is this.
Let me answer it.
Right, but you didn't answer. It's a yes or no. I asked you, was that statement factual or non-factual?
It's non-factual. Or
right.
John Henry Clark make mistakes too.
Wait, hold on.
His statements.
Wait, hey, brother.
Let me finish saying what I got to say too.
No. Hey, bro, I got you, but this ain't the Babel hour. We're trying to be factual. Look, this is what I do. What I do is this. When people call in, I like to lay out the facts, and then you can just say what you want to say, right? So because that holds you accountable to facts. If I don't hold you to nothing, then you can say what you want to say, and we just going nowhere. So, is John Henry Clark a historian?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so and he's a historian that researches African history and Black American history. True?
Hey, yes.
Okay, so are you aware of Okay, so if he's a historian, I'm sorry, Carter G. Woodson, you're familiar with him?
Very little.
Okay, so
I deal with more African and Pan-African.
Yeah, but he was like a low key Pan-African to a degree.
I'm not talking about low key.
Okay, yeah, but it doesn't matter. The point is, he was a historian. The bottom line is,
Carter G. Woodson. I respect him as a man.
Okay, but he was here light years before John Henry Clark as a historian. He also studied Africa and Black America, and he knew that, and he taught that Africans were involved in the slave trade. He was aware and taught that Africans kidnapped us and Africans sold us. And he was aware and taught that white tea man bought us. So for John Henry Clark to not know that, and he came after Clark. Hey, bro, you gotta.
I'm sorry.
You can't just talk over. Okay. So for George Washington, for John Henry Clark to come light years after Carter G. Woodson with more research tools, he had access to research that Carter G. Woodson, which he had, and for him not to know that Africans were involved in slave trade, that is more than a mistake, my guy. That's a huge blunder. That's like teaching American history and pretending that indigenous people were not here at all. Like everything you say at that point is just thrown out the window. How can you not teach indigenous?
Not.
Okay. All right. Anyway, let's move forward. Are you a Pan-African like Marcus Garvey?
Yes. Greatest man in our history, brother.
Wait. So why do you say that the greatest scammer in our history is the greatest man in our history?
No. You talk about the negative aspects of him. I don't care who.
Wait. Your mic went out. Wait, is that me or you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't care who Marcus Garvey slept with. That's not my business.
I said
respect what he
did.
Shabaka,
Shabaka,
yes.
Slow down, Shabaka. We're establishing facts. We're not just speaking. I'm asking questions, establishing facts. So you don't believe Marcus Garvey was a scammer?
Hell no.
Okay, watch this.
You're doing a great disservice.
Okay,
relax.
Okay,
but okay. Scammer.
Well, let's see. Let's see the facts.
I'm not excited.
Okay, so let's see the facts. Did Marcus Garvey sell stocks to Black Americans? Stock certificates?
Of course. That's how the FBI, and FBA set him up.
Okay, hold on. But for good reason. Let's talk about that. Okay, so did he sell stocks?
Not for good reason.
Shabaka. Did he sell stocks to a ship that he did not own? Yes or no?
Frankly, I don't know because.
Okay, so hold on. No.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You said you're trying to stick me to.
Shabaka, I'm going to mute you. Not stay. I'm going to mute you. Okay, you're being stupid. So, family, as you can see, these self-proclaimed Pan-Africans don't even know about Pan-African history. They're just worshipers of these people. And he makes up excuses for all their flaws, but then they'll find one little thing we do and maximize it and make that the rule of all of us. He came on here disrespecting us by saying we don't do this or do that. So he took a small something and plastered on all of us. But I'm holding his people accountable and he's running. Okay, so now come off mute and you can say what you want to say. Unmute yourself, Shabaka, and go in. I'm going to go on mute now. Go ahead, brother.
Show me FBA before 2019. Show me any of our ancestors calling themselves foundational Black American, except your boy, Claude Anderson.
Okay, hold on. So I got to come back in now. Wait, hold on. Hey, Shabaka, I got to sit back in.
You're talking over me.
No. Yeah, but Shabaka, I got to raise you. I got to call your bluff and raise you. Can you show me an African American before 1989?
African in America before when? Excuse me, I have to hang on. I'm at the doctor's. I will call back, Mr. Ron. All right.
Okay. Sure.
No, you can talk to him. I'm just
looking. All right, well, let's go.
I'm gonna take this. She's gonna come in and take the staples out, and then I'll be right back.
All right, let's go, Mr. Ron.
Why are you running?
All right, Shabaka.
Why are you running?
Yeah.
1980. Okay, before 1989, did Dr. King call himself an African American?
No. Because
did Kwame Ture? Wait, no. Hey, bro. No. I don't want to know a reason why. Because your argument you made about us is stupid. I'm making the same argument, and you're giving me a reason why. I don't care about the reason because you don't care about our reason. You said show you an FBA before 2019, whatever, and you don't care what our reasons are afterwards. So same energy. I don't care about your reasons afterwards. You can't. They didn't do it. So now he bragged about Kwame Ture. He didn't call himself an African American. Did Marcus Garvey call himself an African American? No. Come on, Shabaka, unmute yourself. Unmute. This guy said Marcus Garvey, the greatest scammer in Black American history. He said he's the greatest. Yeah, these guys are sold out. Shabaka, come off mute. Unmute, Shabaka. Okay, Shabaka, are you? Can you trace your lineage to U.S. chattel slavery?
Yes.
Okay, where you live right now? What state?
I'm living in Virginia. I'm originally from New York, and I lived in Camden, New Jersey.
Oh, they got that New York. Okay. You're suspected tether living in New York. Now, is your wife also?
Tether. I was born in Harlem Hospital in 1951, brother. Leave that tether stuff alone. That's my people I'm talking about.
Oh, the tether community, your people? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good luck. You dig? Build something with them. What did you build with the tether community? Anything at all? Anything
Oh
tangible you
man,
can look at?
we established the reparations movement.
No,
We
no,
worked
wait, wait.
with
Name the organization that established the reparation movement. Name your community.
uh,
Go ahead.
all right. I work with the African People's Socialist Party.
Okay, good. Let's deal with that. Let's deal
Under
with that.
Chairman O'Malley.
Okay,
I
now,
work with Kwame Ture of the All African People
wait.
Revolutionary
Slow
Party.
down, slow down. Let's talk about the first one with Mally. All right, now Mally. Now he was he the one asking for 5 states?
I don't know. He's not a
Oh, shit.
Pan-Africanist, but I worked with him because
Right.
he worked for the unity and organization of African people worldwide.
Right, exactly. And you ain't gonna get shit under that organization. Hey, look, did he succeed? Did his reparations claim?
We working. He's still here.
Oh, all right, good. Let me look him up. All
He's on YouTube.
right, I got you. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God! You give me that alley-oop? Hold on.
You can't deal with me, brother. Because I've been in the struggle too long and worked too hard, man.
I love
seen
you.
friends of mine die and stuff like that. And for
Let me get his
FBA
name.
to come up here and
Slow down. What's his name? Slow down, man. I'm gonna give you time to rant.
Sherman O'Malley. Yes, to tell you O'Malley. O'Malley, yes, to tell you to me. Yes, to tell you.
I'm gonna get. So you said his name is Sherman, right?
Yes. Chairman.
Oh my! He said chair. Oh my! Hold
Chairman.
on. All right, hold on. That Caribbean accent, I couldn't understand. Okay, so
I
Chairman.
don't have no Caribbean. I have an African accent. Born in New York.
Okay, so what's his whole name? I think I got him. What's his whole name?
Chairman O'Malley Yesateli.
I got him. Oh my God! Thank you for the content. Oh God!
Study him, man.
All right,
He
hey brother,
good stuff.
Hey brother, go in. I'm on mute for 10 minutes. Go. Say what you want to say.
All right, and I also work with Kwame Ture. Kwame Ture, known as Socio called like one of the greatest Pan-Africanists of all time. He moved from the civil rights movement to the Black Power movement to the Pan-African movement as he grew and developed along. Kwame Ture worked with he worked with Fidel Castro.
Stop the cap.
He worked with Gaddafi. He worked with Secretary Kwame Nkrumah and many others. He was married to Miriam Makeba, who was the Pan-Africanist and one of the sweetest ladies you ever want to meet and voices you ever want to hear.
Stop the cap.
How can I put it, man? Kwame Ture is the most disregarded person in Black history because they don't want you to know about him. He developed from the civil rights movement to the Black Power movement to the Pan-African movement because he's seen the development. He was with the Panther Party. He outgrew the Panther Party like Malcolm X outgrew the Nation of Islam.
Well, Malcolm X didn't get. Wait. Malcolm X did not outgrow this Islam. Malcolm X got kicked out of Nation of Islam.
Yes, but he outgrew it. That's why they didn't want him in it.
No, they didn't want him in it because
that's why they killed him.
That's
why they helped along with the FBI and CIA, like they did, like they chased Marcus Garvey out of town.
Hey, bro.
Because they planted seeds of discord. You ahead.
Hey, bro. Let me read your leader history. Hey, family. I told you all of these guys. These Pan-Africans.
Who's writing? Who's writing?
Hey, Shabaka.
The CIA.
Shabaka.
Yeah.
Let me read what I got, okay? Because I'm going to read it with you on here or off. I'm still going to read it. So I'd rather read what you hear. Okay. So Amali Yeshatilla, born Joseph Walker, October 9, 1941, is an American far-left political activist. Damn, far, so you know.
My man.
Ideologically, a Pan-Africanist and African socialist. He is a co-founder and current chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. So far, this correct? American far left.
Yeah.
Okay, so the CIA is being correct. Okay, it's being factually correct. Yeshatilla has.
The CIA tried to plot against him like they plotted against
Yeshatilla has advocated for reparations for African Americans due to the slavery of Black people. Now look, family, look at the. Oh my God. Which lasted from 1619 to 1865 in the United States, and Jim Crow laws, which lasted from 1877 to 1965. In September 2024, Yeshitela was convicted in U.S. federal court of conspiring to act as an agent of the Russian government. Yeshitela conspired with Alexander Long.
No. Bruh.
Convicted in U.S. federal court of conspiring. Oh my God. Which lasted from 1619 to 1865 in the United States, and Jim Crow laws, which lasted from 1877 to 1965. In September 2024, Yeshitela was convicted in U.S. federal court of conspiring to act as an agent of the Russian government. Yeshitela conspired with Alexander Lonov, a Russian agent, talking directions from the FSB to spread pro-Russian propaganda in the United States.
And so we're gonna become agents of the other oppressors instead of thinking and speaking for ourselves.
This guy gave me a straight agent.
Let me tell you something, all right? Those are the same people that said that Marcus Garvey was a scammer. The FBI is the one that chased him out of town.
Family. He just introduced me to a complete agent.
Yeah. Been working with him for years. And we'll continue working with him. But I'm a revolutionary. I'm a revolutionary.
Bro, you're an agent.
No, I'm a revolutionary. I'm an African revolutionary. And proud to say so. And the FBA been on my case too. I mean, the FBI. But the FBA and the FBI is the same thing.
What? Stop the cap.
Yeah, turn me off.
Bro, your man's an agent. And that's your man's, you're an agent too.
No, he's not an agent. Agent to who? Agent to who?
The Russian, Russia, shit.
Who was he convicted by?
A family.
He wasn't
was
convicted.
part of,
he's not a convicted or anything. They beat
family.
that case.
He was part of the Russian troll farms. They hired him to spread misinformation.
Check him out. I'm not here to defend Chairman O'Malley. I'm here to defend Pan-Africanism.
Hey, bro, you just introduced us to a whole agent, my guy.
I'm not talking about no agents. Let's talk about Pan-Africanism. Let's talk about FBA. All right,
bro. You gave us a
Let's talk about
agent.
FBA. I think you're an agent.
Okay.
And I think Tariq is an agent.
Okay.
Stop the cap.
I think you're trying to divide black people.
Bruh.
Really?
Yes, I know it. Somebody took the bag.
So who are the black people we're trying to divide?
Are the brothers and sisters of Haiti, the brothers and sisters of Africa, the brothers and sisters that live in France and the Caribbean?
Wait a minute. But how are they black then? You just called them Haitian. How they got two identities?
Because they African people. Black mean African. It don't mean no. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No. Okay.
When Kwame Ture said Black Power, him and Mukasa, the brother from the United States, Rory Ricks, they meant Black Power. It was power to all black people worldwide.
Yeah, in America.
Not just in America.
Okay, slow down. So let's check your history, your knowledge of history. When Kwame Ture went to Ghana, the president of Ghana was Kwame
Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah.
Right. Now, did he say Ghanaian power or did he say black power while he was the ruler over
He
there?
said African power.
Did he say black power?
Pan-Africanism is black power worldwide.
Excuse me. This is a straight up question. Did he say black power or African power?
African power.
Right. Now, Kwame Ture, did he say black power or African power?
African power is black power.
No. I'm asking what he said out of his mouth, my guy. So I'm going to go back and do it again. Okay, so Kwame Nkrumah, did he say African power or black power?
Both.
No. Okay. All right. Now, look, I'm trying to have a convo with you.
We're having a convo.
Hey, bro, you start lying. You start lying.
Black means African.
I'm not asking what it means. I'm asking what they said out of their mouth. Okay, you lie, I'm gonna kick you off, man. I'm not gonna have this
Oh
disingenuous
yeah, what you gonna
conversation
kick me off for? I'm telling
because
you the
you're
truth.
lying.
Black
Okay, so
power mean African
hey,
power.
bro,
That's
I
why
didn't
he
ask
went.
you. Hey,
All
hey,
right.
hey, hey, listen, bro, you're in the hospital because they're checking your head. You do. You're clearly fucking
No,
crazy.
they checking my
Okay,
leg because I'll just
nah,
put my foot in the FBA butt.
nah, they're checking your head, my guy. You got all that agent doctrine in there. You losing your
Right.
mind.
You're
Now
right.
listen. So let's just have a factual conversation. Kwame Nkrumah, did he say African power in Ghana or black power in Ghana? If you lie, I'm kicking you off.
Everybody's black in Ghana.
Okay, brother. One
Stop the
more chance.
cap.
Okay,
Oh,
let me
no,
holler at your
don't try
name.
to ease out of it, brother. Don't try
One
to
more
ease out of
chance.
it. Everybody,
Did
why would he say
he
black
say,
power in Ghana when he's
hey
not,
bro,
when the
I'm
oppressor's not
asking
oppressing
you,
him in
I'm
Ghana?
asking you a question, my guy. You can answer honestly or lie and get kicked off. Did he
All right, go
say
ahead.
black power in Ghana or African power in Ghana?
Black power.
In Ghana, he said black power?
Yes.
All right, man, get you out of here. All right, man.
Read his book. Read his book.
Nah, not. All right. So as you can see, these guys, you can't have an honest discussion. All right. He's talking all now. He admitted that Kwame Nkrumah said African power. He said no black power. So the whole point was it's not interchangeable. Because if it's interchangeable, he would have said black power in Ghana. Right. They know black does not equate to Africans anywhere on this planet in any sense, right? That's why they don't say black like that. This is a new phenomenon that they're adopting because of Western influence. The white man who they claim they hate so much, they're the ones calling them black over there, pushing this black narrative as a race, and they're adopting it through white people influence. But they still call themselves Nigerian. It's only when they want to talk that kumbaya talk they'll say we're black people. Matter of fact, only when they're talking to us they'll say they're black, and which we know so you just can't magically become black. That's not how it works. All right. So what I did was I ended up looking up his guy, right? Yeshitela, what's his name? Yeshitela Amali, right? Or Amali Yeshitela. I looked up his reparations speech, right? His video
Black people in the
on reparations. So I'm going to comb it, right? And then we're going to touch on that disgusting mulatto right there, the African mulatto on the right side of the screen. Her video of trying to include Ghana into a reparations case, her weak ass arguments. All right. So before I even say one word about this guy's reparations claim, don't forget this guy was arrested and charged for being an actual Russian agent. It's not fake news. It's real news. Yeshitali or Amawali Yeshitali. Yeshitali Amawali, whichever name comes first. That guy was arrested and charged for working with Russian agents. He got locked up with his white allies. Okay? So you can't get more agent than that. How many people, like, we call each other agents all the time, but who gets arrested and charged for being an agent? You dig? That's a whole nother level of agent. You dig? All right. Anyway, let me just tell you this. So he talks about reparations, right? So when I was trying to ask Shabaka, like, yo, when y'all talk reparations, who's the injured party and who you're suing? So from the video, the injured people, he pretty much got the Ghana bullshit. The injured people are all African people. Then they say African people in the U.S. He must be talking about immigrants. And then he says black people in the U.S. Okay. Sometimes he basically broadened the African working class. He'll say colonized African community in the U.S. So he's really talking about immigrants in the country. So when you try to find out who is being sued, who's being put on trial, he will say the United States government. Okay, he'll say that's who they are putting on trial. Don't forget, he just talked about a global African case and he's suing the United States American government. That's why Argentina, United States, and whoever else said, get that shit up out of here. Don't nobody dumb. Now, his main talking points before I play the video, so y'all don't miss it. reparations is trending because of long-term APSP. That's his agent group. He's saying that reparations is trending today because of his small cult group that nobody ever heard of. And he says not because of America or FBA, not Adolf. No, it's because of his cults group. He said Congress and hearings will not truly deliver reparations, so he's fighting for something he don't believe can happen. Oxymoron. He says reparations must be a function of revolution and mass power, not faith in courts or Congress. Oh, that sounds like some old, he trying to buck the system. He trying to come up with a coup. He says they claim they are ready. No, he said, this is what he says. He said they already did the study. They did the real study through their 1982 tribunal, including quantifying stolen labor. They say the U.S. was found guilty in their tribunal of genocide. So their little fake Morris cult, they convict the United States of being guilty of genocide and other international wrongs. International? All right. It's the national government. All right. And that reparations are due, but he don't think we'll get them, though. So he frames oppression as one long, uninterrupted continuum from slavery to the present. He argues that people must force institutions to concede reparations. All right. So now let's hear a little bit of his argument. Okay. If you're calling in your FBA, this might be the wrong time to call in because I'm gonna go through this video and I gotta cook on the sister that's on the right side. So, and I gotta do all this in a matter of time. Yeah, so real, can you go on real? Are you FBA? Realize you FBA?
Good, brother.
You all right, what's good? I remember the name, but are you FBA? I can't remember.
Man, look, okay, let me tell you like this. I am of the soil. I'm loyal to the soil.
Right.
That's all I gotta
What
say. I ain't
so
none of them
what
titles. Go
okay,
ahead. I'm
so
sorry.
what do you identify as in
Um,
society?
I'm indigenous
Okay. Are you indigenous to where? The planet? Mars? Where?
to right here, to this land, to the Americas.
Okay. Did your line go through U.S. chattel slavery?
Um, some of my family did, and some of them didn't.
So you have.
No, no, I ain't have. I would say that I look at it like this. There are some things that happen, but I'm gonna tell you, I ain't found no slaves in my ancestry at all.
Okay, then you're not foundational. So basically, if you ain't find no slaves, all right. So look, let's do it like this. If you didn't find no people being enslaved, that means that none of your ancestors were they did forced labor, right?
Is that a bad thing?
No, I'm just getting the facts out, not bad or good. I'm just asking. Like
Oh,
Chinese
okay,
people were
okay.
not
I got you.
forced to
I
do
got you, dude.
right. Okay,
No, in my ancestry, I've traced it back as far as 1619, and
right.
I haven't found no slaves in my
Okay, all
ancestry.
right.
I haven't
So
found no Africans either. So yeah,
okay, that's okay. So all right, so you wouldn't consider yourself foundational to America then, right? You didn't build the foundations to America.
I would consider myself the actual indigenous.
Right, no problem.
Yeah,
Right, but all
yeah,
I'm saying is that just to be clear, that your
yeah, yeah,
people
yeah.
did.
I get
Hey,
what
bro,
you. I get
let
what
me
you're saying. Yes, sir.
let me get the question out so we be on one accord, one accord. So your line is not responsible for for building the foundation of America, right?
Oh, what? Yes, we did. Absolutely, we did.
Okay, hold on.
We
You
was
just said,
farmers and all that. Hold
wait,
on,
no, no,
bro.
hey,
You
no,
can't
wait.
take.
Okay, what's up with these guys, yo? Are they all calling from the clinic? I'm asking questions. He's saying no. Are you sure? And then all of a sudden, oh, we are foundational. What's up with these people? Hey, bro, that's why we're trying to slow these idiots down. You come off mute. That's why you're talking fast. I'm trying to slow you down. You're still talking fast.
Man, you niggas really don't know shit.
All right. Well, look, bro, I'm trying to ask you a flat out question. And is that good or bad? I'm just asking a question. Ain't no good or bad answer. It's your history. I'm asking about your history, what you found. I'm not telling you to lie about your ancestry. I'm asking you about your ancestry. Come off mute and let me ask you about your ancestry for clarity. I'm not trying to argue with you or debate with you. I'm just asking about your lineage. I'm learning about you and your ancestors. That's all. You trying to make it a debate. I'm trying to learn about
No,
you and
I'm
your
not, bro.
ancestry.
I promise, bro.
Okay. So hold on. Okay, so let me just
Go ahead,
ask a
go ahead.
couple questions. You answer them, then you state why you called in. Fine.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm quiet. Go
So
ahead.
so your family worked. I'm sure they was working on the land, right? I mean, nobody's saying your family wasn't working on the land. They were here before white people, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So they were doing work and eating and living a life, living their best
Yes,
life.
sir.
Nobody's saying that. Right. But white
Yes,
folks
sir.
didn't force them to do labor for white people, right?
Yes, sir. You're right. No,
Right.
yeah, you
Right.
got it.
So
You got
so
it. Go ahead.
right. So your line wasn't the people that cleared the land, right?
Well, we had land, so I don't know how you can
Okay. So
say
do you
that
know
we
what
didn't
cleared
clear the land,
do you know what cleared the land means?
till the land,
No,
plant on the land,
no, no,
grow the land.
no, that's
Okay,
not what it
maybe I'm
means.
wrong.
God
Maybe
damn.
okay, maybe I'm
Right,
wrong.
right,
Go
right.
ahead. I'm sorry, my
Okay.
bad. Go ahead.
Clear the land was a process that happened with enslaved people. White people forced them to cut down the trees, clear out the stumps, and have just plain acres and acres and acres of green grass. That's clearing the land because they want to build their society on top of that. They can't build on top of trees in a forest. So they had them clean acres and hundreds and thousands of acres to build white society, right? So only enslaved people did that. I'm just clarifying facts. Your people did not do that because that was done by whitey people architecting and forcing other people to do it. Do you understand that?
Why do you believe that
Hey,
only
bro, I'm
that
just
happened?
asking you, bro. I'm just
No.
asking you a
Okay.
question.
Okay.
Hey, bro. Look, family, I be trying, Chad. I be trying. I'm
Look,
talking to
I'm
the
not even
guy.
arguing with you, bro. I
Okay,
promise.
nobody's arguing, but I'm
Let's just
trying to
walk.
talk to you,
Let's just
and
walk.
you're not. This ADHD you got going on. You keep coming in off and on. We're just establishing facts. I said the whitey man
Uh,
enslave people to clear the land. The people you're talking about that was here already, they didn't clear the land. They had no reason to. They were in tune with the land. So whatever trees were they were
you know
there.
what? I can agree
Hey,
with that.
bro, right, got it. Thank you. Okay, so the clearing the land process that was also the land that was cleared. That was given to a bunch of Europeans, immigrants that came over here from Britain. Right.
Okay.
The criminals came over here, and that was awarded to them in the which we know as the 1862 Homestead Act, right? So,
Okay. Yeah.
but this was done by slave work. So now that clearing the land, and your family didn't pick cotton either, right?
We didn't do none of that. Yeah,
Right.
I can say
Okay.
that.
So those two actions right there primarily makes one FBA. So I have no problem with your lineage not doing that. But just know that we wouldn't consider you or your entire line. Neither of you, and you probably wouldn't either. But I'm letting you know how, from our standpoint, we wouldn't
Hmm.
consider you FBA.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm
Okay.
not even mad at that, bro. I
Oh
swear.
yeah, yeah.
Like,
Right. We ain't got
I
beef because you're
understand where you're
not
coming from.
FBA. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
like
So,
you
all
still my
right.
brother. Like I
Right.
know
Right.
who you.
Right.
I can hear your voice. I know who you are. You dig what I'm saying? We all
Yeah.
literally come from this place. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not mad at you, brother. Don't get it twisted at
Right.
all, bro. I'm not coming against you. I'm saying, yeah, man. We can be different because we are different. Like if you go from Detroit, right, to Louisiana, yeah, it's different. It's different.
No,
We know. Hold
not
on,
not
wait.
not if you. No. Okay. Okay. So Canadians, some live in Vancouver, some live in
So
Toronto. They're
exactly.
all
So
Canadian.
you got
They're
wait.
all
Can I ask
Canadian.
you something? Are you
Yeah.
gonna allow me to speak? Because I did
Yeah.
allow
Go
you.
ahead.
I let you
No, go ahead.
get it out.
Go
So
ahead.
look, the fact of the matter is that yeah, we know that we talk different, but I know when I see that brother right there and I give him a head nod, I already know he know what he know, right? or she know, whether it's a sister or brother, they know what's up. When I nod my head, like, hey, I see you. You know what I'm saying? So the thing with me is that this whole FBA thing, right? It's really it's stepping on a lot of things that are wrong. The thing is that if you go far, not even far, if you can go back to the 1800s, you can see that your people were Indians. They classified us as we never called
Hey,
ourselves Indians.
hey, bro,
No,
listen.
go
Listen.
ahead.
Some FBAs do say they're Indian or do acknowledge Indian origins. So like you're not even like saying nothing
I'm
new.
not.
Like,
I
okay.
know. I know.
But
I
okay,
know.
right.
And look, yeah.
But why would you
Go
say that
ahead.
then if you know so why would you say that if people do acknowledge that?
It's because I feel like it's becoming a problem, I guess, because I'm seeing it right online where
A
people
problem
are
for who?
for others, not for us, for
Wait,
others. They're
wait,
go ahead.
okay, you're saying listen, bro. The us thing, when you're saying us, you're
Talk.
indigenous. We're FBA and you like extended family, but the
Oh,
us
I'm
wouldn't.
extended.
Yeah. Well, because you're not FBA and we're not indigenous.
I'm extended family, or are you
Yeah.
extended family?
Well,
Who are you talking
both,
to?
both. But you're not part of the we, us, our.
All right, then I'm gonna say me. Okay, is that cool?
Okay.
All right, then I'm gonna say me by myself, standing on my own business, bruh. We are, bro. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, that's okay. I'm not mad at you, bro. Like, cause I can tell you like this right now. I can see with this FBA thing, I can see that the people are starting to understand who we are and where we come from. I know for a fact that we are indigenous. I am. I am
No, yeah,
indigenous.
no.
So hold on, wait,
You
wait, wait,
and
wait,
your
wait,
line.
wait, wait.
Right. But you said we, and I had to chime in like, hey, that does not
Hold
apply
on.
to me.
But I hold on. Did I not fix that for you? When I said me, I know for a fact that my family, me, we didn't come from no boats, bro. We
Right.
didn't
And
come
look,
from no
that's
boats,
fine.
bro.
That no, but nobody's saying you did. Like, because you just
And
said you didn't.
I didn't hold on.
Right.
I didn't. We're not going at each other. I really want you to
But
understand this. I'm not
hold
coming
on.
at
But
you,
brother, you are
and you're
though,
not
because
coming
look,
at me.
right.
All right,
Look,
go ahead.
so
Go ahead.
far you led with my line ain't come from no boats, bro. There's no such argument over here that your line did. Whatever you're
And that's
saying about
fine.
your line,
You can say that.
right? So you're coming with straw man arguments, and that's not even an argument. You
Straw
told
man,
me,
are you serious, bro?
hey,
You
bro,
really gonna pull the straw man
all
on
right,
me, bro? Really?
yo, what's up with these dudes? Yeah, listen, man. A straw man is because that was not even a talking point while you called in. That was not a talking point. Whether your
You
line,
brought it up. I didn't say straw man. You did,
no,
bro. Real talk.
hey,
I
bro,
mean, I'm just saying.
somebody asked a question. By the way, family, again, like the video, is a big old like button flashing across the screen, and we still ain't liking the video. That's interesting. But somebody from the chat said, "Do you go to family reunions?"
Oh, we have them all the time, every
Where,
year.
where, where?
Well, last year we had it in Ohio. Um, the year before that, we had it in Georgia.
And
The
what?
year before
And what
that,
you guys
hold on.
eat?
What, bro? Are you serious? Why are you even
Like,
talking to me like I'm a fucking foreigner, bro? Like, don't do
bro,
that, bro.
I don't know. I ain't about to call you a foreigner. That's another ad hominem.
But you're
Straw
talking
man.
to me
So,
like I am, bro.
bro, you're indigenous, right?
Exactly. So why are you
I'm
asking me
not.
these
Wait, hold
stupid
on,
ass questions?
because I'm not. We got different cultures. That's why I'm
I know
asking
that.
you about your
That's
culture.
what.
Right. So I'm asking you
Okay.
in your culture, what do you eat during your family? Do you eat soul food?
Man,
What do you
look,
eat?
we eat collard greens, neck
Oh shit.
bones
Oh my God. Oh,
with the greens in it.
so,
Hold on,
so y'all eat like
see,
FBAs.
man, no, it ain't. See, that's the thing, bro. We all Hold on.
Yo, these
First of all,
guys, yo,
you understand, man. Look, man, I'm tired of playing with y'all, bro.
these
Y'all
guys are
actually
hilarious.
think you can say that I'm hilarious, my dude. But the truth is that we are indigenous to this land. We are the greatest group of black people that ever fucking graced the earth. And if you don't like that,
Black.
I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Okay, look. Somebody
I'm
asked a
out,
question in the
bro.
chat.
I can go ahead.
Hold on.
All right, I'll
All right.
stay. I'll stay. I'll
Okay.
stay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, and by the way, nobody ever said what he's not. I don't do it. By the way, I don't do that over here.
I didn't
I
say
mean,
what you
unless,
was not either.
okay. Right. Well, you ain't, because I told you what I am and there was no dispute.
And I
But,
told you what I am.
right. But you're talking to me like we're saying, like we're denying you your identity. All right. So
I didn't
now,
say that. I did not
okay,
one
cool.
time say
Cool.
that, bro. I didn't.
So somebody in the
But
chat
go ahead.
asked, so when people have family reunions, it's usually led by some last names. So the last family reunion, what last names were they led by? It
Kings.
was a who?
My last family reunion. Our last name, we have Kings, we have Jacksons, and we have Millers. My last family reunion,
Wait,
it
so
was
are
the
those
King family.
consistent? Are those consistent with like those last names come from like slave owners? So which
Man,
last
are you
names were
serious
indigenous?
with this? Man, are you serious with this, bro?
Yo,
Do you really think
Jack's son is listen,
so? Do you really
hey
think
bro,
that we
Jack's
got our
son
name?
is literally hey
My last
bro,
name
you're
is
talking
King,
over
bro.
me. I'm trying to establish
My
something.
bad, my bad, my bad. Go ahead,
All
go
right,
ahead.
hold
You
on.
got the floor. You
Got it.
got the floor. My bad, G.
And you also said Jackson. Jackson is literally a plantation last name. Jackson, because that person was the son of Jack. You did. That's what Jackson. That's where the sons come from. Son
So
of the
do you really
plantation
think
owner.
we got? I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Hey,
Man.
bro.
I'm.
Jackson.
You
We
really
can.
think?
Hey, bro.
Do you
Jackson.
do you really think we got our
He,
last names from other people, bro? Do you really
so you
think that?
think?
Do
So
you
you
really
think
think that
Jack?
somebody else came over
Hey,
here and just
bro.
gave
Slow
us a
down.
name?
Slow down. You're taking medicine, man. Slow down,
I'm taking medicine.
bro.
All right. Cool.
So you believe Jackson was here before the white man, the white
Yes,
team man? Oh
yes,
shit.
nigga, Miller, all
All
that,
right.
all of our
All right.
names, bro. They
All
took
right.
our
Okay.
names, bro.
So the indigenous people
The
spoke
fuck?
English.
Yes. Why do you think
All
we
right. All
speak
right.
it better
All
than
right.
everybody else? No,
All right.
no,
All
ain't
right.
no just all right. Why do you think we speak this language better than
Hey, bro. All
anybody on the planet? Nah, I'm about to get up out of here. I love you, brother, and
right.
much respect, but bro, you ain't on the same wavelength that I am on, and that's okay. That's okay. I
Yeah.
still love you,
Okay.
brother. I still love you. And guess what? I respect you and I'm going to keep on listening. But there is no way that we could talk because there is no way that you think that we speak this way and we talk in our own languages. Somebody else gave it to us or somebody gave us our names, bro. There is no fucking way I can deal with that. And I won't allow myself to. So thank you, brother. I love you.
You are
Much
welcome.
respect. And I'm gone. I'm gone.
All right, man. Have a good one. Okay. Well, that was the brother realized. Okay, and I realized that he's out of his damn mind. Okay. Now you see, Chad, I did good with him. Yeah, I didn't let him gaslight me. I didn't go crazy. Hey, family, let me see what the likes at because you guys are playing with the likes. All right. Because we got to get started, man. I got to get started on the agent reparations guy and that disgusting albino African lady. Yeah, come on. Like, we're like down like 30 likes. Come on, guys. You got to do better than that. All right. So let's get through the video.
Real today, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Uhuru, comrades. I want to talk today about reparations. It's, as a lot of folks say, it's an issue that's trending right now. And subsequent to the June 19th House Judiciary Subcommittee dealing with the question of reparations, that was seen by people throughout the country, and I imagine many people around the world have seen it by now. It has certainly excited a lot of people, and that makes sense.
So this is the guy who was arrested for and charged for being an agent of the Russian federal government. And he got arrested with 2 white women. He's blackity black, but his okay.
And I just wanted to, and people have raised with us and with me that they felt that the hearing was totally incomplete. It wasn't what it could have been, should have been, because I was not there. They felt like my presence was something that would have made the difference in how that discussion occurred. I just want to say that it is highly unlikely that I would have ever been invited to participate in such a hearing as that which did occur, because I'm a revolutionary. And we see reparations.
By the way, he was locked up with 2 white people, and they all were charged being a Russian spy, basically.
The issue of reparations is a function of the revolution. And I wanted to say that whether I would have been able to be there or not, that would be crazy. It would either be something responding to a tremendous lack of history and perhaps even mental illness to assume that the United States government can and will give reparations simply as a consequence of some kind of hearing that's happening in the Congress. It also...
Okay, so he said mental illness. He said you are suffering mental illness if you believe the United States will offer reparations in a hearing with Congress or through a court, hearing in a court or through Congress. He said that's a mental illness to believe that. Okay, now, of course, he started by shifting the whole issue away from legal claims. So if you believe that you get reparation through the court or Congress, that's a mental illness. So now he's going to give us the argument, you got to take it. This is the guy who got arrested by the CIA for being charged with being a Russian spy. You got to take reparations, right? So that move is important because it quietly changes the subject. That's why he's arrested and charged as being an agent. So this ain't no allegedly, but that changes the subject away from what we're talking about, because reparations is being discussed as a legal remedy. Okay. And if the discussion is still about legal remedy, then the questions will be who is exactly harmed, by what government action, under what legal theory, and what remedy survives judicial review. But he is not really building a courtroom pathway. He's doing something else. He's building a movement theory, right? He's a revolutionary. So this is not the same as proving reparations is legally obtainable, right? So notice what he did right away. He moved from legal remedy to revolutionary slogan. Okay, so that may be politics, but it's not lawful. It's not a lawful reparations blueprint. It's a nothing burger. Now, listen what he's going to say next.
Should be said that that we are extremely happy that this hearing did occur, because it has been our objective for more than 40 years to make reparations a household word, and there's no other organization any place in history in the world that has done more to popularize the issue and question of reparations and to make it more than just an aspiration, but to actualize it, and to have done so for such a long time as the African People's Socialist Party.
Stop the cap.
So nobody has signal boost reparations more than his African party. Everybody in his chat, if you knew about this guy, press 1 before this live. Because I know I ain't pressing 1. I never heard this guy before. He said that he and his cult group popularized reparations. And everybody is stealing from him, basically, borrowing from them. Matter of fact, let me do a poll. Okay. I'm gonna speak it. The poll is gonna be it's gonna be Lil Ebonics here. Okay. There you go. So the poll is, did you hear of him before this live? Because he said that they popularized reparations. They made it popping. Nobody else but them.
As we say in our movement, the reparations is not a spectator sport. Something that we engage in, that we actually work to implement. We are a revolutionary party. We are an organization of practical revolutionaries. But it was important that this hearing.
So they're in a team of lawyers and politicians and a whole bunch of grassroots. They're a bunch of revolutionaries. So they're going to take reparations. Tell you, this is why they end up getting surveillance and locked the hell up and shot down, talking tough like that, knowing they're cowards.
Discussion, as quiet as it's kept, is the work that's being done by the African People's Socialist Party for more than 40 years. And we can say this without hesitation, without any fear of any meaningful kind of refutation. I want to also say that we have no confidence and have never had any confidence in what the U.S. government will do. I heard one prominent African.
So he doesn't trust the government, right? The government, we don't trust the government. We don't believe the government will give reparations because we don't trust the government. We don't trust them. Okay. God, listen, the remedy, it will come from either court, Congress, legislation, or some type of executive implementation, right? So saying you mistrust the government, that doesn't replace a legal theory. You still need a mechanism, and your mechanism, it can't be moral guilt, stolen land rhetoric, colonialism. We're going back to Africa. Oh, black people in America is old. And this indigenous dispossession thing. They stole the land from the yeah, that's that type of rhetoric. That ain't gonna do it, my guy. That ain't gonna do it. Okay. Because all it does, it just sabotage what you're supposed to be doing. That rhetoric, that just muddies the plaintiff class, defendant liability, and jurisdiction. So he's hell bent on proving the U.S. is guilty in a moral sense, not a legal sense, because he don't trust the government, he don't trust Congress, he don't trust legislators, he don't trust the court. So he's arguing reparations from a moral sense, not a legal sense, right? So he's trying to shame tactic the white man into paying reparations to all African people globally. Let's go further. Now, this is their leader, the guy Shabak who called in, the agent guy. This is his leader.
That is the land of the indigenous people that we occupy today on this under the authority of the U.S. colonial state. On January 1st, 1865, General William T. Tecumseh Sherman, who is hated today by perhaps Southern white people more than any other human being, with the possible exception of Martin Luther King, he, and in a declaration that was called Field Order 15, you've heard of the 40 acres that was promised to African people. Well, that actually happened. Sherman, in a field order, following his victories and the struggles against the South, gave to African people with field order number 15 some 400,000 acres, of land that went from Charleston, South Carolina to Jacksonville, Florida. 30 miles wide, stretching from the Atlantic coast. So you had some 400 acres of land, 30 miles wide, stretching from the Atlantic coast, and that included the, how do they characterize it, of the sea islands off the coast of South Carolina and Georgia. And immediately when he said it, African people went to those areas and started settling in that area. And not only did he...
He said African people in 1860s. He said, there's no African people in 1860s, my guy. There's black people, there's Foundation of Black Americans, but there are no African people. Okay, so we got a history revisionist here. He want to insert Africa, and this is exactly why you ain't gonna get shit. It's exactly why Ghana ain't get nothing. As long as you guys are African trying to hijack our claims, you're not getting nothing, because nothing belongs to Africans. Our government doesn't owe Africans anything. So keep trying to ask under the identity of Africa, and you're going to keep with the nothing burger.
Reparations for African people, World Tribunal on Reparations for African people on November 1982. 1983, this came out. This is a condensed version of testimony from some of the people who testified. This is really important because we didn't go pleading to the U.S. government. We put the United States government on trial. The government on trial. The government that had promised 40 acres of land that they stolen from the indigenous people, the African people, and then rescinded that. The government that had said with Reconstruction, African people were supposed to be free, and then 11 years after that had begun a murderous reign of terror against black people that put us back on the plantations where all of the capitalists needed us to be in order to continue to feed the capitalist social system. The government that's responsible even up until recently, the murder of Mike Brown and Ferguson.
Family, this is literally African babble.
That government that's raining terror around the world, and our oppression, exploitation being a part of that government, we went and put it on trial. We put the government on trial. And I think it's really important to say that and tell the people around the world and ask African people before a panel of judges to determine whether reparations were due to African people. So that's a different approach at all. We arm the people with an understanding. So the Wall Street Journal of June 20th, the day following the hearing, indicated that H.R. 40 was supposed to be able to to authorize a study to determine whether African people should receive reparations. Well, I got to tell you this, and I hate to be the one to have to tell you this, but that study has been done. And that study was done, and the evidence of that study, the consequences of that study was taken before an international panel of judges that African people ourselves empowered, and held a hearing in Brooklyn, New York, producing that study that included the first actual quantification of value that's stolen from black people in the form of labor alone that's ever been done, was done at that tribunal. We had testimony from historians, from psychologists, from an array of people, from people like Afeni Shakur. And we'll say more about that. I just want to give you the fact that the power is in the people from our perspective. Our perspective has always been that reparations will be a function of revolution, and it will occur at the point where African people ourselves demand it, not where a U.S. court or a U.S. governmental organization, entity, or the U.S. government itself say that reparations are due. In fact, it will be the power of the people that will force the U.S. Congress, that will force the courts and what have you to say, hey, let's pay them off and hopefully try to quiet this thing, stop this movement from growing. And our struggle has been to win masses of African people into this discussion. And there's a ton of work that over the next 2 or 3...
He's literally wasting time and trying to sabotage reparations. Okay. So he said his small cult group, put the U.S. government on trial, that reparations were due to African people, not Black Americans, African people, and that H.R. 40 study, right? That was already done by their tribunal, right? So then he admits that it was a self-empowered tribunal before a panel that they assembled, not a U.S. court with jurisdiction over the federal government. Nope. A panel that they assemble, a powerless group of cult members. Okay? A people's tribunal, right, does not bind the U.S., compel payment, create enforceable precedent, or waive sovereign immunity. Okay. A movement study, however serious, is not the same as congressional fact finding, judicially tested evidence, or a statute that creates a remedy. Their tribunal may matter politically to them, but it is not a court order, not a statute, and not a judgment the treasurer has to obey. It was literally a waste of their time and energy. They did a whole show coming together with their fake tribunal. Okay. So he points out quantify stolen labor as though quantification settles the matter. So quantifying aggregate harm is not enough in court. Okay. Courts often want, this is the problem. This is embarrassing, man. He's wasting all those people's time and energy. Quantifying aggregate harm is not enough in court. Okay. The courts often want a defined plaintiff, traceable injury, causal connection, and a lawful remedy. Okay. So throwing out, we're owed $1 gazillion is not a legal claim. It's just a big number until you can connect it lawful plaintiffs and enforceable relief. He said reparations will be forced by the power of the people, not by the courts. Again, he concedes that the real mechanism, in his view, is pressure, not law. Okay, so he's going to debo the American government, the American people. That is basically an admission that what he is presenting is not a courtroom formula. So if someone uses this transcript, right, as proof that they have solved reparations legally, they have not. He's telling you himself that this is not a legal strategy first. It's a power strategy. He's admitting to that. Okay, so let's go on. I mean, this is the psychotic babble, man. It's embarrassing that he's wasting people's time with this. You know what? People locked in, and here's the sad thing. People locked in with this when it first, he said 40 years ago. He's like 89 right now. So when people locked in when he was 40, like they really believed this was probably the way. Okay. And they believe that, cause you know, they didn't have AI, all stuff we have today. But family, those same people, even though 40 years, they produce absolutely nothing. They are now emotionally locked in, where it's like a religion now. Like they're a cult religion. They just locked in, they just on for the ride. They don't care anymore about what can be done and his flaws. Like they're like a religious cult group. Like they see each other as family now, and they're just gonna ride it out and just fail together.
Making reparations reality, because in the final analysis, it's what we do in the trenches that's going to make the difference, not what happens in the Congress. We make we make things happen in the Congress from the streets. We make things happen in the courts from the work that we do in these communities, and we've been doing a lot of work for 40 years around this question of reparations, and you can see the material evidence of the reparations movement. It's not an aspiration, it's a reality.
Stop the cap.
So I'm going to start with the introduction. On November.
So family, now you can see why the hate comes. He's been doing this for 40 years and he has got no attention at all. Nobody knows who this clown is at all. Then they see ADOS, FBA, making this an international topic. They can only respond with hate. And they can only respond with hate because their case is not lineage based. Their case is race based. And then we had some nerve to just limit it to just foundational Black Americans. All those African peoples that he had in mind, we're saying, nah. Nope, they're excluded. All those promises he made to Africans across the globe, yeah, we're gonna get you guys a bag. When we come about, he's forced to tell them that bag ain't coming. You dig? So instead of just being real, he responds with hate, disdain, vitriol, jealousy, because he got nothing going on. All right. So they took reparations to the people, not to Congress. But nobody knows who this dude is. Nobody. Oh my God. Politically coherent, but it dodges enforceability. Okay, so he wants to organize and do all that, bring it to the people. But the question still is, can this theory survive in court or become a statute? But he don't want to go to court. He want to go to the people. Okay, that's where he want to go. Bro, mass consciousness is what you want. You want to get to the people, which you didn't do that. But listen, man, legal drafting, class definition, and constitutionality still matters. So do what we're doing. We're going to the grassroots for real, and we're still going to the courts and Congress and whoever, legislators, whoever else, politicians. We're doing both. You can chew gum and walk, my guy. It don't got to be either or. All right. So here's some more madness.
Hearings, tribunals throughout the United States in the part of the process of taking reparations to the people, not to the Congress, to the people. We didn't make a single effort to go to the Congress or to a court. We went straight to the people because we understood that's where the question really resides.
My man said we ain't make a single effort to go to the courts of Congress. That's crazy. That's a crazy admission.
Not to the Congress, to the people. We didn't make a single reparations here. 12 continuous reparations hearings, tribunals throughout the United States in the part of the process of taking reparations to the people, not to the Congress, to the people. We didn't make a single effort to go to the Congress or to a court. We went straight to the people because we understood that's where the question really resides. However, while we must leave much to history's judgment as to the full significance of the World Tribunal, there are some things which we can say today, such a short time after the occurrence of the World Tribunal. One thing the World Tribunal did was to establish a process wherein the issue of reparations, one thing the World Tribunal did was to establish a process wherein the issue of the oppression of African people in the U.S. will have to be taken seriously again by the international community. This is 1982 that we're talking. It is hard to believe that within the short period of 10 years, the plight and just cause of the domestically colonized African community in the U.S. has receded from the active consciousness of the peoples in the world. And this is an important statement because the Black Revolution of the 1960s that occurred in the United States sparked struggle not only in the United States. It was this movement that took white women out of the kitchen, white homosexuals out of the closet. It was this movement that unleashed struggles of oppressed peoples around the world. In fact, much of the world looked to the struggle of African people in the United States as essential to the liberation of the peoples of the planet Earth. And this is what we're referring to. We're talking about in 1982. Now, this struggle has receded from the consciousness and memory. And the people who watched that hearing also have no memory of struggle prior to now, many of them. And so they...
So a lot of these cult leaders, they try to talk with confidence, swag. They try to be articulate. And this is how they win people over. So his movement, right? It's a movement. It's a movement, and he does a lot of self-framing. But he has to answer the question. He gotta answer the people that he's speaking to, his small cult audience. He gotta answer the hard reparation questions. Who exactly qualifies, my guy? You gotta be very specific. By what evidence? Against whom exactly? For what legally recognized injury? Under what constitutional standard? You gotta answer those questions. He keeps proving why people should care about receiving reparations, but not how the claim actually gets lawfully won. Okay, my guy, you got to show how it's going to be done, and it can't be you're going to start a coup and run in the White House and make people do some poo shiesty. Yo, he's trying to provide a poo shiesty solution. Run up in the White House with shiesties on and get President Donald Trump, force him to sign a check. Bro, you got to stop.
The U.S. by officers of the U.S. colonial state who surely intend to end her life as they have attempted to do in the past. This is Assata. This is the U.S. government that's tracking her down. The U.S. government that we're saying give us reparations, and we can't even get them to stop hunting Assata down. To stop.
Family, he's trying to appeal to emotion. Okay, but it cuts against his own reliance on any eventual government payout. So if the government won't stop chasing Assata, then you can't trust that government to pay us. Then what are we doing for 40 years? If this mean old government is not going to pay us reparations, then why have you been doing a reparation fight for 40 years, my guy? 4-0. Bro, if the government is too illegitimate to trust, then your cult followers should ask, what is the concrete alternative mechanism? Seizure of assets, international sanctions, congressional statute, state programs, litigation. He never gives a fully worked out law for replacement. All right. Yeah. So the government isn't morally trustworthy. That's why we don't believe in pushing for moral reparations. You dig? No. Mistrust is not a remedy. Psychobabble. That's all this is.
Oppression. This is one significance of the World Tribunal, but
Hold
not
on.
the only one. System and well exposes to the international community that the oppression of African people is alive and well in the U.S. It also exposes the fact that our oppression has existed along one long continuum, that there has never been any cessation in our oppression. There has never been any cessation in our oppression. This is one significance of the World Tribunal, but not the only one. Another significance.
Not right there. No cessation in oppression. Right. So he claims there's never have been any cessation in oppression. There is continuity of structural inequality. Right. That's in this country. Nobody will deny that. But saying there was literally no cessation at all is just this.
Stop the cap.
There were real legal changes, right? Abolition, Reconstruction amendments, civil rights statutes, voting rights changes. Like, things happen slowly, took a long time, but things did happen. Like, we're not on the plantation right now, my guy. Like, you just really going crazy, like with this black algae. No, those things did not end oppression, right? And it didn't end systemic racism. But pretending nothing changed makes this fool sound more ideological than precise. Did you know that Dr. Woman King debated a Christian pastor? I gotta get this. I gotta get that film. I gotta play that over here, family. She debated a Christian pastor that Black Americans did not progress since slavery. And of course, he beat the living lights out of her in that debate. Yeah, do you know that debate is not even on YouTube anymore? I wonder if she paid old boy to take it down. I'm going to find out about that. Okay, so a self-convened tribunal does not create binding precedent like a competent court does. He turns a political tribunal into a court precedent in his wording. Okay, That's overstated, man. You cannot do that. And he's an alarmist. Oh, can't be trusted, can't be trusted, can't be trusted. So what? How are you? So it can't be. So how what is the plan to collect the money? If the government just can't be trusted, we don't understand that. Like, we're not relying on trust alone. You got to put the claim in anyway. You got to put the you got to do the work, my guy. But leading with this pessimistic behavior, this is why nobody listens to you. You're telling them it ain't gonna happen, but telling them to fight with you to make it happen. It's like double talk.
We established precedents in international law which had previously been treated as the sole property of those with the benefit of state power. Finally, the World Tribunal took the concept of law and raised it as having significance for those other than the propertied classes. The tribunal smashed the bourgeois concept of one justice for all peoples and classes and raised the truth that the justice of the oppressed will result in the destruction of the justice of the oppressor, a justice which legitimizes oppression. The World Tribunal occurred as an initiative of the African People's Socialist Party, an organization of black workers by ideology and actual composition. Therefore, we can correctly say that the World Tribunal was an initiative of the African working class itself. The fact that 94% of the African population in the U.S. belongs to the black working class, whose heroism has only been recently forgotten, will soon provide the most magnificent testimony of the significance of the World Tribunal on reparations for black people in the U.S. throughout the streets of the United States of America, whose very wealth and very existence has come at the expense of the life, property, and well-being of millions of African people. And this is one of the reasons why I could not be.
As you see, keep calling us Africans. This guy, he's not even saying African American. We're just Africans. And guess what? If he's arguing reparations for Africans, then it's African. There's 1.5 billion Africans. That works out as $200 for all of us. We get $200, $20 to $200 each, all of us. That's our reparations for all Africans on the planet. Good job, buddy. We paid a cell phone bill.
Being of millions of African people. And this is one of the reasons why I could not be even asked by the organizers of this thing that happened in the Congress to be there, because it's the African working class speaking with its own voice about what reparations means. This is what we are talking about. So it's not an academic question, and it's not a spectator sport. And somebody who just discovered reparations because they read a book or two cannot come down from their lofty heights and then provide the answers for us to our enemies, to the camp of the enemy as the primary or the only or the fundamental means by which the question of reparations had to be addressed. And so we've said all along, let's push it from all angles. But central to this question is the power of the African working class that has to be mobilized to fight, to take back what belongs to us, because the U.S. Congress has proved over and over and over again that it cannot be trusted with the future of Africa or any other oppressed peoples around the world, and that most of us, the African working class, certainly conscious of what our own interests are, would refuse even reparations if it meant that we would continue peacefully residing in a country such as this, that
Stop the cap.
You crazy as hell. I'm refusing my check. You out your goddamn mind. Yeah, your cult group might refuse their check. I'm not refusing my check. Family, at that point, he's not just seeking reparations. He is openly folding reparations into a broader revolutionary anti-system project. He just completely anti-America. And when you become anti-America, look, this is him, right? This is him. When you become anti-American like that, you end up being used as a pawn and getting arrested and charged as a Russian spy. That's him. That's his history. He got arrested and charged with being a Russian spy. He got all this blackety black talk. He got arrested with 2 white people. 2 white people. His reparations frame is not narrowly tailored to a compensatory remedy for a specific harm class at all. It is part of a larger ideological struggle that may energize these radicals, but it weakens the clarity of who the beneficiaries are, what the remedy is, and whether the claim is compensatory or revolutionary. Once reparations become a revolution, once reparations become becomes a revolutionary catch-all, right? It stops being a clean remedy and start becoming an ideological banner. It becomes just a religion that they just do. You know, like they don't believe nothing they're saying. It's just part of their like way of life now. They just talk. You know, it's like church. They get together every Saturday afternoon, 1 o'clock. They talk about reparations and they just go home. It's church now. Like they don't believe it's actually going to happen. It's just church. You know.
December 1982, from the Burningspear newspaper. The African people, the headline reads, U.S. found guilty of crimes against Africans in the U.S. Now, you won't get a guilty verdict from the U.S. Congress on the crimes committed against African people. You couldn't have got that. On Juneteenth, as it's called, where I won't even get into that. But on Juneteenth, the U.S. Congress was not going to give us a guilty verdict of the crimes against Africans in the USA. So the People's Advocate read through the charges one by one and asked the panel of international judges for their verdict. A silence fell over the hall. Charge number 1. Is the United States guilty of genocide against African people in the U.S. as defined by the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and
This dude said, as defined by United Nations. Oh my God. What are we doing, my guy? United Nations can't force nothing. It's a nothing burger, my guy. Oh my God. Here we go. But
and punishment of the crime of genocide. Guilty by unanimous vote. Charge number 2. Is the United States guilty of violation of the United Nations Charter as it relates to the U.S. treatment of Africans in the United States? Guilty by unanimous vote. Charge number 3. Is the United States guilty of violation of the spirit and intent of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination? Guilty by unanimous vote. Charge number 4. Is the United States guilty of violation of the spirit and intent of the International Bill of Human Rights? Guilty by unanimous vote. The audience, made up largely of African people, broke out in spontaneous and...
My God. Okay. So he says the U.S. was found guilty. Therefore, reparations are due. $1 trillion in stolen labor alone. Political prisoners should get POW status. Oh my God. And he's talking about himself. They get locked up for being a Russian spy working for the Russian federal government, and they call that a POW. Okay. He also says that U.S. might even merit eviction from the UN. Okay. So none of that is legally self-executing. A people's verdict, family, a people's verdict is a nothing burger. It's not a U.S. judgment, an international court order, or a binding treaty enforcement action. Also, saying damages are 1 trillion plus more later exposes an obvious problem with this guy. Broad aggregate valuation without a narrow remedy structure. So they reached a verdict in a forum they controlled, right, against a defendant that did not submit under laws, many of which were never domestically enforceable against the United States in the way they are implying. It's a nothing burger. But wait, there's more. This guy is hilarious.
The collective achievement that had been reached in proving beyond a doubt the just case of African people for reparations. So this is pre HR 40 that proved without a doubt the just case of African people for reparations, of anger at the endless tales of suffering and injustice that had been related in the past 2 days of testimony, and of strong determination to take the judgment of the tribunal out into the world to build a people's struggle that will make the conclusions recognized as law, as the fair judgment of history and of people of the world. The International Tribunal on Reparations for Black People in the U.S. was a precedent-setting and mobilizing legal hearing, the first time in history that the U.S. government had been formally put on trial for crimes against black people in the U.S. This tribunal was conducted with the utmost seriousness, adhering to the rules of evidence to support the charges that the U.S. had violated international law. Many of these laws, such as the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crimes of Genocide, have never been ratified by the U.S. Senate, precisely because the U.S. government fears it will be brought before a world court to...
Hold on. That is a major weakness. Okay. He admitted that international instruments were never ratified by the U.S. Senate. Okay. That is devastating for enforceability. If a treaty or convention is unratified or non-self-executing, it does not just automatically become a private damages cause of action in the U.S. court. He basically concedes one of the biggest legal holes himself, right? Some of the laws he learns, right? Or no. Some of the laws he leans on were never ratified by the Senate. The laws that he leans on were never ratified by the Senate. This is literally plebiscite babble. This is Moore's doctrine. I can drive without a license. I'm a free white man type of rhetoric.
Party established committees across the U.S. to build awareness of the upcoming tribunal, to gather thousands.
So this guy that none of us ever heard of, this is why Ghana has had the balls to do what it did. People like him, who we never heard of, who's secretly an agent for the federal government of Russia, and I can imagine he's working with Ghana. He got to be.
Of reparations claims by individual Africans to be presented at the tribunal. And what we mean here is that we had actually drawn up claims, reparations claims, documents that African people were signing all around the world, and even got one from Michael Jackson. Which
No. Oh my God. Bruh.
reparations claims, documents that African people were signing all around the world, and even got one from Michael Jackson.
Stop the cap.
Which was extremely interesting.
Family. My God. What are we doing? That broadens the claimant pool so much that it hurts legal precision. Legal precision. You got to define the injured class, family. He said Africans all over the world, and even Michael Jackson. Listen, if he wants to extract reparations from the U.S. government, he needs a clearly defined injured class with a traceable relationship to U.S. state harms. We got one. Friedman, ADOS, FBA. Claims from all around the world, okay, is a bad class discipline if you need a narrowly tailored remedy, and you do. So a movement can be global, whatever, do what you want to do, man. but compensatory legal class usually cannot be that loose. Has to be tight. You got to define the people. You got to delineate, my guy. The word I hate the most. You have to delineate. He's wasting time up here. Doing this for 40 years and got nothing and wonder why. Oh, the white man can't be trusted. So the whole time he's been a failure trying to receive reparations and win a case. The whole time it was him. It wasn't the white man can't be trusted. The white man. No, it was him. This is horrible legal framing.
Focus provided by the People's Advocate APSP Chairman Omali Yeshitela brought forth again and again that the anti-colonial struggle of African people, the struggle that targets the U.S. government as our enemy and unites with the anti-colonial struggles around the world, and the demand for reparations now is a unifying, mobilizing, and militant cry which will put our movement back on the offensive. The tribunal built unity in our movement, not a liberal unity based on nothing but accommodation and passivity, but a unity born out of a common focus and a struggle and a growing commitment to join together to boldly advance our struggle against the U.S. government. The tribunal was opened on Saturday, November 13th, with a procession of the judges and opening remarks by People's Advocate Omali Yeshitela. He explained that the tribunal would be held under international law, that the international panel of judges had a legal responsibility to weigh the evidence in coming to their verdict, and that African people do have a right to call such a tribunal. Even though we do not have state power, we are a people who have been wronged and have a right to petition for redress.
Even though we don't have state power. Okay. Dude, you need a court with jurisdiction. You need a legislator or a treasury of authorization. Okay. Moral legitimacy and legal enforceability are not the same thing, dude. This is when people say begging, the white man, his approach is literally, this is called begging, by the way. That's called begging. A real court case ain't begging. Suing intended people isn't begging. This right here is literally begging. But somebody asked a question and it was kind of off topic, but let me read that question. So Shanti, let me show you what I'm talking about. So right here. Right here. So here's the question. So Shanti, welcome to the channel. And you're about to see why I'm him. You said, are U.S. Israelis still using $10 million missiles to destroy Iran's $2,000 inflatable decoy jet figure? And you got a laugh emoji over there. So the answer is hell to the no. They are not using $10. They're not using $10 million nothing. They're using $10 $10 drone killers. Shanti. So it went from 10 million to $10. So now the person losing money now are the person with the $2,000 inflatable decoys. So let me show you. You got the right channel. At the right channel. So hold this L, Shanti.
Thank you, Harris. See you in a moment. U.S., meanwhile, facing a new kind of threat as small, fast-moving drones reshape the battlefield in Ukraine to the Middle East. There's a company in Texas offering a new line of defense that could be a game changer. We have an exclusive look right now, and Brooke Taylor's got the story live in Austin, Texas today. Brooke, good morning.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. Now, the reason why this is so important, we've seen what's going on in Iran with the war. They're able to launch hundreds of missiles cheap and fast, while the U.S. relies on missile interceptors that are sophisticated and expensive and can cost up to hundreds of thousands of dollars to take down these drones. So we got to look at this new technology, and it could completely change the game. This is called the Bullfrog, an AI-powered drone defense system designed to take down swarms of small drones at once. It tracks targets in the sky and takes them out with a mounted machine gun. Now, you can mount the bullfrogs on a vehicle or even put them on unmanned vessels. And here's why it matters. It costs just $10 to take down a drone. Compare that to something like a Patriot missile, which can cost over $1 million.
$10. We're in the baddest country ever. $10 taking down $2,000 drones. That's an L. That's an LIAA under your umbrella. Yeah, you're at the right channel. You thought you had one, right? Done. I'm a real researcher, okay? Gotcha, bitch.
We sat down with the CEO behind the He says the future of the battlefield will be unmanned and autonomous.
We can engage drones incredibly quickly, and even in large swarms. You can deploy many bullfrogs against a set of targets, and they can coordinate each other. And they're fully autonomous, so you don't have to have an operator sitting right next to it trying to engage each target.
And the bullfrog, it's already being deployed by the Army and Navy. The CEO says demand has rapidly surged in the last 30 days.
It's really important for everybody to understand how serious this threat is. It's very, very difficult to stop these drones. It's something we all need to pay attention to. Let's not wait until we lose lives before we start doing something about it.
Not on my level. So y'all can switch the topic and still get cooked. Y'all can switch the topic and still get cooked. Levels above y'all. Levels in front of y'all. Back to the broadcast.
As well as to struggle for state power in order to achieve that redress. Excuse me. Following this, the first witness was called in order to establish that a crime had been committed by showing that African people were in a positive state of existence before the kidnapping of African people, which began in the 15th.
Did he just use it, family? Did he just do it? Family, all of these agents don't want to say slave trade. The kidnapping of Africans, they want to put sole responsibility on the white man and no accountability on the Africans who actually kidnapped us and sold us. So the kidnapping word isn't wrong, but he knows that it implies to people in America, people with lineage that's traced to U.S. chattel slavery, the only kidnapping that we know of is what happened in America. When we think of slavery, we think of America. We don't necessarily think of Africa. So they know when they say words like kidnapping, taken, captured, what's the other ones that they be using? They know that in our psyche, we automatically think of the white man. He just did it. Yeah, so Shanti, the bullfrog killer drone is $10. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. So gotcha, bitch.
Century. Dr. Leonard Jeffries, chairman of the Black Studies Department of the City University of New York, spoke for an hour and a half, giving of the kidnapping of African people, which began in the 15th century. Oh my God. Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
The kidnapping of Africans that started in the 1500s. Yo, family, you cannot, these guys are master deceptors, master agents, man. The kidnapping, not the transatlantic slave trade where Africans made us slaves. The kidnapping. The white man went over there with a big net and cast it amongst a sea of people and scooped up whatever they can. It's embarrassing, man.
Chairman of the Black Studies Department of the
It's really embarrassing. And they all say it. And remember, according to their logic, if you all say something the same, it's a cult. So you guys in a cult.
is indictment of the U.S. government. At this time, People's Advocate Omali Yeshitela reviewed the pertinent international law which was designed to prevent the barbarity of genocide and colonialism, law which underscored the justice of our struggle for liberation. He read the law which had been provided in the judge's package and the press package, the International Bill on Human Rights, which includes the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crimes of Genocide.
All right, so let me save you. He piles on international covenants and conventions, then broadens the case into sterilization, imprisonment, housing, and domestic colonization. So family, it's no longer about what about reparations for U.S. chattel slavery and even transatlantic slavery. Now it's about domestic colonization, housing, imprisonment. Oh my God. Oh my God. So listen what that does. The more categories of harm he stacks together, the more he strengthens the moral indictment. But the broader the indictment is, the harder it is to win. A focused cause of action. You need a tight class definition and a judicially manageable remedy. Okay. He has a sweeping indictment. What he doesn't have is a narrow court-ready compensatory framework. Okay. So he treats a political tribunal like a legally binding breakthrough. He overstates international law precedent. He never solves the enforceability problem. He broadens the injured class so much that legal precision suffers, right? He admits this is really a revolutionary power theory more than a courtroom strategy. He leans on some international instruments that he admits were never ratified by the U.S. Senate. He confuses proving moral guilt with proving a collectible law remedy, right? So, legal remedy, he has an issue with, right? He has a big issue with legal remedy. He's mixing mainly, all right? So he's mainly claiming reparations for African people in the U.S., Black people in the U.S., and describe the defendant as the U.S. government. Then he repeatedly say they put the United States government on trial, sought a ruling that reparations were due to African people, whoever that may be, 1.5 billion, and described the tribunal as addressing Black people in the U.S. The core problem is that the way he described his cult, political, ideological tribunal people, is not a legally enforceable case. In his own telling, he held a hearing before a self-empowered international style panel, declared the U.S. guilty, and said the point was to build struggle and make the conclusion recognized by people, not to win a binding judgment in court with jurisdiction. Okay, so anyway, he has no actual court binding with jurisdiction. They are suing a sovereign government without identifying a valid cause of action and waiver of immunity. He's standing and descendant plaintiff problems, statute of limitations, antiquity problem, right? Causation and damages are too generalized. Class definitions too broad and unstable. International law argument is weak in the U.S. court if the treaty is not ratified or not self-executing. He blurs political mobilization with legal victory. He overstates what their tribunal accomplished, and the remedy is not clearly matched to a lawful mechanism. So he never answered the question, the question is, who are they claiming reparations for? Black people and African people of the world. Who are they suing? The United States government. Okay, cool. All right. We got it. It's a nothing burger. All right, so now let's go with this weirdo right here on the right side. Let's finally get to her. You talk about being gaslit. I can't stand this dog right here. Oh my God. She's worse than him, by the way. So anyway, people like him. We already touched on Queen Mother Ollie Moore. She had the Nothing Burger reparation case. We have National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, NCOBRA, Nothing Burger. But let me do it, Queen Mother Ollie Moore. All right. So I told you that these guys are agents. They in my mind, they are purposely sabotaging reparations to weaken and have the court have reparation fatigue. Okay, she had no enforceable legal mechanism. She didn't specify the defendant for enforcement at all. Queen Mother Ollie Moore. What about NCOBRA? They used a broad racial category, Black people all across the world. They had no narrow lineage requirement early on. They switched it when ADOS came about, and they focused more on advocacy than legal wins. What about the Trans Africa? This is Randall Robinson, 1990s, 2000s, right? Another one of these guys, man. He went with the whole international thing. International law lacks enforcement power against U.S. So he also did the everybody get reparations. That's African. Randall Robinson. He had the race-based claim, not lineage specific. So everybody African. How about CARICOM? CARICOM has problems too. This is why they're not moving any needles. They still largely deal with race-based claims. They politically they have political negotiations, but they don't have no court victories, right? So it's just a bunch of nothing burgers. Nothing burger. All right. So now let's get to this weird old woman. And then we are done for today. I probably won't go live again. Or maybe I will. All right. So let's get to this weirdo that got an obsession with FBA and she be clout chasing and gaslighting. One second, family. I'm just getting the video right. Shit. Whoops. Okay, I got it right. All right, let me. Okay, so Chosen 1619 sent me this video. He said she's back with her goofiness, and he wanted me to respond to her bullshit. So I accepted the challenge, and here we are. Okay, but is my screen froze again? My God. Fuck, man. Here we go, family.
Study, we know who we are. My people.
Get ready to get gaslit.
Reparations.
Oh shit. All right, hey, whatever. Let me just start right here.
I think you should get cash reparations. I want to make sure.
Who should cash reparations go to?
Let them answer, please.
Let's speak. Let's speak.
Cash reparations for foundational Black Americans only. Sure. I think there's structural things that have to be done as well.
It's always.
Stop the cap.
Study, we know who we are. We don't need study, we know who we are. My people. One of the biggest fights for.
We're not your people, and she's always reading some prompts. Oh my God, I hate this dog right here, man.
Justice in modern history is happening right now, and that is the fight for slavery reparations. And for the first time ever, the world is actually starting to listen, to pay attention. They're hearing us out. But just as this moment is gaining momentum, something else that is deeply troubling is happening. Because right now, across the Black world, you know, from Africa to the Caribbean.
Here we go. We're going to make Black the Black world. Here we go with this shit, man. Oh, my God. The Black world, not the African world. Now, all of a sudden, this disgusting tether is Black. Her entire life, she was African. Okay? Now, she's Black. And that's the issue I have, man, with this Black thing. That's why for me, I ain't letting none of them call themselves Black. They talking to me. No. Hold on. My family. The Black world. Fucking dog.
To South America, to Black America, everyone is demanding reparations. But instead of a united front, we're arguing over who deserves it more, who suffered more. We're questioning each other's claims. And in some cases, we're even saying, well, they shouldn't get anything at all. And nowhere was this made more clear than after the United Nations recently recognized slavery as one of the greatest crimes against humanity, following a historic push led by Ghana and the African Union. Instead of unity and a celebration of this historic milestone, the backlash began. Some are asking, well, why Ghana? Why Africa? How can Africans ask for reparations when they sold us into slavery?
Yes. So she attempts to frame reparations as finally gaining momentum and says that the current backlash started after the UN recognition push led by Ghana and the African Union, right? Okay. Oh my God. Gaslighting. Get ready.
When their ancestors weren't the ones who suffered. And here's the part that should concern all of us, right?
Okay. So she raises the objections of us who say, why Ghana? Like as though we don't have a right to say, why Ghana? As though we don't have a right to say, why are the people who kidnapped us and sold us into slavery, why are they asking for reparations? Okay, then she's going to pivot, saying the real danger is that division lets the actual debtors off the hook. I'm telling you, she's going to start and look, from this point on, family, you can see where it's going. She's going to start reframing accountability concerns as counterproductive in fighting. So when we hold them accountable, she's going to say we're nitpicking. Look, get ready for the gaslight.
While we argue, the people who actually
the gaslight is on.
Owe the debt don't have to do anything at all. No pressure, no urgency, no consequence. So now the question isn't just whether reparations should happen. It's whether we're approaching this in a way that actually leads to results, or in a way that guarantees that we all walk away with nothing, absolutely nothing. Are we getting lost in a moral debate over something that ultimately requires strategy? Because this isn't just about justice. It's about power.
Hey, family, I'm so glad she made this video, though. Although my gaslight is on in the car. She is just proving how we can do nothing with Africans. Like, she's just reaffirming that, like, yo, we're good with y'all. You know, we're so cool off y'all. Y'all go do y'all, all right? But we so cool with linking up with y'all. Yeah. You are dark-skinned white people to us. White tea racist people to us.
Get into the debate, right? We need to really slow things down and get one thing absolutely clear. What exactly are we talking about when we say reparations, right?
Oh, shit.
Because a lot of the tension and a lot of the confusion and honestly, a lot of the disagreement that we're seeing right now comes from people's starting from completely different understandings, right, of that word. Reparations is not charity, and it's not aid, and it's definitely not a favor being handed out. Reparations are the act of making amends for a
Ma'am, you're reading, and it looks stupid because you're trying to act like you're not reading.
wrongful act out. Reparations are the act of making amends for a wrongful act or injury, typically involving compensation in money, in land, or services to victims or their descendants. They aim to address historical injustices such as slavery, genocide, or war damages by repairing the economic and social harm caused by systems that were deliberately designed to hurt, to abuse.
Yeah. Start with your system of kidnapping and the slave raids. Now, she got this very broad definition of reparations and who wins it. And she's not going to ever address the question, who has legally enforceable claim against whom? They always skip that part. And we'd be waiting for that one. We'd be waiting to see, who are you suing and who's old? Who are you suing?
Abuse, extract, to exploit, and to exclude. And this isn't some radical or unprecedented idea, right? Reparations have happened before. The United States has made payments to Native American tribes for seized land through the Indian Claims Commission.
Lineage based, go on.
Germany paid reparations to Jewish survivors after the Holocaust.
Lineage based, go on.
And Japan has issued compensation in various forms for wartime actions.
Lineage based. What the hell I got to do with a global, I guess you could say, race claim? Like, her example cooked her. She named 3 cases that were lineage based. It wasn't all Asians when it comes to Japanese. It wasn't all indigenous people of the world when it came to indigenous Americans. And it wasn't all Europeans when the Jews got their reparations. So you just cooked yourself. Let's go a little further. Just cooked herself. Just disgusting, man. This is a disgusting human being right here.
Of receiving them. And when we talk about reparations in the context of, the Black world, we're not talking.
What the hell is the Black world? Hey, family, like they really just made a mess of Black. It did, like, damn. Like they just really like they really just shopped Black around. You dig? Like they really shopped Black around. It's like, yo, if y'all Black, I ain't Black. Like whatever y'all are, I ain't that. And whatever I am, you ain't that. Like they really shopped Black around. Shit, maybe we need to start using Friedman or Solon or some shit. But yeah, like they are. You see this right here? They're shopping Black around. The Black world, blackity black, black, black. Oh my God! Listen, well, whatever you are, I'm not that. Whatever I am, you're not that. You Black, I'm Friedman. Okay, if y'all Black, I'm Friedman. I ain't Black. What is that? That's a color. I'm gonna play stupid. That's a color. We're not colors. That's an adjective. We're human. I'm gonna do that game. The Morris game. Black means blackball. If y'all Black, then I ain't a color. You dig? Black means Negro. I'm not a Negro. I'm gonna do the whole semantical argument. Wait, isn't Black the meaning of Negro? Yeah, I ain't no Negro. I ain't Black. You Black. All right, you be a Negro. You dig? I'm a gaslight on back. Nah. Don't Black me Negro? Nah, I ain't no Negro. Sorry. Isn't Black a name given to us by the whitey man? I'm gonna just gaslight him back. Yeah, okay, well that's an exonym. We named ourselves Freedmen. Well, that's an exonym. That's our legal status. No, Solon is what we named ourselves. Adolf's what we named ourselves. All right, listen. They're really shopping this word Black around and pasting it on every tether on the planet.
Talking about a single moment in history. We're talking about a system, the most expansive and coordinated system of economic extraction that the modern world has ever seen. It begins with the transatlantic slave trade, where millions of Africans.
He said they're gonna cop that too. Yo, man, like they're really pushing us, man. They're gonna cop Solon and Adolf's and damn, man, damn. we got to figure out. But but they can't count foundational. Like, we got to do something. We got foundational indigenous Americans. We got to do something else, man. Foundational Native American. I don't know, man, but we got to figure some shit out. The foundation was going to keep them away from us. Foundational freedmen, you dig? Foundational freedmen. Your family, it might be time. They're shopping this thing. I'm trying to get ahead of it. Debate they're not black, and while I'm doing that, they got all these people shopping black around with white people helping it, and now all these musty people is going around saying they're black. So now we're gonna be the crazy people saying they're not black. They're gonna look at us like, "Are y'all stupid? They are black. They're from Africa." Damn, foundational freedmen. We gotta find something, man. Foundational freedmen. Foundational American freedmen. You know what? Let's just be DAFA. Let's be what Umar called us. What do you call us? Domestic African foolish feebles. What does DAFA stand? Americans. It stands for Domestic African foolish feeble Americans. There we go. Domestic African foolish feeble Americans. Ain't that what DAFA stand for? Yeah, man. I don't know, family. I think they got us cornered with this black stuff. Foundational black bricks copied us. Foundational black bricks. All right, yeah. Listen, I don't know. That's just a contradiction. Like, nobody from Britain will concede that those guys, hey, family, they just got there. Like, if they're African, they got there in the 2000s. So there's no way it could be foundational. And we know that the Jamaicans never lived there. None of the islands ever lived there. They were enslaved on their own island, and they were colonized, I believe, at some point. But they never lived originally in the UK, and the British Republic, wherever it's called. So, yeah, man, I don't know. I think it's time we just foundational American freedmen. I don't know, man, but whatever I am, it ain't them. If they black, I ain't black. I can't be calling myself what they call themselves, man. These are complete agents, complete ops, complete cloners.
Were taken from the continent.
Yeah, at this point, the links in the chat. Y'all want to join? Y'all can join. Anybody can join, man. Yeah, this blackly black stuff. Yeah. I don't know, family. I don't know, man. It's looking bad for us. All right, give me a second. The internet is acting shady.
Stripped of their identity, their labor, their future. It begins with the transatlantic slave trade, where millions of Africans were taken from the continent of economic extraction that...
Hey, yo, look at this. Hey, family, this is a disgusting recap of what happened. Listen to this dog.
Modern world has ever seen.
I mean, this is embarrassing. They really are trying to look like us, sound like us. They're trying to literally be us in every sense, while saying we ain't shit, we ain't got culture, we don't own homes, but they're literally trying to look and present themselves like us. Chaotic Truth is not wearing African garment to show white people he's not one of us. He's dressing and looking like us, trying to confuse white people to believe he's a foundational black American. This is sad.
Begins with the transatlantic slave trade, where millions of Africans were taken from the continent.
Wait a minute. It begins with the transatlantic slave trade, and where we were taken. That's the same as kidnapping. That's the same as raided. That's the same as capture. That's the same as took. Family, they all avoid just saying we were sold by Africans. This is pathetic. This is desperate. This is the epitome of tethering. It starts with the transatlantic slave trade, but don't mention the slave traders. Don't mention the slave sellers or the slave buyers. She talks about we were taken. We were not taken out of Africa. We were bought. We were purchased out of Africa. This is disgusting framing.
Stripped that the modern world has ever seen. It begins with the transatlantic slave trade, where millions of Africans were taken from the continent. Stripped.
We were taken from the continent. We weren't purchased. We weren't bought. Nobody sold us. Nobody kidnapped us. What's going on, Alicia? You there, Alicia? You want to say something before? All right, well, Alicia, whenever you're ready, let me know. But look how she framed it. No buyers, no sellers, no kidnappers, only the white people. They took us off the slave ship and stripped us, whatever. This is sad that they think this is going to work in 2026.
Stripped of their identity, their labor, their futures, shipped across the Atlantic into the Caribbean, into South America, into what would become the United States, and forced to build entire communities and economies for free. Entire nations, entire industries, entire financial systems were built on that stolen labor. And that's not an opinion, right? That's the historical foundation of the modern global economy. But here's where we have to, go deeper. Because too often people treat slavery like it was a moment that ended, like it was something that.
So wait, hold on 1 second. Now all of a sudden, now she said this, listen to her words. She said, people want to act like slavery ended. Now, Africans have never, first of all, they never were enslaved, right? And they always said they were never enslaved. So is she going to pretend somehow Africans from the continent were enslaved after the transatlantic slave trade? Okay, Alicia, what's up? What you got?
Yeah, no. Well, she's not talking. She's showing that picture, which I've been looking this morning at how they're communicating. And it's always using American context. It's always using pictures of us in slavery, us being violence against us, to hike up the feelings about slavery using American imagery, but in African context.
Right.
Rationalizing that it should go through Africa. And this happened in 2001. There was a UN conference on racism, and it was kind of known before folk even got there that it wasn't going to go well because of us, and if I'm allowed to say this, the Palestine, okay? And it was introduced, our issues were introduced there, and Senegal said that the thought of reparations was, quote, childish. The rest of Africa saw it as an opportunity. They wanted to head the issue, but we've come this far from 20 years ago, and we have the president of Ghana saying they spent 2 hours, 3 hours on the issue. When I listen to this woman, this is like a marketing. She's like, well, take it back to your earlier topic. She is their communications influencer. She's shaping the narrative. But really, Africa is in no position to speak on our behalf I don't think you mentioned that the Pan-Africanist earlier in that article, it said that they were not they didn't report themselves as agents, as foreign agents in the United States. She's representing the United States in this very same way.
Yeah.
And the president, I hate to say it, of Ghana is as well, because he doesn't have jurisdiction over us.
Yeah, it's sad.
It's sad because they have been at the UN for decades collecting trillions of dollars. And they still keep their own permanent underclass. Their own poverty in Nigeria, poverty is growing because their tribal chiefs and whatever their national governments are, they're the first at the pot. Nigeria is oil rich, but in 2025, even today, their people pay so much for resources that they risk their lives taking oil directly from the refinery. They've had fires where people have burned up.
Dang.
Trying to get oil. So they don't have governance. They don't represent their own people. And for them to go to the UN and act as if they're some sort of civil or international rights arm or protector is foul.
Yeah, this is really, like, it's shameful. Like it's really like just disgusting. It's like we're watching it, and it's almost like somebody is incarcerated and they're being visited by their children through a glass. You're talking to your children, and your child may be going through something, and they just need you to get it off them. Or there might be a bug on their head, they can't find it, and you can't take it off. You're just watching it. Like, damn. That's how we look at these tethers. Like, yeah, they are really trying to co-opt reparations with reframing, revising history.
It's reparations, but it's also our agency altogether, because we don't have a seat at the UN. Our seat at the UN on our issues is through our nation. We have to, and we always have, addressed our issues directly under our laws.
Yeah, I was gonna say a seat at the UN does absolutely nothing. Like,
right.
The UN doesn't have any power or jurisdiction. It's just, you're just whining. If you go to UN, you're just whining over what they can't do. And why would I want to go to the UN with these guys? Like, yo, nah, y'all are the defendants.
They're the defendants, but they've also had that seat at the UN, and they've been sort of the poster child of Black poverty. And all that money has been going to Africa. The Caribbean doesn't even get as much money as Africa gets, trillions of dollars. And to me, neither one, I don't understand. Well, it's only the resources, but they're sovereign nations. They were fighting for revolutionaries for independence and sovereignty. And only now do they have Jamaica has governance, but it's always been tied between the US and other countries. Some of them not even allies of us. They're quite the opposite. So when are they going to function as nations? Because our tax dollars pay for that, those trillions of dollars. You're showing her sitting here. She's a communication propagandist. You showed earlier someone who's a Russian agent. There are channels that are subsidiaries, I should say. I think they're a bit more from Germany, other countries. Now, from that one visit on the UN, like DS Africa, that visit, that speech at the UN or proposal at the UN, they're now positioned to push forward communications on us, our enslavement, our issues without involvement of us. They refer to Africans.
All right, let me play a little more. It's 46 minutes. We only 10 minutes. We're like at the first quarter, basically. All right, give me a second.
Yes, Ellen.
Okay. All right.
Happened and then it stopped. But the reality is the system didn't disappear. It evolved. It adapted. So as I say, it went from visible chains to invisible chains. In the United States, it became Jim Crow, and then it stopped. Redlining and mass incarceration. Systems that continue to extract and suppress Black economic mobility long after slavery ended. You see? In the Caribbean, it became plantation economies still controlled by former colonial powers, where newly freed people were left with little to no ownership of the wealth that they had created. And across Africa, it evolved into colonialism, where borders were drawn without regard for people, resources, extracted at scale, and entire communities were structured not for internal development, but for export to the very powers that had enslaved and colonized them. So when people ask, why are we still talking about reparations? Well, this is why. Because the damage...
Wait, yeah, but why? She said, why we still... No, we don't say, why are we like Black Americans talking about... We're saying, why are you talking about it? Tether, you're an African. Why are you talking about reparations? You just talked about Black Americans. You know what's crazy? She didn't even mention the Caribbean just now. Everything was about Black Americans and our experiences after we were kidnapped and sold. Okay, so tie you into this, man. I'm waiting for her to tie herself into this.
Didn't end with slavery. The system simply changed form.
All right, so let me just say this. So she's arguing that the Black world reparations claim comes out of one global system, right? The slave trade, slavery, and then she goes into different downstream forms like as she just mentioned, Jim Crow, plantation dependency, and then she tried to anchor in colonialism, right? That's her one central argument. Again, the weakness is that a shared moral history does not automatically create a single unified legal claim. Listen, you're on your own. If you think you guys were harmed because of colonialism that came 300 years after you sold us and kidnapped us, then go fight that. But reparations that had anything to do with U.S. chattel slavery and the slavery in America, that got nothing to do with you. As a matter of fact, we not even dating it back to that. We start from in America. Like our claim is actually the easiest. We're not going back to the 1500s. We're starting right here in America, all the way to now. That is the easiest claim. We're not talking about, well, back when Jesus was. No, we ain't doing that. And we have a specific government in mind, and we have a specific injured class. That's an easy case. Not what she's talking about, and not what Ghana's talking about.
The other thing is she's not talking about the present. She's not talking about how much African countries have been developed to this point as far as specific companies in specific industries. And that doesn't get distributed elsewhere, but that's not our problem. Our problem is that they do have moguls or a mogul, and they're asking for more money, and they've wasted money. That's their problem.
Yeah, and that the money they're getting has nothing to do with us. Like whatever you got, whatever arrangement you made, hey man, whatever. You finessed our government, cool. But when it comes to what's owed to us, we don't want your hand anywhere that cookie jar.
And the effects of that system are still shaping wealth, opportunity, and power across the world today.
Again, Yvette Carnot hit it on the head when she said these folks are mad that when the trade happened, it made white folks super rich and these bastards super poor. That's all. They feel like the trade was uneven.
And once you really understand that, once you see this as a global system, not isolated experiences, you begin to understand why so many different parts of the Black world are making claims. You know why
now it's everybody black. It's the Black world now. Oh,
Africa is speaking, why the Caribbean and Brazil are organizing,
and
why
that's the Black world, right?
Black Americans are demanding justice.
Okay, so she here's the problem. She calls it the Black world, but the only people who she called black was us. So okay.
But Caribbeans
But here's where it
and
gets
Brazilians are demanding.
No, I'm saying is she called the Black world, but the only people she acknowledged as actually black was Black Americans. She acknowledged the Caribbeans as Caribbeans. She acknowledged Africans as Africans. But when it came to us, she acknowledged us as black. She calls it the Black world. Ma'am, that sounds like a black country, not a black world.
But they realized.
Because while the system
Hold on one second.
was global, the experiences and the claims are not identical.
There you go. So that admission right there is actually hurting her entire argument because she's pushing for a shared united front, right? Because different claims usually require different legal theories, defendants, and remedies. So, ma'am, you're right. It's we have different claims and identical. You make your claim, ours are already in. Go make yours. Stop including us. Because we damn sure ain't including y'all. There's nothing we got going on because you don't fit. All right. So she's going to right around here. Watch this.
That way we don't get brutalized by the police. Yeah, I think you should get cash reparations. I want to make sure.
Who should cash reparations go to?
Let them answer, please.
Let's speak. Let's speak.
Cash reparations for foundational Black Americans only. Sure. I think there's structural things that have to be done as well.
It's always.
So you see the tether spin. Sure, it's to go to foundational Black Americans, but then he brought it to say there are structural things as well, right? So he slipped that in, sure, but Africa is around the corner, basically.
It's always
we don't need no study. We know who we are. We don't need no study. We know who we are.
All right, let me go a little further.
Shaped how each group sees reparations today, you see. So let's start with Black Americans, and specifically those who identify as foundational Black Americans, or FBAs. Your argument is rooted in a very specific history, right? That slavery in the United States, followed by Jim Crow, followed by decades of legalized discrimination, redlining, segregation, and mass incarceration. This wasn't just social exclusion. It was economic. It was policy driven, and it was enforced by the state. So their position is that reparations should be tied to lineage, right? And to the U.S. government's direct responsibility. In other words, this is not a global claim. It's a national one, a debt owed specifically to the descendants of enslaved people within the United States. And for many who hold this view, that boundary is very, very, very firm, okay? They argue that reparations should be exclusive to that group based on the specificity of the harm and the legal responsibility of the U.S. state. But this is where the conversation becomes more complex, right? Because
No, it doesn't. You structured the claim perfectly, and it wasn't so vague as this global black world bullshit that you spoke about earlier. That is exactly what you just said. It makes the most sense ever. Okay, ain't no nothing else. Go ahead.
As even within the Black American community, this position is not universally accepted. Not everyone agrees with that.
Okay, stop. You're lying. You're lying. We know everybody. Look at Nkroba. Nkroba started off race based. Now they're now what they're doing now, lineage based. So you're lying. Stop lying. We at this point, we know that you cannot get reparations. Anybody who's seriously in this argument, in this fight, they understand you cannot win a reparation case if it's race based. So you're lying. You're lying. Okay, stop it. And people had restructured their framework. Now they're saying lineage based. And Cobra was race based first. HR 40 was race based. Now everybody is starting to get on code what we've been saying the whole time. Stop lying.
Viewpoint. And it has sparked intense and ongoing debate over identity, over eligibility, and over what reparations should actually look like.
First of all, that does not spark a debate amongst Black Americans. This dog is lying. If anything, you have a small radical fringe group that are on record working with Russia, okay, as secret spies. That fringe group has been arguing something else, and they've been catching L's their entire existence. They don't count. That's a small fringe group that nobody know about. The guy I played earlier, nobody heard about that guy. The masses of us, my first time heard about him yesterday. So she's lying. She's trying to act like we're infighting over. No, we know when we talk to each other, even the Pan-Africans that got some type of credibility, they don't really argue lineage-based reparations. Like they'll argue other things. Well, FBA is a cult. They might do all that stuff right there, but when it comes to reparations, they pretty much concede to that argument.
And that internal disagreement is part of the larger division that we're seeing playing out across the Black world. Now let's shift to the Caribbean, okay? And we have to give the Caribbean some credit because in many ways, they have been one of the most organized regions when it comes to reparations. Through CARICOM, the Caribbean community, countries have actually put forward formal demands to former colonial powers like Britain, France, and the Netherlands. And the argument is rooted in plantation economies, systems where entire islands were structured around extraction, where enslaved Africans built wealth that never stayed in the region. And even after emancipation, those economies remained externally controlled, limiting long-term development. So their claim is also very clear. Reparations should come from former colonial powers for the economic damage and underdevelopment that followed slavery. And then there's Africa.
Wait a minute. So keep in mind, family, she acknowledged that CARICOM claim, FBA claim is about reparations because of slavery, starting with slavery. So keep in mind those two claims. Now she's going to say Africa, and this is going to be a whole brand new unfamiliar claim. CARICOM claim, slavery, forced labor, building up Britain's economy and whoever else's economy, French economy, Haiti, America, us. Now look at the Africa switcheroo.
Because this is where the conversation becomes even more complex and more controversial, right? Africa's claim is not just about slavery, but about what came after, the mass extraction of people during the slave trade, the colonization of the continent, the carving up of borders, the restructuring of entire economies.
Everything she's saying, family, she's admitting this claim has nothing to do with Black America's claim. This claim has nothing to do with ours. Our claim has nothing to do with this. So she's admitting that these are two separate claims apart from each other.
To serve external interests. So the argument from many African voices is that you cannot separate slavery from colonialism, and you cannot separate colonialism for Africa's current economic position in the world.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but she laid out three models, right? She laid out lineage, she laid out geography, state, responsibility, global system harm, right? So, but what she didn't do was resolve the contradiction between them, right? Like I said, between Foundation Black Americans claim and Africans claim, totally different. She lists them all as though that they could be harmonized. Okay, but we know in practice, those different claims, they point to different payers, different beneficiaries, and different legal venues. Okay, so we're not going to let her act like they all can work together. They don't. They're separate claims, separate defendants, separate plaintiffs. Stop being cowards and fight for your own argument. Fight your own argument.
Right? Because what we're seeing right now is not just a disagreement. It's a dynamic that shows up in almost every major negotiation in history. And it's simple. The more divided the claim, the weaker the outcome.
She's talking about their claim. She's talking about Africa's claim. The more it's divided, the more it weakens their claim. Family, they don't have a claim at all. They got a weak claim. They don't have a claim at all. Okay. Dividing the claim is not sabotage. This is rhetoric from tethers and Pan-Africans. Dividing the claim is not sabotage. It's legal precision. You have to speak specifically. You have to point out who harmed you, and you got to point out who were harmed. Okay, that's bottom line. Everybody know, if you went to court for anything, if you got sued or you sued somebody, you know that was what you had to do. All right. We go a little further up.
Those who actually owe us to sit back and negotiate accordingly. Now think about that. Think about it for a second. If one group is saying, this is a US only issue, and another is saying, well, this is a Caribbean claim, and then another is saying, this is a global system or an African issue, who exactly is the negotiation happening with? What is the unified demand? What are we asking for? What is the price? Because from the perspective of those being asked to pay, this is no longer one claim. It's multiple claims, competing claims, sometimes even conflicting claims. When that happens in any negotiation, the easiest response is delay. The easiest response is deflection. The easiest response is to do nothing, absolutely nothing. And here's the deeper reality. Division doesn't just slow things down. It changes the entire power dynamic.
Tether, I don't know where you're reading from, but you need something else. Okay, she's ignoring that governments and courts also delay. Okay, she's talking about we delaying something. You're not in our claim. That's the bottom line. When we demanded reparations from our government, Africa was not a thought, neither was the Caribbean. All right. But again, she ignores that governments and courts also delay when a claim is too broad, too vague, and poorly targeted. The all unity strength a claim is a lie. It dilutes it. Okay? When it's too broad, too vague, or poorly targeted, it's a nothing burger. And when you do the whole unity stuff, we're going to put all these claims that's different. I'm over here suing the government for violation of my rights, my civil rights. SL is suing the government because they eminent domain that was practiced in a deceit way. Alicia is suing the American government because she was falsely charged with a crime that the DNA contradicted. You don't come with all those claims into the court and say, hey, listen to all this stuff that's all over the place. The judge's like, okay, wait, he's confusing us. Wait, so which one of you guys got arrested falsely? Wait, okay, so, you don't do that. You make it clear and easy to follow. You don't make it convoluted. Okay, now, she's going to gaslight us to HR 40. Again, don't forget, she's a tether trying to tell us about reparations. This is new to them, not us.
but because the pressure has never been unified enough to force action.
Stop the cap.
I mean, just look at the H.R. 40. This is the bill calling for a commission to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans. And guess what? It has been sitting in Congress, in U.S. Congress, for over 30 years.
Bruh. Okay, look at this dog. H.R. 40, she said this is, she used this to say, see, this thing's been stalling. And this is the evidence of lack of unified pressure is the problem. See, if Africans were to come and speak on your behalf of H.R. 40, this stall would have started already. This study would have started already. Okay. H.R. 40 was a study, and originally it was a race-based study. It was a nothing burger, but I don't expect a tether to know anything about lineage-based and race-based. So let me go a little further down.
And costs us this. It shifts our focus, because instead of directing our energy toward the systems that created the harm, we begin directing that energy toward each other. We start debating legitimacy instead of building leverage. We start...
Ma'am, we are not doing that. We're debating eligibility. And it has nothing to do with a tether. We brought our argument to our government. You dusty, musty people stepped in the way. So we're trying to grab the government, but we're grabbing you because you're in the way defending the government, being a buffer, like some of you guys normally are. Okay, so we're not debating legitimacy at all. We don't give a damn what you guys are arguing. We're debating eligibility and how much and when and where and how it's going to be paid. You dig? In any land or any college, whatever else that's thrown in there. Okay. So no, not working. A little further. This is the gaslighting.
And so now we have to go one level deeper, right? And ask a harder question. What if we're fighting the wrong battle?
Stop the cap.
No. Oh my God. Bruh.
What if we're fighting the wrong battle? What if? Because when you listen to the debate right now, it sounds like we're trying to answer one question. Who deserves reparations?
That's not what we're doing. Again, a dumb tether. We're not, we barely talk about CARICOM policies, their 10-point plan. Look, y'all go be great. We hope you guys have stuff in your favor. Africa trying to finesse world nations, go ahead, finesse away. You dig? But don't tie us into CARICOM. Don't tie us into your global finesse, Africa. You guys are scammers. Go do your shit and do not invite us. Now, what she hardly tackles is who deserves reparations, right? And what does it take? She's not going to address what does it take to win reparations. Not a unified front. That's a lie. Okay. So you gotta really, she gotta answer that, but she can't. She can't answer that. She can't answer what does it take to win a reparations case. And ain't this unified front with all these different claims? That's a ball of that's a Tower of Babel. It's plebiscite Babel. Go a little further.
Justice, it's about being organized. It's about being aligned.
Now get ready, family. Here goes the gaslighting. She's going to piss y'all off.
And it's about building enough pressure to force action. And this is where we have to confront something uncomfortable.
Now, keep in mind, she's primarily speaking to an FBA audience. She's teaching us how to get reparations, not Tethers or the Caribbean.
Because a lot of what we're seeing in this debate is driven by
Now, by the way, this is y'all mulattoes that some of y'all believe should be represented. You dig? She probably half FBA. You guys are, yeah, put her in leadership. Make her a spokesman. Talking like this.
Scarcity mindset, right? The idea that if one group gets reparations, then it means another group loses.
Family, she's talking about us. We have this scarcity. Yeah, but you're right, though. You're right. You're absolutely right. If we allow people to be tethered, anchored on to money specifically owed that has FBA American names on there, tied to U.S. chattel slavery, if we allow Africans or Caribbeans to collect money from those checks with FBA names, yes, that's a problem. That's a problem. And yep, we're not allowing that.
You know, that if Africa is included, it takes away from Black Americans.
It does, because our claim is United States based. Africans don't have lineage that goes to U.S. chattel slavery, neither does the Caribbean. So it definitely does.
That if the Caribbean makes its claim, it weakens someone else's.
Yeah, you're taking from our pot. No, go get your own pot.
But what if that assumption is wrong?
It's not wrong, because reparations are lineage based. Okay, they're not race based, and you have to have a specific harmed, injured group, and that group are FBAs. You dig? It's not wrong. And matter of fact, go do you. What the fuck? Who's stopping you? Go. Listen, go argue for reparations. Okay, United States said F no. All right, they already said get up out of here. Tether.
For the Black world to approach this differently, what would that look like? What does unity actually look like? Because unity does not mean that everyone agrees on everything. It does not mean identical claims, identical histories, or identical outcomes. That's not realistic, and honestly, it's not even necessary. Unity means alignment.
Okay, family. She tried to point out the plaintiff. She tried to point out Africans, 1.5 billion Africans, 43 million foundation Black Americans, and the island folks, right? So those are the plaintiffs. Does she ever point out the defendants or defendant? Who is paying all these people? Can you get to that point? Can you tell us who is paying everybody? Who has a checkbook that can just pay 1.5 billion Africans, millions of Caribbean people, and 43 million foundational Black Americans? Whose checkbook is paying that debt?
It means understanding that while the claims may be different, the strategy can still be shared. Because the reality...
It just babble. This is babble. Yeah, I guarantee you, her writer, her producer is Lily White. Guarantee you, Lily White guy say, "Hey, can you read this?"
Of what this looks like in practice.
Oh my God, not the damn goofy music. Oh, history lesson of the day. Oh my God. Oh my God. An African tether is going to teach us history. Okay. Here we are. Go ahead.
My people, after World War II, Jewish communities and the newly established State of Israel pursued reparations from Germany for the atrocities of the Holocaust. Now, on the surface...
Spoiler alert, family. Oh my God. Her only examples of reparation wins, family, it favors our position. Because every example she used, you're going to hear about a defined beneficiary, you're going to read about or hear about documented harms and a disciplined negotiation. Not all Europeans were involved in the Holocaust reparations. Not all Asians got a check from Japanese internment camps, and not all indigenous people of the world had some type of compensation from the indigenous peoples of America. And like so, not all these quote unquote black people globally is going to get a piece of what we got coming towards us. Stop.
The moral case was undeniable. Millions had been systematically murdered, displaced, and stripped of their property, their dignity, and their humanity. But what turned that moral case into actual outcomes was not just the horror of what happened, it was the strategy behind how the claim was pursued.
Yeah. You tell us about that. Sleep Bay 1999 super chat in the building. Thank you very much.
In 1951, Jewish organizations came together to form what became the Claims Conference, a unified body representing Jewish survivors and communities worldwide. At the same time, the government of Israel positioned itself not just as a victim, but as a state actor with clear political and economic interests. This mattered because instead of fragmented voices making emotional appeals, what you had was a centralized structure making coordinated demands. They defined who was eligible, they documented losses, and they quantified the damage, not just in human terms, but in economic terms.
Right. So super chat from Keel Bonner, $2 super chat. Sleep Bay and Kilborn's donation. He said, this chick again. Yeah, man, she's back at it, bro. She's back cloud chasing.
Property seized, labor stolen, wealth extracted. Everything was translated into a framework that governments could not easily dismiss. And then came leverage. This wasn't just about asking Germany to do the right thing. It was about creating pressure. Germany at the time was seeking reintegration into the global community. It needed legitimacy. It needed acceptance, especially from Western powers like the United States, you see. And the reparations issue became tied to that. The message was clear. Accountability was not optional. It was part of Germany's path back into the international system. There were also internal debates and disagreements within Jewish communities about whether to accept reparations at all. Some argued that no amount of money could compensate for the Holocaust.
Oh, so she just act like our internal infighting was horrible for reparations, and she just acknowledged they were doing the same thing. Okay.
Others feared that it would be seen as placing, a price on human suffering. But, and this is important, despite those differences, a strategic decision was made.
Hey, family, she said those differences, they're all Jewish people. What differences, you idiot? You just said they had concerns about being bought off, right? Things like that. But the harm group always been the same harm group, and they have the same claim. They didn't claim different stuff, you bonehead. They both are, they're all seeking reparations for from Nazi Germany, and because of the Nuremberg laws and the Holocaust, you fool. There's no other European saying, like the Scandinavians ain't saying, ho, let's get in there. Because we were slaves. The word slaves come from us, Slovenians, so we need to be in that claim. No, nobody did that. The Irish ain't say, well, in America, we need to. No. This is a bonehead.
To move forward with a unified negotiating position. And that unity is what made the difference. In 1952, the Luxembourg Agreement was signed. Germany agreed to pay billions in reparations to Israel and to Holocaust.
Family, she's speaking about the same injured class with the same hurt, harm. How is this helping you out? This is helping us out. The hell? Am I missing something?
Holocaust survivors, funds that helped resettle survivors, build infrastructure.
Right. And we are the former ex-slave descendants. The foundational American freedmen, foundational Black Americans. That's who we are. It's the same people. Nobody's new in our claim. Nobody's new in their claim. Their claim is lineage based. Our claim is lineage based. They're suing the government who harmed them. We're suing the government who harmed us. It's identical to what we're doing.
And stabilize a young nation. And those payments didn't stop there. To this day, Germany continues to provide compensation in various forms to survivors and their descendants. Now think about that. Because
ma'am, you need to think about that Jewish people, your example you're using, these people depended heavily on specificity. These people depended heavily on specificity, not broad, undifferentiated victimhood, where they included other Europeans who suffered wrongs in somewhere.
This wasn't just about what happened. It was about how the case was built. It was about how the claim was organized. It was about how pressure was applied at the right moment, in the right way, with a unified voice. And that's the lesson. Because history shows us over and over again that the groups who win these kinds of outcomes.
Right. And they are lineage-based groups. Thank you. Okay. So moral recognition. Oh, the UN, the world voted. Oh, slavery was the gravest crime against humanity. Moral recognition is not the same as enforceable compensation. Okay. You have to know that. You guys are going to get absolutely nothing. Nothing. All right. You want to get on this dog, SL?
Oh yeah, but I'm trying to put your I got you here on. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, bro, I just want to say again, bro, you know what I'm saying? You know, we always got to thank you for all that work you put in, bro. You are putting in a lot of work, bro. And, you know, I just want to, you know, give you thanks, man, from the family, man, because this is not normal what you're doing. You're on here sometimes, bro, 24 hours. I mean, 7 days a week sometime, on Sunday sometime. You come in double time, you come in triple time. It's rare. So I just want to thank you for that. You know, one thing that they're not doing, Ron.
Wait, let me shout this super. Let me acknowledge
Yeah,
this super chat from Yaya Israel, $20 super chat. Thank you very much. She said, "Thank you for laying down the difference between those who claim indigenous and non-slaves. How they are not foundational." Classic chess move, right? Like she'd already say, foundational Black American is just a logical term. It's not much to break down. If that's why you see what I do at SL, people who want to claim indigenous, I have no problem with that. Claim what you want to claim. I'm going to ask, before I judge you and before I excommunicate you, I'm going to ask you specific questions, because you're going to say what I know you're going to say. You're going to say, you were here, you were working, you were eating, providing a good life, living your best life. And you're going to make sure to say you were not enslaved, right? You're going to make sure to beat your chest and say, no, but we were not enslaved. So then I say, okay, so you guys ain't clear the land? No, but we were working the land. Okay, no. But I'm asking about clearing the land. Now, we didn't do that. Yeah, because that was done by slaves, right? That was forced labor. Yeah, that's for now. We don't do that now. So, like, they try to look at forced labor as something shameful. And I just simply say, all right, bro, from this point on, stop saying we, our, us. That's all. Now, we still could be, friends and allies, but the we, us, our, those plural possessive pronouns, cut that out. You just said that none of your ancestors went through U.S. chattel slavery. You're not us. That's the second person today who admitted that without admitting that, didn't know those implications that came behind that. Yet, you're not us. But you're cool. You were here because he got confused and thought we were denying his indigenous. No, his status. No. I'm agreeing that you are indigenous. He thought I was denying that he was here before the white man. No. I agree with all that. And you're not foundational Black American. Your people did not lay the foundation. You laid your own foundation. Like you laid the indigenous foundation to whatever y'all got going on. Kudos. But you didn't lay the foundation for America. And I also asked a more important question. I said, did your people pick cotton? No, hell no. We were never enslaved. Thank you. You're not foundational. You're just indigenous. Okay. But anyway, you can go ahead. So that was for Sister Yaya. So I had to just explain that. That didn't take much to gather. It's like, dude, that's logical. You're not foundational. Somebody said she failed to mention with that Jewish reparation thing that they were all white people. It was, right. They were all white people involved in the negotiations.
Yeah, exactly. Getting to this point, I was saying too, a little somewhat. She also didn't mention. She normally mentioned the Caribbean over and over again a few times, but really, her target audience is FBA. But you know who she's not mentioning, and you know who also that Ghana didn't mention with the UN. They're not talking a lot about
With
Brazil.
Haitians? Oh, Brazil. Okay.
Brazil. Now look. This is very, very troubling. When you don't mention Brazil, which had the most Africans, right? Not only did they have the most Africans that came from Africa over there, but they're supposed to have the most Black people on the earth, right? All right, so they're not mentioned. They're not mentioned in that UN thing with Ghana. Now, this is very, very big if we just look at it. Why not Brazil? Why not Brazil? Why is not Brazil mentioned in it? Why is their name nowhere near? You can read that thing back and forth. You're not going to see Brazil. And one of the reasons you're not going to see Brazil is because Brazil is where the Africans at. And the reason that they're not mentioning them also is because the sheer numbers of them that went over there. They're so tied to them, and they're so tied to the Europeans. All of them are really tied to the Europeans because that really was a pipeline. That was the main pipeline of Africans being trafficked over there. She also, like you said, they're constantly ignoring this that they were selling. Our what we call those the
Did you cut out? Or was that? I'm not even sure. Hold on. Yeah, we can't hear you. Yeah, your microphone cut out. SL. If you're still talking, you about to be mad at yourself. But your audio disconnected.
I'm gonna try to come back in.
All right, I hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy. Okay. So what I was saying and what I was trying to get the point across to was about that them excluding Brazil is huge for us. They're not serious. They can't be. And we're getting to a critical mass now about our content creators. You saw Roland come out. You saw the way he came splashing out. This lady's out again. This is because of delineation. So that's why I wanted to thank you, because we don't need to change course of what we're doing. We need to keep doing what we're doing. See, these people are caught up on these parties. They think Republican, they think Democrat. That is what we're not. We're not concerned with that. We don't care that our people. fall into a particular party. And the lineage based everything is what's hurting all of them, which you constantly hammering. We're just hammering lineage. We're hammering lineage. And they keep trying to make everything black. Still not going to work. I don't necessarily think that we need to change FBA. It doesn't matter. I heard when you were saying about American freedmen, which sounds good. I mean, if we had to move that direction. But I just believe that when you find people changing up, when they're trying to call everybody black all over the planet that don't call themselves black, it just goes to show just how weak they are. When you sending out Roland, when you sending out this lady all over again, that just means that the political system is shaking. The political system is shaking because we're not shaking. We're not really we're not really swayed. I mean, because they're watching you. They just don't want to debate you. They know where our great debaters are. See, they want to play. See, they see you. They know that. They know they know we want them over here. See, there's many places that we're trying to steer them. They don't want to go there. That lady would never debate you, bro. And like the sister was saying, that she is like a mouthpiece for the system, for Brad and Becky them, right? Now, see, she's on here trying to get our people, go to our sympathies, go to our feelings, because we are the heartbeat of America. We the one that made all of this civil rights and stuff for everyone, for everybody to enjoy. And because of our heart, because of our gratitude, because of the things that we do for the world. And they're saying we love the world and the world loves us not. They don't love us. And so now that we understand that love is more of not just a linear thing, but it's business now. We're just dealing with business now. We're dealing with business, and Africa don't want to deal with business. Africa got a big problem, bro, with people just like pissing on the street. Now, look, when we say pissing on the street, they think this is a joke. This is a major problem with people, and I'm talking about women, men, children doing this in the street. And right across the street, you got big time rich millionaires and billionaires right there in Lagos. And like I think the other one is right there. Everything they do is just terrible. They're at each other's throat. They got 54 countries, and they're over here trying to talk to us. They don't try to get Chad to help. Chad is over here. I mean, you never hear them say, "Hey, Chad, when you gonna help Nigeria? Nigeria, when you gonna help them?" They don't help each other. But this lady's up here ranting and raving for about like 2, 3, 4 hours talking to us, and she can't get Chad to help. Why Chad don't help Nigeria or one of them? They don't ask them. So when they're asking us, they're only asking us because our ears are tuning them out. We're tuning them out. We're trying to draw them in. You see, they think that, they don't understand this revolution stuff, the American Revolution and Trail of Tears. That's us. They keep getting confused. See, people be reading these books, bro, and we keep saying that stuff. Even our Pan-Africans, they confused too. They forgot who we are. They love talking about Africa so bad and trying to draw in everybody so they can have proximity to all the females in the world or all the happy people in the world, instead of just concentrating on our lineage. Our lineage is serious business, which we keep trying to tell them that the business that we're doing now is not going to stop. The lineage is everything to us. That's what's hurting them. That's what's hurting the Democrats. That's what confusing the Republicans too. The Republicans play games with this. They think like, okay, well, we'll do it. We can win on both ends. We're used to dealing with them playing on both ends. These people are used to them being over there with them from abroad. They're putting in businesses. If you see something called Amoco or something like that, to them, that's a savior. When they see Amoco, they see Exxon, that's a savior to them. We just look at it as gas. But they're looking at it like, oh my God, they're doing all this stuff. They're doing this. We're looking at it like our gas prices is going up. They're looking at it like those people are helping us. Those are our saviors. We look at it like the stock market and things like that of that nature. Because, one of the first stock market things with us on the slide, us, cotton, stuff like that. We've been here from the beginning. We keep telling them over and over again to stand down, stand down, stand down. That's all you got to do. Stop coming at us with this coat stuff. This is not a coat. I'm not in a coat. My mother's not in a coat. My sister, them not in a coat. Nobody I know is in a cult. But they have to say things like that because they don't look. Well, they don't want to come on here. That lady sat up there and for all that time she talked. You sat there and dismantled that. She's no good anymore after that. She's no good. We saw it, but she sounds good on TV, which is where these people live. These people are so caught up with our celebrities that don't know right from wrong. They don't know up from down because they want to get money from everybody too. But our lineage is not about like trying to get money. We are the very resource of this country. We've always been the resource. We're the number one export. We're the number one resource. We're the number one heart and everything. So we want what's ours. We don't want to share stuff with people that we've already given to. Africa is doing, look, they're doing a terrible job over there as a country. You shouldn't be begging the United States when you have 54 countries. You're going to tell me you can't go to one? 54 countries with sometimes 250 million people are almost 98% of them black. Not even ashamed. You know, when they say you can't, African. You know, you can't even, if you can't shame them, you can't change them. See, that's that stuff over in America. Man, once you done lost all kind of morals and principles, at that point, even we'll get away from each other. There's no morals over there because they're all about corporations. That's why you have Russia over there. They don't mention Russia that often, but we are. Because, see, we're not afraid of Russia. We're not afraid of China. And we're not afraid of our own country. And we're not scared of our own shadow. They don't know where to pin us because we like, bro, we identify ops. Because we can identify them. If you're in love with Exxon, if Exxon and Mobile and all of them are building up streets and stuff, and then building up places where they can stay, and then you're sitting there looking just terrible, you're pissing in the street, you don't have any money, you're crying, and then you're having major babies over there. What's up with this? They got a major what's called women of the night problem is outrageous over there. They're doing everything without protection over there. They're passing major diseases over there. But they're over here trying to say that we're all black. I'm like, dude, you got a major league black problem over there. It is sad seeing no children just born like that. While your women of the night are outrageous. I mean, look what you got, like 5 to 6 to 1 for men. Just so what we need right now is just to keep doing what we're doing, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep on trying to draw them in because we want their best. That's all we want. We don't want people like that lady. That lady right there is done now. I hope she come back so you can just bring dismantle her like we just watch you do most of them. We gotta keep our foot on the gas about lineage because this election coming up right now, the Democrats and the Republicans right now, they don't know what to do. Donald Trump is destroying everything for the Republicans. They don't know what to do. They don't know where they're gonna be in office, where they're gonna be. They don't know who to lean on. And we're still doing what we're doing. We're gonna continue to do what we do, and we're gonna continue to draw out their best. We need their best. We want them to stop being scared. We want them over here. We want them on this platform. Yeah, and I land with that, bro.
All right, thank you, brother. You just reminded me of something while you was talking that I've been meaning to touch on, and that was Phil Scott. All right, so I again, I keep telling you guys, like I really do. I mean, some of y'all know, some of y'all believe me. I really do this. So I was watching his live on reparations, and I've never been so disappointed in him before in my life until that. I'm like, yo, what the? Like, you an African agent too? Like, you got hired by Russia? Like, what's? Yeah, he started to use the same language as an agent of Russia, a Pan-African agent of Russia. I just couldn't believe that. I had to rewind it and like make sure he said, like, yeah, you said that? Like you? And then he kind of almost admit to foreign background. Hold on. Let me get to it. Yeah, it's like I thought he was FBA. I could have sworn he used the terminology before, unless he's mixed. Unless he got half and half. But hold on. He for a fact said he had Caribbean background, and but I don't know if he's like full Caribbean or half. Hold on. All right, let me get to that part of the video. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, he said it. All right, hold on. All right. Yes, I think he said the Bantu tribe where his ancestors was taken from. I don't know. It sounded kind of funny. Unless he's trying to call us Africans still. I don't know. It sounded weird. All right. Check this out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back. And let me, before I get started, I want to pick up where we left off last night. I want to give a shout out to about color people. Hey, man, we good. We don't have to go look for nothing else. We don't have to tap dance. We don't have to be in the Democrats' face. None of that stuff, right? Because the people support us. So I want to give y'all a shout out. And like I said, I'm getting more excited about it. The more and more y'all just keep supporting, even with the app, I'm excited about that as well. Trust me, y'all give me some new excitement that I haven't had in a little while. So appreciate that. So let's go ahead and get that started. If you like to get the album, it's in the pinned comment right now. You can go look at it, and you can pay whatever you want. Of course, it's $9.99, but if you want to pay more, you can. Some people did that, and we greatly appreciate those people who decided to do that, because I know that's nothing they had to do. So let's go ahead and get started. All right. So let me go to, give me a second. Nope, that's the wrong one. This is the article itself. I just want to show you where I actually got it from, and then we're going to switch to the report itself, okay? So, give me a second. Let's go get to our article screen. Boom. Fulton's Reparations Task Force produces 615-page report on harm done to black residents. Now, it's a outlet that's attached to PBS and NPR, okay? I just want to let y'all know. And of course, they talk about, the Fulton County Reparations Task Force harm report. And it was done. They say it took some years to get this done. They say the Reparations Task Force has worked since 2023 to research and account for the harms done to black people who were enslaved there or lived in the Jim Crow era. So the group now has an official harm report, and one of their findings shows as much as $900 billion in today's dollars in stolen labor over a decade in slavery in Fulton. Now they say Dr. Karchlek Sims Alvarado, a professor of Africana Studies at Morehouse College, was appointed chair as of the county-based task force after it was established in 2021. Okay, so they got it together in 2021, but they've been doing the study for about a good 3 years. Interesting, they got done now, right before the midterms. Well, I'm just saying. And said we knew that if we were going to be talking about dollars and cents, this research had to be based on quantitative data. And so that's exactly what we've done. They say what the report focused on. And say the first year of the harm report study was actually compiling the data. And so during that time period, so we were able to bring together about a team of about 5 individuals in order to help us with the report. And so we were able to build new data sets, new tabulous data sets that actually allowed us to document the number of individuals that were enslaved in Fulton County, the value tied to their person, as well as who were the profiteers of slavery, meaning who were the slave owners. Now, the report, they say, was backed by the county funding totaling $250,000. It features several charts, diagrams, and dollar amounts tied to slavery's 10-year run. Let's say in Fulton from 1854 to 1864. So official slavery happened in Fulton County in 10 years, okay? They say research shows the county saw its highest number of enslavers, 761. Wow. It's a year before slavery ended in 1865. It's a report then transitioned accounting for harm, like racial terror, of course, unalivings, It said done to black residents during the Jim Crow as early as the 1870s. Okay, so they talk about the report and all that. So let's actually go to the quick synopsis of the report. We have that here on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it said reparations, the Fulton County Reparations Task Force Harm Report. So the framework, you looked at property taxes, courts, it said records, jail, voting, libraries, parks, schools, health and human services. Now, it said the full report has 21 chapters. The profiteers of slavery, convict labor, jails and chain gangs, property taxes, social, political, and economic domination, racial terror, and segregated and inferior county services. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I say the profiteers of slavery. It said taxation on enslaved peoples as property. So you say Fulton County at that time period, it say was 74,773, but at 7% interest rate. In today's standards, that'd have been $674 million. That was the taxation as property. Then the state of Georgia here, right? It said 49,316. Of course, it's going to be bigger. Of course, they said 20%. They said 1.3 billion. Okay, 1.3 billion on the taxation. So this is what Fulton County got from the people, basically in today's standards, who held slaves. In the state of Georgia, this is what they will receive today, the 1.3 billion, if they had those same people. Now, I say Fulton County tax revenue, it's the value of black lives of 20%. So they're talking about the stolen labor. It say individuals, right? It said in that time period, it was 8.9 million, and that's a lot of money in that time period. In today's standards, so it's $675 billion worth of stolen labor that came from slavery. Now, let's talk about that. But these people say they don't owe anything. They say they don't owe anything, ladies and gentlemen. Why should we be talking about it? And this is how they became so rich. This is how they became a superpower. Because think about it, and I think I gave this analogy before. If I had people working for me, and that's all they did was just work for me, and all I had to do was just make sure I had a roof over their head and some clothes on their back or whatever, feed them whatever food I want to feed them. I'm not feeding them the best food. And all they do is work for me all day with no pay. Yeah, I'll become rich if I have free labor. Anybody become rich, you have free labor. And these people felt like at the UN when they said that, well, it was legal at that time what we did. So we didn't do nothing wrong. We didn't break no international law. It was legal. You understand? When you start looking deep into this, these people owe. That's why they're so against it, because they know they owe. So listen, these slavery and all the money they made from slavery proves something else. That they were lazy. They were lazy because they could have got up and did that themselves. They could have built what they wanted to build the country on their own. They didn't get none of this wealth until they got us involved. Until my ancestors got involved. Then that's when they start making all this money hand over fist. Because they tried to come over here on their own, before slavery. And tried to do, had these little colonies, and they didn't last. Because they didn't know what they were doing. Give you an example. So when I did my trace my DNA, and mine had traced back to the Guinea-Bissau area of West Africa. And what I learned about the Balanta tribe, because that's where my ancestors was taken from.
Okay, so all right, so that's what he said. I was driving. Okay, so I think he's foundational. I think I just heard that part, and I was driving and looked down. I was like, well, okay. Now I got it in better context. Okay, I got it in better context because I was driving, listening to it, and I heard that part. So I'm like, what did he just say? All right.
They specialize in agriculture, but growing rice.
So actually, what he's going to say now supports my argument, because I said that Africa, when they sold us, they sold their best resources, like how they do now. When they sell those precious metals and gold and whatever else they sell from out there, they are known to sell their precious resources, their valuables. Then they cry foul when another nation uses those precious resources to become greater and have cell phones or wherever else. They'll say, yeah, but you got it from Africa. I didn't get it from Africa. I bought it from Africa. You sold it to me and I bought it. So even the resources, chat, Africans will try to say, yeah, white folks taking the resources. I thought they were, wait, aren't they just buying it? They're buying they're working out deals to extract stuff from the land. Like nobody's over there just taking stuff, and helpless people are just watching it happen. People are signing stuff, man. People are in negotiations. The governments are selling the people out, and all that stuff is ignored. It just a sad sob story about Africa just weak, wicked, and helpless, while the white man go there and plunge it. The Chinese man go over and just plunge it, and whoever else just plunge Africa, and they're just so helpless, weak, and wicked. Like, stop with this framing. Like, these guys are in deals. They're desperate. I don't know what's going on, and they're selling their people out. Like, they sold us out. And what he's going to talk about, like, we were not just random people being sold. Like, we were, because you're like he's going to talk about it. Matter of fact, let me play it.
And they were great rice farmers, and so the enslavers wanted the people that can grow rice. And of course, you know, with the Balantas, they were, you know, musically inclined. They were also inclined in the area of speech. You know, they were good at that too. They're very defiant. When I did research about them, they were very, very defiant. You know, so it makes sense. Maybe why I'm so much of a renegade, and I don't want to go with the system. You know what I'm saying? Because I just hate gatekeepers. I don't like a system. I don't like, because gatekeepers are horrible because they keep good people down. That's why I don't like gatekeepers. But they specialize in growing rice. And you have to understand the reason why the African continent got the way it is, like even today, let's just be real with it. When they took people from the African continent, they didn't go take any old body.
That language right there is what I recall hearing. They took people from Africa. I was like, Phil, my God, dude, what are we doing? They took people, Phil. And, you know, took is synonymous with capture, kidnap, slave raid. Who is the they, Phil? Who took Africans? Who kidnapped Africans? Tell us.
They keep the system. You know what I'm saying?
Now, I could be wrong. Like, again, I'm driving. As long as he say Africans did the taking, I'm cool. We're cool. But if he, because again, I'm driving, I might have missed this too. But if he's implying without any, so if you don't give any context who the they was, then he's implying white people, okay, behind our back. Let's see.
Because I just hate gatekeepers. I don't like a system. I don't like, because gatekeepers are horrible because they keep good people down. That's why I don't like gatekeepers. But they specialize in growing rice. And you have to understand the reason why the African continent got the way it is, like even today, let's just be real with it. When they took people from the African continent, they didn't go take any old body.
Yeah, he's talking about Europeans. Okay, so that is very misleading, Phil. That's very misleading. Okay, so this part I was right about. They ain't go take anybody. They didn't buy nobody. They didn't purchase nobody. They didn't do a trade, no bartering system. They took people, so white folks kidnapped people. So according to Phil, they went over there with a net and they just kidnapped people right behind Africans' back. Phil, you gotta stop. You gotta stop, my guy. Now, this right here pissed me off while I was driving. I said, no, Phil, did you just say that word, man? And that word is really, really not a slippage. That's an intentional word to force Africa in reparations. Is to force, because if white people kidnap people, then Africans got a claim now. That means they're not complicit in the human trafficking slave trade. If they went and took people, Africa is innocent. Like, Phil, you got to stop, man. Matter of fact, let me switch to my phone. 1 second, family. I could have sworn I was typing something. Oh, hold on. We play a little more. But yeah, you gotta stop.
They
Phil.
took the rice farmers. Be real with it. When they took people from the African continent, they didn't go take any old body. They took the rice farmers.
Oh my God!
They took the people who sold clothes. They took people that actually had skills. Basically, no different than what they do today. Today they call it an H-1B visa. Back then it was slavery.
See, family, he's going into.
They always have a history of trying to pick the best and bright.
He's going into hyperselectivity. He's going into brain game. So he's saying that these folks don't go after the mediocrity. They don't deal with that. They go with excellence, and it's true. White people don't go after people who are half-assed. They go after the best. So what he's saying is true, but he used the word they took, they picked. Phil, they bought, they purchased. Africa is fucking guilty, my guy. Stop trying to frame it where Africa is innocent and there's no accountability. Stop it. This is what happens with ultimately, and I hope this don't happen to George Macon, but this is what happens ultimately to every Pan-African. Name a Pan-African outside of W. Du Bois who was like 10 toes down for the lineage while he was with the lineage. You know, because W. Du Bois, he stood on business and then left the country and did Pan-Africanism afterwards. He stood on business in America for the lineage, and he stood on Pan-African after he left America. He wasn't confused and conflating. He didn't have a dual allegiance. He put the lineage first, and he put Africa on the back burner. He handled his business, did what he could do. He said, I got it from here. He left the country. He did his Pan-African thing. After that, and before that, really after that, all these Pan-Africans, man, they all end up doing that. They start selling the lineage out and start making up excuses for Africans involved in slavery. They would just flat out say they were not involved, like John Henry Clark, or they start to minimize it, and it becomes, and look, he's changing the words already. They picked people from over here, this tribe. They took people. No, Phil, they bought people, man. It's okay to say they bought people. That's history. It's accurate. It happened. They kidnapped us. They sold us. They made a profit. They made off. They thought they were good. They thought they got the better end of the deal, or they thought they got just as much as the European. They didn't know it was going to be that lopsided. Okay, Phil, stop, man, because we're going to look at you different, dude. And I already look at you different because I see the pattern. I'm a pattern recognizing guy. I can see you all on some Dr. Woman King stuff in the near future. Now you're going to be on everybody memes. I see it coming, bro. Because this is the language. It starts with the language. Next thing you know, Marcus Garvey's a great guy. It's oh my God.
Right is out of foreign lands and bring them here. So when you look at the slaves that came here, okay, the slaves that came here, they were the best and brightest. Now, historical accounts, when we talk about slavery in this land, it was only, they say millions didn't come to the United States. That didn't happen. Historically, they say about 300,000 to 588,000 people were trafficked through the transatlantic slave trade here. Here, they lived a lot longer, but only people that kind of suffered a little bit more, it's on the sugarcane plantations, kind of like where my ancestors come from, the sugarcane plantations, because in the Caribbean and Brazil, they were dying left and right. That's why so many millions of people went to the Caribbean and so many millions more went to Brazil. It's because the sugarcane plantations was extremely harsh. They were dying. More and more slaves. So you go from and people that was trafficked. They were doing breeding farms here too, and all of that. But we grew quick in this country, right? But they took the best and brightest from Africa and brought them here. They didn't take the people that just hanging out and got no skills.
They took the best from Africa, family. That took language that is synonymous with kidnapping, capturing, slave raiding. Phil, you gotta stop, my guy. You gotta stop. Let me send him a comment. Phil, Africans didn't take anyone. I said Africans. Phil, white T man didn't take anyone or pick anyone from Africa. They made a purchase. Hence, slave trade. Stay on code. Don't sell us out. Exclamation mark. Okay, I gotta tell him. I gotta tell him. I said, stay on code. Don't sell us out. I gotta be honest, man, because like what he's doing right there is dangerous, man. He's towing the line. Okay, so 14. All right. So you want to let me switch to my phone. You can cook. Let me just switch. While you cooking, let me switch to my phone. I'm gonna play it from my phone.
Okay. I'm out on the one on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. For anybody that has listened to Phil Scott for a while, I listen to him too, and he sometimes make these blunders, but that one right there is a big one because we're trying to get the language right. We're trying to get the truth right, out to our people about Africa. I know that the motherland. A lot of people want to call that the motherland, but a lot of our people here do not call Africa the motherland, especially a lot of people down south. But for him to, be saying the European went over there and took, and that right there is good that we're correcting him. Sometimes he do get into arguments with his chat. I've seen him get in arguments with his chat before where they are disagreeing with him. He's not liking it, but that's good. That's what we need. That's what we're pushing all around, to every state. We're gonna have to bump heads, which lets you know right now. This cult thing they're talking about, we're not in a cult because we disagree with each other. Not only do we disagree with each other, we argue with each other, but we're always coming back because we know that we have a bigger fight. And our fight used to be with an open enemy that we knew, but now it's with it's with the Caribbeans, it's with Africa, it's with these immigrants because they are used to this entitlement that we have done over here in this country. Because, like Phil did say, we agree with it that they sold their best. So we get that now. We understand they sold their best. We've been hearing about things like that for years. Is that the Caribbean and Africa, they don't want us to know that. They don't want us to lean into that because it takes away from who they are. Because these people are so used to coming over here being what you want to call like exotic type folks, right? These foreign folks, right? People like want to be with them. You might want to be Jamaican. You might want to be a Caribbean. You might want to be a Grenadian, a Grenadian, and things like that back in the day. And now we're looking at them like, well, no, because we should never try to be like you, especially when you're traveling thousands of miles to come somewhere to honor yourself. See, we now know that while you're running away from somewhere, we never have. Even when they try to mention things like Liberia. At least the Liberian thought they were running home. These people are running away from home. Nothing they says make any sense when you're fleeing from somewhere to tell us that where we are at is just terrible, so you won't end. See, that doesn't work for us. We don't run to people that don't like us. We don't run to people that say they don't have any caring for us. We have been living right here amongst our oppressors because the oppressor also is a fleer and he's also a immigrant. So now that we understand that, we're not going to allow our youth to come up now, not button heads with dark and brown skin immigrants. It's not personal. You people have basically lived rent free in America, getting everything, and you basically been dumping all of your bad behaviors on us and our children. Our children are coming up in America with the stigma that you're black. But we don't want you to be black when it's convenient for you anymore. Don't be so weak. Stand up, grow a spine. If you're Caribbean, you Ghanaian, whatever you are, you need to start saying that. Now, for our half FBA, look, we're gonna need you because there's a lot of them that's standing up for us. There's a lot. I don't know if some of you people know people like I want to say his name is Hood Hood Smart. I want to say. He's half and half, and he said my FBA dad raised me. I'm FBA. I'm fighting for FBA. I'm doing what I need to do for my dad. I love my dad, my lineage. I was born in America. That's what I'm fighting for. That's what we need. You got to understand that if you've been getting a pass for 50 to 60 years of civil rights, and you're getting also money from being an immigrant, or you being able to be in a territory and call yourself American, but still flying another territory's flag, doesn't even make any sense to us anymore. If you want to be a Puerto Rican and you want to say you're an American by territory, then you know what you need to do. You need to be on code backing us. You don't need to be rapping about our business here. If you're a territory is something that somebody might have taken or purchased. So if you got purchased by the United States and you love that, that's fine. But you understand a purchase that somebody purchased your whole land. You need to understand that what we want from you is to either stand down or stand with what we're fighting for. Because I don't hear Puerto Ricans saying much of nothing because they're able to wear that United States citizen title. They don't want to really ruffle no feathers. But you got to understand what FBA is, bro. We ruffle feathers. This is what we do. We'll ruffle your feathers. We don't want to. We don't want to like just go at you because we know you in this America, or you in America. Well, basically all of you over here now. Matter of fact, Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans are basically they have basically migrated into other countries more than they are on their own land now. This is crazy. You have basically fled yourself to a negative in your own islands, where you have more people in the United States and over there in Britain than you have actually on the land. That is not good. You cannot say that you love that land when you got more people from Puerto Rico and from Jamaica that are fleeing than staying. The people are growing up saying you want to leave home. Then when we call you, like a tether, that's because you're trying to get into our politics. You're trying to say you created hip hop. You're trying to say you got something to do with soul food. It's because you're saying that you showed us how to dress. You know you have not showed us how to dress, or else you wouldn't be running from home. Nobody runs from home when they're creating something. When you are at the top of your game and you're doing things, then they'll take you. See, that's why when Phil said that, he said they are taking Africa's best. That's what he said. You people are fleeing, not your best. You're just leaving. And your best is in cahoots with these countries. They're in cahoots with the United States government that you keep wanting us to fight. We don't want to fight our government for you. We actually fought our government for you already. We have it written in stone. We have it written in laws. We have it written. Matter of fact, we even let some of you people get your names here after about like 40 years. And then you want to honor yourself because we put your name on a sign. You should want more for yourself than that. You should want to look at our black children that are coming up in America that have a lineage way back further than you can even fathom, to say that, hey, man, these little kids that are 1 and 2 years old that are going to a preschool, that's sitting in school with your son or your daughter, man, these people are supposed to be honored. I know it's hard for you to really understand that a child 2 years old is very, very important to your survival. See, you don't love America. You don't love America. So you think you're going to be able to go back home if America fails because you want all these things that are going on around. are circling around wars, international wars, and things like that we've been through, and you don't see we getting upset over, but you are very upset. But you need to be even more concerned because the United States don't fight on their own ground; they fight on them islands, bro. You understand what I'm saying? See, our government fight at your house; they're not gonna fight at their house. So you keep on talking about you want America to go down, you want America to do this, you want to do this. You may be worried about your own home. You keep running over here, you're gonna mess around and somebody gonna set up shop over there, which they already setting up shop. Look at Cuba, look at the islands, look at all these places. What do you think that these governments are doing? Setting up all of these weapons in your countries and in your islands. You know why? Because that's where they want to send them to. They don't want to send them to like in Europe. They don't want to send them in America. They don't want that problem. They want a middleman, the place you're running from, saying that it's good and you're teaching us stuff while they're building up arms on your little island, meaning they don't have no respect for you. So when you come over here and you want somebody to respect you, then FBA, that's all we do is respect people. Else you wouldn't be here. All we want from people to do is stay out of our politics. You stay out of our politics, that's like 70% of being a friend to us. We got a lot of business going on in America. We don't look at the world the same. We don't look at the world as Donald Trump or even Joe Biden. That's not the way we look at it. We know those people that are doing that. We've seen this go through all the money in the world. We're talking about the dollar. You see all those presidents on them dollars. Who the freak you think was around when them presidents were around? Before you was running your happy butt over here, those presidents that are on that money that you're over there fighting for a dollar, that means $1.40 something is about like 20 or 30,000 freaking whatever you call your money. With Abraham Lincoln on it, $5. So when you're talking about him and you're talking about this money that you love so much that you running over here to do, don't you know that we was dealing with these folks that's on that money? You keep putting in your pocket. So don't be so happy all the time to be grabbing that money, because that man that's smiling on that money, we already dealt with him, fam. Some of that stuff got an eye on. It's all kinds of signs and symbols on that money. But you're coming over here talking about you came to work hard so you can put that man in your pocket. See, when we're looking at them, we know that that right there is a sacrifice. That right there is lineage of hundreds and hundreds of years of battle. And you're talking about George Washington or even Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin wasn't a president, but he's on $100 bill. You know anything about this guy? But see, you want to come over here and you want to come over here and say you created something, not creating anything you don't know about Benjamin Franklin. You don't know what Benjamin Franklin did. See, every invention in America and everything they did over here got our hands on it, our footprints on it, our fingerprints on it, our blood in it. That's why you don't respect yourself. That's why y'all put Garvey on money right now. These people done lost their ever freaking mind to have Marcus Garvey on your money. Man, matter of fact, you got Marcus Garvey on your money and you threw him out. But after a while, look here, when FBA give you glow, clean you up, make you presentable to the world, now y'all making money. You just wasn't liking Marcus Garvey prior to us rehabilitating him, because that's all we do to the diaspora is clean you up, stand you up, make you more respectable, and then you come and disrespect us, and it's not gonna happen too much longer. You need to understand what your island is for. Your island now is a port for a major league war. You better understand what you're doing, because the more you try to come over and rub elbows with Brad and Becky, they're going over there on your land, just going over there for a something called a vacation, right? They go over there and take your best land for a vacation, and on the other end of your island, you got bombs sitting over there. But you don't. But you got problems with us. You don't understand international geographical politics coming over here to America talking about you want to work hard. Working hard would be standing up against white tea supremacy, man. It's a 24-hour job. You can't flee. Can't flee. Because you ain't no respect when you go back home. That's why most of you tethers, when you come over into America, you go back home. Only thing you got is our money. With them people on, like I was telling you, with that face. Won't you go ahead and explain it to them how you got the money? You should go home.
Hey, you
Go ahead,
mad you
go
don't
ahead,
got
bro.
a hey, you mad you don't got a country to put your people on a dollar? That's what you upset about?
Okay, so you're back. You know what? I've been waiting. And like I was just saying.
I'm just asking.
Wait,
Are
wait, wait,
you
wait, wait, wait,
upset
wait,
that
wait,
you
wait, wait,
can't
wait.
put
Don't
your
just
own
don't
people on a
just
dollar?
jump in. Don't just jump in. Don't just jump in. Don't just jump in. Have some respect, Tether. See,
I mean, you've been
one
talking
thing.
about us. I've
Right,
been
right, right.
listening. You just been
I'm
talking about us.
right. I'm talking to the chat. Talking about who? Us?
You've been talking about us.
Oh, okay. There you go. Now we good. Us.
Yeah, if FBA is so,
No, what I said
if you're
about
not
you.
concerned
No, you
about
what you
us,
asked me
why
a
are you
question,
worried
right?
about
Not
Marcus
concerned
Garvey
about
and
you. I just gave lots of examples.
right? But
But
what
see,
you worried about
your
who we put
feelings
on
are
our
hurt.
money?
You
Why
feeling
you
well,
so
you
worried
over
about who
here.
we put on our
You
money?
over here. Why you here?
Yeah, I'm here because
Why are you here?
I'm here because
Right,
the white man
right,
gave me permission to
right,
come here.
right,
The
right,
same
right.
white
I
man
just
that
told you
granted you
why.
citizenship.
I
He
just
get
told you why.
the same white
I
man
just
that
told you
granted you
why.
citizenship. So why
I
are you
just
so
told you
worried
why.
about
I
what we
just
do in
told
our
you why.
country that we
But
fought
I just
for?
told you what's your country?
We fought for our country. We didn't
Who is
fight to
we?
reside in a white
Who
man
is we?
country like
What
you
country are
did.
you talking about?
I got a country. You don't got a
What
country.
country?
Don't worry
You
about
talking about the
where
country you
the
fled from?
Tetherland. Well, my people didn't.
Tetherland. Right,
Yeah.
exactly,
We
exactly.
didn't
And
flee
I'm gonna
from
tell you about
dogs.
Tetherland.
We
No,
didn't
I'm about to
flee.
tell you. I'm
We didn't
gonna
flee
tell you
from.
about
We
Tetherland.
didn't flee
I'm gonna
from
tell you
German
about
shepherds.
Tetherland. I'm
We
gonna
didn't
tell you
flee
about
from
Yeah.
German
Tetherland.
No,
What
shepherds.
you?
wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Bro. Yeah. Okay. German shepherds bite you. That's it.
Yeah, y'all
This
fled.
dude.
Your
Hold
ancestors
on.
fled
Wait.
from German
Hey,
shepherds.
dude. When you know, actually, no, we were right there. Hold on. Yeah, that's a big difference, bro. We
Y'all
got
marched
bit
and
because
fled
we.
from German
Wait,
shepherds.
okay. I'm going to meet you. Now, this is a guy that don't know our history. That's trying to troll,
Mm-hmm.
bro. The reason why the German shepherds bit us because we didn't flee. We were
Mm-hmm.
fighting. That's called a civil rights movement, my guy. You actually ran from the dogs. The dogs bit us. The cops tried to get us to leave. We wouldn't leave. They called us troublemakers. Like there's hella video right now. I can go to right now and embarrass you. There's hella video that we're saying no justice, shit like that. We're arguing.
Yeah,
Not what you talking about.
You're marching in the streets. That's
Yeah,
it.
right. Okay, right. But look what you did though.
Yeah,
The
we
white
had
man.
wars.
No. You
Yeah.
got
The Maroon
no.
War.
That was a massacre, and then they deported your asses to Nova Scotia somewhere. You dig? So no. Hold on. Let me get this guy. Let me
Mm-hmm.
switch. Let me switch back over.
Ron, that's the difference between us and y'all. Y'all think marching in the streets is fighting.
I'm not going to do is
That's what y'all think is fighting. We don't consider that fight. Marching and putting up picket signs saying that we want
you
justice.
said the dog bit
Right.
That's
us.
Y'all
not
just
that's
Okay,
not
no,
fighting
just
we
us.
run
didn't.
away.
We from a dog. The dog bit us because we didn't flee.
Yeah,
They
y'all
said
was
the dogs us
marching.
because we
Yeah,
wouldn't leave. You just
y'all
lie.
was
You don't know history. You always get embarrassed over here. And we be hearing you on other shows making a fool of yourself. But over here, you don't even get that far. So no, but you guys actually conceded the war when you just seen the dogs.
okay.
They didn't even bite you.
Okay,
These
Ron, can I
guys gave up at the mere vision of the dogs.
Okay, Ron, can I ask you a
Why
question?
do you man like, God damn, he's a bunch of cowards.
Right. Can I ask
Nobody
you a
got bit.
question?
And
Can I
they
ask you
conceded, dropped their weapons, and said, yo, you can have the land. And then they deported your asses. So see, the
Right.
thing about what he does and different from me is that I can cook people roast and still be factual. He cook and roast and be lying.
Exactly.
Okay, Ron, can I ask you a
And
question?
that's what make a good roast even better.
Lying and
Is
crying.
when there's truth to it. A roast is corny when you're lying. Hey man, you drive a Pinto, you drive a yellow Pinto, look like a lemon. You're lying. That's not that funny. But if he actually driving one, it's hilarious. Yeah, so bro, you can't even cook right.
Can I ask you a question, Ron?
All right. Let me. Do I have any people?
He got really pissed off with Marcus Garvey on that money.
And his country is Jamaica. He haven't been there since he was like 1. He don't ever plan on going back. He never visits. He don't give a damn about Jamaica, and we can't. That's something we can't relate to. Like, matter of fact, we can't relate to people leaving their homeland at all and living somewhere else permanently. Like that is just the reality, man. The reality is that we cannot relate to people who leave their homeland permanently to live somewhere else and pretend that's the new homeland. Like, that reality for us is just like, okay, like, I guess, but and there's some lack of respect that comes with that. Like, no different than people who fought in the war, like when they got called on the draft, and those who didn't fight in the war after the draft. The ones who fought are not going to see the ones who died the draft as brave as themselves. That's just a fact. Or a military man that is in the army but never got deployed, and the person that just came back from a war zone won't see the people who don't never go as like equally men or tough or strong. That's just common human, thought.
And the main line, and the main line, the main lands, and the main island, they on to each other now, bro. They really don't like them. That's why they stand over here.
So let me take this time to finish the Phil Scott video.
Can I ask you a question?
Nah, I didn't like that phraseology, the kidnapping stuff. That's that lying ass John Henry Clark phraseology. Just be honest, bro. You ain't got to lie about history. Just be honest. Just, if you're going to talk history, just repeat it as it is. Okay. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, let's get Phil back on the big screen. At least his voice.
Like, they don't take the people who hang out, don't have no skills right now. When you see the Indians come over here, they make sure they go get the Indians who hang, but then you go from when it stopped all the way up to the end of slavery, we were 4 million strong. That's a lot of getting it in to go from 588,000 to 4 million. Of course, they were doing breeding farms here too and all of that, but we grew quick in this country, right? But they took the best and brightest from Africa and brought them here. They didn't take the people that just hanging out and got no skills. Like, they don't take the people who hang out, don't have no skills right now. When you see the Indians come over here, they make sure they go get the Indians who smart. They don't get the Indians that just hanging around in Mumbai all day. No, they want the ones that got the education. When it come to Africans, when you see a lot of them come over here, they do that. They go try to pluck the best and brightest Nigeria or the best and brightest out of wherever. They don't bring the dudes that just hanging out all day over here. They've been doing that. Now, the reason why the continent is the way it is because when you pluck the best and brightest out of any community and transfer them somewhere else, and you leave the people there who's not the best and brightest of that community, what you think is going to happen to that community? It's going to spiral down, because you need the best and brightest to stay in that homeland area so you can build it up. That's really what a lot of that is. Now, I've heard this in my own 2 ears, so I'm only speaking on what I know. Many of them have said, well, some of y'all need to come back to Africa. Some of them may say come home. Now, I know some people don't like that language. I'm telling you what I've heard. And what I've heard consistently is like, yeah, y'all come, man, y'all can help us build this, and we can do that. and y'all got some education, y'all got some skills, man. We could work together. You know, like I've heard that consistently, right? Why? Because in order to build a nation, you got to have the best and brightest to do that. America understands that. All nations understand that. Listen, all that immigration, now, you know, you're going to have some people not slipping through the cracks, but the majority of immigration they controlling, the ones that come from planes and not through that southern border, is going to be your best and brightest. Now, when them other ones that come through the southern border, that's not going to be your top of the top. That's going to be your low-skilled workers that's coming through that southern part of the border, but they need them too. So they don't have to pay black folk. Do you know, I'm talking about the Houston area. Man, it's rare you see black people working fast food. Not because black people don't want to work fast food, but like in this area, even Church's Chicken, Popeye's Chicken, wherever them places like that, they used to be, you knew guarantee it was a crew of black people working at Church's Chicken. It was a guarantee it was nothing but black people working at Popeyes. Always. It was a guarantee nothing but black people working at Waffle House. It was a guarantee. Listen, people knew if you couldn't get a job out of jail after doing a bid, you can go to Waffle House. They always hired people that did the bid. That's why I tell people, don't ever go to Waffle House messing around. Because it may be a dude or a chick that just did about 10 years. And it's their first job fresh out. Like, don't go with the Waffle House messing with them, man. Leave them people in the Waffle House alone. Please. Yes, Miss Paula Green, some of that is going on down here. It is. You know, it is. I remember when I was growing up in Port Arthur, you would never see that. But where I grew up at, it was just mostly black and white people. You know, you may see some Hispanics, but it wasn't many. It was mostly just black and white people. And then after them, you had the Vietnamese, where I grew up at. And the Vietnamese was kind of like in their area. So the Vietnamese, we knew when we crossed that area off of 9th Avenue, you seen that Catholic church for the Vietnamese, and then it was nothing but Vietnamese people through there. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of how it was when I grew up. Vietnamese kind of stayed in their area. They had their stores, their shrimp boats, all that sort of thing. You know, they kind of came in during the Vietnam War era as refugees, right? So let me get to one more section real quick before we take our next break. All right. So they said that $1, they're talking about the tax office, every dollar was equal to $120 in today's standards, right? Okay, cool. Now they say here, 55% of the enslaved population in Fulton County was 25 years of age, under 25 years of age. 18%, it says 17 to 25-year-old. And then 37% children and adolescents. Children under 6 could be sold and forced to work as an adult. Yeah, see, you know, you had a toddler back then, and that toddler can walk and talk. Oh, that toddler will go and pick some cotton somewhere. That toddler is not a child. They don't look at a child as a baby. Once he walking around doing what he needs to do, you getting out in that field working with your mammy. These people and what they done, this is why they don't want y'all to know the history. Because when you know the history, and check this out, not only the history is bad, but how the excuses they give for this history. Oh, it's been so long ago. Well, you know what? Why there's no statute of limitations for unaliving somebody? There's no statute of limitations for that. If you unalive somebody 30 years ago, right, and they find out you did it and it's evidence or whatever, and they crack the case, guess what? You're getting arrested for that unaliving for 30 years ago. There's no statute of limitations, right? But according to y'all, including you white liberals, it's a statute of limitations on what y'all done with slavery. It's been so long ago. I mean, come on. You guys didn't experience that. I didn't do that to you, buddy. So what are you talking about? You're worse than them who did it. Let me tell you why. You know what your ancestors did. You know where the bones are buried. You know your grandpa got some body parts hidden somewhere from black people. You know that. You know exactly where everything is buried at. You found it when he passed away, but you kept it quiet. You got rid of it. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Oh, I'm detested by that or whatever. You know. You know your grandpa was a Klansman. You knew. You found his robe when he was the Grand Dragon of the Klan. You know all about that. But then you want to act like you playing dumb with us. Like, you can't play dumb with me because I know you know. Well, can you teach me about racism and teach me that's why I said, listen, I'll teach you. I will gladly teach you. Listen, white America, listen. I'm willing to teach you about racism. I'm willing to teach you, okay? Matter of fact, I'm willing to teach you. I want it to be even a safe space for white people. Listen to my proposal, white America. I'll teach you about racism. And I don't want no black people in there except my team. It'll be a white safe space, right? It'll be $1,000 a ticket, easy, okay? Because you got to pay your reparations. And we got to do at least a minimum 25 people, minimum, right? And I will have the best of the best. We won't let no other black people in there except the black people that's working with me. And you can say whatever you need to say, just the exception to saying N-words and all that sort of thing. We're not going to do that. But you won't have to feel condemned. I'm willing to teach you, but you have to pay. And I'm not going to go soft on you because I'm teaching you either. But you are responsible. So if you want that kind of conference, white people, I'll give it to you. But you're going to pay. You're going to pay. And black people, when they say, teach me about racism, say, you need my Zelle? Which one you need? Like, my Apple Pay, you need that? What do you mean? Oh, no. I don't teach racism for free. You paying. So you need my Apple Pay? You need my Zelle? Which one you need? You need me a little to teach you. I need at least $100 right now. Now, yeah, I got you about 5 minutes. I'll teach you 5 minutes, but I need $100 on that. $100? Yeah, I need $100 because you got it. Because all that money during slavery y'all got, oh, I need mine. And I want black people to do that. Well, can you teach me? Sure I can. I need $100 on my Apple Pay or my Zelle, something. I gotta have it. And when it hit my account, then I gladly teach you whatever you want to know. You got me. We got 5 minutes. You want 5 more minutes? I need $100 more. This is simple. And don't be afraid to tell them that. 'Cause they got it. They got it. Not always got money. Collectively, you do. Go find it from one of your people and then come holler at me. I need my $100, okay, for 5 minutes. I need that. Now, if you're willing to book 10 minutes, I'll give you a discount. Maybe I'll give you, $180 or something if you book 10 minutes up front. I'll give you a little discount for 10 minutes. But if you want to know about racism and you want me to teach you as a black person about how not to be racist, you're going to pay for it. Because I'm giving you the secrets, and I'm giving you my life experience, right? As an expert, as a victim of anti-black racism and descendants of slaves, right? So you got to pay for my expertise. And so you got to make them pay for your expertise, ladies and gentlemen. You got to make them pay. Hold on, you're saying just because you say time done went by and a good bit of y'all are broke don't mean y'all don't owe. Yeah. They owe. They owe, ladies and gentlemen, they owe. And before we come right back, make sure you come join us next month. It's coming very quick at the Ohio Black Expo. And we'll play that and we'll be right back.
It's the Unity Reunion Parade, Cookout, Line Dance Party, Backyard, Barbecue, Fish Fry, Vegan Soul, Black Business, Food Truck, Networking, Outdoor, Concert, Music, Festival, Celebration of the Year.
It is an amazing experience. You have people from all over the country.
You want to say something before I start, SL? Add to anything?
About what Phil said. Phil was cooking. Phil was cooking. I mean, he was cooking, like I said, we just had, a couple issues, which is what they need to understand about this is not a cult, right? So we disagree with Bill. We disagree with Tyree. We disagree with Apple. We disagree with each other all the time. People don't know nothing about that, bro. That's why they jump on here like that when they're all upset. I mean, we constantly dispelling all this fake stuff they're doing because they're not from America. They don't like it. This guy that jumped on the dude hate America. He don't like America. That's why he said the white man let me over here. Anybody who talk like that right there don't have no self-respect. They don't have no respect where they came from. They don't have no kind of identity. Because who the hell said the like white man let me come? You out of here, dude. You know, what kind of little child in fifth or sixth grade want to hear some grown man saying that? Suppose you go up and go, you gonna speak to the school today. Well, you know, the white man let me come. It's over, right? So right now you should be on a boat or on a plane. They need to deport you for what they call self-hate. No respect for yourself. None. I mean, how do you talk like that? You gonna tell your son that? Oh son, you know what? We here cause the white man let us come. Well, dude, he might want you gone too, you know. So how about you just deport yourself? I mean, you don't have no respect for yourself. If a white man can just tell you to leave and come and go as he please, then why you even on this platform? I mean, you like an avatar for us. You're just a joke. I mean, have some self-respect for yourself. Come on, he let me here. I mean, come on, man. You two, you three. You think I want my son to let somebody say, hey man, let me come? It's over for you, dude. We don't need anything like that around us. Because you're not fighting at your home. You're not fighting here. You're not fighting in your island. You're not for Jamaican. They're not for Jamaican. The dude is not for Jamaica, yo. Talking about a white man let you come. It's a lot of people in Jamaica ain't never left the island. They look at you in disgust. And I'm glad they do. Not to say that like the white man let me come. We don't hear that coming from our children. Freak, won't you do? So when they jump on these platforms talking to our scholars, like Ron, like the people in the chat, dude, you don't even know you talking to professors in here. You talking to doctors, you talking to lawyers. You don't even get it, do you? You're talking to construction workers. You're talking to some of those people that Phil was talking about. You're talking to all across the spectrum, bro. This is how we roll. See, on these sites, you can be talking to a doctor, to a lawyer, to a dude that's a garbage dude. All of us here on these things is the same. You don't know nothing about that. Because see, the white man didn't send us, son. When we on here talking to each other like this is lineage based. That's why you can get somebody even from a street gang on here. You gotta put it down now, right? Because it's family. You don't know nothing about a family reunion, son. I'm talking about from the north to the east to the Midwest, down there to the Gulf Coast. I'm talking about America, not American dream. It's not a dream. We don't have to dream this. You're dreaming of America. You're dreaming of the white man let me come. How weak can you be?
What? The dude Tethernew, he you see how he talks, right? Now, this guy will also call himself a Pan-African, by the way, family. Incredible. This guy, now look, think about what Pan-African means. That means global African people with African descent needs to come together and get along. Look how he continuously talk about Black Americans. Now, keep in mind, talking like that, he's allowed in Black American Pan-African spaces.
Right.
Yeah, can you imagine somebody that's disrespecting the lineage, but they claim to be from the lineage, either freedmen, ADOS, FBA, they're disrespecting the lineage. Like for example, can you imagine like an ADOS, somebody who's saying they're ADOS, and they be in FBA spaces saying, yo, your people ain't SHIT, y'all ain't foundational, and then come amongst us and act like they down with us. Or somebody foundational talking to somebody who say they're freedmen and then telling them, man, your family had to, you ain't fight no civil war. They ain't set up no banks for y'all, no freedmen bureau for y'all, man. Y'all need to get it yourself. We'd be like, dude, you don't kick rocks, man. You can never come back around here because you're not just disrespecting that individual who say they're freedmen, ADOS, FBA. You are disrespecting the lineage. So Tether New don't know how to roast people as an individual. What he does is he attacks the entire lineage, but then claim to be Pan-African. Like, dude, you just cooked an entire lineage that's founded Pan-Africanism, and then you claim to be that, and then he'll champion Foundation Black American Pan-African leaders. Like, wait a minute, how would they feel what you just said about the dogs? Then he's lying. That's why you see he got quiet. I said, oh, bro, we didn't get bit because we ran. We got bit because we wouldn't run. You got bit because you didn't get bit at all because you ran. That's called the destiny swap. He thought we got bit because we ran. We got bit because we didn't run, and he didn't get bit because he ran. That's the difference between us and Tether New. Okay? So if you want to roast lineages, we can go there. We can have fun with that. So I had looked something up. It says you are correct about historical distinction, and it's an important point in understanding Black American identity. It said, let me explain. It said, let me explain more clearly. It said Black Americans are unique among Black Americans are unique among people of African descent in that they were the first. Listen, they were the first group to consciously and collectively adopt Black as a self-chosen endonym and primary identifier. One more time. Black Americans are unique among people of African descent in that they were the first group to consciously and collectively adopt Black as a self-chosen endonym and primary identifier. Before the Civil Rights Movement, Black was primarily an exonym imposed by others and often carried negative connotations. However, during the 1960s, Black Americans deliberately reclaimed this term as an act of self-determination and political empowerment. This adoption was particularly significant because other populations of African descent did not use Black as their primary self-identification. Most African nations and ethnic groups traditionally identified by their specific nationality, Nigerian, Ghanaian, or ethnicity, Yoruba, Igbo, or tribal affiliations rather than by color. Caribbean populations typically identified by their specific island nationalities, Jamaican, Haitian, Barbadian, right? Or sometimes as West Indian, something they adopted that from the British.
Yep.
Right? The British called them West Indian. Hold on. And then it says hold on, I'm trying to get this thing out my damn way. Oh my God. So it says many African languages had their own terms for dark-skinned peoples, but these were not equivalent to the political identity of Black as embraced by African Americans, Black Americans. The Black Power movement in the United States fundamentally transformed Black from a mere descriptor adjective into a proud political identity, proper noun, connected to a specific historical experience, right? American chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and the struggle for civil rights. This identity was intrinsically tied to the American context and the unique relationship between Black Americans and the United States. When African American later replaced Black as the preferred term by Jesse Jackson and white supremacists in the late 1980s, it created a conceptual framework that could more easily include other groups of African descent who had immigrated to the United States, thereby diluting the specific historical claims and identity that Black Americans had developed through their struggle. Unbiased Ron, your observation highlights how this linguistic shift had real consequences for how Black Americans could articulate their unique historical position and claims to justice as a specific ethnic group rather than as part of a broader racial category. That's AI. Reaffirming that the way we use Black has never been done by anybody dark skinned before us. That's why I say I don't have the same problem as most people when they have like an ideology or some type of a narrative and AI disagrees and debunks it. So now they hate AI and make up excuses not to listen to AI. No. When I talk, I encourage you guys to go to your AI tools and see if it disagrees with me. So you can use AI and still be for the lineage and still delineate. And AI will, if you use it right, AI will corroborate everything you said and you still be on 10. I don't have their problems. Oh, nah, man, AI, nah, I don't mess with AI. It hallucinates or Wikipedia. Nah, nope. All that stuff agrees with the things that come out my mouth. And I'm very effective. Even when I say we're the only Black people, that AI even agrees with that. And this is the third AI engine I asked. I already asked Gemini, ChatGPT. This is the third one I'm playing around with that agreed.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. And you've been doing this for a while. Look, bro, we actually watch you. We've actually watched you grow in this, grow dealing with AI and these terms uh about our lineage and who we are. The way you challenge the technology of today, because that technology really can't lie. They have to start to bend to FBA's will, like everything else, bro. Because we're literally just really just dealing with our lineage, and you know, it's a beautiful thing. And I wish more people would just go ahead and just understand that man, we got to care about ourselves, we got to care about each other, and it's very important for us. It's the number one thing in the world to us. And I'm sorry that they think that, you know, it's like hate. They know it's not, because half of us on the chat have never met each other before. That's why they call it a cult, because they think like the only way that you can do something for us as a collective, because they used to be saying for hundreds of years, the Black people will never come together. They was not talking about nobody but in America, yo. Because when these people come over here, when they start talking about Black people not coming together, these people delineate when they're talking about that. That's why you can find them in all their little communities. Phil was talking about it a few minutes ago about how they come, and that thing, you know, you going to McDonald's and that thing, you know, the McDonald's is filled with foreigners, and we're, you know, leaving from there. But we have always survived, even with the foreigners, in spite of them getting everything, in spite of them getting all kinds of benefits, hand-me-downs, and everything. We're still here, and that's what they can't understand. They're so used to carving out some part of America that the white man let them get, that they think that this is his land until it's not, and then they mad at us. It's nasty work how you love this man, and when he get mad at you, you mad at us. You even got the Pan-Africans mad at us because the white man mad at you. They're like, man, y'all love him too much, man. You know, like you love him so much, so much. And I'm like, we fine with y'all loving him like that right there, but don't get mad at us. Why you mad at us? Because you love him. Because we say you love him, you showing all of the characteristics of somebody that's in love with Becky and Brad, bro. This man came on here and said, they let us come. You need to leave. You cannot be in civil rights. You can't create rap. You can't create blues. You can't create hip hop talking about they let us come. Our music is revolutionary. It is about delineation then too. Because trust me, White T had been dealing with delineation. What do you think Jim Crow was? The delineation. It's nothing new in America. It's only new to you immigrants, even though you come from places where a small majority will separate you guys based on color. Like this, what's his name? Tether, a Dream, or this guy, American Dream. We don't know his status over there in Jamaica, but I would like to know. I think that might be the guy. One time said his dad was a millionaire, but I would love to know. You know,
Nah, that's the same guy you just spoke to. His dad was a millionaire and Garvey money.
Okay, okay, and look, so for us and what we're getting is what's shocking this world is that they they can't really understand a brother like you, bro. And this is the problem with them. All of our leaders are similar to you, and we always back them that way. That's where you can get so many of us that'll be unknown in a lot of ways because our faces have always rose to the top. But of course, people come at them when they're the face of an organization, when they're face of something that we're trying to do. We got a lot of books about that. Tell the dream. That's why our lineage right now is absorbing all of our leaders. We are protecting them with our blood. And they don't know nothing about that because you're not gonna shed no blood running, bro. You know what I mean? See, if you really have real strength and real power, that's why they say our blood is in this soil. Your blood is in this soil too. It's like you want your blood over here getting your head cracked by getting sent back home or getting hurt on the job. That's where your blood coming from. It's not coming from fighting nothing. It's coming from getting hurt on the job or playing basketball or in school somewhere. You know what I mean? They want to play football, basketball, and baseball and get hurt and shed their blood over in America. So, you know, they say, Ron, they say, our parents went through a lot to get to America. I'm like, how? These people on planes, buses, trains, and everything being freely marched to a promised land, talking about, we gave up a lot.
They talking
to
about
leave.
what they mean. They talking about getting past Homeland Security. Like, damn, that was hard.
Look, they call getting hard. What is it? Presenting yourself to the border. Talking about, okay, I came here. I'm presenting myself here. Now will you let me in? Now look, that right there means that you gave up everything. And your parents gave up everything. And they came with $1.22 to come lay at a border and say that I came here for a better life. But no, I'm an economic refugee. No. I'm a whatever type of classification you want. They just changing it at the border. Well, you can't be that. Well, you got to come through this door. They just like, okay, I'll be back. Can you imagine knocking on somebody's door talking about, what should I be today to get in? You gonna tell me right now, if that's what you got to think about, how can this be your land? You trying to find out what you're gonna use to get in the door? When you knock on somebody's door, see, that's what it means here in America. Not who that. And if you knock it too hard, we say you're knocking like the police. See, when you people come at the border, y'all not doing neither one of them. Y'all falling out, passing out, crying, begging for water, like you've been walking for days. Look, man, we got every nationality at the border. Every last one of them. They coming from everywhere. Talking about, oh, well, you know, we came here for a better life. Then why are you coming here talking to us, bruh? If you came here for a better life, that means where you came from is the worst life you ever had in your life. It's terrible there. And you mad at us because we saying it's terrible? You saying it's terrible. Who the hell said they march to look? If you risking your life to leave, how's it good? What's good about it? We've been creating spaces for you. We have been opening our arms to you as foreigners for years. Our grandparents and stuff saw you people come in small numbers. We respected you. We are forced to respect our elders, respect people that are normally oppressed and people that come with a melanin skin. This is who we are. You know what it is? Ask your grandmother. And now they can't even stand with our grandmothers anymore because of the benefits. See, they don't want to be called the new terms now. See, but that's what they call the new black media, right? So we come up with the new terms for you folks that fit like a glove, tighter than an OJ glove. And I'm saying every time that we come up with something, it's always within. That's how you create hip hop. That's how you create jazz. That's why you have a man called Marcus Garvey to come here and literally trick everybody, and we not do nothing to him. But the white man did. It's incredible. The white man dumped you, send you somewhere where you don't want to go. Well, a person, place that you said you were going, never step foot on. Then he put you on money. How weak can you be? Then they're arguing with us over the Caucasians is on the money. It's like, dude, you know why though? See, we don't know y'all history. We don't know y'all names. Y'all come over here with different names. Y'all come over here with about like 5 people. Ain't none of them no kin to each other. So this my sister, this my aunt. All of them got close to the same though. Julio, John, this right there, and there's just a couple of letters off. That's it. We don't know who you people are, but do we ever go attack y'all? We never attack people when they come over here. We never tell them to go. Donald Trump said y'all gotta go. And we got the Democrat Party mad at us. They mad at FBA exclusively, yo. They mad at us exclusively because ICE is taking these people. Then they turning on FBA, that's ICE, because we got a job in our own country. That's just how delusional this Pan-Africanism is. It's like, man, you mad at our people because they got a job? You're not mad at all these people over there flooding these jobs and knocking down the wages. You're not going there marching against them, but you mad at an ICE agent? It's our freaking country, bro. We can get a job we want. Freak wrong with you. We can get a job. We can be in the CIA. We can be in the FBA. Yeah, bro.
1 second. I forgot we had somebody on the line. True Teller, you should have said something.
Yeah, I was just listening, baby. I didn't want to stop my man. He's preaching, so I was just going to let it go. But I did want to just
10 regular.
10 on regular.
40.
You have quick check rewards?
No.
Some regular, right?
Yeah. Go ahead,
yeah. I wanted to put some info on that whole Marcus Garvey on the money. And this is coming from the financial perspective. Just so y'all know what the currency value is for the Jamaican dollar compared to the US dollar. 0.5 cents.
25 cents
per dollar. No, I'm sorry, I'm saying it wrong. 0.05, right? Per dollar.
And that's why he's a millionaire.
Zero.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. No. I'm wrong. I'm dead wrong. Sorry, it's worse than that. So sorry. I'm dead wrong. That's if it's a peso. That's not even a Jamaican dollar. You know what the Jamaican dollar rate is to US dollar? 0.0063. So a peso is 0.05 per dollar, and the Jamaican dollar is 0.0063 cents per dollar. So yeah, y'all niggas could keep that Marcus Garvey face on the money if y'all want to. Nigga. I don't want to use it. Toilet tissue is more valuable than that. Right? And the whole epidemic proved it. Toilet tissue is more valuable than the currency you claiming this nigga's face is on your money. We got somebody that look like us. And it's not just that country. It's most of the black countries, which is why they come here. Because so check it, and what most people don't realize is fine, the value of their money is less than ours, but the price of their stuff doesn't change as far as the value of that thing. So if a whole chicken costs what, $10 in the supermarket, move that decimal point over a few more times, 0.0063 times, and that's how much it's worth in their money. So a $10 chicken for us is like a $63,000 chicken for them. The value of the product doesn't necessarily change. The zeros behind how much it costs will depend on the country you go to. So $10 here is $63,000 over there.
Oh my God.
I don't even know why they bring up money. It's sad for them to do that because their money is worth less than toilet tissue. So y'all tell this guy to do better, man. Don't bring up that money thing. If you say it while I'm on here, it's going to be embarrassing. You're going to say we hate Africans. Because I'm going to tell you what it's really worth. It ain't even worth the dude picture on the money.
Wow. Right.
So, it's like talking to like little kids. They say stuff that sound good, but then if you actually have any information about what they're saying, you'd realize they just talking out their ass and they're dumber than you thought. It's really the case. They're just dumber than you thought. And we got to start recognizing it because they're terrible people, man. As you can see, they literally come here take all this stuff. All I'm saying is, if I'm staying at your house and I'm going to your fridge, eating your food, I'm using your TV, I'm using your bathroom, how am I gonna be still in your house disrespecting you? That's how you know what kind of people they are. Talking about your house ain't shit. Well, you enjoying it. Why don't you get out? No, it's better than where I came from. So how's my house? How's my house garbage when you coming from a box from outside? Like, how is my house garbage? So, we just got to make sure we understand the quality of people we talking to. And even though they may be the upper echelon of their community, they're still really the middle or lower middle echelon of our community. So, I mean, let's just call it what it is.
Yeah, a lot of times they're like, I don't know if you've been here the whole time to watch the live, but Ron had this lady on here earlier, and the way that she talks, because a lot of
Oh,
them
yeah.
just talk very well. They learn the English
Exactly.
language very well, and they learn our
Mm-hmm.
history, and they know our politics, which is the bigger problem with us now. It's like they know our politics, and we're like, well, you know, if you know our politics and you coming from such a terrible place, but you want to be in charge, you want to be in charge of us because of your melanin, and it's like it have not been really benefiting us. We're just trying to draw a line between what we need to do in our country, and everything that we do, it seems like it's bothering them. And it's okay that it's bothering you, but we're trying to find out where are the writers. Which we're reaching out to Jamaica, we're reaching out to the islands, and let you people know over there that are not fleeing. And that when those people come over there and they're trying to embarrass you and they're trying to make you look bad, or they're saying slick stuff to you, these people over here doing a horrible job, because they're over here undermining us, just like you're being undermined over there with all those corporations over there that's pushing you people to the brink of the ocean that you can't even go to, but you're being pushed to other parts of your islands. More and more and more tourists, more and more corporations coming over, buying up, and people running over here to America talking tough. So I say to all those melanated people over Earth, you start checking these folks. Like, we're gonna get along.
I think you
Yeah,
misunderstand. I don't think you understand who they are. The people over there too. The people that come over here have the same mindset as the people over there. Those things that you just described happening in those countries couldn't happen unless they had the same mindset. So talking to the people over there as if they're different than the people over here, that's where a lot of us get confused. Like, if you go to these places and spend any period of time, you'll realize they all think the same. That's why they are where they are. They're just coming over here reflecting what the mindset from their countries. It's no different, right? They're over there doing the exact same thing, which is why they're in the situations that they're in, which is why I don't think we should partner up with anybody. There's no reason. People say, hey, do business with Africa. I mean, you could, but why would you run that kind of risk, right? The country you're in, actually, the demand from the United States supports almost every nation on this planet. We consume more than any other country does, even though we don't have the same numbers. They want to sell to our market first, and if they can't, they go secondarily to other markets. Even our market outdoes China's market as far as consumption and importing. We import far more than we export, which means other countries are making money off of us. The second our country falls, everybody else falls too. They're not like us. They don't have the same mindset. They don't work the same way, which is why when they come over here, they can fit into this governmental system of shiesty scumbags very easily. As you can see, they fit in real well. We're the ones they don't want us. We're the ones they don't want to get into political power.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a problem for the system. So they'll accept them. They won't accept us. And that's because that's the kind of people they are. Think about it. I mean, if you go to Jamaica right now and you got caught speeding, you could pay the cop some money so he could just forget the situation, right?
Africa too.
Most of the Caribbean too. It ain't just there. You could pay them off, Or if there's a soldier nearby, and something popping off, you can pay the soldier a little something to help you out, right? That literally can't happen here. First of all, if you're gonna pay the cops, you're gonna have to do it a different route. It's not gonna work like, yeah, I'll give you a little something, right? Or they're not gonna try to run you money while you're right there. Hey, if you don't pull me over, if you don't pay me a little something, I'm gonna take you to jail. That ain't that's not the environment we live in, but that's the environment they come from, where it don't matter whatever was done, you can get out of a little situation. But if I put something in your pocket, I'm half Jamaican. My father's Jamaican. I went to my grandfather's funeral. We're at the funeral. You know, they putting his body into the ground. Me and my uncles, we carry the casket. We do all of that, the church and all of that. We had to tip the church people. We got to the grave site. We lower, they put the casket in, and the service is over. They put the dirt on top of them. You do this the honorary shovel thing, and then the workers come and they finish putting all the dirt and make sure it's covered pretty and all that good stuff. We had to tip them too. Tip them.
Wow.
For doing a job we paid them for, and they expected a tip. They
Right.
Hey, you got to help it out a little something. You got to grease their hands. That's how it works over there. You got paid to do this job, but I still got to grease your hands after you do it. That means I'm paying you twice, player. They don't care. That's why they don't have no problems trying to get their hands in on our reparations claim. They could care less.
Wow.
I had a tether tell me one day. He's Jamaican too, by the way. He's a pinnacle of the United States. He moved here many years ago when he was a teenager. He's lived here for multiple years, and he is one of the he didn't use foundation. I forgot what word he used, but he's part of the structure and all this and that. And I was like, well, what made you a pinnacle of the United States like black people are? And he said, because I pay taxes. I said, what?
Yeah, right.
Wait,
Yup.
what?
Yep, that's what they say. It's crazy.
You didn't put in anything into this system. You didn't build anything. You didn't sacrifice anything. You just came here, took advantage of what was here, and you're paying taxes while you're here. So you're just paying for your stay, and you're supposed to be equal to us. Like how?
Bro, and not mean to cut you off, which is actually devastating to where they came from. Just imagine you saying that, right? I came and I'm like, I come over here, I'm paying taxes. Now, that means that's one of the most important things you ever did in your life. What that make your homeland, bro? If that's your argument about you're American and you can, you equal to us because you pay taxes. I mean, that's when you say they're not like us. Yeah, because we it's hard for us to put that together in our head, just how disrespectful they are to their own homelands. At the same time, they're trying to build them up when you say you came here to pay taxes, so you're saying. Now, when we go anywhere, we don't talk like that. We don't say, hey, if we buy some food from y'all, like we decide or we do anything. We never talk like that. Like if I'm gonna buy some jollof rice, we the same, right? You'll never hear us say stuff like that. Like we paid some taxes on that jollof rice, and I gave look, and you scammed me, and I gave you extra $5, so I own some of this land. Like we all the same now. It's like we don't even think like that. For them to talk like that when you reverse engineer what they're doing and what they're saying, it's like they have no clothes on whatsoever. It's like, man, you have the most disrespect for where you came from to talk like that. That means just what it means in America. For you to be able to speak like that, that means you have nothing good to say about your homeland, none. That's why they spend their whole entire existence while they're over in America wearing flags. Look, some of them wear flags, socks, hats. You see some of them, they dressed up in everything with their flag on because they trying to tell the flag that, like we're doing something for you over here. We over here paying taxes. If that right there is your flex, that you came over here to give money to white supremacists, your only job was to do that right there and now wear a flag to your homeland, and that's supposed to make them feel better. To us now with the delineation movement, we are now starting to do the math on that. We're looking at you like that's disgusting. You don't do that to You don't do that to
Yeah.
your mother and your father and your lineage talking about you came somewhere to pay some taxes. If you're talking like that right there, you have no respect for nobody, and you'll never have no respect for nobody talking about you paying taxes in the United States of America. Like that means
It's
something. And we and look,
it's
we
even
file income taxes, bro. We file income taxes. I know you don't know nothing about that, but we actually file income taxes. We pay state tax. We take property taxes. We take income tax. All this stuff you're talking about. When you say that, a lot of times it's like it's so ingrained in us what we got to do in our country. When we hear you people say you're paying taxes, it actually goes over our head like as if you
it
actually said
does.
something important. And it's
It does.
disgusting that you basically said I don't respect my
Hmm.
mama or my daddy because they've never been able to come over here and pay any taxes like me. I'm a special
But
guy because I pay taxes in America, and you should respect me for that.
but
Well,
you know what's the weirdest thing though? They could have just paid taxes in their own country. That's how you know it doesn't mean anything when they say that. Be like, so why don't you just pay taxes in your own country? Why you had to come here to pay taxes? That sounds kind of stupid, don't it? Well, it's because I'm getting benefits paying taxes here that I can't get in my own
right,
country. Oh, because yeah, you didn't build it. Your peoples didn't build it that way. You know, and you're escaping
mm,
because it's not the quality that we've built over here. Me personally, I can't say this for all FPA folks, but me personally, I have no problems with saying we better than them. It's clear we're better than them in almost every aspect. Honestly, there is not an aspect where we're not better than almost all of the other people that look similar to us. Hell, we're better than most of all the other people who don't look similar to us too. Much less the people who do look similar to us. So and we got proof. We got the proof to prove it. And I know people don't, they hear that and they say it's egotistical. You don't like them. I'm just telling the truth, man. It is what it is. Our people's accomplishments speak for themselves. The evidence that exists right now speaks for itself, and the way our people think versus everybody else speaks for itself. It just is what it is, man. Come on, morally,
yeah,
ethically, you know, accomplishments, skills, talent. Not only that, we walk around with a bunch of weights on our neck, and we still doing it. Come on, man.
mm,
They don't compare. It just is what it is.
yeah, they're having a hard time with delineation. But see, delineation is really coming together for us though. Even within even within our own family, because they got to understand that we're used to dealing with delineation, but it's always called by a different name. The revolution was about delineation. You know what I'm saying? Jim Crow was about delineation. Redlining was about delineation. So we are products of delineation, but we are always on the other end. They don't know how to fight it. They know how to come over and and try to like work with folks. It's like, dude, work with them. We work with them, and we end up having to fight them literally tooth and nail. So when you people come over here, saying, well, we came over here and we got something like 4 or 5, 10 years and we did more. It's like, no, you're not doing anything by coming over here after we've done all this fighting. We're delineating again. This more of a this delineation now is bringing us together, even the ones that don't like it. That's why they always say, "Well, I understand what FBA doing, but if they wouldn't talk so divisive." Well, you have to understand, our people are built on delineation, bro. How you think America got built? It got built on delineation. That's what we do here.
It's not just
We,
America, man. These other
yeah,
countries. So these people have been coming here for decades. This is not these other people of African descent have been coming here for decades, and they've delineated themselves from us the
hmm
whole time. Not some of the time, not part of the time, not a little bit. The whole time they delineated themselves from us. So I don't even know what they're arguing, saying it's divisive. I'm like, not really, because we've been divided. We've never been together. So how is it
what's the
divisive if we
Pan-Africanism?
all?
It,
I don't even
it,
know how
it,
to.
it, it,
Yeah,
it's
I don't even know
them.
how to
It's
talk
them.
to them. They
Yeah,
weird.
let
It's
me
them.
add
The
this.
one.
Let
Go
me
ahead,
add
bro.
this in there. Yeah, delineation and division are they not synonymous words? They're not interchangeable. They have nothing to do with each other. Okay.
That is true. Yeah,
Dividing is what it says. There's a whole and now it's half. That's dividing. Delineation is speaking about precise identification, like without any convolution. This is an apple. This ain't an orange. So, for example, when you look at a salad, okay, if you want to identify what's in the salad, right? You want to hone. If I say identify the tomato, I'm telling like a little 7-year-old, identify the tomato. They're gonna go delineate the tomatoes from everything else. They're gonna go find the tomato and identify it. It's still in the salad. They didn't take it out. They just know that that's a tomato. That's not lettuce like the other things. This is tomato, this onions, this croutons, and this is whatever else. That's all it means. It's not interchangeable and it's not synonymous with dividing. Dividing is what segregation is. Like when you say dividing, that's these societies where you live here, not gonna live nowhere else. And this community is, let's say one race or one ethnic group. I'm going here only. I will never go over there. That's dividing. We live amongst them. We will buy a house amongst them. We're not saying that's African. All right, let me not. No, we're not doing that. That's dividing. We don't do that. We delineate. We just make it clear who we are, right? And we're doing it for an intended purpose. We're doing it because this is our homeland, and we've been injured. We're an injured class of people, and there's harms. There's a legal case for those injured class of people that need to be heard. And as long as we don't delineate, okay, now, what is the reason for delineating? At one point in the 60s, there was no need to. We made up 99.9% of the black people in America. I did that with quotations, right? We were 99.9%. So there was no need to delineate. We were already delineated. We're the only black people in the country. So as people start to come into the country, and you have civil rights movement coming to a close, 1960 with the FHA. It wasn't there just yet. We are looking to look for redress now. So white supremacy found a way to get around that. Okay, so we're not gonna let you. Okay, racism is wrong. Is wrong is wrong. See, we got caught into the whole racism thing. The word play, racism. See, we didn't really know any better. Ethnic group, ethnicity, racism. We think that's interchangeable. It's not, and not in the eyes of white people, man. So they're saying, okay, racism, but it's never racism. It was anti-lineagism. They had smoke for us. So now they beat that in our head, racist, and we start calling them racist and racism. We bought into that whole ideology. So when the civil rights movement came to a close with the FHA in 1968, we were like, all right, well, we want something done for black people. They like, oh, you mean reverse racism?
Right.
No, remember, you wanted to end racism. So we can't allow that. We can't give something to somebody based on race. Because remember, you said it was wrong that white people got things based on race. Okay, so it can't be, you can't wrong or wrong. So you can't right or wrong. So it says, we just going to leave it at that. And then they start to flood immigrants in after that time, and they came under the banner of race. So now you really can't fuck with it. And it was like that all the way to what, 50 years, 60 years?
Yep.
Finally, we said, oh, okay, we got it. We understand now.
Took us a while, but yeah, we got it.
Yeah, you got it. Well, because it's a lot of the legal trickery, because we couldn't fathom. We don't forget, race was not race to us, was interchangeable ethnicity, because we were the only black race. So we like, fuck you mean you can't do a race? So it's like the wordplay, the legalese stuff, we were trying to get a grasp on.
But also, I'm glad.
Last thing, wait, hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Then we start to look at. Put this back. Case your chicken first. So then we start to examine reparations from the indigenous people, Japanese, right? And then we say, well, what about them? And that's when we learned about lineage. They said, no, they didn't get it based on race, because Japanese are Asian. Not all Asians in America got this. Only they got it. So that's when our lawyers and everybody was getting like, okay, got it. Lineage based. That's when Yvette Carnell, Tone Talk, got hip to it.
I wanted to point out the whole, the Democrats, they just trash, but that whole game that they applying, the one that Big Boy was screaming on, and I don't know what's wrong with that dude. But in any case, now They're part of Congress. They're mostly lawyers. They know that they cannot put together a beneficial program based on race. Yet they still did it so somebody could take it to court and stop it. And then they can say, we tried, right? He even raised in his comments, his stuttering epidemic, that white people.
Talking about Roland, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to say his name, but yeah, him. He was making the case that, white folk can send their kids to these educational organizations because they got the money. But have you guys ever heard of a program specifically stating that it's for only white people? And I know they have seen hundreds, if not thousands, of these programs being Congress people. They've even fought and had hearings on programs that only went to white folk when it wasn't supposed to. So why on earth would this same group of people start a program based on race? Did anybody have any idea why a group of people such as them would do such a thing? Take a guess. Well, one, they have no interest in helping Black people. They do have an interest in making sure Black people do not get help. And I hope most Black people start to open their eyes to this. It's not that they don't care about you. It's that they care whether or not you're getting help, and they don't want you to have it. Because they go all out to make sure you don't get it. If it's a program, they'll say it'll help some Black people. And then the program runs, and the highest population of people, which isn't Black people, get the help, right? If they make a program specifically for Black people, and instead of doing it the way they should to make sure that that happens appropriately, they make it a red target. They make it a target for people to be able to shut it down very easily, saying it's for Black people, right? They even had, this was either last year or the year before, a couple of the fraternities, the frats and the women fraternities did this, where they had they built a credit union for Black people, for Black women. But how the hell is that going to stand? Right? Discrimination case walking. Why would you declare it that way out loud? Because they didn't want it to be successful. They didn't want it to exist. They just want to make sure they look like they're making an attempt, but it just keeps failing because they're against us. But they never make the proper moves to make it happen with failure being avoided. It's just not in the game plan for them to avoid failure when it comes to helping us. So we just need to make sure we open our eyes to how these people move in politics. Because if it's so easy to take down, why would you implement it? Your job is to know about this stuff and why this stuff should happen. Hell, they attack other organizations for doing certain similar things. So why would you start a program that does this exact same thing and could get taken down in court? We don't have friends up there, right? They're not letting anybody into politics that will befriend us or look out for us. That is not the path that we can follow. I'm real big on, you can't put a politician that's in favor of Black people in any political office. I know we like to say, put our money towards this and run candidates and do this. If you study the political system and how people get elected, it would be impossible for that to happen. It's not even feasible for that to happen. Hell, the politicians we vote for are already pre-selected. Even the losers in our politics are pre-selected to be against us. And then, they got their preferences, but they got their minimum. So the people who are going up in these offices have already been vetted, covered, scanned, made promises. The secret pictures been taken to them and their family. They ready to go for whatever's being told to them once they get into office, no matter who wins, losers or winners. So we need to just make sure we understand how this political system works and that all of this is planned out. There's no, hey, I could just run myself. You could try, but in every state, in some states, you have to go through one of the political parties to even get into office. In some states, you can't even be an independent. You got to either be a Republican or Democrat, registered. And then you got to go through whatever those party rules are to get into to be able to even get into an election. So we need to study up on how this republic really actually works, so we understand what we're looking at instead of wasting all our goddamn time and money on stupid stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think we're doing a good job by having these open forums and bringing FBA in. You know what I'm saying? Our sisters and our brothers that come here and give their truth and give their knowledge, give their experience and stuff. That's how we learn it on these platforms. And you know, I always like to thank brother Ron for unbiased Ron, man, for just opening up, being so welcoming, man, to all of us, no matter where we come from in this country, man. And you know, but I'm about to step back, family. I just wanted to say this again, you know, peace, power, to our FBA family. Don't ever stop fighting for us. Don't ever forget that we got young people out there. They very young. They 2 years old. They need us to do this. This is not a choice. It's just that we have to love ourselves more than we love playing games with everybody. So you know, with that, Ron, man, and bruh, how you say your name? Tupa Taylor.
Okay.
Truth. You just
Teller.
say truth. Yeah.
Truth teller. All right, fam. Well, I'm gonna
Appreciate
drop
you,
All right,
man.
back,
bro.
man. Yeah, man. Y'all just keep this going, bro. Ron, man, keep this thing going, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're gonna keep it going. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, truth. You missed it kind of earlier. We had more than more than one person calling earlier, and was
I
trying
heard
to
a
explain.
couple pieces. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
What about the people who were making the argument that they weren't foundational, but they're foundational? I mean, like, did you hear that
I
part?
caught you. Yeah, I heard that part. I
But
agree with you
it was
100%.
but it was
Yeah.
more than one though. It was more than one. Yeah. Well, you can't. Well,
I
that's
only
the whole
caught
point of.
one. Yeah,
Yeah,
I only
yeah.
caught one.
There's about two or three of them. The whole point of being called foundation because you laid the foundation, and the foundation was forced upon you. It wasn't because if it wasn't forced upon you, then the white folks would just took over. So
Exactly.
if the indigenous people already built it, then the white folks would have came over like, all right, we'll move out the way, we'll take it from here. No, that wasn't the case. You had to build it. That's the whole
Correct.
point of having labor. The labor force built it. So the
You
indigenous
know,
people they built stuff for themselves, but the foundation that white folks were looking for was not here until we
correct.
physically did that. And if your line is not tied to that, doesn't mean you're not a great person, great lineage, and all type of stuff. You're just not
It's just
foundational.
not
That's what I say to them.
foundational.
Like,
Yeah,
don't
I
mean we're
agree with you.
enemies. You're just not foundational.
What they don't also just realize is, well, one, you just made it clear they disqualified themselves, and two, you owe some reparations too, player. Yeah, they don't realize that. You be like, oh, what? Well, I mean, if you're not FBA, you said that already. You know, you came from the people of this land, and some of the people of this land also took part in slavery in the transatlantic slave trade too. So that means you owe reparations too. Welcome to responsibility. Got to be accountable now.
And he was kind of confused. Like the first guy was, he was in distraught. He was worse because
Yeah,
he didn't know what he was saying until he kept trying to stop me. I said, bro, let's listen, bro. Listen.
Yeah.
Oh, it did. Then eventually he slowed down. I'm telling a lot of these guys got. I'm telling you, I know for a fact, a lot of these guys got ADHD, man, and that's why they so hyper. They can't calm down. They just no longer take their medicine because they're older and nobody can force them to do it. A lot of these guys, that's why they can't stop talking. They can't listen. They can't sit down. They're hyper. That's ADHD. The dude Unc got ADHD.
Yeah, I heard
but
him. Yeah.
yeah. But it's easy to really see because you'll see people always hyped up when they talk. They can never slow down. Like once they get going, they cannot stop. Especially if they get no, not done. Especially if they're worked up. Like if you okay, put it plate. I cut it. Especially if you like challenge them or something, like a conversation, they get worked up and hyped up. They can't stop, and then when they can't stop, they can't think. So as you're talking to them, it's not landed, and your plan been landed, but in their reality, your plane is still flying around because their brain can't calm down enough to receive it. So you got to talk to them with care, like, "Yo, relax, calm down, relax." And then some of them, if they're willing to have a conversation, will start to relax, and that's how he was. I had patience, and I let him relax. I said, "Bro, run that back again, Turbo." He ran that back again. And he said, "Okay, I see what you're saying." Like, yeah, bro, you just said you're not foundational, but you're acting like you're foundational. All right. So congratulations. Now you know you're not foundational. So stop cosplaying on the internet and just start repping your indigenous,
They go
past.
they go hard. I'm indigenous. I'm not. I don't have any African. All right, cool. I say cool. All right. Well then, what do you have to do with these conversations? You should be fighting for your treaty or whatever. I mean, what do you got to do with us when they say that I'm indigenous? I'm not. So I've actually asked somebody this. They said I'm indigenous. I'm like, so are you black? No, I'm indigenous. Okay.
Well, not yeah, but this guy said he was black too. That's the thing, though. The thing is, it's the art of conversing, right?
Right.
When I have conversations, all right, I really don't have a problem getting the person to admit they're wrong. Like the guy did, he acknowledged it. People claim they debate, claim they do these things, but they can never get the other side to concede and admit when they're wrong. Often, when I talk to people that have opposing views, like even revenue, often the revenue don't concede nowhere but here. Okay, so everybody don't have that skill, but when ops come over here, I had damn near every op had admit that Garvey was a scammer. Damn near all. I don't know which one who didn't. And they'll fight a little while, but again, it's how you talk to people. It's how you get the information out of them. It's how you dialogue. It's the art of dialogue. But everybody who defended Garvey, the guy last night couldn't slow down enough, but they usually call back. But even 227 Kimmett, he called back and had to admit, Garvey's a scammer. But I had a guy who was part of UNIA, Gregory or something like that, like still part of it right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He's like, yeah. Admit it. Like we got like a 3-hour recording. It's on my live. It's there. Gregory, look it up. But he
I think I saw part of that.
Fighting. Then he eventually, yeah, he did that. I mean, but again, it's how you converse. It's like that's how I always debate. I don't debate just to have my argument said. Like for me, a real win is for the other party to acknowledge defeat. So that's how I debate. I debate for the other person to concede, not just for me to have a point and the chat agrees with me and that's all I care about. No, I want
you
that
better
guy
than me.
to admit that they're wrong.
When I'm talking to a Garvey lover, I got to trigger him. Man. I can't.
But the thing is, I mean, you could do all that, but there should be. For me, there's a reason for all this. So it's not just for sport and play.
Of course.
So yeah. I always say edutainment. Teaching. Like I'm entertaining. Because I'm a content creator, so I got to get content out of you. But I'm also going to teach, and I want you to sincerely understand that your man's a liar. So or a scammer. So even with John Henry Clark, bro, which one of them I had revenue admit he lied? I had 227 Kim, another one admit he lied. So these hardcore fans of John Henry Clark come over here and they end up saying, yeah, you lied about that. So that's what I do. I try to argue where you might not still like me, but when you leave, at least you know that going forward.
Yeah,
you can't erase that.
Yeah, you're right, because you're better than me. Because I call Marcus Garvey Tether Prime. He the first official tether that we ever saw, and they flip out when I say that. And I'll be like, yo, I can't, you know what I'm saying? Y'all making excuses for all of this underhanded stuff he was doing, man. He was the first tether. He was tether prime. He was the zero tether. Because he was just doing all of that to go over to Africa to take over, basically. And he ain't never been over there. So he was just gonna
Well,
drop in with a whole bunch
he
of people and try to take over.
not nearly the case. Like in his mind,
In his mind.
well,
That
look,
was his plan. Yeah. There we
but
go.
check it out. Check it out. Is it really? Was it really? Because if he never went, then that was never his plan. Because
That's true.
because a couple of his members went over there to Liberia. They got
Yes.
deported back over here, but they went.
Mhm.
But so Garvey could have easily went with them or before them or after them.
But he ain't go.
He ain't never wanted to go. He wanted to send people over there while he stayed over here. This is why he invested in business in America. So when yeah, right. So he's over here investing in America, but sending you out. Yeah, it's a destiny swap.
Ooh, started from wow. Listen, man, how low of character can you be when this is good to you, right? Yeah, this is a good one. Like, I don't get it, man. I guess I got too much pride. I don't I want to feel good about myself. I can't function like that and still feel good about myself. And these people have no problem doing it. It's crazy. It really is. And they still have
Yeah,
the
so
same habits. They still do the same habits till this day.
yeah, like another thing, like even like Phil Scott, he said it today, and it bothered me because it's triggering because I know the pattern of people that say something. I know what their normal ultimate goal is. Like so, everybody that has ever used those words always end up being an op to FBA. So when you sit there and say the transatlantic slave trade, and then you go right to
Taking.
kidnapping.
Yeah, kidnapping. Yeah.
Taking, capturing, raping. The same thing. All those words are interchangeable. You know, so when you say transatlantic slave trade, your next word is kidnapping, taken, captured, all that stuff, slave raise. When you go there, you're normally the pattern usually points to an op of the ethnic group. That's where it usually points to.
And
You know,
I'm
it
gonna
put
have to
a
agree with you on that because he does say that quite a bit, and he does travel to Africa. He does these trips and stuff, and he speaks up for Africans when he's over there, which is not a problem. I'm not saying all Africans are bad, all Afro people
7.
outside the United States are bad. But what I will say is I don't like it when they start saying this whole kidnap stuff. So this is not unbiased Ron speaking. This is Truth Teller speaking. Africans put us in the Atlantic slave trade. Africans enslaved us. It wasn't that, oh, they just captured us and kept us until the white man came and the white man just took them without their permission. They sold us, which means they enslaved us and then sold us to somebody else who uses as slaves as well. There's no in between. There's no, hey, well, they had slavery before. I'm sorry, that really didn't change anything. That means you just confirmed that they enslaved us. Because you just said they had slaves before, which means they had a history of enslaving people. But they were feeding the transatlantic slave trade that they knew they were doing. I don't care if they didn't know what was happening on the other side of the ocean. That's irrelevant. They're the ones who fed the slave trade. They're the ones who started it. They're the ones who enslaved people. It ain't none of this capture stuff and it was the white man. No. White man wasn't walking up and down Africa picking nobody out with nets and putting rope around people's legs and snatching them out the bushes. That's not how it worked. So everybody need to get that straight first and foremost. Africans enslaved the black people that are here in North America.
They didn't go there with a fishing rod with a fried chicken at the end of it. Like,
yeah, or some corn or some cornbread or something.
Yeah, you gotta stop. Yeah, you gotta stop. You gotta stop, man. Like y'all making this comical.
They put a rib inside the middle, a circular rope, and when we went in to grab the rib, it grabbed us. No, that ain't how it happened.
Right? Yeah. You got it. That's what they kind of like saying. That's what they're making a parody of something serious. And when you play down our experience, like that's disrespectful. And we can't take that lightly. And we should respond the way we are right now, like really aggressively, because nobody allows anybody to play down their trauma and their horrible experiences. I mean, they called it. Didn't they vote? It's the gravest experience in human history. So why would you play it down?
I mean, but it's built into a lot of people where they don't want to say. So, and you're right. You could tell it's a bit of Pan-Africanism that still exists within them when they word it that way. And I always ask people, why would you word something that way? That's
Hey,
like
bro,
saying,
listen. Yeah, I'm not even questioning the wording. I know what the wording is intended to do. It's intended to take all accountability. It's deceptive
correct.
word. It's deceptive phraseology. Like there's no good in it. Like it's op language. That's what it is.
You're right. You're right. You're completely right. And a lot of people do it. And I'll be looking at them side and I'm like, man, I know Africans.
Well, everybody who's done that on this panel, I definitely checked them. And but when I checked them, I look at them a little weird after that. Like, all right, dude, I gotta watch your
when I used to say that, people used to look at me like I was crazy because I always, when I found out, growing up, and they don't really teach you a lot of that, but as a young adult, I learned, okay, well, how are these white folk getting all these black people from these different places in Africa? Well, there was Africans that was enslaving people and bringing in white people. Oh, really? And then the Home thing came up and all that good stuff. So I said, oh, so it was the Africans who was enslaving us. But they always telling us white people, but people looked at me crazy when I said that. I'm like, so it was the Africans enslaving us? No, they wasn't. The same stuff you hear them do now. No, it wasn't. I'm like, no, they enslaved us. They took us. They're the ones who took away our freedom. The fact that we ended up here in North America doesn't change that.
Yeah. So Africans made up 97% of all of the slave raids, aka kidnapping.
Jesus Christ.
Of that whole period, 97%. Europeans, 3%, and mostly of that was in the 1400s, not even during the slave trade. They tried to come over there. And then when you had the Dutch who was trying to be slick, Africa stood up against them, like Queen Zinga, and they warred against them, saying, no, I'm not just the Portuguese. The Portuguese was trying to be slick, and Queen Zinga and her army that was fighting them off. Said, no, we will do it for you. Don't you come over here and snatch nobody up. We'll do it for you. You can pay us. You're not gonna go around. You're gonna pay us. You stay over there.
What I thought was funny, and this is before I learned what the real history was. I always thought it was funny that Africans didn't know, like Africans I went to school with or I was near, they didn't know anything about the slave trade when they were from countries that the documents say slaves came from. And I would ask some of them, like the kids I went to school with, some of their parents. I'm like, so what did they teach y'all about what happened with slavery? They would say nothing. We don't really know about that. That's not really in our education system. Some of them would even say, oh, it was colonialism. That's why we don't know anything about it. And I was like, I don't know if I believe that. And come to find out, it's
that's
colonialism. It's not because of colonialism.
They always trying to blame the white man for everything.
It's so weird. People tell us we do it all the time, but no, man, we don't compare.
And that's why they be saying that's projecting. Like that's what people like. You're projecting. The stuff that they go through on a regular basis. They'll say we do it. They say you're begging. We're not begging. We're not begging. We're actually demanding reparations. You guys are begging because you're not owed anything. So now you're begging to the UN saying, please hear us out. Please condemn the white man and attach us to reparations somehow. Now that's begging to be part of something that you're not part of.
And just like the lady you had on earlier, the video you was playing, what I want to know is, obviously they think we're stupid, where they can try to include the United States in their, quotes, slavery argument. And I'm like, how does the United States have anything to do with you guys' slavery and colonialism, unless that was the place you guys were selling people to?
Right.
And if that's the case, you just identified yourself as a culprit too. But the fact that Ghana tried to go after the U.S. basically was their shot at us. It was really a shot of disrespecting
Which
us.
is crazy because their arguments are all over the place. Did Ghana
It's all
exist
over
or
the
it didn't
place.
exist? And then so we asked, hey man, make your mind up. Did Ghana exist or it didn't exist? Then you got to say, did America even exist? You're
Yes.
just like,
Mm-hmm.
all right,
Yep.
now you see,
Did America
you're not
exist at
going,
the time?
you're not going to win this semantical stuff with me. Because if it didn't exist, it didn't exist. Stop talking about it then. But if it existed, then you owe, and we're right when we say Ghana
Ghana
owes
owes.
a bag.
They owe a bag. Listen, man, a bag is an understatement. They owe. I, I, so I was me myself personally because I'm the finance person. I was doing calculations on how to figure out what we equally should be paid for reparations here in the United States, right? And what I did was, so that I can come up with a hard number, I took the amount of money that they paid white slave owners for reparation for each of their slaves. I took that amount. I applied interest, the highest level of prime interest in the last 200 years. So whatever that highest rate of interest was, I used that. And then I also used inflation, and I indexed inflation on it. And then I did the math for each person that can trace their thing back, their ancestry back to that time of being in the United States. And I came up with something like it came out to be like something like $3 million a person. I was like, hold on.
Hey, how much? How much? You say how much?
3 million.
Okay.
Like that's pretty feasible for the United States to do. They could cover that bill pretty easily, actually. 3 million times 50 million, right? So we're talking about,
And that payment is how often? What, one-time payment or?
Oh no, sir, no, sir, no, sir. As a matter of fact, I would calculate that it should be as long as the Indians and natives get paid.
Well, they don't want to get paid. All right. Well, some tribes, they try to offer a $13.5 billion, or no, I think a $1.5 billion settlement. The Native Americans said, no, keep your money. Just give us our land back. So a lot of them don't want no money. They want their land back.
I don't care what they want. What they're getting paid. They're getting paid indefinitely.
No, they gotta argue that. That's like it's like somebody telling us they no money. They're going to get college and this and that.
No. I'm not. You're not listening to me. I'm saying the reasoning why I'm referencing them is because there's no term to their to their payments, right?
Now I'm saying what I'm saying is see what you're saying is what the lady was saying earlier. Like she's mixing up different claims for different injuries and different reasons. Like you can't really do that. Like you got to stick with in court. You can't do that. That don't happen in court. You can't mix up two different unrelated claims.
I'm not mixing up the claims. What I'm saying is I'm using their payment schema as a template. I'm not even talking about what their claim is or what it is. That's an example of reparations. Just like the Japanese version was an example of reparations. Is all I'm saying. So if somebody says, well, how do we pay this out? We have examples of existing forms of this being paid out. The format is what I'm referencing. Nothing to do with the case or the reasoning behind why the
I got
payouts
you.
happen.
But what I'm saying is the harm was different. We were enslaved. The Japanese were in internment camps, and the Native Americans, the indigenous Americans, they got land. Like, they was harmed too, but they got land stolen from them. So a lot of these folks, just to see their land being occupied by America, they just can't deal with that. It's triggering because that was the ones there. So they like, listen.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant to what I'm talking about, though. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about what they're reasoning for their reparations is. I'm talking about the schema used to pay out their reparations. The format, the methodology. I'm not whether what the reason for their reparations is irrelevant. I'm just talking about the payment plan is in existence.
Yeah.
So therefore we have a reference to a payment system that could be used. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. What Dr. Sandy Darity calculated, kind of what Tariq and them understand. At least the first, like what's old, is this ain't the end all be all, but this is a number that they consider with inflation and a lot of the money and wealth that we built, railroad tracks and cotton, all that type of shit. The number that they came to was 20 trillion, and that has to be paid in installments. But that's not. I don't believe that's the end all be all. I think that's the start of the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's right, because that's how they reference it. That's how they all reference it, where that's just a start. Because there's other things that could be included with that, as far as how we're taxed, violations to us, particular laws when people are gonna, because motherfuckers is gonna target us, and try to do financial schemes and stealing. There's gotta be some laws that are slightly different for those kind of attacks. We have to have a whole system built for the distribution of the funds, the investigation of the backgrounds, blah, blah, blah. But then there has to be financial institutions that have to ensure these monies, these transfers, these payment plans, that structure has to be done. And if it's not done right, what the repercussions are. And then also who also pays into the reparations bank, right? It'll also have to be the companies, the states, the organizations that still exist that benefited from it. And then also if there are any official, when I say official, I mean either state level, federal level, or local level government things that make it brings problems to this process. There's going to have to be rules and penalties and dollars that'll have to be paid into the bank of reparations that needs to be paid out to everybody. So that's what I'm saying. It can't end with just one payment or even a series of payments, because what's going to happen is, these people are going to figure out how to make us targets. It's going to have to be some standing penalties. It's going to have to last, which means they're going to have to pay us out money every time a transgression against us happens. And we're going to have multiple people, judges going to be acting weird. Teachers are going to be acting weird. These teachers out here wilding out with these kids. They're going to be acting weird. There's going to be a run on young dudes to have babies, because them young dudes going to have money. I mean, it's going to be crazy, man. There's going to have to be some laws and rules set up to protect us as well. It's not just drop the check on us. It's really going to have to happen that way, because we're going to be sitting targets.
Who's that? Zohan? Did I say Zohan?
Yeah, Zohar. My bad. It shouldn't be that. It should be Shango. What's up, big bro, Ron?
Wait, let me fix it. It should be what?
It should be Shango, like the Yoruba deity.
Okay.
I'm not Pan-African, but that's the name I was given, so my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I don't fuck with none of that Pan-African stuff, but yeah, I was tuning in to hear what y'all brothers were saying, man. Shout out to Brother Truth Teller. It sounded like he was cooking some knowledge, you know what I'm saying? But I do want to add this, man. We should definitely fixate on these people being barred outside of our stuff. Like, we have to be airtight with the lineage, and FBA is the perfect way to do it. There's other ways too, but that's the perfect way to do it. Do not let these people in. Don't let them cry. Don't let them, oh, please, nigga. No, none of that, because they will do it. They'll beg and plead like, nah, you can't get in there.
Man, like I said, man, I always put that Malcolm X video with that white woman. How can I help? Nothing. He just walked away. That's exactly how I'm doing him.
All
right. You got $1, nigga. How much money you got for me? Nothing. And walk right around that nigga.
All right.
No, sir. No, sir. I'm the main one. I'm the wrong man. They know how to ask me for shit, huh? I'm one of the spearheaders on if we got any allyship, is going to be within the diaspora. It ain't going to be that continent.
Right. Right.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with them. They could move on.
Right.
You know, move around somewhere else. I'm completely cool with them. Don't care to befriend them. Don't care to do nothing. Y'all go do y'all and be great. Get away from
Right.
me.
Right. Because they done proven so much, man, that they're not trustworthy, the vast majority, bro. So, you know,
They don't come over here to trying to, and then it's too late. Like, cause they gotta clean up their tether class. So it's like, dude, before you come to me with some, what's up, nigga? Like, go clean your tether class up, man.
right. Right. Wholeheartedly agree. Because they don't, that's the first thing they don't do. It's like, y'all love talking about, oh, you niggas are mean. Well, is it mean or is it survival? You feel me?
It ain't mean. Like, first of all, y'all not even in the conversation. We're not even talking to y'all. We're talking to our American government. Y'all peek your head in our shit.
Right.
You know, being nosy and what you guys say? Delineation, black, lineage based. Yeah, you're not getting nothing. What? Yeah, they all tripped out when they found out they're not getting anything owed to us. It's like, yo, why would you get something? Everything that's owed to us, it has a name on the check. There's 43 million. There's 43 million checks. Which check is for you? So it was nothing ever for you. Like every check already had a name on them.
Right. Right.
It's up to us to prove. You know, what I mean, you know how to do. You go collect your money. You got to bring ID. You know.
Right.
We got to do.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so what I got? Yeah, it ain't like ain't like we control it. Like, dude, the American government is not gonna pay nobody who's not old, my guy. Stop begging.
Right.
Take your ass, you know, do your hard work, right? Work hard.
Exactly. Wick Hada.
Yeah.
You're right. And it's like, bro, I was on a panel on TikTok, man, and they was getting upset that we were pointing out that, because they said, oh, well, how do you feel about America denying reparations that Ghana was talking about? I'm like, they're denying it because y'all are trying to get something. We have a different claim. Why would America pay y'all anything? What?
Yeah, now watch this. Watch this.
Go ahead.
They're denying your claim, Ghana. They're not denying our claim. They're denying your claim, and you're trying to involve us in that. No. When they said no, that was the Ghana bullshit. That wasn't ours. They're trying to pretend like they denied our claim. That's not no, they didn't. That's y'all.
Right.
They said they're not recommend. They said that was legal. What y'all did. They didn't say what we did was legal. They said what they did was legal because they was business partners. They had a joint venture LLC. They had all that stuff going on. LLP with the whitey man, and we were the supply. We did.
Right.
They human traffic us. They enslaved us together. They both are accountable. And then you're trying to double dip, and then make this international plea, really a beg. But you know, what I mean, ask them why they begging for reparations.
Ooh, that's a cold one.
Yeah.
Right. Right. That's why you're wrong, bro. You're the man.
Ask them why they begging. Yeah, they ask you, yo, why they say no. I got a better question. Why are you begging for reparations? Go work hard.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I come back with. Why you begging for reparations, man?
Right. And that's what it is, bro. That they try to hit us with that Pan-African guilt tactic. That shit don't work no more, man. This is 2026.
That's gone, man. That's gone. If Pan-African are complete ops, and if they're not an op, they eventually end up being an ops. That's what I was like, yo, man, like that's a religion, basically. That Pan-African bullshit. It's like a religion because it's there's no example of it working. Like there's no proven concept of it working. It's nothing. All it end up being is nationalism. Like black people do it, black people receive the benefits, but Africa largely don't receive no benefit from that, and they don't even involve themselves in it.
Nope. I'm still trying to figure. I still haven't found a Pan-African to be able to explain this to me. What is the benefit to us for supporting Pan-Africanism? Every time I ask, it's like they never give me an answer. I'm just trying to figure out. At least if you say it's going to help, at least tell me how it's going to help me.
Right.
Right? Can you at least tell me how it's going to help me?
Yeah,
so
because
that I can
if
say,
they can't, Because if they can't tell you that, it's another feed the homeless, feed the starving children
Pretty much,
play.
yeah.
That's all it is.
Which means I have to sacrifice for the betterment of other people.
Right.
Great, but I'm not a priest, nor am I a saint. So I don't know why you expected me to do that.
Right. Right. We got to save to feed the children and save the children with our money.
Right.
And these ain't our children. So what they
Right.
These ain't our children.
They not.
Like, what are we doing this for again? Oh, we got to help the people. Why? Why do we have to help them again? Because we'll need their help later. Their help with what exactly?
Right.
They'll help us. You sure they gonna help us?
Nah.
I talk to them like that too. They just be, then they start to say,
Nah. See, that's a finesse. Okay, that's called the front end and the back end. Pause. So, when you make a bet, you got to pay up front, and then trust me to pay you back. Pay you your winnings. Like, nah, I want my stuff up front too. You up front, I'm up front. If I get it back in pay, you get it back in pay.
Right.
It's even Steven. We're not doing that. You benefit directly, and I gotta hope I, benefit in the back end. We're not doing that.
It's the same thing. That's the same thing they do when you talk about business. Do business with Africa. Why? Why would I do?
And then, wait,
why
okay.
would I do business with Africa?
I'm gonna name three people who did business with Africa. Professor Smalls have a hotel out there, right? That white folks go to use when I guess tour out there. Then you got 19 Z's who is doing business in Africa. He's selling coffee. Is that what they're talking about?
Don't they have coffee in Africa? Why he in Africa selling coffee?
He's a wholesaler. He buys it from them. He brings it to America to his followers and bump up the price and try to make a profit.
Oh, so he getting us still.
Right.
That's doing business with Africa, getting us.
And then Chief X went out there, purchased Moringa, and sold to us. Got a profit, whatever. And, so they sell it. They go in there. Yeah, Moringa, coffee. They're not really doing nothing that they would think.
But wait, they making their money off our backs. So why?
Right. It comes back to that.
What the hell? Like, if you're gonna make money off of our backs, then yeah, I'd suggest. Why would you be promoting all of us to go over Africa to do this business stuff if you still got to bring it back over here to make money off of us? That means we're the key, nigga.
Right. Why do we need them? Right.
These niggas, man. This is what kills me because I still be trying to figure. So I have a homie. He's over. He's not Pan-African though, but he's not even over there. He's in China, but he has a business in Africa where he's getting tomatoes. So what he's doing is he's making tomato sauce and selling it in China. In Africa, they can't produce their own tomato sauce.
Wow.
They have to import it. I think they import it from France or something.
Wow.
But they can't make they can't make their own. So what he's doing is he's pulling the tomatoes out. He's getting them over there to China, and then he got a small factory, a Chinese factory, not his, like a third party he partners up with. They get the tomatoes, they put it through the production and all that good stuff. He's making the ketchup and tomato sauce and tomato paste, and then he's selling it in Africa because he can't sell it. He can't sell it in. Sorry, he's selling it in China. He can't sell it in. Africa.
So who has the monopoly on tomato sauce in Africa that nobody can sell it there?
It's France.
Damn.
Are you serious?
Yes. They can't produce their own.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right, because they locked into that agreement with importing it from over there. They can't.
Now watch this. Now what they would lie and say, the colonizer forced. No, you went to deal, you bastard.
Right, and got cheated. You dumb motherfucker.
They made a deal because how hard would it be for you? Hey, we got a whole bunch of tomato plants out here. Just y'all good with building stick houses and huts. Put a stick house and a hut together, and a bunch of y'all just start making tomato sauce.
Right.
How hard would it be?
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But they scared. That's what it is. They scared to go against.
Well, it's illegal. It's illegal for them to do it. The government will come and shut them down.
That's
right. So
these
they can't
guys,
do it.
but unite with them though, right? That means they keep selling their main shit.
Right.
They
And they
can't
have
keep
I mean,
nothing of value in
they don't,
Africa.
nothing. They can't keep it. That's the thing. You ever wonder why they say China is producing a lot of stuff. You ever wonder why Africa can't produce anything? It's because of these agreements that they have with mostly Europe.
Yeah. So
It's
they're
mostly
still
European countries.
All right, so let me guess. They want reparations for their bad deals still.
I
Like
guess.
they got
Well, they, you know what they'll call it? They'll call it colonization. But be like, but didn't colonization end like a century and a half ago?
wait. Hold on. Wait, I know. Wait. Well, colonization got a specific definition. How is you as a sovereign country going in with a sovereign government doing business with another sovereign nation? How is that called how does that fit the definition of colonization?
It doesn't.
That's why they changed it to neo-colonization. That's the new one.
Okay,
there we go.
look,
I've heard a couple people use that.
That right there, but that right there, I don't believe so. Now you could say that. I mean, they could make that excuse up and hold the L and say that, but I don't even believe that's what's going on. Okay, because again, so basically they're being forced without being forced to go into bad deals.
Right.
Then you're a coward. Like that goes back to how can we unite with you? You can't figure that shit out.
Right.
Bing, 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 bing.
Right.
Like when do you stand up and say no? Nah, I no tomatoes. We good. We just gonna make them shits ourselves. We don't want to do business.
Right.
I mean, what's gonna happen? Like what's gonna happen? They're gonna drop a nuke on them? Like, come on, man.
Look at chocolate. Because chocolate is a big export for China. So basically, they got a lot of chocolate plants. But you already know which country specializes in chocolate, and guess where that country buys the raw chocolate from?
Right.
So but if you ever hear these people talk, you hear them say it. They take the resources from Africa. This is what they're talking about.
Right.
When they say take, they're selling the resources, by the way.
Wait,
but
right.
People are taking
I was gonna say that language: take, kidnap, capture.
Yep.
See?
Yep.
They're taking it when you're in bed. When you got to deal with them, they're not taking it. They're picking up. They're picking up with their purchased goods. That's what they're picking up. They're not taking anything. They're picking up their purchased goods.
Right.
It's just
signed the deal.
It's just like when the Mexicans say the United States took California from them. Be like, y'all got paid for that, right?
Right.
And Louisiana, they'd be like, y'all got paid for that. Nobody took it. You sold it, and you got money.
So wait, so that one's a little more tricky because
it is.
Yeah, because they went over there to buy it and they said no initially,
right?
And then they staged a war.
Correct. And then they had to sell it. Yeah. They got strong arms, but hell, I mean, they agreed to it.
Like but they got a better claim though. But I'm saying, like, I understand them more than I would that over there, bro. Because they said no, and they stood on business, and then they actually fought. They had some,
and they just
fought.
lost. Right.
And they caught the L. Well, again, everybody caught the L. That goes back to Africa fault. They gave Europeans 15 million smart laborers, innovators, inventors to build these countries in private for 300 years. That means that they're not fighting nobody outside their own. They're allowed to build up their armies, economies, their countries for 300 years, 24/7 around the clock work under duress, stress, threat, violence, threat of violence. You dig? And they were forced to do that. So of course, 300 years of that, you're gonna be a superpower. That's common fucking sense. So yeah, somebody try to war against your ass. It's easy work.
But think about it. Think. I want y'all to understand how. I have to believe that the people in power in Africa back then were the idiots of the region. So think about this. You sell your most valuable people, the people who contribute to your society the most, and who can contribute to your society in the near future, not in far future, but in the near future. You sell them for trinkets and BS up front at first, and then maybe some firearms later, right? And some weaponry and maybe some precious things or some things that they thought was precious, but not really. but you getting rid of your manpower, and you getting rid of your specialists. You getting rid of people who can educate the next generation. I know it was 300, 400 years ago, but even back then, leaders of kingdoms, this was part of running a kingdom, right? Raising up people who could fight in the army, raising up people who had knowledge, who can teach, and who can actually push your kingdom forward. People who can grow the rice, people who can grow whatever you needed, people who can plow, people who can control the land to make sure there's food there, people who know how to deal with floods, right? People who knew how to read maps and direct and hunt and this and that and the third. You gonna sell them? What did you think was going to happen? And yeah, nobody can tell me, well, they just didn't know no better. There is literally millennia of leaders and of kingdoms that had to do that. That was the basis of being in charge of a kingdom. So you can't tell me they didn't know. So what that means is these people were terrible from the get-go.
Right.
And the difference is, and the difference is the white man knew. So when they try to sell him Pookie, like, nah, put that one back. Give me unbiased Ron. Get that one right there. I want him. How much for him? Just give me alcohol. Okay. Just give me a marijuana blunt. Okay.
Right.
Give me unbiased Ron. You're gonna help build up our world over here, buddy.
Yeah. And then when they see you shining, wait, nigga, what life is this? Hold on, wait.
Right.
It's too late.
Your family.
Yeah, family, money. Give me money.
Yo, we need one of those Pan-Africans. Like the Tether who came over here, but I'm done with him. I had 1,000 recordings with him. Like he's boring at this point. So I need a new Pan-African or even African Tether. Like there's a couple guys that reached out to Tariq Nasheed, and they be telling their name. And I look them up on Instagram, and I'll be inboxing them. Come over here. So I got one guy that I'm trying to get over here.
Right.
But I want them to get over what we talked about before, Truth Teller. When we get them to be like, okay, so when they sold people, was it from their own tribe or a different tribe? No, another tribe. Oh, so it wasn't their people. No, it wasn't their people. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I want to get them stuck. I want to get them to admit that.
But you know what? They say it a lot. That's when they give that excuse. They didn't. Slavery was North.
Yeah, but I didn't never think to like put that in a debate package. So now I got it. Now I want to hold them to that. Like, so okay. So then why are they doing this year return thing? Oh, they want to bring their own people back. But you just said they were not there.
Right. They didn't sell their people.
You're twisting my words. No. Shut up, you FBA bastard. You're in the corner.
It's so weird though, because they'll do the move where, okay, I've heard this. Africans had slavery, and they'll give the whole line, and it just was different. And I'm like, so what? What's that? What the hell? What does that change just because they had? So basically, you're proving to me they wasn't ancient people from before.
Right.
Is what you're proving to me.
Wait. Well, it's a couple things wrong with that statement.
Well, I know. I'm gonna go into it because they'll say, well, sometimes they could marry into the family, and sometimes
no. That was different though. Yeah, they had that.
They have a bunch of reasons they say.
Yeah, but no. But even that slavery is called something totally different.
Yeah, I know. They didn't use the term slavery. Yeah, that's everybody referring to it.
No, but I'm saying even that, what you described, that was a whole different system than when the European got there. When the European got there, they were not. When they got kidnapped, they were not. It was no chance of them marrying into another tribe. That was not the point for the kidnap. The kidnap was to kick your ass at Maiden Castle as a holding cell. The white man can bring these ships over.
The white man can go get shit.
Right. So this literally was not your people.
No.
And they couldn't be your people. They were not allowed to marry in because the whole point of getting kidnapped was that we're going to trade your ass for some K2 or some Crack.
Some rice
I might have
vinegar.
if it was some crack, I might have had more respect for them. At least they're getting a finished product. These
Bro,
niggas,
they getting alcohol. It's the same shit. At that time, alcohol was crack.
oh, it was okay. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's the same shit.
It's the same thing. It's just it's just crazy, and then you try to hear people downplay it, and you're like, yo, how do you downplay this? Like how do you make it seem like they didn't really know, but then in the next second they did know, and then the next second they didn't really know or they didn't understand. So they stupid. No, these were some of the greatest people ever. Okay, so they did know. Oh well,
exactly.
You know, it was a different way. Well, hold on. You had to take somebody's freedom for this to work.
Right.
Right? You had to forcibly take somebody while they're saying, no, 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 don't take me, and fighting you. You had to take them by force, which means you had to alleviate them of having freedom. So that means you didn't enslave them? I'm just trying to figure out how this works.
Right. It was totally intended. Right. But they're
so
mad.
If you took somebody's freedom on purpose for whatever reason,
right,
whatever slavery system you thought you was going to use or whatever slavery system you was going to sell them to, that's irrelevant. You took somebody's freedom against their will. They didn't give it to you, you took it. So I'm just trying to figure out how you're not an enslaver.
Right.
And when I say that to them niggas, they go ham.
Oh yeah.
They go ham.
I've seen it too, bro. They start throwing juju beans at you and shit, man. Like
so what happens is when I usually make these points and then they start flipping out, they'll call me stupid or they try to make me look dumb. So, but I don't feed into that. So what I'll do is I'll continue the conversation and then I'll say something that traps them into agreeing with me. But because they don't want to agree with me, it'll force them to say something stupid. And then I'll be like, is that the answer you really wanted to give me? Because that don't sound too smart. And then, it starts all over again.
Right. Exactly. You gotta control the narrative with a tether or they'll try to control it. So
they throw all kind of stuff. Yeah. All kind of stuff. Like the money thing. Like I've heard them say that before. Because I deal with finances and I'm like, how does that even make sense? Well, your money's worth less than toilet paper. Why would you even bring that up? That's not something. It's not even something I would bring up. Like I'd have my little daughter draw my face on a piece of paper and say this is currency. It'll be worth more than your money. Well, why would you bring that up?
Right.
But they do, as if it's a pull, and it's like, my man. The American dollar, even though it got a white man face on it, the only reason why it's valuable is because of us.
Because of us, right. Right.
It's the only reason why. And it's the primary currency of the world. It's because of us.
Right. But that is white man, not you, nigga.
Right, exactly. You're like, okay, well, you want to be over here with us. So, I mean.
Right.
How much do you disagree with, right?
Exactly.
And I'm starting to realize that there is no good argument for Pan-Africanism. Even some, even some of the guys who seem like they might be able to give it to, like, what's his name, O'Shea. Like he's Pan-African, but he's starting to sound less and less Pan-African these days. But he's Pan-African.
Hold on.
I would want to ask him why.
Mm-hmm. Let's back up. See, when we say when anybody say Pan-African.
Mm-hmm.
What is the definition? Because what happens when it's not clear, it's left to our imagination. Then we say it's not Pan-Africanism. We start thinking Pan-Africanism is you got to do all this other shit. So, like, what would be their definition of Pan-Africanism?
Right.
You're right, because my definition of it is based on what I see from them, and that is fuck everybody else. It's all about Africa. That's how it looked to me.
Yeah, and look, we got to go back to the international definition before, because you had many random definitions, and there was no national, international example of it. The person who put a national, international example of Pan-Africanism was Marcus Garvey. Right. So you look at Pan-Africanism, you have to define it there. Who?
thievery and disingenuous and
Right, being a
manipulative.
tether.
That's what Pan-African
Right.
is.
That's
Jesus
what it
Christ.
means. Right.
Right. Yeah. Because but look what he said. He
Mhm.
said that you got to move to Liberia, not anywhere in Africa, Liberia, and he's going to be the leader of all Africa.
Yeah.
So it has to
That's
have
what he said.
one party system, and it starts off with him. So Africa got to be a one party system where or one leader leads forever, and he appoints somebody below him. Now, after him, here's the problem. That was the first model of Pan-Africanism on a national, international scale. It was Marcus Garvey. After that, you had a guy named Kwame Nkrumah. He tried to follow that. Some 40 years later, he tried to follow that blueprint, and Africa said, "Get the fuck out of here!" And he left to go to Romania, wherever he went. The dude came back, and he was replaced that fast. Bro, nobody from Africa is rocking with the dude.
They don't like that. Right.
Now,
They don't like
the
that at
one
all.
party system. He gets to rule forever, and he won. They was like, "Yo, chill out." Other African nations like, "Yo, relax, dude. Like, fuck out of here with that bullshit." He was trying to
They
call
was
him Uncle
probably
Tom.
like,
You
"Who
Uncle
is this
Tom,
dude?"
Uncle Tom. And he trying to call him Uncle Tom's. That whole guilt trip thing. Yeah, but the dude left his
For real?
country. He came
He called
back,
them Uncle
and they had a
Toms?
new, in the African way. He was saying like they sold out to the West, like they sold out to the West type shit. But the dude left it. He left to handle some business in Romania somewhere. He comes back. They got a new leader in the seat. Nigga. Oh my!
Get out, nigga. You're gone.
That's the equivalent of getting fired on your day off.
Right.
He got fired on his day off.
I'm gonna use that right there,
Right. That's a good
How you get fired on your day off?
Right.
Talk about
that is stolen right there.
Right.
Oh,
I'm gonna say that from now on. I'm gonna say, man, he got fired his day off, man.
Right.
Jesus.
Right.
Jesus. And the crazy part is, we have these, these not just Pan Africans. What do we call them? The people that say they for Black people.
Oh, the Black
all
nationalists.
of this now, yeah. All of this information is clear. They're aware of it, but then they sit here and start. They don't say any of this to us. Just Black this and Black that and Black this and Black that. Like, all right, and then they reference these dudes who were against Black people.
Right.
But they make it seem like they weren't. And then you do have some people who fall into it. Like, I got a cousin who got dashikis and talk about Africa. And I'd be like, well, I asked him, what are we going back to Africa for? What's there? Oh, it's the spirits. And I'm like, man, the same spirits is over there is right over here, man. My ancestors are right here, player. So I don't need to go back there for no reason whatsoever, unless I'm gonna go make a bag, and I don't trust them over there because they're gonna try to steal all my money. So I'm
Look
good.
at O'Shea. O'Shea himself lost $50,000 to the Pan-Africans. Bruh, like that nigga got scared. That's why he talking different now. And I think he lost even more. Like he said, somebody said he lost $1 million to them Africans because he was tricking and doing all some other shit. Like
they'll get you. Yeah, they'll get you. They get you here, man.
Right.
I'm from New York, man. They get you here. I've seen Africans get niggas for my whole life, man. It ain't nothing new. So
crazy.
They be getting to. So I've lived in New York most of my life. I lived in Miami for a good chunk of my adult life. The scammers, the niggas who steal stuff, the credit card thieves, them were Africans. They're mostly Nigerians, Haitians, and some Jamaicans, and then people from different African nations, but mostly the Nigerians and the Haitians was heavy with that, even in New York and in Miami.
Yeah, right. In Chicago, that's where I'm at. You see the same thing. The Africans and Caribbeans scamming, doing drug deals, all that shit.
Oh, the drugs was crazy, man. The Jamaicans, Haitians. Yeah. Some of the, in Florida, you got a mix of everybody. You got the Colombians rolling around out there heavy. You got people from other Latin nations that you don't really think about or hear about. Venezuelans is out there. Everybody floating around out there in Florida and New York. You got some Cubans running heavy. It's the Caribbeans, of course, running heavy. And then that's about it. It's really them. I know Cali got the Asians heavy over there, but New York and Florida. New York and Florida is similar. It's like the same group of people doing the same scams and stuff in both places. It's them. And you know, the white dudes. So most people don't realize this, but in those games, white people are involved heavily, and nobody wants to
at the
admit
top of the heat, right? And then
pretty much,
bruh,
pretty much,
right? They're
pretty
at the
much.
top of the damn heat, man. And the tethers will try to shame us. Oh, FBAs have good minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you work with the white man though.
Pretty much.
To do this shit.
Back in the day when I was in Florida, when I was down in Florida, I came up on a crew that was getting cars.
Right.
Nothing but white boys.
Right. Right.
Stealing cars in Boca Raton. Boca Raton of all places. But guess what? They lived in Boca Raton.
Right.
They weren't broke. They weren't poor. They were literally car thieves from wealthy families stealing cars in the same area where they, well, I mean, it's not near their houses, but they would steal cars in that same city and cities nearby, making dough. And they wasn't poor or broke or lived in the hood or nothing. And I mean, white boys, like Brad white boys and Caleb white boys,
Caleb,
Hunter. Hunter, them dudes. Like, y'all do this? He's like, yeah, man, we got a lot of cars. And that was back in the day. That was like in the late 90s, early 2000s. A man had the tablet. He popped open the tablet and he was showing me the pictures of the cars. I'm like, yo, where you got that tablet from?
Right.
You got a tablet showing me cars, man? How long you been doing this? I've been doing this for a minute. The dude couldn't have been more than like 22. Like, what are you doing?
Wow.
You get all of this from? Yeah, man. Me and my crew, we've been doing this for a while. It was like 6 or 7 of them too.
Oh man.
Yeah, man. It was heavy.
Right. That's why it's so important for the new black media like Brother Ron, voices like ours to be speaking, because there's a lot of bullshit narratives out there, bro.
Yeah.
Especially about us. You know, so we got to challenge it.
But you know, the people, the African folks that are from outside the U.S., the ones inside the U.S. too, they heavy in these things.
Right.
They're heavily involved in these things, and they want to act like they just come here to go to college. Like, man, I got friends who are your peoples, man. I know y'all.
Right.
This is not new. I know Zopal niggas. I know, I've known these dudes for a very long time, man. I'm not foreign to them. I know how y'all crews work. I know y'all families. I know how it work. Cool and all. They peoples, right? They not gonna do nothing to me. And they don't even talk like these dudes on the internet. So I don't even want to get that twisted. They don't even talk like these dudes.
Right.
But y'all ain't gonna sit here and make it seem like it's just Black Americans out here doing all of this stuff. Yeah, y'all are wild.
Right. Right. That's the bullshit. Right.
It ain't at all. It ain't even a quarter of us out here doing most of this stuff.
It's not. Most of us own our own businesses or we work jobs. That's it.
I have arguments with them. For some strange reason, they think all Black people are poor.
We not.
So I try to tell people. So I said, all right. So I said, fine. What's the unemployment rate for Black people? They look it up. The unemployment rate for us is like at its highest, it's in the teens. So I said, so you're telling me that 15% unemployment rate, you don't realize that it means 85% of us work?
Right.
Oh no, okay. All right, fine. But you don't make a lot of money. All right, fine. What percentage of us is in the poverty rate? The poverty rate is like $22,000 a year and under. What percentage of us is in that? It's like 20-something%.
Right.
Yo, can y'all hear me? Am I on here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
So that means almost 80% of us is not in poverty. Like, so what are y'all saying?
Right.
The truth is in the numbers, man.
Right. We don't need
can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had to call in, man. Y'all wilding out.
What we wilding out on, man? Speak your piece.
First of all, Y'all sitting up here talking about, cracking jokes about Jamaicans and their currency, but meanwhile, the currency that you spend got slave masters on it,
Wait
people
a
that
minute. Wait a
enslaved their
minute.
ancestors,
Wait a
but yet
minute.
Let him
you
Wait a
talk. Let
minute.
him
spend the
talk.
money.
Let him talk. I got him. Let him talk.
Okay, go ahead.
What do you got? That's childish, man. There's so many things black people need to deal with seriously, and y'all think it makes sense to crack jokes about people from other countries. That's pure white supremacy. That's what Tariq and Trump and MAGA got y'all doing, and the
So
shit is
we MAGA
embarrassing.
now?
So wait.
Wow.
You mean we have better things to worry about than you guys when
What you,
63,000.
what you mean, you guys? Who do you think I am? What do you mean, you guys? Who do
I'm
you think I
talking.
am?
I'm talking.
I
I'm
know you're
talking, sir.
talking. Who do you think I am when you
Let me
say
finish.
you guys?
A tether.
I'm not
No,
a
I ain't
see,
gotta
but
say
see,
that.
that's what I'm talking. Tether, right?
Hold on, my
Exactly.
man. I'm
Okay.
talking. Can you let me finish
I know
talking? I'll
you're
let you
talking.
talk.
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk.
So you think we should be worrying about? We got other things to worry about, but them worrying about 63,000 of their dollars is equal to 10 of ours, and they shouldn't be worried about that. They should be
Wow.
talking to us. Is that what you're telling me?
No, no,
They don't
not
have.
at all.
I guess they don't have nothing to worry about then,
Right.
right? If 63,000 of their dollars is equal to 10 of our dollars, right?
You don't see that as
No,
an issue?
no, not right. No.
It is right. Look at Zimbabwe's currency. Look at the Naira. It's podunk, bro. Ain't nobody bagging on them people for no reason.
Listen,
Like
can I
you
talk
can't
now,
look at
or
it
you
that
guys
way.
gonna
I think you
filibuster?
should focus. I think you should
You're
focus
gonna
on what's
filibuster
important.
now, so I can't respond to what you just
Nah,
said. Go
I'm
ahead.
just
Ain't no
saying
Go ahead.
you should
Okay.
focus on what's important, right?
Right.
What's important is building those countries up,
Right.
not worrying about what we doing over here.
Okay, can I talk now? Because I don't got all day.
Sure,
I'm not a tether. I'm a black man. My roots go way back to the at least the 1700s or
Oh
whatever. I
God.
live in New York. I grew up around all types of different people, and I'm telling you, Bob, hold on, Bob, hold on. Listen, I'm listen. You just said all that stuff about Zimbabwe and Nigeria, and sure, that's true. There's a lot of poverty, there's a lot of whatever you want to say, scammers, Nigeria, all that stuff is valid. What I'm trying to tell you is if you really care about FBA and black people, you would focus on our issues. And then right off the bat, you said your issues, assuming I'm a tether, because that's part of the brainwashing.
Nah, because you
Anybody
talk
you
like a
think that
Well, hold
tether.
on.
disagrees with
Let him
you,
finish. I
you're
got him.
brainwashed. Anybody
I
who thinks
agree.
like you is anybody who
I agree.
disagrees with you,
Hold on.
you call it tether.
I
That's
want to ask
part
you a
of being
question.
brainwashed.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait,
If
Sure.
they're over here,
hold on. Wait, hold on 1 second.
Right.
Hey, bro.
Matter of fact,
Why?
hold on.
Yeah.
Bob, I'm on
Yeah,
the call.
I gotta address that. Wait, hold on. You can
I'll
still
be
do
right there,
what you
Bob.
do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
I'm
but
running a business,
okay,
but go ahead.
yeah. Why do you? Okay, what made you believe anything that you disagree with? We say we believe that's an issue. No, brother. If you disagree with us, we think you're wrong and we think we're right, and we leave it there. We don't make a big
That's
deal
not
out of
true.
it.
Not true.
It is true.
Okay, okay, give it now. Look, you called it. Look, you called it over here. You're speaking to us. You ain't speaking to stop. You're not talking to Tariq Nasheed. You're not talking to Yvette. You're talking to unbiased Ron. All right. So now I need you to give an example of disagreeing with us, and we found that problematic. Go ahead.
One of the people I was just talking to, matter of fact, the first guy said, you people, as if I'm not black, and the second guy called me a tether.
Okay.
so
No,
you want me to
wait.
clear? Hold
That's
on,
Wait,
Ron.
not
I
okay.
need
That's
wait. Hold
brainwashing.
on.
That's
No,
not
hold on.
okay. That's called
Bruh.
brain. I'm not
Okay,
finished.
hey, bro.
That's not
No, wait.
okay.
Hey,
That's
no,
called
hey, bro.
brainwashing.
You got to stop. You didn't support your claims just now, my guy. You didn't do that.
Oh, here
You
we
need to.
go. Okay, I know. I got
You
you.
made a claim. Okay, all right, I'll move on. All right, I'm gonna go back on mute. Go ahead. I made the point. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
What I
let
was
me
gonna say
talk
is
when
I
you're
said,
done.
yeah, cool. What I said was you people, meaning you came up here protecting people who target us.
Not protecting anybody. Wrong.
Well, why would you speak up for people that we just proved target black people?
Okay, can I answer that question?
Well, hold on. I do have a
Okay.
question for you. I wanted to ask you before you
So
went
you
on
have
this
a second
weird.
question. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's the first question because I didn't get it out.
You just
If
said,
they're
why
un,
am I
if
defending
they're
people who are against
hold,
black people?
Hey, bro, you gotta
that was
calm down, my
rhetorical.
guy. You
Yeah,
called
Okay.
in here
rhetorical.
excited, hyper. Just relax, bro. Not that serious, man.
You know,
So
this is not that serious, but like I said, I'm running a business. You have no idea what I'm doing outside this phone call, but go ahead.
And you don't know what we're
okay.
doing either. Okay. What's the
Right.
point?
What
All
I
right,
was
but
gonna
go
ask
ahead, True.
was if they're over here scheming and hustling, are they not affecting black people here?
That's your question?
Yeah, it's a
Cricket,
simple one.
Okay. Check this out.
Uh-huh.
Of course. Let me start this from the top.
Oh, thank you.
Of
So why
course.
should we worry about
Let
it
me
then?
finish, D-Night. There you go.
What? You said of course, and I'm
I'm
asking you
not
then why
finished
should we worry
answering. I'm
about it?
not. Let me expand. Like you guys are, it's three of y'all. Let me talk.
Shoot. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Thank you. Hey,
Well,
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Now, I'll say this in regards to what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, immigration and illegal immigration can have detrimental impacts on black people. For instance, what's going over there was at Minnesota with all the scamming that's going on and Tim Waltz or whoever the hell, you know, yes, sometimes the Democrats trying to be too pro immigration allow stuff like that to go on, you know, fraud, visa fraud, illegal immigrants getting driver's licenses, all types of crazy shit. Matter of fact, I'm having construction done on one of my businesses and none of the guys speak English. And the shit is insane. It's part of my language. I can't even communicate with these guys. So yes, Nigerians or whoever's scamming black people 100% affects black people. But that is such a small, minuscule effect or situation compared to, for instance, when you have billionaires who can control all these platforms that we're utilizing and they control the algorithm to get us to fight against each other and focus on the relatively small things. Not saying what you said isn't valid, because it is. Okay, but there's a lot, like they say, bigger fish to fry. If you know, while you're focusing on these so-called tethers, the Supreme Court made it okay to racial profile people. That's huge.
No, it didn't.
Oh
Yes,
my
it did.
Why are you
God.
Yes, it
You
lying?
did.
made that
No,
boy
it
Yes, it
up,
did.
didn't.
bro.
Yes, it did.
Stop
This
it.
guy.
Do you
Provide
know
the
what race
source.
is? Do you know what
Everybody knows
race
he's
is?
lying.
Do you know
How
what
am I
race
lying?
is?
How am I
How
lying?
did
Provide the
how
source.
does it's
Don't look
illegal
it up
to
right
make
now. No, stop. Let's not
sir,
move the
sir, sir,
goalpost.
sir, sir, calm
Someone
down,
look it
calm
up.
down.
Someone
Calm
look it up
down.
right now. Do not move the goalpost.
Calm
Prove
Someone
down,
that.
look
sir.
it up
Wait,
right
Calm
wait,
now.
wait.
Justice
sir,
True.
calm down.
Alito gave
True.
I'll give
True.
him
the majority
True. Now
opinion
hold on.
you
Hold on.
on
It's not
that
about. Hold on.
decision.
what
Okay.
You
part of
still
that
can get
ruling
him.
had
Listen.
anything to
I,
sorry. Mhm.
hey, True. Let me just look it up. You can do what you do. I'm going to do
All
it
right.
in the background. So now,
Beautiful.
brother, explain it again.
Sure. And forgive me for my, sometimes I get excited because I've been dealing with these
That's
conversations for decades. Now,
that's the
Justice,
ADHD.
you sound like a fool. Justice
All right.
Samuel Alito
Keep calling people
made it.
names.
He just said I have ADHD. I don't play those type of games. None of y'all psychiatrists and none of that.
Calm
You could.
down, man. Just say what
Okay.
you're gonna say, bro. Jesus.
There's the proof. He's tripping.
Yeah,
Okay,
because you guys
Justice
are goofy.
Alito.
You know, I have a hard
Okay, all
time
right.
dealing with goofies. But anyway,
Hey, bro,
Samuel
but you're the one
Alito,
with the negative energy.
one of the Supreme Court justices, I
Okay,
think it was
right.
Samuel Alito, said that
Mm-hmm.
racial profiling is only a temporary inconvenience. Look that up.
And that means racial profiling is legal?
Is late. Right. How do you get that?
Yes, it does.
All
Because
right.
Jesus
therefore,
Christ.
if a
Yeah, you see, he
police
switched it up. You
if
see,
a
he switched it up,
police
right?
Jesus
if a
Christ.
police officer stops someone based on race and then that
Sorry,
person tries to sue, they won't be able to sue because
that's
the
not true.
Supreme
Hold on.
Court said that it was
No,
No,
okay.
that's not how it
when did
works,
hold
bro.
on before y'all go. When did Alito say that?
Your friend just said he gonna look it up.
But you know who said he said it. You should know when. Was he saying it as part of the documentation of the proceedings?
He was saying it as part of a case that the Trump administration
Right,
brought
but
before the
how did
Supreme
he say
Court.
it?
You look it
How
up,
did he
man.
say it?
What do you mean? How did you look it up?
If you're saying it's a law, you think he could
I
just
didn't
speak
say.
it and it's a law?
You're insinuating it's a law. Is the
Okay.
No, no, no.
Let
He
me.
said it was a law. He said it.
I did
Let's not
not.
even get on that.
I said when
Uh-huh.
a cop pulls a person over based on their race and that person tries to sue, they will not be able to sue because the Supreme Court set a precedent saying that that profiling someone based on their race is only a temporary inconvenience.
When did he say that?
Okay, when? Maybe
When
six
I'm sorry,
months
let me
ago,
clarify.
7 months ago?
When I say no, no, no. When I say when, I'm not talking about the time he said it. Where in the proceeding did he say that? They make documentation when they do these proceedings.
He's trying to get context behind it.
Okay.
He doesn't have the context. He's just saying it because he saw some news person say it, and
So
he's just speaking.
you sound goofy again, man. You want me to give
Okay,
you
now look,
extreme
wait. All right,
details
hey,
of what
bro, wait.
happened. Look it
Now
up.
look,
You don't even
hey,
have to take my word for it. Look it up, and you'll have all the answers you need.
You
But the
gotta
point is,
calm down. I'm not trying to. I'm
that
not trying to mute
racial
you. I'm not trying to mute you.
profiling is.
I gotta mute you, my guy. Like he's telling you, you sound dumb and sound stupid, but he got mad when I said he most likely got ADHD. But the whole time he's been here throwing names before anybody said one thing. We all calm, chilling. He came with the energy. We didn't have the energy when he called in. He came with that energy. We were calm, listening to his argument, trying to respond. He's come with negativity. Then he can't stop and slow down. To me, that's giving off signs and patterns of ADHD. That's all. Yeah, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a clinical school psychologist, none of that stuff. But the way you're behaving for no reason with us, it comes off that you have some type of mental issue that you can't get control of. Because you try to relax earlier, you hyped yourself back up. Listen, we can't have a dialogue if you bring in that energy, man. Now you brought up something. We don't do the rest. You provide us with the information, and what we do is see if it's accurate. We're not going to do your research for you. I'm researching to see what you said accurate. So he's trying to hold you to something. He said, when was this done? You can't just say some bullshit and then say, hey, you guys figure it out. All right. So come off mute and calm down. You know, you at your business. I don't know if business is going good or not, but you out here trying to take it out on us.
I'm not taking out anything.
Okay.
What are you a child? Am I hurting your feelings?
Hey,
That's
dude,
what it is.
what's your? Hey,
His
listen.
dogs holler.
Yeah. I'm
Oh,
not
so
even
y'all
in.
hollering. Oh, I got it. You feel like a hit dog and you're hollering.
All right.
Got it.
So,
Okay, go ahead.
okay. So here's the thing, though. Yeah. Let me go real fast, True Teller. Now, you said racial profile. Let me ask you this: how is racial profiling proven in court? Do you know? Yes or no?
I'm not answering any question because, like I said, you're moving the goal.
Okay. So be quiet. So I just muted his dumb ass. Hey, yo, family, do you know it's impossible to prove that cop pulled you over racial profile without him just admitting it? He got to actually say it somewhere where it's proven. You can't prove intent. That's why I said, how do people win racial profile cases? It's through what Trufel was saying. It's through documentation. So what they see is they see the racial disparities and stuff, like bank loans, like school admissions, job employment. When you see the dynamic shifts to non-blacks getting it and blacks not getting it, that's across the states, 50 states, that shows a pattern of racial disparities. Not one cop pull you over because he's non-black and you're black, and you might have did some bullshit or not did some bullshit. That's not evidence of racial profiling. You can't prove intent. It has to be a pattern of documentation, a pattern of recordings. So you came on here lying, don't know what racial profiling is, don't know how you prove it. So you came on here lying, and Truth Teller was trying to hold you to that. You don't know what you're reading. You watch something on jokes.com, you came over here, you try to explain it, we called you on it, you can't articulate it. So focus on your business. When you're off, call back in so we can research and look at things together. But you're not going to keep giving us the excuse when you can't answer something. It's because you're at work. No, listen, finish your job, finish your business, call back in where we can sit down and you're not all hyped up because business ain't good, whatever. You can calm down and we can get to our laptops and computers and we can look this stuff up with our screen sharing. All right. So go ahead and drop down because I don't want to talk to you because you're hyped up. I'm not trying to be hyped up. I'm not a little flippity. You dig? I'm cool and calm and I don't want to be gaslit today. So when you relax, get off of work, call back in, and we can sit at our computers and look at this case together because we all know you're misrepresenting it. You're calling us dumb, and we know you're not on our level at all. I know you're not. And that's why I'm going to call you on your bullshit. So he first said the Supreme Court had made it legal to racially profile Black people. Then he tried to switch it up. That's why we call you guys the switch uppers.
Supreme Court said he probably
right. Then he's accusing us of goalpost moving. It's like, no, you're the one doing it.
I assumed he was a tether because he came in protected. You know, like, why would you come in saying, talking smack about all these other people? Like, what we said wasn't true. We wasn't making fun of anybody. We were just saying how horrible it is the way they act.
Right.
And we all know how they act.
And then watch this. And then he does the same thing. Oh, Donald Trump ain't so-and-so. She ain't so-and-so. You just did the same thing you said we were doing.
Right.
They're not on the phone.
Right. Called us
and that's why I said, then he said that he said, if somebody disagrees, we go crazy. I said, bro, you called it unbiased Ron, FBA News Updates. We don't do that. And then I said, show a case in point, we did that. Then he said some stupid mumble jumble stuff that makes no sense at all. Like, dude, you got it business crack. Congratulations. But this is a conversation with intellect. You got to be smart. You got to have research because you got to have information, bro. We're freestyling. I'm on my phone. I'm not on my laptop. My screen ain't sharing. Like, y'all know I'm on my phone because my screen ain't sharing. I got no thumbnails showing. So this is all freestyle right here, buddy.
Right. Exactly. That's why I called him a tether. Because you sound like a tether.
He does sound like a tether.
He said a couple things that gave us the red flag. First of all, he came in defending them.
Right.
Then he said he was in New York. And then he got the little accent. So it's like, dude, I don't know, man. Ain't looking good.
Yeah, it wasn't looking good. I didn't really want to get to that, but I was trying to ask him the context of this case. What he left out was.
But listen, what you got to understand is that he's not going to let you. That's why it comes to experience with debating certain people. You see how hostile he was.
He was just getting hostile for no reason.
Then guess what? Then you go to talk some more. He jumping right in. They're jumping right in. They're jumping right in. So at that point, I'm like, okay, that's why I was gonna stay on mute the whole time, let y'all handle him. But I'm like, okay, he's one of those guys that's not gonna stop jumping in.
Yeah,
right.
He could, because he's
not gonna answer no questions either. No, he's not.
Well, see, when I asked him that first question and he answered it, I'm like, oh, okay. But then he was like, let me talk. I'm like, all right. Everything he said.
You know why? You know why?
Because he's seeing that.
Because he's seeing that answering questions honestly gets him in trouble.
Yes.
Because when he answered the question and you didn't leave it alone and move on next thing, when you stayed on that, he said, "Oh, okay, they them. They those guys that I can't say any old thing. They're gonna bring it back up and hold it to me, and he can't get out of it. Kind of like his wife. He probably telling his wife some more lie and shit, and she be catching him out
there. Tether lies.
But just for the reference, because I did look up the case. It was in reference to the case regarding him picking up the illegal immigrants.
See, there it is. He's a tether.
Yeah, it was in regards to that specific case. And they were saying in that specific condition, the temporary use of racially profiling is fine until the courts can review the documentation.
Right. He's either Democrat still or a tether. Either one.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Because he said all Black people.
Like, matter of fact,
we don't get deported, player.
Put that in the link. Put that in chat right now. Let me look at that. Because I guarantee there's more to that.
Oh no, it's way more to it. No, it's way more to it. Yeah, it's way more.
Because again, how do you prove? Right? How do you prove I got pulled over because the cop was racist? Now we're black. Okay, wait, we're black. We've been driving, and we all got, some of us experienced a cop car coming behind us for nothing other than who we are.
Right.
But how do you prove that? Because he's gonna say, nah, you made a left turn or you didn't put the signal on. How do you prove you did? So how do you prove racial profiling? It's usually with documentations that happen to other people similar to you. It's not this one-off thing. Oh, I got pulled over, racial profiling, unless he admits it somewhere. And that's documented. You can't prove intent. You can't prove, no, in his mind, no. That's not how that works. That's why it's hard to sue for like racial discrimination at a job. It's hard to do that. You're gonna be, it's a nothing burger. It's hard to prove that unless you got people, and they can actually look, they can actually say something to you. And that's not even seen as racial profile. They just see that as, oh, he just had a bad day.
Right.
It has to be a pattern. That's not a one-off thing.
Right.
I just dropped that in there. And there's a bunch of references to this, but you could tell that when you look this up and you see the references depending on what website it's on, you can tell who's left and who's right. Because one website says the Supreme Court makes way for racial profiling.
Right.
It's like, wait, what?
Right.
But this
so we call these guys headline readers. They read the headline and that's enough. I'm telling you, I'm the worst guy. I'm the worst guy to ever be a headline reader because I'm going to ask you questions up and down like Common True Teller did, and I'm gonna do that. And you better know more than me because it's Chop City, and it better say what you said it said.
Right. Because then you will lie. Right.
But that's why I was asking them because let's say it went up for a vote and the liberal judges lost or the conservative judges lost. Each of them writes a whatchamacallit, to play up to their point, even though that they may have lost in their voting. So that's why I was asking him, well, when did he say this? Did he say this in one of his notes? Did he say this standing on, when they were clarifying what the decision was? When did they say this and in what context was this said for? But, he just said,
what state was that? Is that like throughout the nation or was it a particular state?
It was for a particular state. Hold on, let me see. Because it was for a particular case. It was for a particular case, and this is in 2025, by the way. This is not even a
was it Arizona?
Case. I think it was Arizona. It was in LA.
Okay. The reason why I say Arizona because I got a friend who lives in Arizona, and he said out there that the crime. They said so. A lot of Hispanics people they get pulled over a lot. Like you could say racial profiling. And it seemed tolerable because he said 90% of the crime be from illegal Hispanics. So it's like they're almost when they pull you over, it's like an almost guaranteed hit.
Wow.
Damn.
So they don't see it as racial profile. They see it as like most likely you are illegal and most likely you did do what the cop think you did a minute ago.
Right. So that's the context that they never want to speak to, like you brothers mentioned, because then it exposes them.
Well, you notice he tried to put that context across black people.
Right.
Like we ain't gonna have this problem because we can't get deported. So what does that got to do with us? I was trying to get to that too. I was just like, what does this have to do with us? We don't get deported.
And listen, you gotta understand, man, you can't gaslight us. Like, even though racism is real, systemic racism is there, but you're not gonna tell us that a superior court had ruled that cops can just go out there under Trump administration, that's the narrative, that now cops can just go racial profile black people across the damn nation.
Right.
Like, that just sounds stupid as shit, my guy. To even think you can get that off, just shows that you are dumb. You do got ADHD, dude. How you think we are, man?
That's crazy.
I was gonna say that. That's crazy to even think you can pull that off over
here. he was too hot-headed, man. I wanted to walk him into this, and he was just wild.
You were not going to be able to do that. He made that very clear.
Right.
He came over here. What I explained earlier with with the ADHD. I explained that earlier. I said, yo, they come over,
But
they
you
come over
notice,
here.
Right.
They can't. You got to
Ronnie,
calm them down. You got to hold on. You got. If you can't calm them down, bro, they're not. Who can listen when they're up moving around?
Right.
Nobody.
Yeah,
that's why
that's
when you
true.
study, you sit down. When
Right.
kids want to study,
Right.
you say sit down. Kids don't walk around. You teach them. You say
Right.
sit down so I can teach. So everybody got to calm down, be relaxed, and that's the best time to receive information.
Facts.
That dude's not willing to do that. You're not gonna get nothing across.
Did y'all notice one thing he did as soon as he came in? He tried to declare that he was FBA. So a lot of them is trying to do this now because the FBA wouldn't storm in here to defend immigrants and illegal aliens like that, right?
Nope.
Y'all can't be talking about people's dollars. Black people got other things to worry about. So what you mean? We ain't supposed to worry about the people who's trying to run game on us?
Right. Exactly.
Well, we should be worrying about the billionaires and the people who doing these applications. You mean the people who are doing things legally, right? This is their application and they're doing what they want
Right.
with it legally. We shouldn't worry about the dudes who are legally scamming our people. We should focus on the people who are legally operating their own applications, and we may not like how they're doing it. Is that's actually what I wanted to say, but he was just like you said, Ryan. He was just too out of control to even bring that up. It's just illogical. Just don't focus on the niggas hurting your community. Focus on the people who running these apps.
Right.
And that's why a lot of times when people randomly come with that type of shit, I ignore that and I ask them about their doctrine. Are you a Pan-African? See, because he's too emotionally tied into that. So I want to talk about something he's don't have energy for. So what I would normally do, all right, brother, you right. But are you a Pan-African? Then I ask about Garvey or somebody you did to get him away from that. Where he's calmed down and now I can got him to the scam and shit. Yeah, that's why. I don't. When they bring that negative energy, he's hot-headed. He's not gonna cool down. He think you're wrong. So talk about something totally unrelated and then bring it back over there when he calmed down.
Right.
Hey, he was wild. It's just like he's talking about. He really just didn't like us referencing what we were talking about.
Right.
It's kind of weird because they want you to talk about something other than what you're talking about, but they don't have a good reason for you not to talk about it. So then they say you should be talking about something else, like we little kids. It's like, am I your kid?
So why we can't talk about other countries' politics and economics?
Right.
We ain't supposed to, man. We just not supposed to.
Right. When they do it though.
But they talk about ours.
Right. They come
all
here
the time.
to talk about it.
He told us what we supposed to be doing.
Right.
But
in
anyway,
our own country.
that was good information though, because a lot of people didn't know that disparity in currency, like how $10 an hour is like a gazillion dollars. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people think the dollar's a dollar everywhere, or a little less, a little more. A lot of people don't know the different currencies. Right. A lot of people don't know that stuff, man.
I didn't know the Jamaican dollar was lower than the damn pesos. That's crazy to me.
That is. Man. That's why we went into a tether rate. Right.
I used to do Forex. So I used to like play around with Forex for a little while, and I used to see the different currencies and all the time. So if y'all look at some of my old stuff, you'll see.
Gosh.
Forex stuff. Yeah.
So, yeah, man, they come with the tether rage, man. It's like they think they're gonna knock us off our position because we hitting a little bit too close to home. You know, it's like, nah.
or his wife,
right,
sitting right there, listen to the show, and she's like, "Honey, aren't they wrong?"
Right, exactly.
Honey,
let them
are they wrong or not?
Right.
That's bad, man. Yeah, it is. Oh.
You're a coward.
Right.
Listen, man, my pops, he know the Jamaican currency. Listen, when we used to go to Jamaica when I was a kid, he used to just give us $100 bills. You know, as a little kid, you 7, 8, you get $100 bill, yes, in a rainbow currency, but you get $100. You see 100 on it, you think you good, but even back then,
I gotta ask you, was Marcus Garvey face on that dollar, that $100 bill?
I don't remember. I don't look at Jamaican currency. Man, listen. When if we go to Jamaica and come back, that money get tossed in like a corner somewhere. Don't you? Like if you have change left over, we don't keep it. It's like whatever.
Yeah, I didn't know till like this year sometime that Marcus Garvey. I thought my man was joking. I didn't know that Jamaican money really had Marcus Garvey face on that shit. I said, "Oh my god."
I ain't never paid attention to who was on any of that currency. And I've been to Jamaica several times as an adult with my family.
They had Marcus Garvey, they had Sylvester Stallone, they had a whole bunch of people.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even know
Bob
that. I didn't even
Barker.
pay attention. I didn't even pay attention.
Hulk Hogan, you dig?
First of all, when you
Dr.
go to
Seuss was on
Jamaica,
some money.
they'll rather use American money anyway for you. There's certain places, because if you go to like the hood places or the lower places, you can still use American currency, but they may not have change to give to you. But if you're in the more populated areas like in Kingston, they'd rather you spend American money, but you'll lose out because you won't realize, just like I said, $10 for us is like thousands of dollars for them. You think, okay, I'm gonna pay $20 for this, and it actually should only be $5 because you don't realize what the exchange is and how the math is working from our money to their money. So you'll overpay, and they'll get you. They'll give you give them 20, they'll give you a $5 bill back as change. You spent 15 for something that's like $5, so you overpaid.
Yeah.
So that's why when you go there, you want to change out your money and stick with their money because it'll allow you to. They still gonna try to overcharge you, but it'll, if they overcharge you a couple of $100 in their money, it ain't, it's like pennies in your money, so you don't really care. But you don't want to traverse that with American money, although you can. They'll give you back change in U.S. bills in some of the areas. So, but yeah, I don't know why they getting mad. This is what their countries look like, man. Why they gotta come over here
Instead
and
of fixing it, they get mad at us for talking about it, calling them out.
You should focus on this.
And
You should
by the
focus on your
way, we would have never be talking about none of this stuff had they never tried to anchor onto reparations.
Right.
At all. Right. At all. We wouldn't even be talking about them.
Yeah, this was not on my radar at all.
I knew Africans and Caribbeans and people existed. One of my parents is a Caribbean person, but I didn't know what a Haitian was when I lived in New York. I knew Haitian as a country, but I didn't realize that I knew Haitian people in New York when I lived there.
Okay, yeah.
When I got to Florida is when I learned, because in Florida is where they're more Haitian in Florida than they are in New York. I have friends.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have friends that I didn't know when I was in New York, but they're from New York. We met in college, and we became good friends. So we lived in Florida, and some of them, their parents lived in Florida, and I would go to their house, and they speak in Creole, and they cook in Griot, and they cook in Haitian food. So that's kind of how I learned about what a Haitian actually is, right? There's friends I had in New York that actually I grew up playing with them on the block. They were actually Haitian, but I didn't know that because they wasn't speaking Creole in front of me. We was outside playing and going to school and stuff like that. I didn't go to their house. A couple of friends, one homeboy, his father was a doctor. He didn't even have no Haitian accent, his father. So, you around the family, you don't realize that they're Haitian. But when you get to Florida, Haitian is Haitian. Jamaican is Jamaican. It's clear. Basically, South Florida is those places in one grouping. And the same thing with Cubans, the same thing with Puerto Ricans, the same thing with Venezuelans. They're all down there in South Florida. Everybody's down
city.
Pretty much.
Right.
Now they're all black people down there, but they're in different spots.
Mm-hmm.
But they are down there too. But white people, and it's the same thing. You got the white Hispanics, you got the brown Hispanics, you got the Indianish looking Hispanics, you got Trinis, you got Jamaicans, you got people from the Virgin Islands, Bahamas is down there. They got, you can go on one block, there's a Bahamian restaurant, a Jamaican restaurant, a soul food restaurant, and a Haitian restaurant up the block. You know what I mean? So it's all in the same area down there. It's just everybody's jammed up together. But they sound like him, the dude that was just on here wilding out.
Yeah.
I kind of sensed it. You called him a tether. If somebody called me a tether man, I don't fly off the hand.
Right, because you got a connection to the lineage, right? So
it don't affect me like that. I could be because if I was, because my father's Jamaican, so if I was talking crazy, I could be. But I'm
Yeah,
not.
no,
So
but
I'm not gonna
listen,
flap my handle.
we didn't mislabel many people as tethers and they were not, and none
Right.
of them respond like that. They be like,
Right.
hell no, man. My family from so and so. They break it all down. They be like, all right, my bad.
He gave us a high level breakdown when he did his. So I was just
Right.
like, but he wouldn't. He was hollering and screaming. There was not any time to try to go into that. He just said where
Yeah,
his family from. I was like, okay, that sounds weird, but all
right.
right, whatever.
We took it for granted, and we wanted to know why was he mad. He explained why he's mad. He got the answer. He didn't like it. See, now he projected that on us.
Right.
He disagreed and he flipped. We didn't flip because he disagreed with us. We just wanted we had clarity. We want to know more about the court case. He couldn't answer. Just Google it. Just Google it. All right, I'm going to Google it. I can't even Google it. He's still yelling and screaming like, dude.
He's full speed. I was
He's
just
screaming the whole
like,
time.
I was just like, where did he say this? And what, I wanted to ask him what context. And he was just saying, you look it up. But like, you brought it up. Well, why would
Right.
you want me to look up something you brought up? That means you don't
Burden
know
of
much
proof.
about what you're saying. So
Right.
that means
Yeah.
I can't take your word for it.
Yeah, I don't mind looking it up if you can explain it. If you could explain what's going on, and now my job is to see if that's correct or not. But my job is not to look up what you can't articulate. And no, that's not how that goes. Like you got to show that you actually took the time to look at this and you know what's going on, and now you can repeat it to us, and it's the truth, and we don't think so, so we got to debunk it. That's how you do that. You don't just say some random shit and can't expound on it, and you tell us to.
Wait.
Can y'all break it down then? No.
Well, just so you notice, he brought that up to kind of deflect, but then it was because he was trying to tell us we should be focusing on other things besides these people.
Right.
That's what he was trying to say, hey, you should focus on this because they're attacking black people with it. And I'm like, I looked at the case, ain't even got nothing to do with black people. So
right.
what do you? But
Right.
and that's what leads me to believe he's a tether. Your first statement I think about that was right, and his reaction to it is clear.
And look, you guys saying this is live, this is content. I would love him to stay on,
right?
And have like a 40-minute dialogue, because that's a separate video sometime later, like a relive and repost. I want that. I don't want to kick him off.
Right.
You dig? So, but I realized from my experience, 17 years debating on YouTube, that he's one of those guys. He's not going to let us talk to him. He's going to keep chiming in, keep gaslighting, keep changing it. He's one of those, and he's not worth another second. You got to stand. That destroys channels. Those type of dialogues, I know. I'm 17 years in. That type of dialogue you have destroys channels, man. I had a lot of channels that didn't grow because I was dealing with that shit. Like arguing back and forth. The chat ain't learning. They don't know who's saying what. No, bro. It has to be a clear. Like, to look at Tariq Nasheed, it'd be when they do that, he start mute because it has to be a clear conversation where people understand what's being said and they can hear it. If two people yell it, I don't care who you are, nobody can want to hear it.
Right.
They're gonna skip, go to another channel where another conversation is more clear. So I don't do that no more. I don't do the screaming back and forth and cutting each other off. It's like, I'll give you 10 minutes to go in. Once you let us understand like what this court case is.
Right. That makes sense. Well, appreciate you having me up, big bro Ron, and shout out to the brother Truth Teller as well, man. Hold it down, brothers.
No doubt, man. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thanks for calling, man. See, now you got part of the, you was part of the fun. You see these weird, wild, weird guys, man.
Yeah, he came in hot. That's crazy. That was really
calm down, dude.
crazy.
And I say he got ADHD, bro. But I say that often. People don't be going crazy when I say that. They be like, nigga, or they might roast me back or something. This dude, oh my God, you call me names, and then he call y'all stupid the first chance he get. Y'all dumb.
He called his name several times, man. I heard him. I just let it slide. There's no reason to argue because
nobody care about that. I don't like the bottom line is that we want to have a dialogue and we want to see what you're talking about. That's all.
Well, he was trying to do that to trigger people, is what he was, because we would ask him something and then he wouldn't be able to answer, and then when we started talking, that's when he would say, "You stupid," right, or call us a name or something like that. So he was trying to trigger people in between the conversation. I was just like, all right, let him talk. Then his answers became long and alleviated. And as we saw, he changed direction several times. He said he He didn't say it was illegal when he did say it was illegal, and then it's kind of legal and it set the precedence. And it's like, does it really set the precedence? When did he say it? Oh, well, you don't know, and blah blah blah. Look it up. Look it up. So you want me to do your legwork to prove your point, my man? That means you don't have a point. That's what I was gonna tell him. I was just like, you don't have a point.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
he's not
but
gonna
in
let
my
that happen.
experience, he's not gonna let that, because first of all, once you would have exposed the fact, this is talking about immigrants, illegal immigrants, he's done. because now you proved that he didn't
Yeah.
even represent the article correctly, so he's not going to swallow that. But okay, all right, fine, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, he's
He's
not.
going to go buck wild. No, but it is talking about that. It is. That's what you're going to do now.
Yep. But then again, he did come in because we were talking about immigrants. So I've never met even Pan-Africans. I've never met a Pan-African that's that excited when people are talking about immigrants, right? They'll come in and they'll be mild mannered and say, we gotta respect our brothers and blah blah. They'll talk like that. Not how he was. And all right. So this about me, as I already said before, half my family's Jamaican. I was born and raised in New York. I grew up in New York, so I grew up around foreign people from far and wide, India, Pakistan, England, whoever, Africa, everybody, the Caribbean. I've talked to all of them. I've traveled quite a bit. I lived in South Florida for many years. So I've been around immigrants from different nations. I can hear in your speech when you're immigrant. Black Americans speak differently as far as word pronunciation, right? Jamaicans who were brought up hearing Jamaican accents, they pronounce certain words, the beginning of the word, differently than you would if you was a Black American. Like the word oven, right? They pronounce it with a long O, oven. So even though they might have been here long, if they came here from Jamaica and they were speaking Jamaican as a kid, but they changed their language as they got older, certain words like that, you'll hear them pronounce it during their speech a certain way. I can hear it because I grew up with both my parents, one talking Patois, one talking Black American. I know what it sounds like. I have friends, family members. I've heard the way people speak and pronounce words my entire life. So I can hear it when people talk. And they don't realize that. We pronounce words differently depending on where we come from. And the way he was talking, the speed he was talking, the subject matter he was talking about, and his pronunciation of certain words leads me to believe that he actually is Caribbean. He wasn't African. He's actually Caribbean. But
which one? The guy that hung up?
Yeah, the guy that hung up on the guy you hung up on. He's actually Caribbean.
Okay.
You can tell the way he speaks. Caribbeans speak fast. Even the Hispanic ones. Haitians, Jamaicans.
Yeah, man.
They speak fast.
Then I had to get him off. He's at work. He ain't gonna be here long. So, bro, anytime people call in and they pretend they're doing something else, their time's limited, they're gonna always disrupt the show. Because they feel like they can because they got limited time. So I gotta talk now. I can't wait. Hey, dude, finish your job. Okay, you own a business. He say own a business. I'll take his word. But he said he got a lot of people, a lot of immigrants there. I don't know. It sounds like he worked just with immigrants. But he says on the business, fine.
He's in New York, man.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
It is finish your job. Finish your job and just call back in. That's all. Where we could sit down, share screens, and look at the court case. We don't gotta do the yelling. You look it up, and then we read it. Then he gonna say, "Nah, I don't believe you," because no screens being shared. That's where he gonna go
right.
next. Mm-hmm. So yeah, nah. Been
there, done that.
That.
I mean, it literally it's within the context of an immigration case. I mean, well, and the rules for arresting an immigrant is different than arresting a national, right? There's different rules that applies to us that applies to them as far as for immigration. And it's real easy. Normally, I've seen it, and the rules are very different, right? There's certain rules that how your Miranda rights. They don't got to read them niggas Miranda rights.
Really?
They got to take
them. Talking about illegals?
Yeah, you got to take them somewhere. They do have to. You have to give them the opportunity to prove themselves. They can call a lawyer, right? But you could take them in. They'll ask you questions. If you don't answer, all right, they take you in. If you don't prove your paperwork, you sitting for court. You gonna go before the judge. If you can't prove your paperwork, get
Oh
your
yeah,
wife, your
that's
spouse.
what they do. Okay, that's what they do in Arizona. You just help me
Yeah.
remind me. They ask, okay, so because crime is so high, it's done by illegals. That so whatever I said earlier, scratch that. What I was trying to say is that they ask random people, Hispanic people, for their paperwork, and they look at that as
Yep.
discrimination. But the law
Yes.
says no, because there is a large influx of illegals, and
immigrants.
illegals are responsible for like 80, 90% of crime. Yeah, so
Right.
they got to do that. So we got to turn a blind eye and let them do their thing.
So some of the videos, you might see it on some of the videos on YouTube where the immigration people will see a black dude walking the street. This happens in New York quite a bit actually. And they'll be like, they'll be there arresting somebody else, and they'll see somebody else walking, and they'll act like they want to arrest him, and they'll tell him hold on, and he'll be like, I'm a citizen. This is my social security number, and then they let him go, right? Because when they pull your social, they can see all of your information. But in New York, there are immigrants, right? But some of them were born there, some of them transitioned over, right? So you still got to identify yourself. You still need your paperwork.
Yeah.
Especially on that kind of stop. You need your paperwork. The whole point of that stop is to see whether or not you got your paperwork. But then they want to relate that to us as black people, paperwork check to us. It's like, yo, y'all ain't the same as us, man. That don't apply. It's not even the same game. Y'all is over here illegally, staying in somebody else's house without their permission. We are actual citizens of this place, and we get treated differently than other citizens. That it's not the same game. You can't say it's the same thing as black people. It's not. And I when he was doing that, it was pissing me off a little bit. I'm like, wait, how you gonna associate this to all black people when they talking about some illegal immigrant nigga? What does that got to do with us?
Yeah,
and that's where
see, and that's disingenuous and misrepresenting the information. See, and then when he does that and and we call him on it and it stands as true, then we say, well, who's the dumb one? Like, because you just misrepresented an article that you thought you knew. Like, that's the epitome of ignorance, stupidity, right? You didn't comprehend what you thought you comprehended. You read this allegedly. You probably just seen the headline, but you claim you read this and you got the wrong interpretation, my guy. This wasn't the intended understanding of the article. So how'd you come to that conclusion about Black Americans? This is clearly about illegals. That's crazy.
Right. But it's suddenly all black people. Like the nigga that's in court ain't even black. the dude that's in the case is not even black. So how do we translate this? So it's going to affect what they keep saying that when they were starting to pick up all these people, they said black people is next. I heard people say that. I'm like, wait, hold on. They was already doing this kind of stuff to us. Well, how are we next?
Yeah. Like we were the first. They saying we're next.
Yeah, like how we next?
But again, that's how disrespectful they are about our plight. They act like they didn't even consider this already happened to us. But 250 years after after slavery, so it's like they didn't even consider that there was a Jim Crow era. Like, yo, we already did this, idiot, 20 times worse. But it's different though. But here's the difference. The dynamic is totally opposite. They bipolar opposite. They're polar opposites. We are legals being treated as illegals. They are
illegals,
and they want to be treated like legals. They're polar opposites.
It's crazy, and they marching, and people see the Jayapal lady from Congress was talking about how this is discriminatory. In my mind, I'm just thinking, wait, are these people even supposed to be here? How can this be illegal and wrong? They were talking about how they how they hold them. They put them in holding. Like in my mind, I'm like, well, what else are they supposed to do with them if they arrest them? They got to put them somewhere to investigate. You want them to arrest them and then let them go? Like, how does this work? Right? How are we supposed to investigate people if we're not holding them? Right? Because if we don't hold them, they're gonna run away somewhere else. But they don't. They don't reference anything about that. They just say the stupid stuff out loud, and then you got people like him jump on and sound crazy. All black people gonna be affected. Like, no, we not. We're good. We gonna be fine. We have no issues with that.
The Superior Court just passed a law that it's legal to racial discriminate. Yeah, I like, dude, shut up. No, for real. All right, give us that. Like, it's stupid. Like, if anybody said it, not just him, if Dr. Claude Anderson said that, like, yo, stop leaving that dumb shit.
And you know
like,
how I knew it was
just fear mongering.
So the Supreme Court doesn't pass laws. So that's the first thing. I was like, okay. Then my question was, then what law was in question? Because there ain't no law that says it's okay to discriminate. So
right, and based on race at that.
Based on race, right? Because there's no law specifically
and that's why you asked.
Race.
But you tried to ask him earlier the race thing, and he couldn't stop talking. He couldn't calm down long enough to understand the whole race thing. Like, when you say race, what do you think that means? Like, you can't listen, he's so dumb. You can't do anything race-based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You dummy.
But we got past that, and he's wilding out. But my man, just that's why I kept asking. I was like, when did he say this? Like, what aspect of this case was this being said in? And my next question was going to be about the context of the case. So what is this case about? Right? Because he's saying all black people are going to be discriminated against. And I didn't get a chance to ask him, well, what was the context of the case being heard? Right? Because the context of profiling could be valid. Because in my mind, I was thinking in the case of identifying illegal immigrants, there is a specific racial profile for them. Now, some U.S. citizens fit that profile too, but that doesn't mean you don't verify the citizenship and that they're here legally or not. Most of the people who are here legally don't have a problem with this, because if they do get detained, they just show their legal paperwork and they're good to go. They don't have that issue. It's only the people who don't got the paperwork that's nervous.
Yeah, right. And calling our show and start complaining.
Yeah, that's complain. Like, why would you be? He probably got family members that got family members that ain't legal. I don't care. I don't know where they at. So I know the law don't know where they at. And if they get caught, it's their own fault. That's all it is. There ain't nobody's fault but theirs. You should have got your paperwork done, player, or ma'am, or whoever. But it's it's weird. But yeah, he came in hot. That led me to believe that he was a tether. Just there's no reason for the FBA to come in here that hot like that.
And the thing is, guess what? If he's not a tether, he should call in guarantee later after you get off work.
He ain't calling back, man. He a tether.
Right. But if he wants to believe he's not a tether and he got proof, this is more the reason. Now we could hold his L for real. If he can prove
if he can prove it,
FBA, yeah. See, that's a quick W. That you'll win right away. Like you'll debunk what I thought.
What?
And I gotta concede and say, all right, you got that.
Did you peep? He said the same thing the other dude from the other night said. But he said his family's from Virginia from the 1700s. The other dude was saying 1700s.
Listen. Once he said that, I promise you. Listen, I'm really good at patterns. I teach chess, so I'm really good at patterns. So once he said that, my initial question right away was, you take a DNA test? I swear to God, but y'all ain't. Yeah, you guys ain't pick up on that. You guys started to talk about other things.
I didn't hear it because you was screaming. I didn't hear you said with DNA test.
I didn't get it out because you guys went somewhere else. But I'm saying that because he reminded me of the other guys so much, that was my next question. Like, hey, did you take a DNA test? Because I was going to do the whole thing all over with him. How many generations? All that.
Because you know why? Because all right, so Tariq Nasheed always says 1700s because he could trace that. Some people can trace their families back that far. Some people can't. Right? That's not.
You don't need to.
Yeah, you don't need to. It's not easy to do that either. Right? The further you go back, the trickier the documentation gets. By the way, so just for you to say 1700s because you think it's almost all of us that say that, you're dead wrong. Because it's not almost all of us that can say that.
Bro, listen. some of us can just make it to 1870. And this guy
Thank you.
said 17, and this guy says 1700. Like that shit's sweet.
That's what I was like.
Like, dude, I know you're lying now, my guy. Like,
I was like, you damn Tethers,
yeah,
y'all just don't know when
most
to
of us
stop.
can't go to 1700. Like, yo, dude, are
No,
you dumb? Like,
no, most of us can't. Just like you
yeah,
said,
this
most
guy,
of us
but
barely make it into 18,
yeah,
barely make it to the 1800s.
right. And this guy talk about, like, he said it with ease, like 1700. Like, oh, okay, bro. I know you're tethered.
Yeah, when I heard that,
Like,
and the other thing,
that's so easy to do.
yeah,
Like, okay.
the other thing I'm noticing from them is they don't really give specifics from those areas, right? They'll just say Virginia and whatever century it was in,
Right.
right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
if you, as a black person, if you look up your history and your
we should have
family
asked the
knows it,
family reunion thing. Oh my god, we should have did that.
so I
should
know
did
the
that.
county and I know the city of where my peoples is from. So in my case, my grandfather and grandmother actually are from two different states, but they were really close. The cities that they came from were really close to each other, within an hour and 45-minute drive, right? So, but they didn't meet in the South. They met actually in New York. My grandfather came to New York in the early 1930s. He left Augusta, Georgia, and came to New York in the early 1930s. I got his World War I draft card. He worked at a barber shop, and then he also opened up a barber shop in Queens, and that's where he raised my mom and everything. He met my grandmother about 10 years after he moved to New York. So he met my grandmother in New York, and they got married in the late 30s, early 40s. And then they had my mother, and then they had her two sisters, my two aunts. So they met in New York, but New York was black back then. He lived in Harlem. I even went to the building where he used to work in that barber shop before he opened his. And then I went to the building where he opened up his barber shop in New York too, because he was in Queens. But I went to the building and I visited where my grandfather was out there working way back when in the 30s. 1934, saw his draft day card and caught the address for where he worked. So I know where these people come from in these southern cities. I know where they lived when they came to New York. I know where they was. I know the house where my mother was raised and where my grandparents were before they passed away. They don't know any of these details. They just pick a state and give us a century and say, yeah, that's where my people are from. And you start asking questions like, oh, well, when did they get there? Oh, they got there in the 1700s. What do you mean they got there in the 1700s? How do you know they got there in the 1700s?
Right.
So they just showed up in the 1700s? How do you know they got
test.
there?
DNA test showed them.
That's when they got there. So I'm like, what? And that dude too, like, well, what century was this African ancestor in? Because the DNA test tells you how long ago this ancestry, approximately how long ago this ancestry was. How you know this ancestor came to United States in the 1700s? Where you getting that from? Oh, well, I know 17 something. Well, which ancestor was 17 something? I don't know. So how do you know you have African ancestors? The DNA test told me. So you got an ancestor you track back to the 1700s. You got an ancestor from 1,000 years ago in Africa. How do we, what I'm saying? How do you know this is even part of the slave trade? You just hoping, like, what? I don't know. It's just weird the way they come at it and they give themselves away, and they're trying to get better, but they're not good at this. So, we still just picking them apart. Like, why y'all pretending to be us, man? Just be you and be the best you possible. You don't got to pretend to be us, y'all. Just be you. Be the best you possible. Have some pride. Maybe go back home more often, and I don't know, donate to your country or help build something or
Hey, well, come over here. And the thing is, they were proud to be themselves. They used to wear the flags and everything way before Adolf. They were all proud to be
they were proud.
non-FBA.
So
many people started to like Jay Morris and all these guys used to tell themselves, like, we thought they were foundational. Nah, I'm Dominican. Like, oh shit, I thought you was all right.
Yeah.
Because it was cool. Because before Adolf, it was cool to not be black.
Right. It was. Oh, I'm not black. Yeah,
Now?
exactly. Everybody's black. I'm black. You black where?
Yeah,
Where were you born?
you can't make this up, man. Everybody's black now.
Listen, man, I knew people that said they wasn't black. I'm Jamaican. I'm Haitian. I'm not black. Yeah, I heard that.
Hey, bro.
To act like everybody's black now is just incredible to me because most of my entire life they wasn't black.
Yeah, let me tell you this. I got some real close Caribbean friends, like straight G's, straight riders, straight like extended family members. You dig? Like I'm talking about like go up and beyond to do stuff. Like right now, bro, if I broke down today in New York, I contact my Caribbean friends, like they'll make it happen where I'll get home. Like that's 100% facts. They'll make it happen. They'll be a little upset, like damn, I wasn't planning on spending that, but I'll be home. And they'll tow my car. So I got some ride or die people like that with me. Now, still now. Like we ride or die.
Same here. Yeah.
Yeah. They ain't never say they were black.
Never. Never. I got Jamaican friends. I got Haitian friends. Hey, none of them ever said they was black. They'll say they're black in the context of, African, right? But they won't say.
I never heard them say that. I've never heard them.
It was only a few of them.
I'm with. Yeah, I've never heard them say they were black in any sense.
It was only a few of them. It was usually the ones who were drifting towards Rastafarianism that would say that.
Yeah, I have no experience with people.
Most of them would say Yachty or Yankee. That's it.
I can't stand these fucking illegal immigrants, man. They just now just pulled over, bro. Why you just can't pull over? Why everything an illegal Hispanic got to do is in the middle of the goddamn road, man? Just pull over.
That's the way they do it in their country, man. And you go around. That's the way it work over there. Somebody stop in the middle, you go around.
Damn illegals, man. Then you know goddamn well they got no valid driver's license doing some shit like that. You know that's a ticket or an accident. Like, why would you do that as a licensed driver? You wouldn't do that.
No, they don't got no license, and they don't know the rules, and they don't care.
Well, that's one of them. Like, people with valid driver's license won't do that because they know that's you're begging for a ticket or accident. You don't just do that because you don't do that, man. That's all they do. All they do is yield through stop signs, all type of weird shit they do around here, man. Oh yeah, the parking. Now, you know when you're approaching the corner, everybody and their mother know when you're approaching the corner to make a left. The car on the same side as you as parked. If they're next to the stop sign, you can't see. That's your blind spot. So
you got to creep.
That's illegal to park there. You
can't just pull out. Right.
Right, but that's illegal to even be there. Like you can't park because stop sign in the corner.
Yeah, you block the view. Right. You block the view. Yeah,
you can see. That's all they do, and they get no tickets, zero, no discouragement to stop doing it, nothing. That's all they do is park there. You can never see. You got to just inch out.
Yeah, you got to inch out.
Calling back in. Maybe it's the guy. I'm like, God damn, but I know they're illegal doing shit like that. Because look, even if a ticket, I'm probably gonna smash into you because somebody's gonna hit me. You dig? So your car is gonna be the car that get towed up anyway. All right. So somebody called in. Hold on. Let me just park real fast. All right. Let me see who this is. Hopefully it's the guy again. What was his name anyway?
I don't remember. Yeah.
I forgot his name, man.
Hope he calm.
All right, somebody they hung up. All right, okay. Yo, you just can't make it up, man. And yeah, I kept trying to tell Chad, because Chad's here now. I kept saying, Chad, I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. Because he got to be on the phone call, and he'll see it. So easy with did you see the earlier one, man?
I must congratulate you. Oh, you didn't see me in the chat.
I was saying I must
Nah.
congratulate you for your restraint, sir. That you was trying. You was trying.
Yeah, he was. Ron was trying. Ron was like, all right, man, just calm down. You did it like several times. He just wouldn't let it happen.
That was hilarious. You didn't spaz
But
out. You just got him out of here.
and bro, but I'm trying. Listen, I know. I had channels that did nothing, got no motion, nothing, because I would have dialogue like that. I would think content is content. I realized all content ain't content. People
Yeah,
don't
but
like those type of dialogues.
Yo, that plebiscite babbler was giving me an aneurysm, yo. Like whenever I hear a reparations conversation and they bring up Doherty, I automatically tune it out. I'm like, yep, it's gonna have to be some plebiscite. If they bring up Doherty or in Cobra, yep, it's gonna be bad.
Oh my God.
Matter of fact, I never heard of in Cobra until this time around when the reparations conversation started heating up.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I heard about them, but I didn't know who the hell they were. I heard about them, like I didn't know they were Pan-African. I just heard about them. I didn't know their position, their ideology. I didn't know they were Pan-African until until we started to do our reparation shit and we researched them. I said, oh, all right, these some Pan-Africans. Like, wow.
Do they just represent the Caribbean? I thought they was just representing the Caribbean. They represent African countries too.
No, well, it's tricky. So I actually did a whole live on that. So their language is so vague, they'll never go nowhere. Bro, you read the website and don't know because they were worded like, okay, black people in America and all Africans in America. You're like, okay, this way. You're like, okay, what does that mean? All African, like, are you trying to say us? We're African? Like, you don't know if she's calling us Africans. It's so like all over the place on their website. The language is not clear. It's vague, and that's what gets your shit thrown out. Stuff like that, not being clear when you're talking to. So I'm thinking you're talking about Africans. So in front of the continent, but she ain't like, it wasn't like African immigrants. She just said Africans in America.
Yeah,
and I'm wondering, like, is a lot of this stuff, like, just so it could get thrown out on purpose, like that reparations over there in Evanston, Illinois.
Yes. Hey, bro, what I think they're trying to do, I think they're trying to create reparations fatigue in the courts.
Yeah, that would be something they would do because they keep putting up things that could get shot down easily, right?
Easily.
It's like they do it on purpose because even a 5-year-old look at it and be like, "Why did you put this in there? It's gonna make it fail." Right? They still do it, and these are supposed to be the people who specialize in this kind of thing. So it's weird.
Yeah, because it just looks like it's being done on purpose. Like, it looks real weird to me. And like you said, stuff a 5-year-old be like, no, this is not gonna happen.
Right. Like, who is the injured party and what dollar amount are you asking for? Oh, no dollar amount, just an HR 40 study. So a nothing burger. So you want these niggas to stop what they're doing and study this bullshit from
for what
1400s to 2026, and you want them to do what with that? So you want them to do your legwork? That's not how that works. No, they're gonna say, no, you research this shit and you come up to us with a dollar amount, and we'll tell you whether that shit makes sense or not. We're gonna review your stuff.
I wish you could have came to the reparation summit over here in Jersey City. If I didn't know about it until the last minute, like somebody literally walked in the barbershop and was like, yo, there's a reparation summit today. And I got my hair cut, I literally went over there. But yeah, it was just a big nothing burger. And then when I saw that the head of the reparations commission was Haitian, I'm like, oh, the fix is there.
How does a Haitian get to be in charge of that?
Oh yeah, so I know that one right there. Somebody had put me on it. I don't know if it was you or somebody.
It was me. It was me.
I
We
read up
talked
on it.
about it. We
Okay, I
talked
read.
about
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I
And
read
you
up on
read
that
it.
one.
You
Yeah, a Haitian
went
guy
through it on
definitely
live.
leads the way. Yep, a Haitian guy definitely leads the way. It's for Jersey only, and yeah, it's wild, bro. So he got a couple FBAs on there with him, but it's for every. It's a race based push.
Basically, yeah.
No, it is. It's race based. I've read the shit. It's race based.
It is, and then like as you get in the middle of it, you're like, well, what does what does redlining have to do with a claim for reparations? Because now the minute you throw in redlining, everybody's involved now. Nothing burger.
You thought I'm just gonna say you think a Haitian wasn't gonna try to scam some money? Yeah, buddy. Yeah,
Good
buddy.
point. Good point. Good point. I don't know what Ron dropped off. But yeah. It was it was just like they had the reparation summit here in Jersey City, and I want to say it was early December. And when I went down there, it was just the biggest farce I've ever seen in my life.
And so did you should have recorded it, bro.
I should have recorded it.
Yeah, that'd have been dope. Now you're a journalist.
Let me go back to my phone. I got clips. I got clips here and there.
Oh, hell yeah, we need that, right? That's first as primary evidence. Yeah, he's a journalist.
I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it to you as soon as I find it. It's in my cloud.
Hey, I need that.
Copy that. But
Hell yeah,
they were supposed to have another one in New Brunswick, but they haven't announced the date yet.
Really? Oh, I gotta go to that one. Yeah. I mean, it's a complete nothing burger. And I wish I get a chance to ask the Haitian guy something like, yo, is this race based? I'm gonna ask him, is this race based or lineage based? Nigga, I know what you up to. That's what he gonna say.
What are we going to talk about reparations? But like you said, there was no dollar amount. It was basically like, okay, we did the research. This is the crime. This is we're owed we're owed money, but you have to bring it to the politicians to get it passed. And I'm like, well, what was the use of us even coming here? You had no answers. Like, it was weird, bro.
The hijackers, man. The hijackers.
And like the minute I seen who the HNIC was, I knew the fix was in.
Like, yo, what are you doing? Like, why are you even, up on the stage near a microphone? What can you offer to our arm? But like you said, they look, the Haitians are being finessed by Black American liberals. Like, they are the ones who are saying, hey, include discrimination. Because again, how can you prove that? So anybody can make a claim and say, I was targeted by racial profiling. Well, I got denied a loan. Me. Because I'm dark skinned too. Yeah, they don't know who. Their argument. They don't know who's who. Man, you look complete Haitian, bro. How you mean they don't know who is who? Look, you talking about? You look Haitian like a mother. They don't know who is who.
Yeah.
They know exactly what you are.
Yeah, it reminded me what Muhammad Ali said. Muhammad Ali said one day he was in downtown Louisville and some African brothers went to a restaurant and the waitress ran them out of there and said, we don't serve N-words. And the manager of the restaurants come from the back. He runs out there and he gets the men. He brings them back in the restaurant and he tells the waiter that these are Africans. These aren't N-words, so they can eat here. So like, they know who's who.
Yeah. They had a lot of that going on. Like all you gotta do is prove you're not a Negro. And like with the guy who called in, were you on the phone with the guy, the Moore that did the Abraham Lincoln thing?
Nah, I missed that.
Okay. So a Moore's babbler called in. Okay, his name is Unc G. Call back in, bro. I want you to admit that was garbage, bro. But anyway, he said, yeah, Abraham Lincoln, he said he's not a Negro, he's a Moor. So okay, so the way he's trying to reframe it, he was trying to reframe it like Abraham Lincoln was saying black people are not Negroes, but we are Moors. Okay? That's what
Unc G
was
he got that from.
proposing. No, that's there.
Oh, it is.
That's there, but there's something called comprehension and context. Abraham Lincoln was actually talking about a dark-skinned guy who is not a Negro, but he's an actual Moorish national from Morocco. And he was right. But he was talking about he is not a Negro, that one guy. Abraham Lincoln made it very clear.
Was that the one they did the court case on?
No. Well, yeah,
Okay.
they did the court case. Yeah, no, they did the court case. So Abraham Lincoln was saying, no, Negroes are real. And Negroes need to be in slavery. This guy's not a Negro. So he said, even though his skin is dark and ours is white, right? That don't mean he's not one of us. Because you thinking he's dark skinned, he's Negro, he's not one of us. No, he's dark skinned, he's not Negro, he's a Moor. He is one of us. Okay. And these Moors, although they're dark, you don't enslave them. They don't belong in chains. They are Moors. They're Moorish nationals. They're allies. So that's what he was doing. He was delineating these dark-skinned folks. They look like them, but they're not, and never enslaved them. Okay, and the white folks learned something that day. They thought all dark-skinned people were Negroes. You know, chattel slavery. Like, nope. These are Moors. You don't enslave them. That's what Abraham Lincoln was saying. But he tried to act like Abraham Lincoln was saying Negroes aren't Negroes. Negroes, plural, the lineage are Moors. And that's the wordplay, dude. So think about that. The whole Moors doctrine is based on that damn misquote. So now you know they full of shit. It's like, yo, so y'all ran a fake false doctrine off a misquote on purpose. Y'all created a whole doctrine on a misquote that y'all did on purpose. Crazy, yo. Crazy.
So hold on. You went researched it and looked it up, or you knew this already?
Bruh, I just read his passage. Look, what I did was I just read the paragraph. So he sent me the website, the Huff Post, and I just read it. I said, hey, I said, bro, this ain't saying that. My guy, it's not saying that, right? You and matter of fact, no, this is what happened. He said that. I didn't even challenge that. I challenged because we were really talking about the free white person because he thought that, now remember, I went back and read the paragraph later after he left already. I read back and read it like, oh shit, this ain't even talking about what he's talking about. So he was trying to act like when white America was making Jewish people, Italian people, and Irish people prove they were white before they could buy land, right? And you had to be a free white person. To be a free white person, you got to be white. So he would have them go to court to prove they're a free white person. That's why Moors, Black American Moors, they go to court to prove some shit and they always lose, right? But the Jewish people, the Italian and Irish, they went to court and they won. They were able to prove that they are white, so therefore they need the free white status to protect them. So they can buy land and property and don't be discriminated against. And they can be included in, the GI Bill, shit like that. So it was race based, skin color based. You gotta be physically white. So he thought it was all about status. No, status plus white. So I had him look it up himself. I said, bro, look it up and read the whole thing. He read the whole thing. He realized it's both. It's whiteness because, again, you could be from Europe You could be from Russia, but you ain't white in America. You were a peasant. You know what I mean? You're a piece of shit, tainted blood person over here. So, his status means that you're Anglo or you're accepted as Anglo, plus you know what I mean, you are white, skin color wise.
All right.
Yeah, but so that means dark skinned people, you couldn't be a free white person. That's dark. That's out.
So hold on, weren't there freedmen walking around, but or they was just another status?
Nah, that was way later. So that was people who were actually in chains at one point, and now they're not. You feel me? Because they got freed before 1865. So you were called a freeman, free black. Not freeman. Sorry, you were called free black.
Yeah. And dude was saying, oh well, 50% of us were free. And first of all,
so that was a whole different guy right there.
I know. I'm going, and it was like, yeah, well, I don't know about the number of 50%, but I know in a lot of areas they would not let free black congregate too much. Like they couldn't be too many in one area.
Right.
They did not allow. They ran you out.
Yep.
So I don't know what this 50%. I don't know. I would have to see some documentation on that.
No, hey, bro. But look, I was able to even debunk that. I said, bro, if 50% was in slavery and 50% was not, then that means the 50% who were not in slavery, wouldn't they be considered indigenous people? So yeah. I said, wouldn't the other 50% be considered foundational? He said, yeah. I said, okay. Yeah. So what they got to do with us? If you didn't do the hardship, you ain't us, period.
Yeah. Once again, right? I must.
So the 50% ain't 50%. The 50% is a whole percent of people who didn't get enslaved. They're a whole percent of indigenous people, and we're a whole percentage of foundational Black Americans. That's the difference.
Yeah. Once again, I must commend you on your restraint earlier. You was good.
Oh yeah, bro. I was trying, man. I was trying with these guys, bro. Trying. They make it difficult.
Oh, but on another note, I'll tell you about what we was talking about last night when you were saying, the answer, the audience's poll from yesterday.
Okay.
When you asked if you're half FBA, can you be a leader?
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. So family, he's calling in for the poll. The poll was, should have FBAs be allowed to assume a role of leadership for the lineage or a major spokesman? Okay.
I like
you say what to that?
And I say yes, because we've already had them. Okay. You know, our greatest one, which was Frederick Douglass. You know, Frederick Douglass had a white father, and another great was Malcolm X. You know, Malcolm X. You know, even though he wasn't the leader of the Nation of Islam, he was a great spokesman for the FBA, whose mom is from Grenada. We could call him a spokesman. The code should always be the leader. We got to check you up against the code. The minute you get off code, we got to get you up out of here.
Okay, I got you. Okay, how about I give you a little pushback. Okay, so at those times where people had a half FBA and other half non, at that point, all three you named, 99.9% of the Black people were FBAs. There were little to no anybody non-FBA that's African descent in the country. So it was easier to lean towards your FBA lineage. Now you have whole cities and enclaves that, and you have political activists, people champion for immigration, because the immigration thing was not existent at that time. So there was no chance for a dual allegiance. You know what? I'm gonna pull for only, Cubans to get in this job. That thought was not even here. They were so low in numbers. So now we see that you actually, so that means that when they switch today, you can actually impact the job employment rate for FBAs if you leaned on your other side.
We see it happening
For that
all over the
reason.
place.
Yeah, so yeah, if you lean on the other side for that reason, you could say, you know what, I'm gonna make sure because my mom is, you know, my mom is Panamanian, and there's a Panamanian community out here. And I'm a manager. They ain't working. FBAs ain't working either. But you know, I'm gonna go ahead and do the Panamanians a solid. See, the thing is, like, that type of sentiment won't be in the FBA. Like we're not gonna be FBAs or Panamanians. It's gonna be FBAs all day.
No, you're right with that pushback because to your point when you said you have whole cities and enclaves. Like I'm surprised when I meet somebody from Brooklyn and they tell me that they're black. Like, huh? Like, not from I know my people ain't from the islands. Oh, okay. Like I'm shocked.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. And then another thing that you brought up a very good point. As of lately, we've seen too many people act like they may come out the box acting like they're speaking for us, but when they get in positions of power, we see where they do with their dual allegiances.
Right. So where we're saying at where we at today, that's why I say, yeah, during Malcolm time was cool. It was 99.9% of FBAs and 100% at the time of Frederick Douglass and those guys and Paul Cuff and those guys.
Yeah.
You dig? Now you have millions of them, and they damn near replaced New York City. You feel me? And look at Newark. You got a lot of Haitians out in Newark. So and it's
East Orange is done.
and as I read, it's for the whole purpose. They're not coming in because they're refugees. No, they're coming in to literally be a buffer class to justify white people later on gentrifying. So what happens is, as I read earlier, they use the buffer class to replace it, so it's not seen as the white man coming in, because the white man didn't come in. You feel me? Immigrants did. But the white man comes in later because these immigrants, they're renting and renting.
Yeah, you did a good job of
house.
covering that last night.
Yeah. Well, I did a better job today. I covered that today.
I missed that part today. Okay. Yeah, I heard your dissertation last night. That was cool.
Yeah, I covered that part. I'll do it again if I go live again today. But I did a greater job covering that again today with how they use immigrants as a buffer class to replace foundation black, to gentrify us temporarily, because they're there temporarily. Like they're renting, they got bullshit jobs. All that stuff gonna be removed at a factory. All that stuff going, but they did that to get us out first. Because if white folks just came in, it's gonna be clear it's racial cleansing. They're gentrifying. It's gonna be very clear. It makes the news. People gonna protest. You feel it looks bad. So they replace us with immigrants so they don't look so bad. It looks like a natural occurrence, a natural replacement. It's organic. Nobody complains. You feel me? So now that cat's out the bag now we know better through Adolphs and shit like that. Like we know now what the play is. And based on that, that's why we said we're delineating. It's like, okay, none of that. You won't keep using these hold it. And then I talked about when they come into our cities, listen, bro, like let's say if there's an X amount of money that's for Black Americans in our city, for resources, education, job training, resume building, things like that. Bro, do you know when immigrants come in, they have needs too. It's ESL, English language, some shit like that.
English is a second language.
Right. That type of stuff. And they have other things just for them, not for us. Do you know that X amount of money doesn't grow? They don't add more money there. They start to divvy the money up that was solely just for us. That was never enough, right? It was only a few of us actually benefit from that. So it's never enough. What they'll do is they'll take from that pot and give it to the immigrants to help them out. And then it comes to, they call it favorable, or they call it racial capitalism, right? Where they start to purposely make sure the money goes towards the immigrants, the resources goes to them more than the Black Americans who's in the city first. Like, so they start to disproportionate on purpose because they want us out. So why the employers why would they train us? They want us out. So they start to shift it over towards them. And the more of them that keep coming in the neighborhood, the more their population grow. The money got to be now split in half evenly, because just as much as them is there as you, right? So it can't be race based. They got to be evenly. But and then we're all minorities. Here's the other part: we're all minorities, so they can like really just have when it's a minority program, they can literally have all the Indians take over. It's minorities. Like minorities is seen as a monolith. So all Indians that represent all minorities. So basically, minorities got it. Fuck you complaining for? Minorities, you got it. No, look right here. See, you got it. It's all Indians. Don't matter. They look at minorities as one monolith person. It's you want to talk about the disrespect, the sabotage, the undermining. It's real. So when people act like, oh, the job, nobody taking your jobs when they gaslight us, like, dude, we could go way more deep in the fucking job.
All you have to do is look around the city that we grew up in.
Yep.
And you can't tell me that's not by design.
Hey, yo, when my brother told me Hubbard is full of, I did not believe him, bro. I said, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Spanish.
like
I see.
my mom lives down the street from Cedarbrook. I don't see any of us walking to school every time I go over there. And then talking about Hubbard, every time I go over there, walking down 8th Street, that's all you see. You don't see us over there.
Right. Oh, that wait, it's done. It's done. Even I'm right here, right now at the park. Playing for it's mainly them. And guess what? This is one of the last, like this and over there by Cedarbrook are like the last parks that you would see a representation of Black people. The other parks are completely non-FBA. Completely. Completely non-FBA.
Oh, also you got
guaranteed to see somebody not you. I couldn't believe New Brunswick, bro. New Brunswick, if you know what Feaster Park is, that used to be, bro, that is 100% non-FBA. Family, we talking about parks that used to be dominated 90 to 100% FBA. They are completely non-FBA, 100% non-FBA. If you go to Feaster Park, bro, expect to not see one of us, guaranteed, any day. Any day. I was the only one of us out there.
Yeah, it was crazy because last summer when they wanted to do the Rushmore reunion, so some Latino brothers found out what day that the former residents of Plainfield was going to do the Rushmore reunion, and they rented the park. And when
really?
no FBA go in there.
Get out of here! You lying, yo? That's a real story.
That's what I was told.
Wow, they rented the park that day. That's so. Wait, so why would they? Nigga shit. So why would they promote it and don't security? Why would they promote it before they secured it? And that goes back to
you just said it.
And that goes back to not owning trademarking. Out there promoting something and don't even own it. Didn't even like secure it. You feel me?
Like it's crazy. We don't have one bar restaurant. Well, no, we don't have one bar restaurant left.
Yeah, man.
But a lot of that is by design. Also, a lot of us we didn't our grandparents' generation. Before they was getting up out of here, I don't know what happened, where the disconnect was. They didn't prepare a lot of our parents to keep what they had, because like a lot of people I know didn't make it out of 2007.
Yeah, it was definitely a disconnect, and We gotta figure that disconnect out. Like, what happened? Like, why it didn't. Well, I could tell you one thing. I I don't know. I don't know. We got to figure that shit out. Like, why
Yeah,
wasn't that information
yeah.
passed down?
That's something I've been trying to look into
And
the last couple
it
of
could have
weeks.
been the I don't, it could have been the. Don't forget, like we are like a lot of us was pressured to kick people out the house at a certain age, and they ain't even and they're not even prepared to live on their own, but they gotta get out. This age, yeah, I go, yeah, I go. Not prepared, not qualified to live by themselves at all. Working at Walgreens, yeah, I go, yeah, I go, yeah, get out. And mom,
Hmm.
you didn't raise me, prepare me to get out.
Well, I don't know how it was in a lot of people's house, but in my house, you're just not after you finish high school, you don't want to go to college. You're just not going to be laid up.
See, the thing is, what I'm saying is like that should have been known when that kid was 10. See, a lot of people get to. I know friends who told me that story. Hey, those here at college, they went to college. I know close friends who were given that ultimatum as they finished high school. They didn't even like that was not something talked about when it was 15, 16. That was as soon as they graduated. Like, all right, look, military college, you ain't gonna be laid up or work. And dude went to college and graduated. You did, but that should be something like so. When I teach these foreigners, right, I see how they're being raised. I used to do homeschooling. I see how they're being raised, but I used to ask these little kids at 7, 8 years old. I got recordings. I used to ask them what they're gonna be, bro. At 7, they're telling you what they're gonna be, man. Like with one dude said, the dude named Chris, like 9. He said, "I'm gonna be like my dad, a bank investor." Why your dad a bank investor? And brother, he lived in the fucking castles. I know. And look, the father's divorced and still got the castle. So I tell you how much bread. And then look, I've been in the mom house. I went to both of their homes. So that's money, money. Dude divorced, got the castle. The mom got some nice shit over there. And Watchung, no, Warren. He's in Watchung. She's in Warren. Been in both of their homes. He got the indoor pool, the whole shebang, whole little creek, little lake. That's his. You know what I mean? Living a good life. But
That's what's
the
up.
point is, those kids are trained at 6, 7. You're gonna be this and nothing else. And all of the education, all the toys is all geared to that. All the iPad stuff, the cartoon stuff is all geared to that thing they're going to be when they go to college. They don't
Hmm.
fuck around, bro. That kid know nothing else but doctor or whatever else that was on the plate at the time.
Hmm. Yeah. Tell you the truth, I've been going through that first scenario you just mentioned. What scenario? My younger cousin was going through. Like her parents ain't really give her no guidance, and
Okay.
she's 18. She was never shown nothing. Girl didn't even know how to fill out a job application.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Dang.
And they didn't show the little girl nothing. And now she's laid up around the house. Now it's like get out. But you didn't prepare her for
Right.
anything.
At all. That part.
And we do. And I had to take back what I said. We do have a segment of our population that did it because like when it comes to these YNs, a lot of that we got to put the blame on ourselves. We dropped the ball on that. A
Oh
lot of us
yeah.
wasn't around. A lot of us wasn't around raising our kids, and a lot of kids was left with grandma, auntie, whatever, while we was in the club.
And see, and look, that is bro, that right there, that's a whole nother argument that I gotta have on another channel. That right there. That right there. That right there. I gotta have it. I don't want to be shadow banned over here. But my other channel, like Lineage TV, we can have that discussion over there on that right there.
Yeah, because
Because
not enough of us, not enough of us from Generation X is having that conversation.
yeah, yeah. The sex education gotta and parenting gotta because people are having babies and that's not even their intention and they have them anyways. Like Like this, you're breeding an environment of what we got today, the YNs.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys don't have
Yeah,
no
yeah.
intentions of being a couple, then listen, these are your options, right? Because a lot of these people, a lot of these young people do not want to wear prophylaxis at all. They want to do that. So look, you don't want to do that. Here's your other options. Because those are prophylaxis. That's before it happens. Then when it happens, here are your options from here. You feel me? The morning after, and the clinics like that. That's so. How you want to do this? You want the before to prevent it, or you want the actions after it's done, and you just ain't what you want. But those relationships can't keep breeding babies. You cannot breed a baby that way. That baby got no chance at all because they didn't come together to have a baby.
I just happened to take a look at that. Presidential Mike. Yeah, no. A lot of it is the boomers' fault, but we're over 40 now, so that's why.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I don't even do that. I don't even place blame. I just say, what can we do now? Like fuck doing the blame game because all blame could be on all of us. Blame could be on all of us. Like all of us played a part where we contribute to the YN culture. All of us, none of us are innocent.
That's all I was saying.
All of us are involved in that shit because you know why? Because I was watching Men's Society. Old Dog Cool. You dig? I was watching. Yeah. I was watching that, but I was promoting that. And guess how old the YNs were at that time? For us, 3, 5, watching right along with us, and we carried on conversations. So yeah, we influenced them. We didn't nip that in the bud. We made those videos the most watched in our neighborhood at that time.
Nah, they maybe Men's Society, but there were certain things. There's certain things I would send my little cousins out the room.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's
all
niggerdom. No, but that's all niggerdom. Like that shit. That was all there to disable the black community, and we allowed it as entertainment.
And but one thing I didn't turn off BET in front of them, which I should have.
See, so all of us are tolerating our own demise and shit.
And like I said,
the blame game. All of us played a part in that.
So I was out there trying to make some of the music to influence that. but yeah. Like I think it's time. I heard Dave Anderson mention it before. But we got to take a deep hard look in and then figure out how we're going to course correct this to start saving the generation after the YNs. Like because the YNs their babies are here.
Yeah.
And as a black community, we got to find a way to course correct.
Yeah, and this is why we're doing it now, right? We're making up for that because podcasts like this, is around, and you guys are tuning in. So now the YNs and the YN babies are maybe visiting one of you guys, and look what you're listening to. So by default, they listen to it. You feel me? So it might not register at that moment, but as they get older, they're gonna remember those conversations like we did. Wow, that was kind of deep. My old boy was saying so and so. I fucks with that, and now they talking like that. They have a base. Yeah, because a lot of us, like, I don't, as you can tell, I don't watch no movie. I don't watch. I mean, not saying you don't have to. I'm not saying follow my lead. I'm just saying like I am done with all that shit. I don't fuck with that. I just all shit like this I listen to only. And I'm not saying you got to be like me because I'm like a obsessed researcher.
No, you're a monk
I'm weird
when it comes to this. You're a monk when it comes to this.
I'm weird. I'm weird as hell. Like this is to me. This is like I said. I'm sitting there watching Phil Bill Scott. I'm watching Yvette. I watch everybody, yo. And then here and there, I'll catch them out. I watch their bullshit just to see what they talking about.
But Fresh always said, he said, everybody watch Minister Society. You're right. What I was saying was,
and Boys to the Hood. Yeah, he shot a lot. He shot a cat.
I ain't saying my cousins didn't watch it. I just said I wouldn't watch. I wouldn't watch Menace around it, but I did other stupid things like watch videos around it. That's all I was saying. Presidential Mike said, yeah, I think a lot of the boomers got lost with MLK and Malcolm. It's like after they passed the civil rights movement, a lot of my parents' generation, it's like, yo, they went to work, they moved on up, they moved out to the suburbs, they started partying. You know, that's when disco became big. And it was just like, yo, nobody really sat down. I mean, with the exception of my family, but nobody really sat down as a whole and taught us what was coming when we navigated the world. It was like, yo, after you graduate high school, go to college and everything's gonna be fine after that. And boy, we could not have been any more wrong. Because during the 80s, while our parents was in here partying, we didn't see the jack move. They just kept chomping at civil rights and affirmative action little by little. So now it's basically a joke. Now they call it DEI and it's basically done.
Yeah, so but it's not like we had free reign. Like we live in a society where people hate us, right? So they got their counterintelligence, they got their propaganda, they got their oppression tactics, they got their agents in this form of Pan-Africans and other people, Black nationalists, all these weirdos pushing bullshit, and that all kind of like this distracted us.
Oh, also what I
gave
was
us
saying
different.
earlier. Oh, thank you for bringing up what I was saying earlier. Like when you hear somebody say like, "Yo, my name is Chairman Don." Yo, just assume when you hear the word chairman in front, just assume that they're a socialist. I've never met one who wasn't.
Hold on, we got someone who called in. Hey, peace, bro. What's your name?
Yo, Ron, what up? It's Q Butter. So yo, son, whoever just said that was hilarious. That's her funniest.
Which one? The chairman?
Yo, why you say that, bro? Oh man, you threw my whole point off. So I had
chairman.
Damn. So why you say that? I ain't even gonna lie. It's a quick story. Said like I'm Pan-African. I'm hood though. So when I went to Atlanta the first time and I met all of these like gun dudes and chairmans and stuff, I'm like, yo, y'all man weird, bro. Y'all doing too much, bro. Like,
yeah.
Doing way too much.
My bad.
Man. Well, what's good, Ron?
Oh, peace. I'm at the park. My bad. Hold on 1 second.
Peace. So what part of Atlanta was you in?
I was visiting West End,
I'm
but
back.
you know, nobody really be in Atlanta. Everybody be in the outskirt towns and adjacent to Atlanta Metro. Nobody's ever in. Yeah, but I was trying to get a space in the West End, but yeah.
Yeah, I used to live in Roswell and Jonesboro when I lived down there.
Yeah, I was in Jonesboro. Yeah, I stayed out there a couple times.
Jonesboro, way out there.
Mm-hmm. Take Atlanta. Don't let a New Yorker tell you they ain't Atlanta.
That's why I always ask what part of Atlanta.
Yeah, I learned my lesson. I'm like, nobody lives in Atlanta that I know. They all live in one of the towns, Jonesboro, Jackson, one of them mountains and Stone Mountains and Lawrencevilles and one of them other ones.
How come? Is it expensive or something?
I think we just got caught up in hype. Like I think Atlanta was like the super black power hype, and it was like you got out there and everybody was just getting advertised to, but it's still a small city. So a lot of the properties that are being advertised are technically like more the developing areas that you'll find online. So if you're from California or Texas or New York and you're just looking on the internet, there's really nothing being advertised unless you're trying to live like in
Buckhead.
Exactly. Like I'm trying to help black people out. So when I said I'm in Bankhead, they're looking at me like, what, Bankhead where? I'm like, Bankhead, Atlanta, bro. That's where real black people live in Atlanta. Like, you don't know Bankhead, you never been to Atlanta. Like, what huh? Yeah, the disconnect. You know, the whole conscious community is in the West End. It's just the West End and they live in the mountains.
Yeah, I used to love going to build with dudes down a little 5 Point.
Yep.
But yo, Ron, I'm gonna drop off for a second. I'm gonna be back.
Yeah, I was in
Q, it
Griffin.
was nice building with you, bro. I'll be back.
I was in Griffin, Georgia. I went to Atlanta just to catch a plane back to Jersey, and that's it. That's my only experiences. And I kept hearing about how the traffic is. I never experienced it. We went straight through to get on the plane, go through straight back, no traffic at all, just straight smooth ride. So I never experienced the Atlanta traffic. I hear so much about.
They drive too. I know I drive. And this might sound weird. They drive too fast in Atlanta. I'm just gonna say it. Like they drive 3 a.m. They doing 90 to go to the store. Like I don't know, maybe because I'm a tourist, you know, I don't know like the inner blocks, but it is like dudes is just doing 90 all the time in Atlanta. Like what is going on? Like mad murders, mad deaths on the highway. Every highway just got 300 people killed on this highway. Like wow, this is I can see why.
Really?
Yeah, that's my biggest memory of it. People drive crazy in Atlanta. 6 lanes of just speeding.
Yeah. You know, I never, like I said, I never been that way. I was more like kind of like suburban area, so that was never like a thing. You know, you barely even see cars. Like I never seen traffic where I was at ever. It was always like again, it's a small populated town. It wasn't like that. Nobody even ever was outside. When I was outside, I'm like the only person outside walking or jogging, playing ball, shooting around. I'm the only person there. Me and my son. That's it.
I know
so people where I was at went outside. Say that again.
I never been to Griffin, but I know of
Yeah.
it.
It's from what I seen. Like I thought it was like just that sweet, but people tell me, nah, they got hood areas out here. Now they say, nah, they ain't like that. They said it's like they got good areas and bad areas, and they're telling me like, nah, it gets crazy out here. You can't just like be relaxed out here. It gets crazy.
Yeah, that's most. I think that's any hood, especially in the South. Everybody got guns.
Yeah, I was gonna say I seen only one black guy open carry, but for me out there, I see a lot of white people open carry. Like they got this shit and they hit swinging.
The craziest thing open carry I seen was in Kentucky. Son had the holsters on underneath his armpits and regular war. He came out right out of Walmart, put his guns on his arms. I'm like, yeah, this. I'm going back to New York. Like we respect guns, but we all walking around with it for no reason. Like something about to happen.
Yeah, I never seen and I asked my folks like, yo, why do white men do that? And it was like an intimidation thing, Like okay, yeah. But also what I seen was what I wasn't used to, like in Griffin, the homeless population was like, from what I seen, like 80% white. A lot of white homeless people just like even on the way to Atlanta, we passed through some neighboring cities, just white people begging on the streets, homeless. So I'm like, damn, they got a huge homeless white thing out here. And I seen living conditions I would never wish on nobody from white people. Like, so when people say trailer parks, I go ahead.
Now I said we get put on TV because we make up the homeless in the major cities, but most of the countries, the homelessness for white folks.
I'm gonna say this right now: the living conditions I seen them in, when they told me, they said, "Yo, people live in those." Like, get the fuck! Like, listen, my reaction was, "Get the fuck out of here!" That's how bad it was, bro. And lo and behold, a white guy walked out, like looking like hills from the eyes. The hills that had eyes, yeah, that bad. A whole house had a whole hole in it, like a meteorite hit it. Open,
Ohio,
like open.
Nashville, like that. Yeah, they got.
And folks live in there, like, god damn. Like no wonder they think Trump the savior. Like they got no hope. This is it. You see, Trump, they're gonna stay here in these fucking terrible homes and shit.
third world living, and they act like it's not. And it's like, nah, this is the America. A large portion of America is right above third world. Or
Yeah, my folks showed me a guy literally living in the woods. Like he would say, nah, he being like we'll ride past it off. He'll tell me it's a guy in there with a tent. He said he lives out there. Like what the fuck? So, bro, yes, we rode past one day, finally seen him in his tent in the damn woods.
Yeah, now the country,
White guy, of course.
Coming from the bigger cities, there's a lot of part of the country that look like third world country. No lie. Like I did a little tour. I was like, nah. I had a whole nother level of respect for New York. People be saying I'm like, hate. I'm like, nah. New York got a lot of like the bigger cities have a lot of things to help people out.
Yeah, once I seen that, I knew this is it for me. I gotta get back to Jersey. But South Carolina was worse though. I worked in North Charleston, but I lived like in a country part. When I say country, there's no thought of a electric bike or bicycle. You either got a car, motorcycle, or you ain't going to the store. It's like it's that far. The electric bike gonna do that for you. They probably break. It'll probably lose battery before you get to the store. Far as shit. That's where I lived at in South Carolina. But I worked in North Charleston, and it was really big Gullah Geechee community. Very, very poor. Very, very, very poor. I mean, like their poor is different from our poor out here. I realized that.
No, it would
like
be considered, considered third world country. Like
yeah,
New York.
And they're poor. Oh yeah, hell yeah. They're poor. Like you ain't getting out of that. Ain't no job interview gonna get you out of that shit. Like, you're done.
The location we got in North Carolina is in Kinston, and the average income I think is 21,000.
That's average. So that means it get worse.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's. But when you go, you can see it's like you could. Yeah. People struggling. A lot of people struggling.
So I could tell you, not Griffin, but parts around this outskirts of Griffin was really poor, and but South Carolina was the worst. Like that was like that's we see a lot of black people in trailer. You see like trailer parks of just black people.
I hated Ohio. Ohio, the first time I saw kids pumping gas for money, it messed my head up. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, I pulled up to a gas station. Kids ran across the street to pump my gas. I was confused. I'm like, I was young. I was appalled. I was like, yo, y'all just ran across this gas street to pump gas? Y'all not even touch the gas tank. Y'all like 5. I'm talking about little kids.
Nah. Yo, you just reminded me at the dollar store in North Charleston, South Carolina. Yeah, they'd be out there trying to sell like bullshit. Like like you said, like 7, 8, 10, hustling for money. Like what the fuck?
Yeah,
you just reminded me. Yep. Yeah, but the drugs they were on in South Carolina, I would love to know what drug is that, because that is some other shit, man. That's some other shit. That ain't like we got out here. That's something else, man. That's like mixed with something, a hybrid drug.
Whatever they doing in Atlanta too, I ain't gonna lie. I could see how certain shit, because not to say it like that, but dudes may not have the highest level of intelligence, and then you drugged up. Because I was asking this dude about some weed from him, and you know when somebody's like looking through you,
right?
You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I'm turning around to look at like what, but he's talking to me. And he's talking mad slow, and I'm like, "What kind of?" I was like, "Nah, I'm good. I don't want to buy nothing. I'm cool." Like,
I got something for you.
I'm like, "I'm cool. I'm gonna figure this out." Because I'm like, "What are y'all?" And everybody I spoke to at that time just looked shirked out. I don't know what they was doing on there. I don't know what they was doing on there. Yeah, some of them.
Yeah.
Not to sound bougie. It's a little different in the north.
Nah, it's a big, like you said, education. It's a big, like it's different. Even like I worked at property management coming out there, and so I worked in compliance, so I had to see everybody employment. I seen everything. I mean, oh my God, yo, you talking kids, bro? I couldn't believe this shit. Women 24, 8 kids, 6 kids, 5 kids. I mean, all different baby daddies, bro. And something they do in South Carolina, they don't put nobody on child support, because we gotta know that too. and I seen nobody on child support. So I asked this one lady, I said, yo, how come nobody on child support? And they told me something. I don't know if it's true, but she said that it's like a one-time thing where you put them on child support, and then for certain years, then they off. Something like that. She said. So they play with that shit. Like they gotta pick and choose when they want it. I realized nobody's on child support. They got hella kids, hella baby daddies, and these women look, young as shit. 23, 24. Some in still good shape. A lot of kids. And that's what I was saying, like that, at some point, that got to be a conversation. That's like for more mature folks, like birth control and prophylaxis and all type of shit. Morning after pill. Like people got to really have these conversations at home because people get pregnant and now they're thinking about these things and they don't make a mature decision at that point. It's just like a random.
It should be the conversation, not the tangent. Use this as a tangent. But for me, that was one of my issues when I got into the community. Like, what are we actually focused on? Like, what are we debating about? You know what I mean? Like, why are we saying the smartest person in the room? Like, we got thousands of people living in third world America. Thousands of black people living in third world America. If not millions.
Yeah, and like that's something like how do you resolve that shit? Like, yeah, how do you resolve that?
That should be the
like
only,
for them.
That's the conversation. That's why I focus on education. Like before the FBA conversation, I mean, I always had my own issues with like the leadership and conversations within I don't know what to call it. I would call it the conscious community. And it would look Pan-African and pro-black, but it's mad different groups inside of it. And it's like people, I don't know what it, like, if not, you turn it to the Democrat community. You know what I mean? Like, to really, to be honest, like, when you're turning in your hood and in your community, like, what direction you turn into to see what people are doing? It's like another bookstore. Shout out to all the bookstores in the black community, but, shout out to the bookstores. I ain't hating on the bookstores. I'm not hating on them, but you know what I'm saying? Like, the bookstores got the same books.
Yeah, that book ain't gonna do it for those people out there, man.
And after the bookstore in the pro-black community, if it's like some neighborhoods got the Nation of Islam, some of them got black Muslims, some of them got Israelites, some of them got black Pan-African, some of them got pro-black, whatever. Some of us got Black Lives Matter, and after that, it's pretty much a Democrat. So it really is a question, like, how are we addressing our people? Like, it's a real issue. Like, it's not even like behind my location where I'm in Brooklyn is the largest complex of projects. I think there's 19. It starts right here.
They still got projects?
Yeah, Brownsville, Brooklyn, it throws off the number. In Brooklyn, I think it would say, in this particular part of Brooklyn where I'm at, I believe this is the industrial project area. And I think there's 19 or 17 projects that hold, I think, over 300,000 or some, like majority of the black people in Brooklyn are in these projects. Like that's how many people.
Yeah.
And there's mad houses. All the houses.
You know what? You know what that was called back in the day, like during the whole racial zoning? That was called overcrowding. So what they should do, so what they should do with that is, like, if you have overcrowding, of course, you're going to wear down shit faster than what it normally takes. Of course, it'd be more litter than what it normally would be because you're overcrowded. And what they used to do to gaslight back in the day to justify it, they'll say, look at all these black people, look at them, all this litter, the building's worn down, when this was inevitable with overcrowding anyway. Anywhere in the country or in the world, if it's overcrowding, this is an inevitable result. You're going to wear down shit fast, litter's going to be out there, you're going to fight a lot, because everybody just around each other all times. So that and plus with you were not allowed to leave your neighborhood was creating a that type of environment right there. And then you had the media like promoting that, like look at these lazy bastards, that type of shit. And putting the pictures out there that everybody look at.
And then the layers of using I've been around in some spots in the areas in the country, and like seeing how, like what you describe, how it looks in different areas. What does it look like in Chicago? What does that look like in Detroit? What does that look like in Watts and Compton, in certain areas in Houston, areas in Atlanta? And then how is it the layers of the politics? You know what I mean? Like, and especially when you input gentrification, it gets super muddy. I got some peoples in Brooklyn, and it's crazy. I got this sister Keisha. Shout out to Sister Keisha. If anybody in New York don't know Sister Keisha, and she's an avid FBA right now, and she's
Okay.
like avid, like, and she was straight. She used to be part of Straight Black Pride.
Oh yeah, but Irte Genie.
Yep, she used to be part of Straight Black Pride. Nobody can
Okay.
question her African history. So when she dropped the Pan-African flag, and the layers in it is so crazy because there's a grift on like what it is crazy in the organ, because the gentrification argument, the developers are trying to buy out the politicians to get the votes.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so, and then there's a layer of protection that needs to be like for the community, and the language is changing every day. So low income doesn't mean low income anymore for Black people. Black people mean Black people. Low income now includes white people, and low income white people.
I got you. Right. So at one point, low income was synonymous with Black people, and now no longer.
No longer. So now low income includes white people, and white people's income is almost still 10 times Black people's low income. So if you build a building in the gentrified neighborhood and say it's for low income people, yeah, you're gonna have a bunch of white people moving, or upper middle class.
You know that's crazy. Yeah, because I see that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy right now, the political lines, and so like in context of the word delineation, in terms of like servicing and how people are organized on paper and who gets what on paper. And so now low income is no longer a Black statement, and that's going to happen around the country. And so gentrification is going to have a new layer to protect Black people in the conversation, and the political Black people are typically middle-class Black people. Poor people aren't really politically involved, and their voice is purely, fictitiously represented. So like just in the sense of what you were saying, like how do we address those people? The layers to the people are so divided in some areas. It's crazy.
Yeah, you know what? That low income thing is talking about. We and property management, we studied that. That's because we work with them. You know, those agencies. That's called LIHTC, LIHCTC. That's acronym. Yeah. So even all that, when they bid on, I forgot how that works, but there's contracts that's awarded to developers to build in low income communities, and they have incentives there, right? Tax breaks and a whole bunch of other shit, and they take that and then they sell that to somebody. It's like a whole like world that they do with that, and that's how they end up building in low income communities, right? And that's how they start right there. And then like for 30 years they run that project. I think 30 years or 15, 30 years, something like that. And then after that, the contract is up. They can now make those developments they can make them luxury apartments. I think after 15 years or 30 years, they can make those apartments just luxury and no longer opt into the low income whole thing. And everybody got to leave. So that's like a little finesse. But a lot of them keep the low income thing coming because it's backed by the government, the guaranteed payments, shit like that.
And that's the layer to it, where in predominantly Black cities, or cities that have a large population of Black people, is democratic. And Democrats, like just looking at it, like and I did this video yesterday, I was saying like the Pan-African grift for the last years has been a lot. Like a lot of these people aren't Pan-Africans. They just know if you yell some Black power or Black shit, hold up a Black fist, like they're gonna think you with the crew, and that's good enough. And it's like that's what's happening right now. The politician's only in office for 4 years, 2 to 4 years. So it's like 15-year trajectory, 20-year trajectory don't even make sense to some of them.
Right. I got you. It got to be now. That's they got an office. They don't get the credit. It's not tied. It's not associated with them. It's like I don't care about that. I'm trying to get something right now where I can look good for a bigger office later.
Right now, it looks good as a low income project, but 20 years from now, this shit gonna be a regular, like you said, luxury building. They already making them luxury, so they're not even coming in and redesigning.
Oh yeah. Let's start there. I forgot. They are already luxury, but they just offer it to low income people as well. I forgot. It's like a percentage: 70% luxury, 30% low income. It's coming back to me as we're talking. Right. So it's already luxury.
Yep,
it's already luxury. You're right.
And that raises the property value of the neighborhood. So if you put 10 luxury buildings in Brownsville, is Brownsville anymore? Is it considered a low income neighborhood anymore?
Right. Yeah. Good point.
To completely change the face of Brownsville by adding these 10 buildings.
Yeah. Yeah. So they were. Yeah, because where I was doing property management, like that property is pretty good. Like I met the owner. The owner, they from Kentucky somewhere. They came down. They were talking to us, and check this out. So they had a huge crime issue there. In those apartments in North Charleston, South Carolina. They said before I got there, they said like even the tenants tell me this shit was wow. They said shootouts all the time, stolen cars, wild as hell. So the new owner had told he explained, yo, we talk about racism. White people down south, they're not hiding shit. They're gonna talk to you the way they're gonna talk to you, and that's it. All right. So he said it flat out. They asked him right in front of me, like, how did he solve that problem? He said first he came out there and dressed the guys directly. Hey, I'm gonna get security. They said, I don't give a fuck. We'll shoot them too. Like that's what they said to the guy who's on the buying these shits up. So he's like, okay. So he said, all right, well, I just hire another one, right? Another like cop to get shot. So he said, all right, we'll just keep shooting them, right? So they put cameras there, and the guys would knock down the cameras, right? So they had like nothing they could do to stop the crime. So they said what they started to do now was when you're in low income homes, they're federally regulated. You can't smoke weed, right? You can't do those type of things. So and you can't have criminal people with records in your apartment, and they damn sure can't sell drugs. So what they did was, he said they used to target the boyfriends and no longer the tenants. So when the boyfriends were caught selling drugs around the area or any criminal activity, they used to evict the girl out of there. So if she goes, the guy goes. And that's exactly how they did it. They evicted the woman, and the drug dealer went with her, or the criminal went with her, the gangbanger, whoever went with her, and that's how they cleaned that shit up. That's how you say he did it.
No, that's exactly.
So yeah, man. Exactly. So they use a lot of times federal regulated buildings. They don't really enforce the law all the time, to get you evicted, because they want the money to keep coming. Because it's a long line. I know for a fact it's a long process to get the next person there. Although they qualify, they pass, the city accepts them. It's a long ass time, and that apartment's no longer collecting rent. Is vacant. They're losing money, so they really don't try to kick nobody out unless there's something like crazy like that. But they give them hella breaks because they don't want a vacant apartment, and there's a process to fill it, and it's gonna be like 2-3 months. I know because people was accepted. They'll call me all the time, like, "Hey, what's up? I was approved." Yeah, you approved, but you might not get into 6 months. Like that. That's just how it is. It's not us. You gotta call the city, and they're gonna say you gotta wait. But like you're saying, so that revolving door. How do you escape? How do people escape that without some extra capitals and funds? And because even with some extra money, what that's going to do with no jobs, or the education still messed up? Like, it's still a revolving door. You're still low income homes, and we had people that lived there. Because I seen everybody rent. I seen what you made and everything. We had people who make decent amount of money, so they paid most of the rent. But it's the 70-30 rule in low-income housing, where they say the average American spends 70% of their monthly income, and they only save 30. So the whole point of low-income housing was the reverse of 70-30. They're going to have you keep 70% of your monthly income and only spend 30% towards rent. So that's how that works. It's the reverse. So they want to keep you for more money in your pocket, so you're not.
70% of your money
Right.
goes to work. That's what it is. Rent and
Right,
mortgage.
right. Yeah, so for some folks it worked out for other folks, man, I mean, this one lady, bro, no lie, she paid rent for like 5 years, like under $100. I didn't even believe her. I like, man, you owe us. You got to come to the office. I said, no, I paid rent for 5 years. I like, you only gave us $80. It's like, yeah, it's like, whatever a month, $20, a year. Like, get the fuck. I looked it up, man. Yeah, $80 for like 5 years. But that ain't solve the economic part of it. People still ain't making money. People still poor, and they're relying on government. Okay, come over here. Yeah, so they're still relying on government to maintain their livelihood. So if government stops, if the government shutdown or funding stop, these people can't maintain their livelihood because they never could afford that place to begin with.
That's what for me.
That's the
priority in the conversation. That's the priority. Where like in all conversations, I think some of the people on platforms across all of the Black platforms, like social media makes money. So I think they kind of forget the poor people. You know what I mean? It's like that's the reality right now. That's
yeah, because I don't see these, like when I'm surfing the net, I don't really, because I would join these comments. I don't really see them too much, but because I always want to share like what I got. I learn stuff, experience stuff to share it, not just to hold it in. So if I seen like these type of like what we're talking about right now, like this is something I would definitely, hey, this one. This is something I would definitely join in, click the link and talk about this all day. Because I it's a lived experience. Like I'm not faking it.
Yeah, I put that on myself too. Like I gotta step up some of the titles of my content. I be doing clickbait stuff to, I be busy. I like whatever conversation going, I trying to find people that's dope and stuff in between it. But it's definitely the priority conversation, like what's actually being done to help people out across the board. And that's just whatever you want to call it, Pan-African, Black Power, FBA. End of the day, we gotta help Black people out. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a Jamaican in America, like you're doing a million times better than most Jamaicans in your country. Like what the hell are you doing for the Jamaicans in your country? You know what I mean? Like this literally just what are we doing for each other? The poor Black folks is struggling. It is middle class is struggling right now. Middle class Black folks is struggling. So that means lower class Black folks is going through some edge. Like that's just the reality. So it's like, what are we doing across the Black world? Compton, New York. That's my position. Like in any conversation, how are we fixing this up? What are we looking at in terms of education? Like the brother was saying, like everyone knows how to institute and pushing kids into college is beautiful. But I'm like, y'all, I don't want you working in McDonald's or doing Uber Eats while you're in college. Like we need to get you in an employable position right now. Something that's going to be lifelong and career-based. What are we doing with our young adults that can get them to the next position? Millions of young brothers that's walking around at 22, 24 years old that have no quantitative predictive outcome for their life. They're just floating.
Yeah, so when you look at these poor situations, you see the revolving doors, you see what's going on. Like at some point, it's like, God damn, like how do you fix that? Like you said, what bookstore could fix that? What job could fix that? Because what job is going to employ the whole city, the whole town? Like probably not gonna happen. People go to college, some folks will get employed, other folks won't. They whatever, be in debt, whatever. And sometimes it's just no work out there for you at all because everybody won't get a job. So it's like the system like screwed Black people up so much. That's why a lot of us just concluded, yo, look, we're gonna still do what we got to do, but this calls for reparative damage because this is so systematic, it's so systemic that it's gonna take light years to get right. So so you don't give up, you still work on what we're talking about, but you still pitch for this right here. All right, look, this got to be done. We're doing our part. We're trying to save the community. We're trying to educate, self-employ, all that type of stuff. But you guys made the wealth gap so large that we can't see this coming to a close. Even like what we're saying, the low income, the black middle class, we don't see that not shrinking. We see that keep shrinking till it's just no middle class. Everybody just broke as hell because of how things are set up. You talked about gentrification, so I talked about that earlier. So I talked about how when you define gentrification, it's literally supposed to be wealthier people come in there and replace you, right? So I thought one day, I said, well, if that's the definition, then how the hell is Hispanic illegals or illegals coming over here, like crossing the border or getting here, but broke, start from ground zero? How the hell are they replacing us and we're working? They're starting from ground zero, looking for benefits, looking for SNAP, looking for all type of welfare and assistance. How the hell is a poor people replacing somebody that makes more money? That's the opposite of justification. So then when you dig deep into that rabbit hole, you'll see that that was a way for them to be a buffer class. Just I'm gonna sum it up, to be a buffer class to replace Black Americans or Black people, period, and introduce this Hispanic community, because it's not technically gentrifying, like gentrification by definition. So it's like a silent replace. Nobody's complaining. It seems organic, but you see like the programs that was meant for Black Americans, now that same money, they don't add more money there. It's the same money start to be divvied up for ESL and other things for the new arrivals. And then as they become more populated, more money that's supposed to be for Black Americans start to be reallocated towards this population. So now we were like giving them 20%, 25%, 30%. Now 50% is going towards them. Now 60% is going towards them. And that is the replacement when they replace Black Americans specifically. So we looking at that like, okay, like there's a whole finesse here. Like, how do you stop that? Because it ain't technically gentrification, because this people came to replace you and not the wealthier white people. But the wealthier white people come back and take them out too, because these people are really not homeowners. They're renting houses 5, 6 deep. Their jobs are fringe factories, which are probably gonna go eventually relocated. So they are literally a buffer class for the people who are really coming in later. So things like that, like, how you get past that?
On a product, the Latino and immigrant conversation in Black America, it's really, I think you got to go almost state by state, because it's so different. And the internet, like this just so different in that certain areas. So like, you may have, for me, that's why I go back to education. You know what I mean? Like it's education, motivation, how we understand ourselves in the country. Yeah, it's a lot. It's our leadership, like looking at what the focus. Like I prioritize STEM, like STEM over all of the conversation, because that's how you get your abilities to be able to take care of yourself and create products and vertically integrate into any industry you're in. And the political agendas have never been aligned with that. I'm almost willing to state Pan-African agenda hasn't been aligned with that. The Black faith community, which has been one of the longest running communities, has not been aligned with pushing STEM. And I think that's kind of like where we are now. But the connection between STEM, from the trades to engineering to doctor, like every aspect of it, we're struggling in. And then the reciprocal of the reality is that like we're struggling on building homes. So then we're paying higher prices on homes. We don't understand how to, build cars. So we're paying for the cars. We don't have the same income, so we pay higher interest on cars. We don't have the mechanics, which we used to have. Like all of these areas we want to pay more from, because now not only we're not producing in our community, we're now going to other people to do the work. And so now you got immigrants coming in, and they play a two-sided fold where they're bringing in cheap labor, which lowers the cost and what poor people need. And then businesses need, because they want to be able to charge lower prices and service more poor people or middle-class people. So it's you know, it's a real challenge to conversation. And the way America's set up, like it's just business, and it's just business. And I think we haven't been able to sit and just understand that conversation where it's literally about business. Like yes, slavery, yes, Jim Crow, is that was their attack. That's their business, and so now that's the game. Like there's no getting around it, and them helping us catch up. Either we have to articulate it as business, or if not, they're going to continue to be against it. 80% of white people, 70% of white folks against it. Not black people against it, because they understand, just like Jim Crow, we don't want y'all to compete with us. It's just that simple. It's business. We don't want y'all to make as much money with us.
Right.
So we have to prioritize that straightforward across the board. Where like we're taking over network engineering. Like in my institute, like we're literally locking in like these are the skill sets, and then it's still like how do you have the conversation to make the promotion of these skill sets or these areas of focus the priority. That's what we see the foreigners do when they get here, and it's not the entirety of their country, but there's a percentage of Nigerians that's saying we want to take over the engineering doctors. That's not all of Nigeria, but there's a percentage of it. And so for us over here, like, we need to make that across Black America and across the Black world. Like, no, we have to fix this up. Like, we have to fix it. We have to figure out how to make our own cameras, our own microphones, our own computers, our own cameras. And it just has to happen. If not, we're going to be beyond where we was at. We don't even know what the bottom's going to look like. And so the immigrant play, not to repeat, depending on what city, it's very challenging and nuanced, the conversation. Like, it sounds good on one side, but the actual business element of it's just business.
All right, so I'm hearing you say Pan-African, and from the definition or the context you're using it, it seems like you're defining Pan-African as like you're saying Black people, and you mean you're talking about Black Americans, you're talking about Haitians or
African leaders in the community, and then I'm talking about the faith-based community. Then you have the democratic community, Black community. You have the Black like all these different areas of the community. Whichever channel you turn to in the 80s and 90s, the alignment to STEM wasn't there. So our businesses push is, how we supporting the businesses, and how are the businesses expected to be able to compete if we're not inside of STEM field. That's the large point I'm making, where like across the Spanish point, that wasn't pushed across the spectrum. Now in 2026, that needs to be the central point, because like we understand reparations is needed. The conversation of reparations here, but we still have to figure out how to handle this ourselves. How do we take a 19-year-old who only knows how to play basketball and wants to be a streamer, and make sure that in 2 years he can make $70,000-$80,000 a year, and he lives in the middle in a state that most people only in a city that makes people only make $20,000. That's the priority.
And your target audience is pretty much people from different backgrounds, like in America, because I don't hear you. So you're not really extending to Africa. You're saying everybody of African descent in America. That's what you pretty much focus on, or Africa, or Africans too in Africa.
It's the same equation, because it's the same reality across the Black world. There's a shortage of Black people in STEM. So we're prioritizing in America, Latinos are moving faster than us in STEM field, which is garnishing them more income. You know what I mean? And so like to attack the wealth gap, it has to also have an income perspective. And that's what we were discussing, like, certain areas where like, how do you, like, there's 80,000 people right behind me, and the public school systems are not providing them trades. So it's like, how do we get them to be able to have a skill set where AI is knocking out automation technology, is knocking out tons of jobs, and the skill sets that you're going to need to compete into the future, we wasn't getting the skill set to compete in the past. So we can't expect the same system to give us, so we have to figure it out on our own. But we have to make that a priority. And so for me, looking just fairly at the playing field, is like, that's not the priority in the conversation. And with the technology where it is now, with AI, the data says it'll only be exacerbated if we don't lock in and focus right now. Because everybody's using AI now as a cheat code. So you just don't have Mexicans or immigrants coming to America they're coming to America and they're using AI. And white people using AI.
Yeah, everybody using AI. Everybody using AI.
So if we're not
If
pushing,
you're not using AI, I definitely don't take you seriously at all. So when people make up excuses for that shit, yeah, I don't take nobody seriously. They ain't using AI. You are willingly ignorant.
That needs to be a priority across from conservatives to liberals, to Israelites, to 5%ers, to whatever people, the Hotepians, to Pan-Africans, to Black nationalists, to whatever the hell you call yourself when you in the Black world. Yeah, we all need to be in accordance with. Yeah, we need to put STEM, bro. Reparations, STEM, straight like that.
Okay, STEM. But do you see, Black, let's say Black Americans, Asians, everybody you calling Black, let's say get on board, right? And they're working with that STEM and things like that. Now, because there's this, like, the people represent African descent, or you would say Black, is largely Black Americans in America, right? We like outnumber everybody by a large percentage. So so the question would be, how would Black American society benefit from, let's say, some Haitians or Jamaicans, some Africans getting into STEM and being productive? How would that, because the way we look at it is that we were excluded, right, since we got here all the way to now. We've been excluded from programs, well stripped away from us. So we want to see ourselves in a position where we're getting that back somehow. So what I'm saying is, so our angle is, when somebody from a foreign country is getting it, kudos to him, but that's not really addressing or getting back what was taken from us. It's like, so how do we win from somebody else that wasn't excluded or have a history of exclusion benefiting?
Well, technically, they have been. But when we see when people brag about the best of their country coming to America to focus on something, when the other 40 million are not, that's really a pointless conversation. Like, the large majority of Nigerians are not focused on STEM. The large majority of Jamaicans are not focused on STEM. The large majority of Black Americans are not focused on STEM. That is also because of the system of imperialism and the way in which mercantilism, the pre-existing part, the pre-system, the capitalism, was orchestrated. Like, and some of the data that white folks understood about Black people coming off the plantation, coming up as freedmen, coming up and having skills and leaving the system of slavery and being able to flourish because of their skills. And that's something that they also understood, that a lot of Black people garnish money and income because of that. So you had the Black wealth to step. White people just was taking Black people's wealth, creating different types of Jim Crow and early Jim Crow laws and late Jim Crow laws just to keep people from maintaining what they had, or keeping them from being able to compete because of their skill set. And so they understand, like, skill set equals ability to fight, equals ability to arm yourself, equals ability to defend yourself. We have to make sure these skill sets are organized in a certain way. That's when Black people came back from Vietnam, they brought skill sets to Black Panthers into the community.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, these skill sets that helped make the movement different. And they had a voice in areas where they couldn't have before. Because, like, what would a person from Vietnam be needed with the Martin Luther King movement? But in Black Panthers, they were publicly dealing with arms. And that's a space where Black people from Vietnam could actually use their expertise in. Like, oh, y'all talking about doing war? Oh, I know what to do here. Y'all need me. So it's understanding the areas of our community. And in certain areas, one of the challenges we have is that the other communities do super groups. So when, like, we say Latino groups, if you go to a college, they're Latinos. And the Latinos work together. And the data shows that when groups who work together and studying, they have a greater rate of success. In the Black community, we don't work together like that as much, even within just Black America. So these are things that we want to in this. Only that I bring that up because in the STEM fields, it's even less. So you might only be in here, and this is a challenge they have, because if you're an engineer or you want to become medical school, there might be 3 black people in there. One person might be from Black America, 2 of them might be from Africa or the Caribbean. And so if they don't understand the plight of Black Americans, and we don't understand that as a group within that field, there's only 4 of us. Economically speaking, we should be sharing resources. In terms of competition, we should be working together to compete with the other people who have resources as a group. You know what I mean? And these are things that are being stated in fields of STEM, and that's one of the challenges that go both in part, even with the line of racism that's Pew put out a data study, like I think it's 2024 and 25 about racism in STEM fields now, and also the dichotomic aspect where Black people are also experiencing the level of internal racism because of the way that groups are organized when you get into STEM fields, because it's not just Black Americans. So there's research on it, and there's areas where it's understood that there needs to be things to be done, so that way we can increase productivity.
Yeah. So, I mean, for me, it seems like you said, the Latinos do see themselves as one monolithic group when it comes to tangibles and resources, but you don't have that amongst people from America and recent immigrants. And so for me, it's like Pan-Africanism should be directed towards the immigrants, because Black Americans already been like, it's not hard to get us on code or get us on par to something that's benefiting Black Americans, right? So if there was other people thrown in there, like, we're not hard to assimilate to that greater good. Now, we don't believe from just life. I'm 48, life experiences. I'm in Jersey. Like, I don't know of any homogenous group of Black Americans and Jamaicans and Haitians, and we all getting along like you would see Hispanics, like getting along and intermingling. So, because again, like, we're ready for that type of involvement, that type of intermixing. That's not the mindset that they come at largely over here with. You know, let us mix in with the Black community and be this big monolithic people going after resources and tangible. So for me, like, Pan-Africanism should be redirected towards them to get them to see the greater good. Like, okay, this is what's going on in America. You got to get down with this.
That would be, I could see that as an objective, but as a priority for me, like, so I understand there's a connection between Black nationalism, because you have to focus on your region. And so for me, understanding that the foundation and the founders of the actions that make up a person prior to just the discussions in the late 1800s on Pan-Africanism, but the actions of actually taking care of Black people who may not be from your tribe and recognizing that we have a common enemy, it still was regional. You know what I mean? From Francisco Menendez in the South, Florida, to understanding that we have to get Black people from the South to the North, and what they were doing in New Jersey and New York, to Nova Scotia's Africa towns. Like, it still was a regional conversation. So to me, the regional respect has to be maintained. That was something I was bringing up with Sister Keisha about. She was discussing, like, you know, from even Martin Delaney, Alexander Crummell, like, there was always a understanding you have to take care of your home first. And so I'm not you know what I mean? I don't like, Black people are here. Like, I see Black people in America. Like, I don't know Africa. I've never even been out the country. So I know I went on tour in the country. So, but there's people in America who don't care about other cities. Like, I've met people who are Black leaders and they're like, yeah, I'm only focused on Chicago. So when they hear me saying, like, I care about people in Detroit, I care about my Black people in Atlanta, I care about my Black people, I'm willing to go anywhere in the country to help my Black people out. You know what I mean? Like, that's Black power.
Like, but maybe they believe starting in one location, holding that down, getting that secure, and then, you know, going somewhere else and doing it that way, where they're not spreading themselves thin.
I do understand that, but we're in a network society now, so, like, to me, it makes sense to be able to be in that space.
So it's a flat end first better, you know?
And even with the enemy, like, talk, okay, for us in America, it's very clear. No argument. I don't believe, and that's the advantage the Hispanic community got over us. Okay, we talk about grouping up. and being this monolith body to represent or to come together for the greater good, resources, whatever. For us, because we dealt with direct systemic racism, racists in our countries all around us. We know about sundown towns. That type of experience when you have recent immigrants come over here, that enemy talk, I don't believe that's a shared opinion, because a lot of them, not a lot, but some people that I hear and talk to directly, they all believe the white people like them. Hey, the white folks are responsible for us in this country with visas or refugee status and saving us from our country. So a lot of them, from my experience and what I have seen and dealt with myself, a lot of them come with the mindset is that they're not the enemy. They're actually the savior. They're the reason why they're in this country. They don't give Black Americans credit at all for being here. They see it as a guy called in earlier, like white folks invited us over here. So that enemy for Black Americans, we see that right there. We see it for what it is. Like Black Americans don't rock with the KKK. A lot of us don't like conservative, Republican conservatives. A lot of us, like racism, period. Any smell of it, racist cops, racial profile, it's easy to gather us, protest, march. I don't believe that they have that same concept as a whole, that we had the same enemy.
That is shared in America as well.
I don't know about that.
No, I'm saying, you can hear me, bro?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I think that's just as much as in Black America as well. The way we see the enemy, the way we see white folks that's a deep conversation.
Yeah, but what would that concept be? Because we got two different worldviews of white people. Like when they interact with white people, it's usually like they see them as a safe haven. Like I said, they invite them to the country. They bring food over there. They protect their country. Like their worldview of white people is completely different from ours. Like they see white people as a powerful race that you really can't challenge. They're this unbeatable person or people. We see white folks as like we'll slap the hell out of a white person if they disrespect us, or we gotta march or fight. Like we are there. I just think, I know that they don't have a concept of racism in their country.
Not everybody was a coward.
Their countries are majority just them.
No, yes, that I don't disagree with, but I don't think the imagery of that statement has been fairly promoted to the world. And so to the world, we look just as much as happy and cool and with white folks as everybody else on television. And that's not the reality, but that's not what television made the world believe. What I mean? That's not how
I get that.
That's not how some of our celebrities and even politicians, what I mean, like they've been a large representative of us. And so when people talk about being a thug and like that was paid for by big corporations to create this whole fictitious idea of thug rappers, and then Diddy. You know what I mean? Like, and then before we blame white folks, I always blame them. Like Diddy created this whole New York gangster image and went to white folks and sold it. You know what I mean? And then the world ate it up, or maybe the world got sold it. I don't know which one it is. We're in the result of that era. I'm a little bit younger than you, but we're literally in the result of that era. We was there when hip hop was pure and it was this different era, and they promoted this whole imagery. They remember freaking TGIF and how we looked on. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the world watched those shows. The world watched Michael Jackson and remember the white lady that used to be obsessed with Michael Jackson? That old white lady. I used to hate that white lady. That was her name, son? What was her?
I think you talking about.
Yo,
like blonde brown hair.
Yeah, son. And Michael Jackson used to always be around. I'm like, why is he with this? What is with this white lady? Like, I was like, what the hell happened, son? And then Quincy Jones. Come on, Quincy Jones he did the "We Are the World" song, bro. I was a kid confused as hell. Like, why they had these white people singing after Michael Jackson? It was just supposed to be Michael Jackson, Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, the Pointer Sisters. It was just supposed to be black people on the song. It was supposed to be no white people.
Right.
We was both around the same age. I know you was just as confused as me, bro. Why did they put them white people on that song?
I had no idea. And like they showed one clip, the white people singing Michael Jackson was not happy with their vocals.
Yeah, I
Like,
love that
ah,
clip.
yo.
I love it.
Like, wait, y'all chill out and just lip sync. I got this.
Yeah, so it's like, and I'm not saying that doesn't take away from them coming over here and not being brain, but there's a media component into the idea of what Black America looks like, and even though it's not the real picture, but a lot of people were sold this idea. Like I remember hearing this countries that got gangs named after Tupac, bro. That messed my head before social media. These running around, yeah, I'm with Tupac. Like what? I think it was either Ghana or something. Yeah, I'm with the Biggie gang. I'm with the Tupac. Like really? No lie. I'm not lying, bro. This is before social
The
media.
Biggie gang, yeah.
I went to, yeah, so the influence of media, you know what I mean? The way people look, the way people dress right now, it's like a lot of that for me, I can't not put that into the conversation. It's like, because that to me is how we fix it. We got to look at all of the parts into it. Like, all right, y'all was being fooled by thinking that this is how we really are. No, stupid.
Right.
We really move like this. We need to put out different content. We need to put out, you know, we have to focus on creating the conversation. We know white folks is looking for these type of Black folks. All right, well, we need to find these type of Black folks. You know what I mean? Like the education.
Now look. You just said white folks looking for these type of Black folks. Those type of Black folks actually exist.
Yes.
They're in those countries. Hey, let's bring them over there, or let's get them doing some minstrel shit that Black Americans wouldn't do. But more seriously, okay. So Black Americans, we are the large majority representation of anybody that want to call themselves Black or African is descent, right? We're the face of that in America. It's not even close. So why don't again, we could chew gum and walk. So we could do the STEM shit, everything else. But why they can't also get behind Black American things where it's probably no benefit to them. Just get behind it, push it, and that's a win. Let's go from there.
It's mixed.
Because it seems like they only involved in stuff that also benefits them.
It is. So one, growing up in New York, I recognized and I learned that immigrants are programmed up front. They know it's business. That's the only way they can survive. And like a lot of, I got some of my entrepreneurial influence from that because it's like, they're like, yo, bro, I can't work a regular job. So I have to do a business. I got to do a business. I got to do a business. And not just from the neighborhood I grew up in was super immigrants, like all types, like different. Like I could tell the difference between certain types of Arabs and Koreans and Japanese and Chinese people. Like I grew up around all these different people. And they all, one thing had in common. They all did business. Every single family had a business. Small business, best of business. Like they all did business. And my pops used to talk to me about that. And he was like, yo, you know, we work jobs. And then the building was owned by foreigners. And the Jewish community did business. And he used to talk that he's like, look, we work jobs. And everybody around this whole neighborhood got business. And the levels of business that they have is dependent on the connections and how strong the communities are. So when we would drive to the Jewish community, you would see the levels of the network they have with business. Then you would go to the Jamaican community, you would see like there's no network in their business. They're Jamaican, they don't have a network. They compete with each other. Then you would go to the Haitian community, it would be depending on what side you would see. In the Arab community, it's different now. At the earlier times, it was a little mixy, but they all debo together and work underneath. They have their religious. Forgot what you call a person at the mosque, but they have whatever you call that person at the mosque. It's like I don't know what the name is. I forgot the name of it, but they organize their money through their religion. In the Jewish community, they would organize their religion.
You talking about imam?
The imam.
Imam?
Yeah, the imams and like they got them together. They organize that way, and their language does it. The Latino community, depending on where you're at, it looks like they're working together, but they're very much. It's layered to it. It's very layered in the community. Like from the outside looking in, it looks like they work together, and then once you step a little closer, it's like, oh nah, they're super against each other, and so. It's just trying to understand it through all of that and still at the same time knowing that somebody's going to get bought out. Whether it's a Jamaican politician, Black politician, the developers are coming after you. Like I got an award from what's the dude that's an APOC is going after him right now, the light skinned dude from New York. I don't even tell him I got
You ain't talking about Cory Booker.
Nah. He was I think he's the head of the house or was the head of the house.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure.
But yeah, he got paid off by the Jews. Like, you know what I'm saying? The money gonna come from they gonna get to your pocket. And then once you get caught as a board, then once they buy you out, now you in that case. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's a real challenging space that we have. Like even down to Brownsville, that's where some of the people are upset because some of the politicians that are over here, they're old school Black Panthers. There's some Black nationalists. There's some old school, like real official old school people, but they 60 years old now, 70 years old now. They ain't got the same fight. And they're not connected to the people the same way. And so, like we were talking about that low income, they don't even know that low income got a new definition. And so there's a whole war going on right now in Brooklyn and Brownsville between the different communities because it's like, and so just watching who do you go with? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even have an answer for that one. I don't even know how to tell somebody who's a foreigner coming to the country to understand the levels of our political arrangement in America. Atlanta don't make no sense to me. Like, as a New Yorker, it makes no sense to me. I think Atlanta should put a third tax. I don't even like saying, I'm like, y'all need more taxes. I'm like, yo, bro, how else you gonna fix your city? You got a bunch of developers coming in here, and they get tax breaks. Nobody's investing in your city. The city don't got no money. I don't know how she fix it. You know, I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I dead don't have an answer for it. So it's, but we need to figure these things out because there's still foreigners coming in. You can still become a representative in government. Become the next Black Power one, and the next night you're the next super coon. Am I lying, bro? Like, come on, we used to love our
Yeah.
And
that's why we're trying to do something different. Okay, like you said, how do you protect? Like, how do you hold somebody accountable? How do you hold somebody to stay, as we say, on code? Like, how do you get people to show allegiance? Right? Like, it's a bunch of strategies. Who know if they're gonna work or not? But that's ours. It's like, okay, if things are all convoluted, it's confusing, you know, that is when, you know, you start with the process of elimination, right? You break it all up, you know, the 5% say destroy and rebuild. Like you break it up and start from ground zero. Okay, let's go to the foundation. All right, let's start from here and let's work out, see where the problem was at. And then start building from here, starting with just the Black Americans, right? Not that other people are excluded forever, but we're starting from here to work out how to prevent these people from being bought out. Let's create something called the code, some type of allegiance, right? That's more powerful than the dollar, right? It's an idea that people got to be sold onto, which we thought that's how Pan-African was started and supposed to stick to. So we like, all right, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Like kind of like the, you know, kind of like the Nation of Islam. Like the Nation of Islam kind of figured that out pretty good.
They gotta start early though, bro. Like they going after the kids, bro.
Yeah.
They're going after the kids. The system going after the kids, bro. Like they
always did.
They're going after like social justice. You go to the public schools, mad of these kids are being taught to be humanist. And I'm not saying it to sound crazy, y'all. I'm Black first. Then I'm other people. I understand being a humanist, but I have to prioritize the Black community. So that means if I have to choose between whatever one is Black, you know what I mean? They're not, and I don't want to sound messed up saying it, but it just is what it is. Like, and I wouldn't expect a Chinese person to be a Black community first. I wouldn't expect a Jewish person to be Chinese people first. I wouldn't expect the white people to be first. So our children shouldn't be taught to be, we are the world first. And so the code, like we have to get to the schools. Like the schools is that's Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you on the code, but it's literally that's
No,
where
no,
that starts.
I agree, but what I'm saying is I'm saying is sometimes things got to just start from scratch. Like, okay, so the school, okay, that's the goal. We'll get there, but right now, like for example, like you see store, you from New York, you see stores that are rocking, they get money, and then out of nowhere they decide we're gonna renovate, we're gonna make this store better, so they're gonna close down. They're not gonna address nobody needs anymore for a little while until the store has a brand new look. So that's what we're doing. What you're saying as far as on code, we're saying, all right, look, the schools will get to you, but right now we're gonna stop and rebrand. And part of that rebranding is to pause, get this right, because going at this, because again, this is just how we're thinking. Going at the school, scramble. People are sincere, people are insincere, and there's no real ideology to stick to. There's no real accountability. People just come and go when they want. We say, okay, all right, look, we're gonna, like I said, Nation of Islam, this, we're gonna call it the code. They call it the Nation of Islam, whatever, and they have these orders that they have, these general orders. They have these wants and beliefs. You dig? Okay, that's what we're doing. Wants and beliefs, reparations, part of it. Uh, Delineation, getting the proper identity for us, who we are, distinct from everybody else, because everybody has distinct markers. And from there, we're coming back uniform, and the code is uniform. And now we're going to the schools on code. We're talking, because right now, as Black America is right now, something could happen in one part of town, same town. It could be the east part of it. It could be horrible what they're doing, racial profiling, all type of shit. We don't talk. There's no incentive to talk to each other. So the other side will never, ever know that this is happening over there. And before you know it, it's on the other side. It's taking out everybody one by one. So what we're doing is we're saying, okay, we're going to form some type of code where we're being communicated, right? So when something happens here, not only the whole town going to know, the whole nation going to know, because we're putting it on social media. So we're bringing awareness to it. But this all starts at some type of code to give incentives of people to want to be a part of something, to want to be responsible for everybody else. So that's the part of pausing, breaking it up, just to build it back up more tight. New framework, new building structure, where the holes, the leaks that systemic racism provided, the sellouts you're talking about, all that's there. We're getting that out. No more rats in the house. We're closing those holes up. And that's what we believe what we're doing with delineation and being on code, right? And then from there, we get that tight. Of course, it ain't gonna be perfect. Everybody ain't gonna get down. Everybody wasn't with the Nation of Islam, but enough people. Okay, boom, we got it. Now we're in a position to ally with other people, build stuff with other people. Because now we can confirm and speak for the other guy. When I was in Nation of Islam, people ain't look. You were vouched for it, and you lived up to that because you were already vetted. You're in the Nation of Islam. They already knew who you are. So when they did security in Newark, man, I got every job I wanted out there in Newark doing security, because I was already vouched for. And Newark don't know me, but my mom vouched for me, and I was like put in positions before people in Newark, given jobs, security jobs. I had hella security jobs in Newark, way more than the average guy in Newark. They'll tell you, my 725.
You familiar
I was all over that security shit.
with the term network society?
Say that again?
You familiar with the term network society?
No.
So we're supposed to be in like the next industrial period, and the fourth industrial period, and the fifth is marked by in the network society, where people are going to all be able to organize through the networks around descriptors, hashtags, around whatever specific things, and it'll be easier platforms for them to be able to communicate, organize, and share resources. So this is the perfect era to do it. So it's like, do it. I don't. It's just part of the era. You know what I mean? So people being very specific about where they are and who they are, and being able to vocalize their perspective and be supported through their network without having to work for a syndicated network to hold them back, and being able to organize resources within their network. That's technically where we are in the fourth industrial period. So it only makes sense to do it. And then having a set of code, it's like flat earthers. Like you go into a flat earther chat, they're gonna kick you out. They got flat earth jokes. You know what I mean? They got flat earth discords. You know what I'm saying? Like Pan-African is a
Flat
little
Earth jokes.
They got Pan-African is all over the place. They've been around for mad long, son. So like there's mad different groups and stuff. Like FBA, not to say
Yeah, nah. How do y'all get it? How do y'all get in control of that shit? Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, you guys, even though y'all don't like it, but you're held liable to other people that represent that Pan-African banner, man.
It's a I was talking about that. I kind of like see for me, it's a more of a historical and pure ideal. Like me linking building with people in network on the internet the way we do. To me, that's an idea of Pan-Africanism, Black empowerment. It's about Black business. So why wouldn't I, be and want to organize with people that's there? And it makes it easier for the conversation. Like, oh, all right, you're this, you're that. Like the Pan-African one. Before y'all, if anybody knows me in the audience in the community, I had issues with everybody. I'm kind of hood, so I'm like, there's Pan-African, and then you have RBGs, which is more like hood people, and more into the street side. On the floor.
So what's the difference?
There's layers to it, you know what I mean? Like there's a very academic arena to Pan-Africanism. There's a whole HBCU arena. There's a whole cultural arena. Like I don't know none of these arenas. So for me, Pan-Africanism is just history and Black people on the definition. There's no, I didn't learn about Dr. Bennett until I got on the internet. He has no connection to my Black empowerment. Like some people became Pan-Africans through Umar Johnson. Like I couldn't even imagine that. You know what I'm saying? Like just to think about that. Like some people saw Hidden Colors and that was their introduction to Black and that's like you're from New Jersey, like you know what I'm saying? We're from New York, it's very similar. Like I saw the Nation of Islam my whole life. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw Rastas my whole life. I saw Israelites. Like I tell everybody, I looked up to Israelites. Seeing come on, man, we used to see Israelites on 42nd Street cursing white people.
Yeah. You had the 42nd Israelites, 42nd Street Israelites. That's what they were called.
Best entertainment as a kid you could ever see.
Oh, yeah. Man, I used to love watching this shit.
What? With my pops just staring at them. They was violating police and white kids. That was classic.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, they definitely was entertaining, man. They definitely. I used to watch this stuff all the time. Then they just stopped. I don't know what. I asked the guy because he came on Sarnetta. I forgot what he told me, but I asked his. I said, "Yeah, what happened? Yeah, I used to watch all the time."
They got mad groups now. It's like 100,000 Israelite groups. It's mad Israelite groups now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, that's the Pan-African groups. There's mad of them. So like, I tell you, I'm like, I get it, the name and stuff. People be telling me like, okay, I get it. Like, I can't take away what Umar Johnson did, and it didn't got nothing to do with history. You know what I mean? All the scammers that then popped up and held up a red, black, and green flag and said Black Power. And then next thing you know, they're a pedophile, they're a scammer, there's a weirdo. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like I can't.
Yeah. So how? See, but that's going to always be a black eye to Pan-Africanism. Like so that's why when we see people who rep FBA and there's some wild shit, like we call them out immediately. Like, nah, hell no, rock with them. You dig? Don't give them no attention. That is not what we're doing. You know, like we quickly try to put that out immediately. Nah, don't rock with him. He's off code. No, sir. Don't validate that. Don't support his channel. We seen anybody over there. You off code. You know what I mean?
I don't know what happened, bro. Like I can't even. My bad. The layers to call out. I don't know, bro. Because in my introduction to the community, there was a super group, and that was like when Tariq was with Umar, and then before they split up, and then It was a super group, and if you talked against one, you talked against all. And then when they split up, then it turned into micro super groups, and it just continuing down the path. So like now it's pick a side, and now you're part of that super group. You talk against this one, you say something. So this one, you say you with this one. Like they was all one big. I forgot what was the thing like 10 years ago when they was doing the then when they had it was literally some super. It was like 19 keys. It was the Tamika Mallory or something like that. It was the what's the Derek Grace. What was it? What was the one that was stealing all the money in Atlanta?
Jay Morrison. Jay Morrison.
Yeah, remember it was the big money and everybody was crypto king.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Bro, you want to talk about L's? I'm gonna get it off you. Well, come on, NFAC. Bro, NFAC was walking around. We was just talking about militia. NFAC was walking around with Amazon. Like, I do airsoft. I ain't did it in a while, but I do airsoft tactical with the kids. We buy our little vest off of Amazon. It's $30. You know what? You would never bring this outside around real people with real guns. You're just gonna die with a freaking cheap vest on.
Right.
You understand? Like that's what's gonna happen. You're not gonna. You're like, hey,
wow.
You're more of an idiot. Jay Morris.
They're cheap.
In front of them with a freaking rifle he's sighting in Kentucky, wearing a motorcycle jacket. What is this fucking? My bad. You can't. You know what I'm saying? He was everything. He was an Israelite, Pan-African.
He was everything.
We got this generation got some L's, bro. So I can't. You know what I'm saying? We can't do nothing but work and just like what it is, man. We'll figure it out in 10 years. Whoever's around in 10 years, we'll have a conversation in 10 years. Right now, it just looks. I don't know what to say.
Did you see that video when Dr. Khalid Muhammad was with the Panthers and he was like somewhere in the South? He met with those sheriffs. And they went like chest to chest with guns and shit.
Yep.
Yeah. What the? Yeah. At that point, I knew Khalid was wild. Khalid, you wilding, bro.
Yeah,
you wilding, bro.
Wilding, yeah, wilding. It was some, and it looked good in the 90s.
But after that, it looked good, bro. You flirting with death, man. Like you got all those people. Like these ain't just some rednecks. You going toe to toe with. This is man. They could say anything. Hey, you pointed a gun at us. We shot. And I mean, like, who? And at that time, there was no cameras around to record like that. They had an actual video camera. You dig?
My pops. I
looked
up to that stuff, and I remember when I got my 20s. When I was creating Ziax and stuff, when I was talking this Black Power stuff, my pops was like, "You sound just like one of them dudes in the 90s talking about you gonna be walking around with some guns. Y'all ain't gonna do shit. You still gonna be pissing."
Yeah, I don't think that is so that's why the Nation Islam was always against like that Black Panther approach. And even when you look at the Deacons for Defense, that's not what they were doing. Like they came out when it's time to defend. So because white folks see that, racist white folks see that as antagonizing. And they got egos. They already think less of us. Like, I don't know, man. The Nation Islam was never with that. I really, like you're supposed to, you can carry, but like it gotta be a better way where you're not making yourself a target like any given day. Where it's it don't seem like you're provoking people to confront you.
You know what I'm saying? But even like how you saying the Pan-African, the Black gun group is way dangerous. Their fallout. They had 2A. I'm talking to people. I'm like, yo, bro, y'all. I rock with 2A, but I understand 2A includes police. So y'all just letting anybody in that's black that says Black Power with a gun? Oh no, I'm out of here, son. I'm not doing anything illegal, but I'm cool. I don't want to be around police, and I don't want to be around people who want to be around police or doing shit that police are looking for. I'm out of here. So I don't want to be around anybody.
To be honest, bro, I can't be around anybody that I personally can vouch for.
No, I'm with you,
you
bro.
Holding guns like that, I'm talking about being armed.
So when I went to Atlanta,
your dumbass action could get me killed or locked up too. Like, I'm
out of here. I'm out of here. So I also went out to Atlanta, son. I was all Black Power, Pan-African, all this good stuff. Then the Huey P. Newton Gun Club came up in this other one. Oh, hood. So they pulled up. We Northeast. We look at your car first. You know that. Some people we're gonna look at your car first. Like, why would you be driving this? And so they had an old Lexus, whatever. He pulled an M60 out the car, bro. I'm bugging. I'm sitting like, what the hell? That's the Rambo gun. Why do we have the Ram? So there's no Black people here. So I'm bugging. I'm sitting like, and they like Black Power. I'm like, yo, son, this is what my pops was talking about, the performative stuff, bro. Like, this ain't. Why do we have it? Like, I just my first time, like everybody pulling out guns and screaming, but I'm like, son, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. This some police shit. I ain't want to take pictures with nobody.
I'm telling you.
And the dude who said that was the head of it asked people for their social security, and he had a photocopy, handwritten application. No lie, he had a photocopy, handwritten application, and I'm sitting there like, yo, what is going on?
Yeah,
this is crazy.
Nah.
This is crazy.
Yo, we had just. Have you heard of the name Amali Yeshatali?
The last name sound. I'm gonna say no to him.
Okay, because somebody called in yesterday. He's supposed to be like the reparation guy for the last 40 years. And when you do a background checking this guy, simple search, my man been arrested, charged with being in connection with the Russian federal government as a spy to give all type of weird shit. Got convicted for something else. But he had like 2 white people with part of his camp. Like but they blackity black activists. I don't know, man. That's why we said, man, listen, man, we're gonna tighten up this right here. We're gonna start with Black Americans. Yeah, but not all Black Americans identify with FBA. You feel me? So we can call them FBA all we want, but they don't self-identify. So we try to identify with people, make a tight circle, and grow it from in, and see where it goes from there, and make sure we ain't on no damn terrorist list or some crazy talk.
Nah, I understand. I understand it. That's why when I talk to Pan-African, I'm like, it's not like the conversation is spicy at times, but it's really not that serious. Like, just listen to what's being said. Like, we're just talking about prioritizing the region. It's really not that serious, y'all. And when you come to the country, you should be banging with the Black people that you're supposed to be a part of when you come to the country. It's just that simple. It's not really that much of it all. Can we talk back to STEM now? Can we figure out how to make these people know what to focus on? Can we print out some literature? Can we make some instructional videos for immigrants when they first come here? Can we have a reference video for like, these are the key facts that you need to know? This is the things that you should be aligned with. This is the thing. Can we have our own? Can we get to that point now? Can we start publishing our own data so they can know this is what our opinion has come from, and this is how we quantify it? You know what I mean? I think what?
I'm so glad you said that, because I think people. Go ahead.
We're supposed not to say like that, but if we're older, we're supposed to be not to say above the conversation. Like, sometimes there's layers to it, but just having like this kind of conversation we have in here, like, this is supposed to be the focus. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what it like. I don't know how Pan-Africans don't. Some Pan-Africans get caught in the comment, and it be triggering parts. I understand that, but let's get to the work, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything else is
because the way I look at it, when I look back, it's like we were gaslit. Now again, like, you got some people gonna say some reckless shit, but you got Pan-Africans say some reckless stuff. See, but I'm smart enough not to look at one person and say all Pan-Africans like they do us. All Pan-Africans believe this and say that right there. Now I judge people, and from whatever ideology they come from based on how they interact with me, right? And I do myself a due diligence. I don't just cherry pick certain Pan-Africans and say, look, they all do it. I really go out there to see, and I have open conversations. I didn't talk right now, you, Brother Reggie, like a lot of people. So I got different perspectives on, I got people who came from UNIA things, came over here. I done been around different channels. So I got like a kind of like a expanded perspective on Pan-Africans. And a lot of these people don't even talk to each other. So I'm not like picking and choosing, no confirmation bias. But with us, I think we were gaslit because the conversation was delineation, and that simply meant, hey, our identity is being erased. Our black, black African American, what you ever want to call us, that was given a title. It was a name given to our ethnic group at one point, where we made up most of who you would call black or African descent. We were like 99.9% in the 60s. In the 80s, when Jesse Jackson introduced that term, we was probably more so 80% of who you would call black as a race. So the thing is, we realized that we were harmed exclusively. Like, we were targeted here in America. This is a fact. So they did a finesse thing on us in 1968, when in 54 and all these civil rights laws and things, they finessed us and said, okay, since racism is bad and people got things, unjustly for racism or from racism, that we can't give it back the same bad price. You said it's bad, right? All right, well, then nobody going forward can get things based on racism if it's supposed to be bad. So they kind of finesse it because it seemed like they leased out. At that time, race was synonymous with ethnicity, because we were the only who you would call black people in America, 99.9% in the 60s. Less than 1% of anybody altogether of any African descent foreign countries. So it was a quick finesse by the OMB when they started to couple black and African American as an ethnicity and also a racial category. So now our identity is tied into something that tangibles can't come to because it's race based. It's like a little finesse. So that's when you see Adolf and those people come about in 2016. Like, oh, that's what's going on. All right, then we got to delineate. We got to call ourselves something that's not tied to a race. You dig? And in courts, they want to know a specific harmed group. It can't be people that wasn't harmed. It was Japanese. It wasn't all Japanese. Wasn't all Asians. Indigenous people wasn't all indigenous. Wasn't all tribes. You know what I mean? So Holocaust wasn't all. It wasn't Jews from everywhere in the world. It was just these people in Germany and the internment camps. It had to be people who was displaced, not Jews in Britain or Nova Scotia, where it was only in America. So it's very narrowly put. Right? It's easy case. Just targeted people and the people you're suing. It got to be well defined, no confusion. So that's what we did in 2016. Like, all right, okay, Adolf will be the term. Go ahead.
No, I do not disagree. I think when people appropriate it to Jesse Jackson, they're incorrect. To me, the civil rights movement is when we dropped the ball on the explicit language that should have been put into law. We allowed the government, and we were going through so much where just getting the civil rights acts that we got in was good enough, but it should have been in specific addressing to Jim Crow and to the issues that existed prior to Jim Crow and civil rights. It shouldn't have been.
I agree. Like, we got finessed because, think about this. Think about the time we're talking about. We're talking about segregation. We're talking about legal. We're talking about Jim Crow, where there's no rights that we have.
I try to state it lightly because some people get offended. I'm like, look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. But yeah,
right. So what I'm saying is, no, you're right though. But what I'm saying is, we had no leverage. Like, we just want the system to end. We want legal Jim Crow to go away. So yeah, and we have no leverage. So yeah, they finessed. They worded certain ways. People, minority, or whatever you call it, they finessed us. But we're looking like, hey, we could deal with that, or we could face these clans who never getting locked up, these racist cops, you know what I mean? And we're being locked out of money still and resources, or we could, you know what I mean? So it was one of those situations where it was like, shit, let's just go with this and work it out from here. We had no idea that there was a bigger plot to muck it up worse.
I will have this convo with you because you were ex-NY. I feel like the black bootlicking, and forgive me, I'm not being fair, I'm just being clear. I'm speaking to him as I would talk to one of my brothers in the city. Like, we know which black folks actually was aligned with those bills. It wasn't all black folks that was talking about we are the world. There was someone like, no, this needs to be specifically for black people. Then we can talk about everybody else. But we need this black people. And then it was the other one that was like, no, we all want to sing together. And that was that wasn't Pan-African or Israelite or NOI. That was, I call that the black church group. Honestly, I put that on the black church group. The general population of black people at that time was black church. And they wasn't trying to they was not all churches, y'all don't get mad at me. I know somebody gonna be like, my church wasn't with that. But
oh yeah, right.
You know they gonna jump. My church was black power. Like, let's be real, y'all. No offense to Martin Luther King, but the black church, Abyssinian church, what's the other church in Harlem? Like, they were always they was on some let's sing together. That was how I would historically. That's how I don't know how it's the because Malcolm X wasn't with that. The Nation of Islam.
My man said, let's sing together.
Was Malcolm saying that? Because not everybody was nation. So Elijah wasn't saying that. You know what I mean? He might have did business cycles, but it was like, no, this needs to be for black people. They're not going to say it's for black people, so we need to say it's for black people. So I understand that explicitly from the conversations that NY. So, but that wasn't the general conversation. Like I said, it was some let's sing together. And that
let's sing together. Yeah.
Am I wrong, bro? Because a lot of people bring up Jesse. I'm like, Jesse is way past because we're not. I don't care about Jesse. We gave up our footing because right now, like you said, when the tangibles,
I'm mad at Jesse, but yeah,
But in the terms of the tangibles, in terms of being specifically for black people, we did not.
No, we don't hold them for that.
For me, that's a real because that affected my institute this year and my nonprofit, and to go after accreditation, I can't say I'm for black people only. And then Donald Trump changed all
race-based, right?
But my argument scholastically, I'm like a white person tried to sue me 2 years ago, and I dog walked him on paper. Yeah, he tried to sue me to get into the institute, and sued. We tried to file papers with New York for discrimination. I sent them that our organization was specifically designed to deal with the issues that were specifically for a specific group of people, which are black people. You're not one of those people. And my institute is underneath my nonprofit. It's a program, but Donald Trump changed so much of that language, and right now we back it. Like, I ain't gonna lie, this gets me a little upset. Now I'm 100% with reparations, but if we give up the black only card right now, to me that's more important. I'm not saying more important than reparations, but we haven't dealt with the shit black people went through, and that's a reason that we should be just specifically addressing black people. What do you mean we can't say black people? That's crazy to me. That is crazy.
I'm saying, but it's both ways though, because white is also a racial term, and so is Asian. So those terms, right? Those terms, so there can't be nothing for white people as a racial term, and they're not supposed to be nothing for Asians. That's a racial term.
If it specifically addresses an issue that was once a constitutional allowance, or that the government did not stop. So you can do that.
Okay, but that's the trick. Black is used, it has a double usage, it has a dual usage. That's what we're highlighting. It has a dual usage. It represents an ethnicity, a harmed class, and it also represents a race. So that means people who are not harmed is also, they can sue. So let's say reparation was passed for Black Americans.
Not for business. That's what I mean. From a business perspective, you can only sue for damages that happen to you. So if you just got here just because you're black, you can't sue for the crack epidemic. Just because your family moved here in the 50s, if they didn't experience Jim Crow, you can't. That's not how contract law works. And so when people say
reparations is different from tort law, right? So because what happens is I watch all these guys, these Pan-African with their arguments, and they confuse tort law with reparations a lot. So tort law, the class action stuff, that is totally different from reparations. There's a whole different burden of proof. Everything about those laws are totally separate from reparations. Reparations has its own rules and proofs and burdens that you got to follow. That's totally separate from other class action lawsuits and discrimination lawsuits, civil rights lawsuits. Never reparations is in a world by itself. It's not tied to those things at all. So a lot of people like to draw comparisons. Well, the new Republic of Africa did this. Yeah, but that ain't this. Or
Oh no,
Queen Mother
that's,
Ollie Moore did this. That ain't this.
nah. For me, it's just explicitly stating that the accountability has to be explicit. That's just how it has to work.
Yeah. Of course. Like for example, you got people, you got 9/11. When that happened, people who were affected, died, loved ones had reaped the benefit, and they explicitly were able to narrow down who was affected and why
Yeah,
they right. Yeah, because
they
those folks ain't related. They
put
didn't
it
have an ethnogen. They're not tied. Yeah,
exactly. So that's why when people say that,
yeah.
like, I don't know, that's not even, I don't even warrant that level of conversation in the conversation. Like, that makes no sense. Like, no, that's not how it works. Like, Jim Crow is Jim Crow, pre-Jim Crow, Black era, slavery. This is explicit. Like, what are we talking about? Like, that's not even. I don't personally.
Right.
That's not even.
Right, but this is why those people be getting the nose though. I mean, like the NO, not NOSE. They be getting the throw this case out, dismissed because they're using language that the court will not accept, like over and over and over. All their cases getting thrown out because they're using the same language.
But this, for me, even without the reparations conversation, addressing the issues that Black people went through, right? If we're justifiably able to state that the government thinks that there should be research done, we should be able to address ourselves explicitly on paper. Like, that's my official argument.
No,
like,
but because that's there. That's been there since 2024. Now these forms are more explicit as far as there's a other thing, or you can select this. They got a write-in feature. Yeah, so yeah.
So the predictive measurements in America are almost explicitly tied to school. Schooling and addressing the wealth gap is directly related. Black people need to have an exclusive form of education to specifically address the economic wealth gap. The address is specifically addressed so that way they can understand the impact of the injustices that has happened to them in this country explicitly. Like,
right, now here's the confusion.
That should be upfront.
Now I don't disagree, but look at the language. You're saying Black people. Now there's a lot of people who are not Black American who say they are Black people. So the language is not even explicit because they fall into those Black people.
In that conversation, in terms of education, I'm not mad at that because this will keep them from becoming, what y'all would consider to be a tether. Because they go into white schools, just like we're going to white schools. Nobody's learning Black history. Nobody's discussing the impact of colonialism, imperialism, Jim Crow, crack epidemic on Black. That should be always a conversation. The economic wealth gap should be understood. So now when these little kids from Jamaica are in class with a kid from Black America, they both understand the goal. And they understand, like, yo, you're also here because you're part of your country's mission to help your people out because they're struggling because of the system of imperialism and the lack of leadership, just like we are. So we need to be able to educate us explicitly because we're dealing with a group that we don't have the level of manners that we have. Well, Spanish people also can cosplay white people. So their layer of communication and infiltration in the colonial system is different. We're still Black. There's no cosplaying. You can shuck and jive, but they're still gonna know you're a Negro. Spanish and Latinos, yeah, the presidents of Colombia, Mexico, these people are white people. They're not the bottom of they don't look like the red and the brown ones. They look like straight white people. They can go right to Europe and fit right in.
Yeah, it's a lot of Indians that look damn near white too. East Indians.
Yeah, mad of them. Like we can't, bro. They going after that look. The prime minister, you gotta remind him that he's in. Yeah, he looks straight like, yeah, he got a one drop. He's a one drop Indian. So, you know what I mean? So like that's So for me, that educational piece is needed. Like, because out of like, you from New Jersey, bro. You grew up with kids from all over the world. You know, it's still black people. So you know, at the end of the day, that dude that might be a Jamaican who speaks straight American, he was listening to rap music. He was hanging out with the other cousin that was Black American. They was hanging out with like Trinidadian, and everybody was doing the same dumb shit together. And then they had their home issues that was bringing into the conversation that was also creating maybe levels of bias, whatever. None of that was addressed. This needs to be addressed specifically to Black people. Like, and it's like I'm having this convo. I try not to have these too much. I want to have this convo, but I don't want to jump back out the window because, like, I gotta backtrack from it. Not to say like that. The only way to get accredited is to be able to say like, yo, this is for everybody. I gotta kumbaya. There's no way. It's yeah. I've tried every single way. They're like, no. And then you know who created that one? And this for me, way before y'all. Obama opened up the door with that freaking non-discriminatory clause. So yeah, oh my goodness. Because he's the one that really updated it. And we dropped the ball with that one. We put him in office. I'm like, yo, bro, how you dropped the ball with reparations, Obama? And you updated the discriminatory clause, and you put LGBTQ on the same level as Black Americans. And I was on my like, nah, bro, we need to know who's who. He's a biracial immigrant, bro. What are we talking about? He shouldn't even, how y'all put him? How y'all didn't vet him? So I understand the vetting. We vetting should be at the top of the priority. So I get you with the code vetting. I completely get you. We gotta go from the top and the bottom. It's basic math.
Yeah.
It's not, you know what I mean? Like from a mature conversation point, removing all the labels is just basic. It's not hard to understand to me. I really don't give a damn about the labels. I'm Ziax. That's what I brought to the table. Whatever.
You what?
I'm Ziax. That's what I brought to the table. What I created, Ziax. It's not no Pan or anything. It's Ziax, and that's on paper.
Wait, I can't hear you. Said Zy with a Z.
Ziax is pronounced with a Z.
Ziax. Oh, okay. All right. The X. Your name I seen.
That's what I created. So
okay, I got it. Well, what that mean?
Whatever our Black folks want to put it to us, the name we came up with for Black people. Put on to what we want to do in business. That's Ziax Studios, Ziax Clothes, Ziax. Okay. You know, instead of, remember in the like 2000s, everybody was remixing names in the rap industry. It's like, I'm this records, I'm that records, and they would just combine some white people words and stuff. Bad boy, Murder Records. So my inspiration was like, we need to come up with a word that's for us, that's only for us, and that we made. Okay. We looked it up. There's nobody before this word. So even though technically when we looked it up, it was like the name of a math algorithm. I was pissed as hell. I'm like, damn, bro, it's really hard to come up with something new. You know what I'm saying? We go on Google and type it in some Chinese algorithm, like, but it's not a name, but it's somehow the name of the algorithm. But besides that, we came up with the name. So I understand the FBA thing. Yeah, naming is good. Branding is, you know what I'm saying? It's not that serious. When people get upset with these things, and well, I'll be honest, where the Pan-African War, I think, first started with is the ABOs. Because we were at war with ABOs before the FBA conversation came up. And then the ABOs jumped into bed with with FBAs, and that threw off the convo. Because I'm like, hold on, y'all. They're like, I ain't never came from Africa. Africa don't exist. Yo, I done been told some craziness by some people. I'm like, yo, y'all all cosplaying the real conversation at FBA, and now y'all turning into some Aboriginal, Mesoamerican. Somebody told me yesterday that the center of Earth was in Mississippi or something like that. I'm like, oh, what are we talking about, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what are we talking about? But I learned to separate the groups. You know
yes, that's what happened. Now, I listen. I know that because I used to. I was never into that. Like when Pan-African, like I was like, it's like the flat Earth thing. I try to get into that, but I was like, I backed away from it. The Abo thing, I was never really. So when they debate back and forth with Pan-Africans, I really didn't care for that conversation too much. So when FBA came out, right, the acronym came out, and a lot of people in that community, Abo community, identifies FBA. You had like you see the Pan-Africans, they start throwing strays at me, right? Like, hey, and start calling me an Indian, things like that. So I'm like, all right, call in, click the link, because I know I'm gonna cook them. I'm like, all right, what am I again? I was like, now you don't know. I believe my ancestors came over in slave ships. Oh, I didn't know that. It's too late now. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. You out there throwing strays. Don't know who you talking to. Want to lump me up because I said I'm FBA. No. Stay on this phone. Stay on this phone. Or stay on the
Now, George,
line. You dig?
I listened to one of your streams, but I think FBA. What's my boy that be in my chat? FBA News. But
Combo.
yeah, FBA Convo. He always said that. And he's like, nah, Ron is mad cool. And then George Macon was like, nah, dude. But I started noticing because I understand the argument. Like I'm Black American. I'm from Brooklyn. Now I got mad FBA stories before anybody ever said FBA. I'm from Brooklyn. Like I'm not Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? So like, I got mad at those stories. So it's not hard to understand. But the Abo stuff and then the Israelite stuff like this, and then you got I don't know what category to put the super Israelite, the Moors. The Moors was
the Moors, man.
The Moors was going. Then you got Pan-Africans. You got the Pan-African ones we was always here, the Ivan Van Sertimus. There's a bunch of this.
Oh, you talking about the Professor James Small.
He's in there, kinda, and that's where he got kind of caught into the combo because he's the Ivan Van Sertimus. What's it, Dr. Imhotep? And there's another one that like those are from like the 80s, 70s, and stuff like that. That really started the whole. We came before Columbus. We was always here. Like, and we beat up on them Pan-Africans. Oh, they can't stand us. They like, yo, Q, what kind of blackness are you? I'm like, bro, we're not the only people on the planet. What the hell is wrong with y'all? Like, what are we talking about? What are you talking about? We don't have to be the first person in Alaska, the first person in Russia, the first person in bottom of the. I'm not. These are accolades this is bottom of the barrel accolades, y'all. Like, I'm sorry, like this is. I'm not with that type of stuff. Like, and I'm not gonna misappropriate history to make myself feel good about blackness. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't being we're the first samurais. What are we talking about? Like, we're the first Eskimos, the first samurais, first astronauts.
The Egyptians too, right?
Yeah, we're the first. I was like, come on, y'all. I get it. It sounds good. I understand after going through everything in America, you start to look for those things. But it's like, you gotta balance it out, y'all. We doing a little too much. There's a little too much there, y'all.
And that's why listen, when we have our little backdoor conversation with certain people, I'm like, I think certain people got jealous because we figured it out. Like we figured it out because like what you're saying, people banging Abos, they banging. So when FBA came around, we ain't banging with Moors. Initially, we were not until Pan-Africans came for us. We weren't banging with Pan-Africans. We weren't because a lot of people love Professor James Small. They was rocking with a lot of Pan-Africans at that time, like elders and stuff. We weren't banging with the Moors. Like for me, whoever said it was FBA, that was family. So I didn't give a damn what you was coming with. Flat Earth, Moors, Hebrew Israelite, Nation Islam. You said you was FBA, welcome to the family. You dig? This channel is for you. So I think that FBAs were to figure that part out. Like, hey, we're gonna get along in spite of our ideological differences. Like you're allowed to be whatever you want to be in life. Work that thing out. But we're coming on, we're getting together just based on origin alone. Nothing more, nothing less. I think that's what everybody dropped the ball on. Everybody's trying to unite on ideologies and skin color and this and that. We like, nah, we're going to do it just on origin, just on lineage alone. And it hit. Like people started to, be straight. Like I had like me and like Lex Vertex, somebody who I will probably never agree with in life, but he's FBA. You dig? So we agree on that, and that was good enough for me, and that was good enough to not even bring up things we might have differences on. To keep it cool. And I think we figured that out, and I think a lot of people got jealous. Like, okay, they figured that shit out, how to unite black people in spite of all of these differences. Gay, straight, whatever you got going on. You know what I mean? Like you into polygamy, don't give a damn. You into this, you Republican, don't give a damn. You're Democrat, don't give a damn. You're a couch voter, don't give a damn. You know what I mean? Just the fact that you having the same origin as us in America, that's enough.
Nah, it was brewing. It was brewing. I think there was layers to it. Yvette Cornell, she got it. She started the war with ADOS against Pan-African because nobody knew where she came from, and she just popped up with what has Pan-Africanism did for us. And at that time, Tariq wasn't against it, but him and Umar wasn't working together, and the community was split with Tariq, and the people that was with Tariq, Dr. Fiat, what's the other one that was running? There was a couple of the grifters. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's confusing, bro. Like, when you sit back and look at, like, all right, which one was a grifter? Which one was around this one just to be around this one, just to sell some books? Which one was around this one just because this one was popping just to sell this? I couldn't tell. Like, that era was so, you know what I mean? Then when they did the super PAC with all of the super internet conscious people selling credit repair and crypto, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, like that was, you know what I'm saying? This shit. I don't know who was who. Jay Morrison with Derek Grace, and Tariq was on one. Umar was in another. Then some people wasn't. Then there was people who was calling out Tariq. Got invited to the event. All of a sudden, they in pictures with him. This one was mad at Umar, but got invited to this event, and they got him to get to speak. So they cool at this one. I'm like, Dr. Fiat, you was just trying to sit on his lap. What happened? I'm like, son, this don't make no. Then you got the Pan-Africans who were like, look, man, I just want to sell shirts. I'm like, son, you're not no Pan-African. Yeah, I just sell shirts and I sell sneakers that got Pan-African flags on it, man. That's all I care about, man. I'm just trying to make money off these niggas. What is going on? What is going on? The vendors are like, yo, I'm just here to sell beads. So you got mad vendors who are there just to make money off the people. You got people who will come in the event just to get clout off of the other person who got clout. That was the fall apart.
I mean, isn't that black economics?
It is, but in the sense of it, in the community, that's just grifting and profiteering. It's not economics. Is trade. Is produce. Is productification. You know what I mean? Your abilities to produce. We're not producing with these people who's coming there because this person got clout. This person got clout. These people want to hear this person talk because he got clout, and they want to feel like they're part of a black movement. They want to wear their dashikis. They want to come out with their bow ties. They want to come out with their unks on, and we want to go to events. So this person organized the event because they know these people want to pay $50 to hear this person talk, and so they're gonna come out, and everybody gonna grift together. Like, we forgot, like, bro, when I saw, you come on, so remember Malik Zulu Zabaz? He was working with Polite right before. They organized one of the biggest rallies, and I was sitting here like, I don't know what Polite was besides a pedo and a scammer. I don't know. And he had the Black Panthers with him. He had Pan-Africans with him. He had regular blacks with him. He had Israelites with him. Everybody was with him. You come on, am I lying?
Yeah, nah, he
like,
had
who, he had. I'm like, what the hell is going on, son? And he had a fez on. He had I don't know what the hell he was wearing, bro. He had an Egyptian eye on his face. And I'm like, Malik Zulu Sabaz is with him. That confused a lot of people.
Yeah, now I was totally confused because I would think as an attorney, a lawyer, practicing lawyer, like he would know better that this guy is definitely scamming. He's full of shit. And for him, that part right there confused me. I didn't see the connection between them two. They had like this fake police brutality moment out there in LA, and he's gonna rally and protest and all this type of stuff. Yeah, I don't know how you convinced Malik Zulu Zabaz to get down with that shit.
at all. No clue how you got it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, I was confused as hell too. I'm like, damn, I saw this dude on TV with Khalid Muhammad, son. He is with Polite right now. What is going on? So he spoke at my graduation the year before. I was like, what the hell? Damn is going on? This don't make no sense, bro.
Is hidden here, and this one is hidden over here.
Yeah, and then, like I said, it was based on a scam. Like Polite with fake police brutality. Yeah, but didn't he have? I could have sworn he had attorney Aisha. Was she ever down with Polite at one point?
I don't know if she called him out.
No, she definitely called him out later, but
I don't know, bro.
I do know they did something together at one point.
It was confusing. I ain't gonna lie. So you go back and look at some of the tapes.
But maybe she didn't know at that time.
Yeah, there was a lot of I don't know, and there was a lot of like I just how I look at it, people was trying to be part of the movement, trying to be a part of something.
Yeah. But sometimes, listen, sometimes people believe a certain thing. It just wasn't cool to talk about it. Like you'll get backlash. So people just reserve it and hold it in until that moment come, right? So at one point it wasn't cool to challenge the Nation of Islam teachings, like at all. And then after a while, I think after the Israelite movement started popping, I think that's when people start to challenge some of this Islam doctrine, like publicly. And like maybe people already felt a certain way about Pan-Africanism, but felt like it wasn't cool. Like it was, they would be blackballed, excommunicated, whatever, from certain people. So they was like, all right, I'll just hold it in. You know what I mean? Won't even say nothing bad about it, until they had the first opportunity. And now they're actually expressing what they always kind of felt. Because when I was in Nation of Islam, like I never really was into the Farad Muhammad thing at all. I'm gonna tell you straight up, or the UFOs. I was never an UFO alien guy ever. So when that was part of the doctrine, like that just bored me. I didn't talk about that at all.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie, son. That was kind of that was that was weird.
Yeah, that and Farad Muhammad was the two things that I just couldn't get with. I'm like, all right, those two things, I put up with it, but
then when they put the video of when the video came out of RZA Islam with the Dianetics or whatever it was, what was that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that video was weird, bro. And they did the what's the people called again?
Oh, you talking about the you talking about the Scientology.
Yeah, that was weird as hell. I'm like, nah, what just happened? I'm like, no, not the Nation. What, Scientology? The hell? Oh no.
Yeah, they actually lost. They lost more than they gained when they did that. Like, cause they had a well-respected look. Because I remember when I was in Nation of Islam, I'm telling you, man, when I did security in Newark, all the Bloods out there, and straight deep as hell out there, and they listened to us. They like, I never had one problem with nobody in Newark ever, and they had us in the worst areas all throughout Newark, worst blocks ever. And we did security with just flashlights. And I never had one issue because of the Nation of Islam stain. But that damn that Scientology, at that point I was no longer in there, but that I believe that watered that thing down a lot after that. Yeah, I still don't
that
understand
all look weird.
And look, I talked to a lot of guys in the Nation. I know a lot of people. Like even when I was out, I was still like interacting with them. And I would talk about that, and they would have the most embarrassing, you could tell they didn't want to talk about it because like you could tell that they didn't agree with it. They're like, man, they just barely want to talk about it. But yeah, for a lot of people, a lot of registered members, like that was like an embarrassing moment. Like they didn't really want to talk about it too much. They were like against it.
And that was a weird one. But even a UFO though, there's mad UFO heads in the community too right now. bro, this last 5 years, 8 years, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the community that look weird, bro. Yeah, the Anunnaki heads,
Young Pharaoh people.
yeah. I don't know how young Pharaoh fucking people into this stuff. Like, I don't know how.
Yeah, you know, that was never for me. So like, yeah, like you said, like there's a huge community, huge. Like they be having conventions and everything. They be deep as hell out there for that type of stuff. That wasn't for me. So I never really, was into that. I have a friend that, oh my gosh, all he want to show me, he into all that shit. Bigfoot, he into mountains where human beings and I forgot fossilized. He into all that shit, man. He be trying to put me on that. I'm like, dude, please, man. I don't want to like cook you. Like, please stop.
I got a video I be playing this Morris dude from the 90s, bro, talking about, yo, this shit crazy how humans was here with dinosaurs and we got clay figurines and the real Egypt is this was in the 90s. He was talking this stuff, talking about the original Egypt is in Mississippi. I'm like, yo, this is crazy, son.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. A lot of these dudes, man, if we can dig up their childhood medical records, man, you'll see a lot of these guys were batshit crazy, like diagnosed and everything.
Yeah.
Because I had a friend who at one point was sane. Then this dude's to have like he had the holy tablets of Malachi York. He used to show me that stuff, and he's always been into that shit. And then one day this dude went back. I picked him up, went to Fridays, and like he ordered like I was treating him. He got a glass of wine. He wanted wine. So he takes one sip, called the waiter back. Like, I don't want this. I want something else. So I'm looking like, okay, like, all right, nigga, like, stop. So they got him something else. And then some white girl sitting behind us. And like, my back is turned to them. He's faced them. And he started talking. And I'm thinking he's talking to them. That dude talking to his damn self. So I'm like, oh, shit. Like, yo, check. Like, what the fuck you got going on? But he was into that Malachi York shit, talking to himself. But people didn't know he was crazy. Like he turned crazy after a while. So man, a lot of these folks be batshit crazy with these weird doctrines. You see what happened to young Pharaoh? Dude crashed out on some crazy loony stuff. So I don't know, man. It might be a connection.
I walked outside. There's mad noise now.
Yeah, like people gotta be careful, like what doctrines they go into, because shit be making people absolute crazy.
Yo, they got some crazy cults, man. Yeah, they done had some weirdos pop up. They had some real weirdos pop up, and I think the conversation is just growing. And that's why, for me, I'm like, it's healthy. Like the even with the Pan-African and the FBA one, like I appreciate it. I'm like, yo, the conversation argument is healthy. Content is not just about content for us. These are conversations that we didn't expect to have and know who's gonna have. And
yeah, but but the difference is this. The difference is that when I talked to George Macon, I talked to you, and that's about it. Like every other Pan-African, like for them, it was a religion. Like they weren't so open. They weren't so like open-minded, considerate. Like it's just religion. It's just, this is my doctrine. I believe in it, and that's it. I don't care about nothing. I don't care about nothing. This is it. This is religion for me.
That's the cultural ones. I realize that a lot of people come up like in it culturally, and their connection to it is in a space that's very personal. Yeah, like, and a lot of times they were just performative. Like George Macon really put in work in the community. So, end of the day, who really cares what philosophy he's talking about? He's putting in work with kids. He's been trying to help the community. You know what I'm saying? So, like, a lot of Pan-Africans ain't doing nothing in their community. They just talking on the internet.
Right. Now it is, let me ask you this, because I hear like I hear I heard the chairman of the UNIA, right? He came on the show and you gotta do this, you gotta do that. You doing all this shit. I hear 19 keys. So do every Pan African gotta like what's the role of every Pan African? Like they all gotta build
I
something?
think
Like how that work?
no, building is a foundational conversation. That should be no matter what area you in. We men, we should be bringing something to the table. But they took that from the nation conversation, and that became like from the 5%ers. Because for me, that's how I understand the word building is from a 5% perspective in the nation. Like you have to build. You know what I mean? Like you said, you got to destroy the build. Like that's part of the relationship. You know, that's part of the understanding that we have to have. So I just think that got pulled like from Nas and hip hop and Wu Tang. The language just kind of got like a part of the conversation because people say it a lot. And then I went on one platform one time and this FBA dude told me, I don't care about building. All I care about is lineage. And I was just like, bro, you sound crazy. Like, you sound crazy. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, this the lineage is lineage conversation. That sounds cool. I get it. But building is building. And it's just,
But you
you
know
don't
what?
gotta.
When people say, but listen, here's the thing. This is why when people come over here and they say words without clarity and context, like they leave it up to the person own imagination. So to him, building could be something that's so like out of the, whatever it was in his mind. He was like, who knows what he thought about when that person said building? Like he probably thought, who knows? But that's why people got to be specific. Cause I hear everybody say that word, and nobody's like, not everybody's specific on what they mean. So it leaves it up to our own imagination. But like, what the fuck they mean building? Like, so
It
everybody
got
got built a
soured out
building?
though. Because the building grift got turned into like group economic, group donation schemes. And it's like, I'm gonna build a school for 30 years and just take money, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna raise 15 million
Yeah.
to build
All
a
right,
black
there you
house. You know
go.
what I'm saying? Like
There you
it
go.
turned into
See,
those.
that's why he said that. Because see that right there? He look at when whoever said building something, he said, man, fuck building by lineage. Because he thinking of Umar. He's thinking of he been building school for 1,000 years. Ain't got it yet. So fuck building, man. I'm over here on this. You dig?
To
That's how some people
understand
look
that.
at building.
I had to understand it because at the time at the time because there was a small panel and the people is like, I'm like, hold on, y'all, like this is I know y'all my man who was the FBA, he cleared it up for him. But I had to understand, like, and that's why I started falling back after that. Cause I'm like, you know what? Like the conversation is just going left. And like I understand where it's at. And I'm not gonna participate in it on that level. It's just what it is. Like I was on YouTube during the gender wars and I was like, look, I'm not participating in the gender wars. I'm not. I'm just not gonna, I'm just not doing it.
I never really got into that because that's one of those sensitive topics where, man, people may never like you ever again and that type of shit. So I'm like,
Yep.
yeah, like people too invest. Like this ain't a simple debate where like you get involved in this, you're hated forever. So I said, yeah, I ain't messing with that. I want a chance to win you back over. Like I don't want to pick a side. I'm just done forever.
Yeah, it was then with
Oh,
the
that's
split of the
true.
communities, definitely went up. What was that?
Nah. So did you see the video of the guy who was a white guy who was lighting a tissue at the warehouse on fire?
Nah.
I thought it was fake. That's real. This dude in the warehouse, he must have got fired or some shit, but he was like, they had like a lot of Scott tissue in there. And he decided in the warehouse, he decided to light it on fire. Some weird white guy. Bro, this dude burnt up damn near a whole city. Like that fire went that big, yo. That shit crazy. I'm looking at it now. I seen it on IG. Sometimes be AI. I wasn't sure if it's real, but now I see it on NBC News. Yeah, that's
It's a
crazy.
great crime stat that y'all know too. Most arsons are like I think like 80% or 90% of arsons. I'm not mistaken. Over 70% of arsons is white folks.
Yeah, right. Dang.
nice stat for them. Almost exclusively. And I'll say black folks that got caught with arson were doing insurance schemes. We wasn't trying to kill nobody. We were trying to get our money back from the insurance. That's more than likely what we doing.
Or you got the people who do kill people and burn the car up.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They keep the car, but it wasn't not like what he was doing. Some was like, I'm tearing down this whole factory. Like, what?
Right.
You want to do what with the what? Nah, you Alan. What?
His stomach will hurt.
You know, way too much.
Yeah, but these conversations, for some reason, and like maybe some blame on the FBA side, but all I could do is my experiences. When I talk to a Pan-African, it's barely a talk. They are on 10 as soon as they call in. Hey, like from the door, like, yo, slow down, bro, relax. Like, God damn. I mean, damn near 95% of them call in.
It was like that with the gender war, and I used to tell people like, yo, see, I'm too triggered, bro, like the trigger and stuff. Like, and I'm with the nonsense. Like, I'll do it just for shits and giggles, and I tell people, I'm only doing this to grip. I'm looking for dope black people who want to build with black people and do dope things with black people. I don't know half the titles I use. I don't know what's going on in the world. I only care about promoting black people and building up black people. So it's just it's meaningless to me.
Speaking of gender wars, like one of these fake Kevin Samuel dudes had a channel, and he was lying about a stat on women, which I knew was a lie. So I called in, you feel me, and I was like, "Yo, man, that's wrong." You know, the number I gave him the actual number because these are things I had already talked about with weirdos from the conscious community, and so I knew what I was saying was correct. And the dude, bro, he hung up my ass, got me off there, and kept talking about it, kept with the lie. Like, damn.
Oh, they don't do no scholar. They don't do no scholar. They didn't do no scholarship when it was the gender wars. It was pure unfiltered bias. Like, nope, you just get my opinion, and anything that comes that helps it out, that's all I'm pushing. Like, that was terrible. You know?
Yes. So for me,
you know, that's OD. Not the good.
Yeah.
There's several FBA channels now that used to be pure manosphere dudes. I be watching like, damn, son, like, didn't you hate black women like 2 years? Didn't you hate? Like, these dudes was straight black women are the devil lead the country. And passport bros, and now they're the biggest FBAs. I'm like, how does that work?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of channels. But do you know if they would still slip in that conversation? Yeah, I see them go back to that conversation. I'm like, wow, he's still talking about this shit.
Yeah, they try to passport bro the FBA combo. I was like, how you going passport bro and be an FBA at the same time? So you cannot be a passport bro and FBA. There's no way that makes sense. You're going to other countries to get foreign women, but what are you? How that?
See, but that's the thing. Like, nice. Yeah, that's the thing that we say. We say like FBA. It just the way we look at it. That's your lineage. Like now, your ideology and your brain and what you into. We might disapprove. We might disapprove, dislike, reject. But
I get it.
Yeah, that's what you do. Now when they do that, you'll see the viewership don't reflect. So when they talk FBA stuff, you'll see they get nice numbers. But once they go to that stuff, the viewership don't reflect that. Like they be having
it be the grift though.
Be over there watching
it's
that.
Also a grift. I'll be honest with you, like part of the new grift, and you hear me saying it, FBA is like the new Pan-African grift. Like you promote the right FBA shit, you know how to grift right. Cause when I started seeing the Abos do it, it was one thing. But when I saw the manosphere people do it, I'm like, wait, son. You hate black women. Specifically American black women. And you hate black men. You hate anybody who's a Pookie and Ray Ray. You hate rappers. Like, I could get Dennis Burke. There's some people that I'm like, how did you become? But like, whatever, it's the internet, Q. You know how this shit goes. The grift is gonna happen. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Whatever. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. This is crazy. We're like, man, listen, so like you did had 100 videos talk about you hate black women. Then you got motherfuckers that's married to Chinese people. I'm like, so your wife is Chinese, bro. Your FBA card is out the window, son. Like, I don't know how that works. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, sit down. You in the We Are the World Club, so we all sing together.
Yeah.
And they do a whole panel
Like I said,
talk
like,
about.
I heard you saying that. I see, we see that, but think about this: when people joined the Nation of Islam and they had that Chinese wife, whatever, I don't know if they were. I don't recall anybody. I don't think she comes to mind. I don't know. I don't even know how that worked out, to be honest.
I'm gonna say
I don't
I've
even.
never seen nobody in the nation with anyone that wasn't black. Like I
No,
don't even know how that would happen.
no. I seen Spanish. I was in the mosque. I seen Spanish men in the mosque. Cause Spanish guys can
You know,
join into Islam, right?
yeah, Spanish is like, and I know my people down the South. You're not gonna like me saying this. Ron, I'm gonna expect you to this. Northeast, New York and New Jersey and Philly, Spanish has a spectrum, y'all. So I
And
I can understand.
you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? The rest of Black America think that Philly, New York, and Jersey are the coon blacks because of what's being allowed, because
Bro, I
of
can't stand that shit.
the proximity. Like, look, I didn't get it until I moved down south. And I start to hear them talk, bro. They not entertaining none of that shit. They ain't trying to hear you out, nothing. And look, and going back to you said about religion, the church, and then for the first time I realized I'm from Jersey. Like, people up here being in church, but not like that. They just go. They just go because they just go. But they don't care nothing about church and religion. They be doing what they want to do, selling drugs or whatever they doing afterwards. But when I went down south, specifically South Carolina, my God, they're not entertaining no conversation that remotely questions the church or their religion, and that Spanish stuff, the Fat Joe, man, they ain't hearing none of that. Zero. You're not getting no
Yeah,
words out. They shutting that
and
down
they don't have
immediately.
immigrants like we have in the Northeast. Like
Right. So I'm
when
like,
they say
they look at us
Jamaicans,
like the coons of the black race.
I had to understand that because I ain't gonna lie. I found out about Ethiopians. You know, in New York, mad rosters wear the Ethiopian colors. So I always thought
Yeah.
Ethiopians was like, I never thought about Ethiopians. It was like, I just saw the colors. So it was whatever. I get on
Right. Me
YouTube,
either.
everybody like, nah, Ethiopians is racist. They don't mess with. I'm like, how? Rosters, right? Don't they? I go to DC, he's straight. He's like, no, we not black, bro. And I'm looking at him like, son, you got an afro. We're the same complexion. And I'm like, oh, this is what they talking about. They going through. Oh, I didn't know. I get it now. I can't speak for the whole group. I learned a lot from YouTube and hearing like Middle America, and not to say smaller states, but like you said, like they don't not it, the lack of proximity. The proximity removes that need for any type of indulgence, any type of level. Like, no, it's cool with him saying that certain areas is like there's only white and black. So you see certain like Texas, you see mad white boys that say nigga. You got the whole white boy running around with Crips from Texas talking about, yeah, I say nigga. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, and then so when I went down there, I started to look at Black America. I say, damn, you're right. Most of Black America really don't have these experiences like that. Because even when I heard from California, they rock with some Mexicans, but it ain't like up north. It ain't like how we do with ours. Like it ain't like that.
Honestly, I
They
don't
say
like California. California is too mixy for me. And honestly, they have Latin oppression in California. I don't like that. Like I do not like California, bro. You been to Cali?
Nah.
Oh nah, yeah. Us Northeasters, it's like the hood side, like the Spanish people run California, and it's mad mixy. It's a whole. It don't make no sense from the Northeast side. I'm like, this don't make black people run the hood. We run this part. I don't understand We got areas with Spanish people being in Jersey and Philly and stuff, but no, this black. Yeah, they ain't like that in California. I do not like that. Nah, it's way Oakland, all the Lamert Park. First time I saw a lesbian. I don't know what she was, a black dude. I don't know what it was, but she was an Israelite. She had pants on. I was just lost. I'm like, how are you you're a dyke. I was so confused. You can't be an Israelite. Like, where's your dress? I was just appalled.
Yeah, my man said.
And it was a Mexican Israelite. It was a black Israelite. I don't know. It was a Spanish. I didn't know what. I was just shell shocked. Like, what? I was defending Israelites. I was so confused. I'm like, this is not an Israel. Y'all are not Israelites. You can't do this. I know y'all see the 12 tribes and whatever. I don't know. Yeah, California is way too mixy. Way too
and somebody, I didn't know that. Now, somebody said in the chat, which I realized later. Again, going down south, I realized, and like I went to school down south as a kid, like not as an adult. You know, so when I went back down as an adult, I did like you. I'm thinking about when I was a kid, like what did I see then? I'm like, oh, this makes sense now. But the person in the chat said it the best. I realized Black America largely don't really know foreigners like that. Even Haitians, Jamaican, like they really have little kind. I didn't realize that till I went down south again and started to remember when I was down there for school. I lived in Mississippi, North Carolina. I lived in Texas, and I went to Georgia. Now I lived in Georgia and South Carolina. So that's 5 southern states. So you want to talk about references and firsthand. And I thought about it after hearing people talking, what I seen recently. Oh, you know what? Black Americans really don't have an experience with people outside of black and white.
That it makes it make sense for me as a Pan-African, and I understand my biases as a New Yorker or a Northeasterner.
Yeah.
And I can't. So I learned not to diminish the experience because that creates the gaslight, and I think that's one part that happens a lot with us Pan-Africans, and I see that a lot where it's like you try to superimpose, and people do that. They superimpose their experience on other people and they expect them to have the same expectations, and it's like that's not how it works. Like this person's only been on, like you said, black and white. They've only seen Mexican, so when they hear Latino, they hear Mexican. I'm like, no. Right, what about Cubans? What about Dominicans? They're like, no, Mexicans.
Right.
And you speak Spanish, you were Mexican and Latino. I'm like, oh, y'all got a whole different. Like, no, there's a difference in a Trinidadian and Jamaican. And then when you go to these towns, I can understand it because the Jamaicans only stay with the Jamaicans. And then if your only experience with a Jamaican was a cab driver and a dude at the restaurant, and a Mexican, that's your view of foreigners.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, man, when Tarina, she be joking, saying the Uber driving, that's really all their experience down there, bro. Like you said, the restaurant, you go to a Jamaican restaurant, or if they catch an Uber, like that's pretty much their only experience with Jamaicans or even a Haitian.
And that's why, so back to that question you asked about the STEM part, like for my ration, it doesn't make any sense. Like to me, the conversation needs to happen for empathy. Like I went to Mega Evans College and I had some serious FBA pre-F8os. I used to write Product of Slavery, and I used to have some serious, because the school is all Caribbean. So one moment, like I tried to get a loan, and the lady who was at the loan office was like, nah, you can't get a loan. She didn't even let me do the application. I'm like, why? It's like, yo, you got financial aid. Like, this students here don't even get financial aid. They need a loan. I'm like, lady, I don't give a fuck about, what are you talking about? I'm American. What? Lady, I'm paying rent. I blew up. Luckily, they didn't give me a loan. Like, luckily, it's two sides to it. Like, if I would have got that loan, I probably would still ended up needing more money, and I would have owed money to the school. I don't owe them nothing. So but for me, it was like, why you don't have the right to do that? And the cultural understanding was separate. And to me, that's something that needs to be addressed because we need that bread. You know what I'm saying? And you can't gatekeep that based off of your personal views. And that could have been a lawsuit. You know what I mean? And in CUNY, there were lawsuits like that against Black programs by Black people. And so it's like, we need to have these conversations because the departments are mixed. You know what I mean? Like, you go to the nursing department in New Jersey's colleges, you're in that department with nothing but mixed people. And if they're not working together, and then right next to them, you got all the Latinos working together. You got the white people working together. You got the Asians, but the Nigerian, the Jamaican don't want to work together. The black person from New Jersey don't want to work with the person from New York. The person from the hood, nobody want to work with the person. You've been in the college campus. If you come to college campus looking like you hood, there's a whole section that ain't fucking with you.
Really?
You know what I mean? So it's like that reality we have to address. You know what I mean? Like I purposely used to dress. I went to school for astronomy. I used to purposely dress hood. I'm like, yo, bro, I'm mad smarter than y'all. Like I literally am in a program you're not getting in this program. I'm like, no, that's because I'm hood, not on a business. And that was my way of dealing with a lot of Caribbean people and Africans, because they would look at me first and be like, yo, you Caribbean? No, I'm not Caribbean. I'm Black American. What are you talking about? And secondly, no, I own a business. Once I realized, like, once you own a business, to foreigners, you're in a whole different bracket of life.
Okay.
Once I realized that their understanding of work, and if you're a worker, you have to be a doctor, lawyer, or in these fields, or if not, they look at you as bottom. And I'm like, that's just a foreigner understanding. That's not Black. That's across all boards of foreigners. He'll tell you in New Jersey, all foreigners have that view. They like, no, you got to be a doctor, lawyer.
Right. Because it makes sense though, because that's, you know, in their where their homelands, like they trying to go for the home run out there. They can't be mediocre. Yeah, they can't be mediocre.
And that's not the whole group. So then when you see the mediocre, like when you see the conversations of the mediocre, but in, like you said, like that's not happening across most of America. That's only happening in big cities. So you're not going to see these experiences. And so it's going to seem like these Jamaicans that got these little restaurants and these cab drivers, they don't mess with us. F that. I don't mess with them. He charged me an extra $1 and then cursed me out because I ain't tip him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fuck Jamaica. Like, hold on, bro. But how did we get to that point that quick? Then you go on the internet, then you hear a bunch of Jamaicans and Panamanians, people argue with each other. It's like, damn. So for me, I'm like, let the conversation happen. Fuck it. Let them joke. Let them argue. At the end of the day, at some point, somebody's going to think about money and business.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say right now, if there's a program, you know, resources that's, let's say, for people of African descent. So that means it's including Black Americans, Asians, Africans, like people gonna take advantage of it. People are gonna be like, hey man, nah, this ain't just, and they're gonna be like, word, and they're gonna get in there and take advantage of it. And if there's monies allocated for those same groups, same thing. Like people are gonna be like, nah, it ain't just for me. No, they're gonna be like, all right, that's it. Sign me up. You know, if there's schooling,
the conversation we gotta that's what we gotta have a conversation.
Trade school, shit like that. This, like, people ain't gonna be like, nah, I ain't gonna learn that trade because or there's funding there for me to do this. I ain't gonna do that because this ain't. Nah, they're gonna take advantage of that thing.
And they should. You know what I mean? It's just that if we're not having the conversations, and to me this is pushing the conversation. Like we wouldn't even be here without the network society. So it's only gonna end up being the conversation is gonna happen, it's gonna go through it, and then after that it's gonna be like, look what happened with the gender wars. You got females and males that do whole panels together now, and they have whole conversations and joke about the differences, and there's people that understand it. So I give it another 8 months, then you're gonna see full panels of people just like TikTok. It's crazy on the grifting on TikTok is crazy in the conversation from every angle. I'm looking at it like, wow, you got Nigerians, and I'm like, you know what? Everybody's making money off of the conversation. So as a Pan-African, I can't be mad at that. Who cares? These are Black people. You're using the platform to talk about Africans. You're using the platform to talk about Black Americans. You're both Black. Y'all are both making money off the platform. Fuck it. Win. A win is a win. Whatever. It could be white people talking about Black people making money, but it's Black people talking about Black people making money.
Yeah, I'm trying to motivate. I see TikTok is where it's at. I'm trying to get with it. I'm just so caught up in share your screen, and it's kind of hard for me to like. It's kind of hard for me to like do like you know,
It's
it's
mad
hard. It's hard to
unscholastic.
like adjust to that. Like where
The
I can't.
conversations happen over there.
Yeah, because like, cause my thing is when I get into somebody and I know they wrong and they trying to say I'm wrong, I want to like source up right away. Like, oh, but I can't do it. It's like, oh shit. Like, so I just gotta talk to you the whole time.
Yeah, that shit is corny. I ain't gonna. I kid that. That's some. Yeah, that's the annoying part. And then when they
Yeah,
do share the screen, you gotta like have an extra camera to point to that. And then it's
yeah. Then you
wild.
need because I remember I was on Clubhouse with some idiots and they were trying to show something in the Bible, right? And they was misapplying the Greek. Now I study Greek, so I see what they messing up. Like, these dumb dudes don't know how to parse and don't know the different past tense, present. They don't know that in Greek. They're making a mistake. I know where the mistake is at. So I called in. I'm like, dude, y'all got it all wrong. No, it says it right here. It says it right here. I said, yes, that is it. And I think it's called a nominative sense. I said, but go up to the actual verse in Greek. You won't see that word there. I said, all of the Greek in that right there, what they're looking at, it's gonna always be in a nominative sense. Always. All of it. In the like first person. But if you like it's like a conjugated verb kind of shit. But if you go to the actual verse, you're going to see the actual word there. You guys are not looking at the verse. You're looking at the word in that sense that's always there throughout the entire Bible in the Greek. But you look at the verse, you'll see the verse is conjugated. That's the actual word. And like, so they couldn't get it at first. And then when they finally seen what I was saying, 'cause they looked at the verse, they wouldn't look at it at first. When they finally looked at it, they seen that the word that they're just looking at is not there. So I had to explain what they're looking at. I said, yeah, that is a conjugated word, my guy. That means something different than that. That is the root sense. This is more going on now in the verse. And I had to give them what it means now in the verse and didn't mean what they were saying. But I had to do all that shit. By that time, I was already on 10. Motherfucker. It was over. So I said, all right, this ain't for me. I gotta be able to see and show and where you can't lie and say you don't see it. My screen is shared, you can see it. You can't lie. So that's one of the main reasons I've been stuck on YouTube. It's the screen sharing where you can't just lie and say you don't see it.
I'm here. I walk in the store. They got music playing. I don't want to mess with your screen.
No, I paused because I'm as I'm multitasking. I'm always doing this, kind of similar. So as you're doing that, I'm over here using Gemini, researching some stuff because I'm getting ready for tomorrow live. So I'm like, because what happens is when it's on my mind, if I don't do it now, I try to remember later. It's never there. I don't remember because there's something I was supposed to tell you earlier. I kept forgetting, kept remembering, kept forgetting, and it just was gone. Left my memory permanently. I still don't remember until we get back on the subject of low income housing, and somehow it might pop back up. Hold on. Who the hell is this? Oh, Chad calling in. Yeah, so I'm over here researching. I see somebody like something. I do a lot of talking about reparations. So when you research stuff and look up YouTube and see, you get other people reparation things in your feed. So this one guy I don't know from a can of paint is talking about reparations and talking about revolutionary. So I'm looking over his stuff to see, I got it on mute, but I'm looking at the captions to see what they're talking about, see what angle he's coming with. And this might be a lot of topic for tomorrow. You dig? What's up, Chad? Chad, you on mute. You, Chad. Nah, you on mute. Yes, I'm over here combing through his video to see what angle he's coming with. And he might be a topic for tomorrow. His video might be what we're gonna talk about tomorrow. Yeah, I see. That's why when different people say you on mute, chat.
Yeah,
When different people say they Pan African, like I always like ask them like, what is? I don't assume the definition like in my mind. I ask them to okay, what is your version of Pan African before I start to talk. You know what I mean? But go ahead, chat.
no, I was gonna add on to what y'all was saying earlier.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, especially living in NYC for about 18 years. You know, like we deal with we dealt with the Jamaicans and the Africans, so we kind of know what that is. You know, we go to Jersey. It wasn't even really till the '90s that even we started even dealing with immigrants like that. I want to say
Right.
like the like 92, 93 is when they started moving to Jersey in droves, and we had to deal with them then. But like, yeah, you're right. Because when I go down south, my relatives down south, like they don't know what a Jamaican sound like. They think, everybody that that's not black is African. And like the brother Q Butter said, uh, if you're not used to dealing with different, populations of Spanish people, I remember even in Jersey, we used to think they were all Mexican. Everybody that spoke Spanish
Right.
was Mexican. And I
Yeah,
just
you
want
were
to add
either
on to
Mexican or
that.
Puerto Rican.
Yeah. I forgot about Puerto Rican. Thank you for correcting me. Yes, either you were Mexican or Puerto Rican growing up. But yeah, I just want to add on to that. And also, I want to give my time to give y'all brothers y'all flowers. Y'all gave us a wealth of knowledge tonight.
All right, yeah, definitely. And see, here's the thing though, like when he and George Macon join, like because they're Pan African, like they kind of sometimes think they are the representation of Pan Africanism, like or like the other people, and they're not. Like they are the anomalies, like they are the exception. The average Pan African don't talk like this. They don't have a conversation like that. Like they are extra emotional. They're extra confrontational. They're not honest. You dig? They lie. They all type of shit.
Mhm.
All type of disingenuous tactics. So yeah.
And they
So they,
overlook the disrespect coming from over there.
oh yeah,
But they
yeah. They do
always are
that.
quick
They
to
they
point
they
out the disrespect.
African ass
Well, no,
kissers.
they
They
always
worship
point out
Africa.
when we respond, because most of the time I mean, I'm not going to speak for all, but for most part, we don't start out, disrespecting. But if you say something disrespectful, part of our culture, we're going to roast
Right. Like revenue came on and said, "Oh man, the dogs, the German shepherds bit your ancestors, and he's supposed to be Pan African." So yeah, now I'm gonna talk about the dogs over there and the Caribbean that look like damn werewolves. It's like, yeah, we got bit, but you got eaten. That dog ate your ass.
you. Hmm.
Yeah, they had the dogs out there that they had out there, bro. Those were like those dogs they used to fight off like wolves and all type big ass. You know what I
Did
mean?
that
Like that's
person
how
who
the
said
dog.
that person who said that they said they was a Pan African?
Yeah. And yo, and the dude will be invited. I would see my brother Reggie. I'm like, yo, I'll be like, yo, you know what he said about like, yo, y'all got this guy on here. And I'm not saying Reggie knew about him, but you know, like they probably ain't know what he said because I'm sure he don't say it over there. I'm like, yo, how you a Pan African talking like that, man? Like you crazy as hell.
Now
And
I'll try to be fair.
The one I just walked.
People do join in at different parts of the convo, and the Pan-African FBA combo be spicy. And if you're not on point, you're gonna hear something that's gonna trigger you from either side. And then it's up to typically.
And Q Butter, you brought up the NFAC earlier. Yeah, yeah, that's what I have not heard in a while. But I remember when the pandemic hit. Man, I had my fist in the air with Grandmaster Jay. I'm like, that's what's up. And I saw one video where Grandmaster Jay was supposedly giving firearm instruction. Now I've never seen somebody give firearm instruction and they walk in front of people. When I saw that, I was like, nah, I'm good, bruh. I'm straight.
Son, so many red flags. I don't know what movement that was, neither. I don't know if it was a Black Panther, Black Power, Pan-African, Black. I don't know what that was.
It was like they were trying to be the offshoot of the Black Panthers, but how they came out of nowhere, and I didn't realize that till later. That was also scary.
And some was doing morning Israelite prayers in the morning. He was doing the morning.
Yeah.
I mean, he was doing the morning Israelite prayers.
The grand rising.
The grand rise. It was grand, and then the grand rising people. Oh my goodness! Don't get me started. But yeah, I'm like, yeah, that movie.
I was rocking with him for a minute, and then also when he was telling people to send them copies of their gun licenses and stuff like that, I'm like, nope. I'm like, nah, I ain't rocking.
I'm sorry. Like hey, look, here's the thing. Like a lot of people come from the Nation of Islam era, right? The Black Panther era, and they're caught up in that time.